Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 454, Chapter 453 Information Exchange at the Tarot Meeting. At the Tarot Meeting, members were discussing Remmenberg's great victory in the Snasen region. At this point, the topic turned to Remmenberg's new weapons, which Odis was quite willing to share with everyone. However, the two terms he uttered, airplane and rocket launcher, surprised the other members, as they were new words. Odis further explained, aircraft can carry large amounts of ammunition and bomb ground targets from high altitudes. Upon hearing this, Emlyn, the moon, couldn't help but interrupt, "Can it fly?" "It can fly," Odis said with a smile. Emlyn, who possessed the bat wings ability, paused for a moment before asking, "This must consume a lot of spiritual energy, right? And it's a very complex magic circle." Apart from Fool Klein, the other members couldn't imagine what a flying, extraordinary device would look like. Actually, using occult knowledge to make something fly is not a difficult thing. But they all knew that the weapons Remmenberg publicly displayed were all mass-producible, which was the part that no one could imagine. "It's not all about spirituality," Odis said. "It involves the principles of aerodynamics. The general theory is that as long as there is enough acceleration, combined with the shape of the aircraft, the air can push the aircraft to fly." Emlyn and the other members nodded, their expression still blank and puzzled. It was the first time they had ever heard of the subject of aerodynamics. Odis did not elaborate further. However, in actual combat we have found that aircraft are more suitable for reconnaissance. They are in the air, so they can find and identify targets relatively easily and quickly send that message to ground troops. Therefore, Odis's next step is to focus on developing the reconnaissance capabilities of aircraft. As for the role of bombing, Odis believes that its effect is not as good as that of the extraordinary rocket cannon and the spirit wave cannon. It would be better to wait until missiles are developed in the future and carry them for precision strikes. Odis said, "As for the extraordinary rocket launcher, you can think of it as a cannon with a range of about 200 kilometers. 200 kilometers. Moon," Emlyn said, This is beyond the limits of extraordinary beings' eyesight, isn't it? How does this type of cannon aim at its target? Don't we have airplanes?" Odis replied with a smile. "I mean, using this weapon in combat requires coordinated operations by multiple branches of the armed forces. Infantry on the front lines, as well as aircraft in the sky, can guide the rocket regiment to its targets." The fool Klein thought to himself, at this point, the military theories and combat systems of the various countries in the northern continent are equivalent to those of World War I, and they simply do not understand the concept of multi-service joint operations. Even if they were given tanks, they might still invent tactics like tanks driving into trenches to defend positions. The other members were indeed a little confused, but they also felt that it seemed very impressive. Odis continued, "These two new weapons were mainly used on this battlefield, and the extraordinary rocket launcher was more effective than expected. The Red Angel demon actually used this new weapon to briefly hold off 6 enemy demigods." The other members were stunned again, feeling as if their imaginations had reached their limit once more, unable to imagine what kind of weapon could hold back 6 demigods. "From then on, the rules of war were rewritten," Odis said. "Ordinary soldiers not only could not play a significant role on the battlefield, but they also became a burden to the extraordinary. On the battlefields to come, extraordinary weapons will become the mainstream. If extraordinary weapons are not powerful enough, then extraordinary weapons will be the only option." Everyone fell silent after hearing Odis's words, because they suddenly seemed unable to understand how the future war would unfold. Only Klein realized that Odis's use of the extraordinary had ushered in a new era, and that such a new era always began to manifest itself on the battlefield. When everyone can't understand Remmenberg's tactics, it proves that Remmenberg has entered a new era. After a dozen seconds of silence in the hall, Audrey asked again, "Is it true that the Remmenberg government suddenly announced this morning that it would provide aid to Rune?" The news wouldn't be published in the newspaper until evening, and the other members were still unaware of it. Upon hearing what Justice said, they immediately looked in the direction of the Hermit. Odis nodded and said, "Yes, we have made some preparations to aid Rune, and the first batch of reinforcements will arrive in Backlund in a week at the latest." "Do we really need aid?" Alger, the hanged man, was puzzled. Has Lemberg's strength reached the point where it can fight Intis and Fussac alone? In the past 10 months of war, Rune has suffered enormous losses in all aspects, including its industrial system, ordinary soldiers, and extraordinary individuals. If you want to reverse the downward trend, Rune can't be of much help. "No," Odis replied. "These two countries have the support of 3 Orthodox churches, and the Church of Knowledge is clearly unwilling to participate in the war against Rune. So we don't have any advantage." Everyone was stunned. Even Audrey asked, "Why is Narenberg supporting Rune?" Odis couldn't be too explicit, so he could only say, because the Lord of Mystery supports the Goddess of Night. The other members were stunned for a moment, then Leonard, nicknamed Star, voiced everyone's thoughts, a war of gods. Will this war escalate into a war of gods? You all haven't forgotten the reason this war broke out, have you? Odis smiled and said, it was a dispute between gods that led to a war between the two great powers of the northern continent, and it naturally had to end in the form of a divine war. Therefore, Lenberg believed, or rather, the Lord of Mysteries believed, that the Goddess of Night would achieve final victory in this war. All the members believed that this was a venture capital investment, but only Odis himself was certain that the investment would be 100% successful. This topic can only end here, because no one knows how to predict the War of the Gods, nor does anyone know how the gods determine which side has the advantage in the War of the Gods. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Emlyn looked around and said, ladies and gentlemen, I have a request. Alger the Hangman asked, which Witch King do you wish to hunt? At the last tarot meeting, the moon indicated that she had almost digested her potion, so Alger guessed that the moon's request must be related to the properties used by pushing. Emlyn took 2 seconds to process the question and, trying to maintain an elegant smile, replied, you guessed right. Alger simply smiled and said nothing. Klein, manipulating the world, asked, are there any concrete plans at the moment? I've partnered with the Temperance faction of the Rose School, Emlyn said. I hope this will make the operation more secure. Odis then joined the conversation, so you should already have a specific goal, right? Emlyn nodded and said, yes, my target is Witch King Karaman, and I have already obtained relevant information about him through the vampire's channels. He is currently in the city of Vertecker in East Bayern, leading the rebels in an attack on the colony of Rune. The Marquis suspects that if we attack Karaman, there is a high chance that angels from the Rose School will obstruct us, so the hunt must end as soon as possible. Odis slowly nodded and said, I hope to participate in this hunt as well. I don't need any reward, as long as you can share information about this hunt. Emlyn was taken aback, clearly not expecting the Hermit to participate in the hunt, and even more so, to ask for no reward. Seeing Emlyn's doubts, Odis said, as I just mentioned, during the Battle of Narok, the Rose School suddenly attacked Remberg's camp. If they hadn't left enough tactical space, Remberg would have suffered huge losses. I have always wanted to take some retaliatory action against the Rose School, but in the past period of time, Remberg's intelligence agencies did not have any involvement in the southern continent. It would be too lenient for them to merely attack the Rose School's strongholds in the north continent. If we can take down one of the enemy's angels during this moon hunt, that would be ideal. If we don't take down an angel, we can try to take down as many of the enemy's demigods as possible. Emlyn nodded, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he realized that these words could be relayed to the higher-ups of the vampire clan, thus making the cooperation between the two sides reasonable. Then Emlyn thought that perhaps the Hermit's words were meant for him to relay to the Marquis. Recently, the vampires have finally established stable contact with the higher-ups in Lenberg. If they go through this joint hunting operation, the vampires who reside in Lenberg should no longer hide their identities. This was Odis's demand in the previous negotiations, but the vampires have been discussing and debating it without reaching a conclusion. The reason the vampires contacted Lenberg was that they hoped to have a legitimate identity that would prevent them from being attacked by the local officials and extraordinary individuals. However, they have experienced too much in the past and are afraid that this might be a conspiracy against the vampires. However, if both sides share experience in dealing with the Rose School, they might be able to reach an agreement relatively easily. So, the Hermit and the Moon agreed to use Rupert to make contact after the tarot meeting and conduct further negotiations. After this commission was completed, Klein manipulated the world and said, I need everyone's help to analyze an opponent and find the best way to deal with him. Everyone paused for a moment, noticing that world was actually an angel, implying that the opponent must be an angel. Apart from the world and the Hermit being demigods, the other members attending this meeting were all extraordinary beings below the demigod level. I never expected that I would be able to participate in a discussion about dealing with an angel. Then, with the help of the Fool, the world materialized a stack of papers and distributed them to the other members. When Odis received the paper, he indeed saw that it contained information about the Dark Wolf Quarter. After receiving the information, Alger, the hangman, couldn't help but look up at the area beneath the bronze table. Although he had anticipated that his opponent might be an angel, he was still somewhat shocked when he saw that the information stated at the beginning that the opponent was a mythical creature. Taking a deep breath, Alger finally looked away and began to carefully read the documents in his hands. After seeing the information in their hands, the other members also felt that their current experience was somewhat magical. The middle sequence, extraordinary ones were considering how to deal with the mythical creatures. After reading the contents of the paper, the hanged man Alger spoke first. According to Miss Justice's analysis, no bait will lure that suspicious mythical creature, it will only make it hide further away. Before this, Klein had already asked Audrey to help analyze it, and in the data just now, he noted which ones were 1. Miss Justice's analysis. Alger paused for a moment and then said, given the suspicion that he possesses a Sequence 1 extraordinary ability, there is indeed no need to pursue anything else. Improving oneself is the most important thing. If we want to deal with him, we can only consider this aspect. Upon hearing this, Judgment Hugh, speaking from his professional perspective, said, but this mythical creature is extremely cautious, leaving no clues whatsoever. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that the location for preparing the Sequence 1 ritual is unrestricted in an environment like the Forsaken Lands. Klein roughly guessed that the Diviner Path Advancement Sequence 1 seemed to involve establishing a small puppet city. He also wrote this down in the document. The son Derek confirmed, yes, there are too many monsters for him to use. The room fell silent for a moment. Leonard, nicknamed Star, thought for a moment and said, could we rely on the law of aggregation based on extraordinary characteristics? He looked at the world and said, that mythical creature seems to be on the same path as you. Klein thought for a moment and manipulated the world to say, simply relying on this level of extraordinary characteristics to gather power, trying to find that mythical creature through chance encounters might take a year, 2 years, or even longer. Moreover, the other party is a complete mythical creature, capable of interfering with this to some extent. Seeing that everyone had been discussing for a while without getting to the point, Odis said, could we use the name of this mythical creature to establish a connection? The world shook its head. Given its suspicious nature, it certainly won't react. As soon as he finished speaking, Klein suddenly had an inspiration. The Dark Wolf's lack of response did not mean it would not pay attention to the corresponding lights. After some consideration, Klein realized that the initiative was entirely in the hands of the Dark Wolf, and if the other party wasn't interested in him, this method wouldn't be effective. Just then, Odis smiled and said, I think Mr. Star's method is not impossible. You and Dark Wolf are too weak in the law of aggregation of extraordinary characteristics, but Mr. Fool should be able to find the other party by using the method of aggregation when the time is right. Moreover, Mr. Fool is of a higher rank than Dark Wolf and can interfere with the other party's interference. Klein, sitting at the head of the table, suppressed the urge to twitch his lips. You might not believe it, but Mr. Fool isn't even in your rank. However, he maintained his smile, earnestly playing the role of the enigmatic fool. Then he thought, the level of the fool may not be high enough, but the level of this grey mist is sufficient. After praying in the Forsaken Land, he can immediately come to the above the grey mist, and perhaps find the mystical connection with the Dark Wolf. With that in mind, Klein manipulated the world and said to Odis, I will seriously consider it. Then he added, if I'm confident I can find the Dark Wolf, could I ask you to hunt it for me? He had originally planned to ask Miss Messenger for help, but Klein just thought about it again and realized that Odis was a normal, or rather, a real angel, so the chances of success would be greater. Odis nodded, no problem. Klein said, the problem now is, how do we get you to the Forsaken Land? He had previously thought that it would be relatively easy to bring the messenger girl to the Forsaken Land. All he needed to do was have her possess a coin, then put the coin into a cigarette case, use the spiritual wall to block her, then offer the cigarette case as a sacrifice to the above the grey mist, and then bestow it upon the Forsaken Land. That would be all. But how could Odis get to the Forsaken Land? Odis pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, I'll try to solve this problem first. If I can't, then I'll ask Mr. Fool for help. Upon hearing this, Klein immediately realized that Odis had also considered using him as a sacrifice to travel to the Forsaken Land. So he nodded and said, okay. After this matter was discussed, the tarot session fell silent for a while. Then everyone started discussing the current war, and they first looked at Mr. the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man, Alger smiled and said, I am currently returning to the Raging Sea. The battle in the Sunia Sea has come to an end. In fact, he used the magical items provided by the Hermit to successfully establish contact with the remnant soul of the Queen of Calamity, and obtain the opportunity to advance to Sequence 4. So war is not so important to him. What's most important to him right now is to promote everyone to demigod status as soon as possible. Isn't the battlefield at sea very stressful? Asked Audrey, the justice of the battlefield. With the help of the Church of Storms, the Roseate Islands have always been firmly in the hands of the Kingdom of Rune, Alger said. My crew has been fighting continuously for a long time, so we are preparing to return to the Raging Sea to rest. He planned to occasionally deviate from safe routes under the pretext of avoiding the Fussac Navy. To everyone else, this was a perfectly normal procedure. However, when sailing off the safe route, you will pass through the location given by the Queen of Calamity. You will obtain the trait from there and then disguise it as a serendipitous encounter. With the help of Mr. Fool, you will complete the promotion process. And what Alger said was indeed true. The Church of Storms did make a huge contribution to naval warfare, allowing Rune to face the navies of Fussac and Intis alone. The situation is still manageable. No important strategic locations have been lost, allowing Rune to continuously transport large amounts of resources from the southern continent back to Backlund, constantly supplying the war effort in the northern continent. After Alger finished describing the situation at sea, Justice Audrey began to talk about the battle situation around Backlund. It is said that the Fuzak army in the north will reach the outskirts of Backlund in another week or two, Audrey said. Because of the Barkas Mountains, the Western Front can hold out for a while longer. But this is not good news. Then Audrey looked at the Hermit. I wonder when the reinforcements from Remnantburg will arrive. Before the Fursak army reaches Backlund, Odis said, the Lenberg army should be able to help Rune hold off the Fursak army for a while, but don't expect the Lenberg army to turn the tide. We're just there to help Rune hold out until the War of the Gods begins. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's great, that way Backlund won't be destroyed by the war. She paused for a moment and then said, recently, prices in Backlund have skyrocketed, and even middle-class families are finding it difficult to afford food. Now the poor basically rely on various forms of relief to survive. People starve to death every day, and people go bankrupt every day. Apart from military-industrial enterprises, there are basically no jobs left. The main problem is that even if products are produced, there are no orders and no one buys them. Commerce and industry have almost come to a standstill. The other members fell silent, unsure how to comment. After a few seconds, Audrey suddenly asked Odis, the Hermit, do you have any way to end this war? Odis paused for a moment before shaking his head and saying, perhaps unifying the northern continent could reduce the frequency of wars. He shrugged and said, when some problems are difficult to resolve through negotiation, war is the only option left. Many problems cannot be solved through negotiation, such as issues of adjacent pathways and the cycle of economic boom and bust. The other members were taken aback. Apart from Klein, none of them quite understood the so-called economic cycle issue. Like Odis, Klein had long anticipated the impact of economic cycles on the world, and the social costs of overcapacity and economic cycles were borne by ordinary people. Even so, the ruler's rule remained secure because of the existence of extraordinary individuals. Star Leonard then spoke up, the battle situation in Winter County can still be maintained, but the main reason is that the focus of Fursak's attack and the focus of the Kingdom of Rune's defense are no longer in this direction. Currently, the defenses of Rune and Winter County have not fallen, but the armies of both countries have basically withdrawn, and it has become a battlefield for the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of the God of War. Although this defensive line was not breached, it had little impact on the overall situation. It could only be considered the last stand of the Church of the Night. Then Emlyn the Moon added, I recently discovered that a large number of wild extraordinary beings have disappeared in Backlund. He wasn't murdered, but rather he accepted the recruitment of some extraordinary forces in order to escape the war. At this point, he couldn't help but glance at the Hermit, and then sighed, this war has already begun to affect the survival of the extraordinary. When the members of Backlund heard that someone was recruiting Beyonders, they all looked at the Hermit, as they had all heard that Remberg was currently recruiting wild Beyonders on a large scale in Backlund. Currently, most of Rupert's official extraordinary ones have been transferred to the front lines, and those who remain are no longer in the mood to deal with such matters. Therefore, Rupert can now openly recruit people. When Odis saw the members looking at him, he smiled and said, Lombard does indeed need a group of extraordinary individuals to fill the gap in the official extraordinary individuals, so I also sent people to recruit in Backlund. To be precise, most of the wild extraordinary individuals were recruited by Lenberg. Indeed, many extraordinary organizations were recruiting, but none of the conditions offered by other extraordinary organizations were as generous as those offered by Lenberg. The biggest advantage of being in Remnantburg is that, after passing the test, one can be given an official position as an extraordinary individual. Even if one fails the test, one will receive about £3 in overtime pay or be assigned to serve in the Remnantburg military. On one hand, there's a government job with a stable income, on the other hand, there's the need to hide and evade official scrutiny. This isn't an overly difficult choice. So now, Rupert can recruit a dozen or 20 extraordinary individuals every day, with the most being those from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, and occasionally a Sequence 6 individual will appear. Odis didn't expect them to be loyal, they only needed to be loyal to money. If they have stable jobs, receive timely wages, and still betray Remnantburg, Odis wouldn't mind turning them into extraordinary traits so they could continue to serve Remnantburg. Hearing the Hermit say this, the other members felt that Lenberg was a good home for a wild extraordinary being. Currently, Rune is also recruiting a large number of extraordinary individuals, and promises that those who join will be officially recognized extraordinary individuals. However, after a little training, they will be sent to the front lines, and they are used as cannon fodder. Lundberg is different. From the invasion of the Kingdom of Fenaport last year to the Narok War that just ended 2 months ago, they have always been the victors. The official extraordinary individuals have not suffered any major losses. At least 90% of these wild extraordinary individuals can survive after arriving in Lundberg, and they are doing quite well. Odis then asked Emlyn, do vampires have their own unique symbols? Like the symbols of ancient giants or ancient elves? Yes. Emlyn raised his chin and smiled. I have read the relevant records. During the 4th epoch, vampires were still using their own extraordinary symbols. However, After the Blood Moon Queen became the Night Emperor's queen, the vampires began to communicate with humans in a systematic way. They found that the giants' language and the ancient giant script were more useful than their own symbols, and even the ancient Hermes language was a very convenient occult language. So, during that period, the vampires gradually began to use the giants' language. Another reason is that the mystical script of the vampires is too bloody, or rather, the rituals performed using the mystical script of the vampires are too bloody. No matter what kind of ritual it is, it requires a large number of lives or blood to be used in conjunction with those scripts to complete. This increases the cost of the ceremony and also adds many restrictions to it. In folklore, the idea that vampires are evil creatures is not unfounded. During the Quaternary period, vampires were more cruel and bloodthirsty than most clandestine organizations. Later, after they started using giants' language and ancient giants' script, they gradually became less bloody. However, Emlyn was not very clear about these less-than-glorious histories. He only knew that vampires once had their own occult language and script. Odis then asked, I wish to trade with vampires for their unique symbols and language. What kind of payment should I offer? The last obstacle to Odysseus's ascension to Sequence 1 is the lack of sufficient knowledge of occult texts, and currently, only one is missing. He had discussed this matter with the Celestial Master, but the Celestial Master said that the mystical symbols of the vampires were incomplete symbols, and at the time, he had not done any relevant research on them, nor had he even included them in the knowledge wilderness. That's why Odis thought of making a deal with the vampires. He wasn't as picky as the Celestial Master, nor did he care about whether something was incomplete or not. As long as he mastered the language, he had gathered all the necessary supporting materials for his promotion. Emlyn thought for a moment before saying, there is a vampire viscount who has done a lot of research on this. I need to ask her what she needs. Odis nodded, no problem. Moon, Emlyn added, if you can facilitate this deal, you don't need to pay me. Consider it my way of thanking you for helping me complete the hunt. The deal was quickly reached, and silence fell over the hall once more. After a few seconds, son Derek said, Silver City is ready to explore the Giant King's palace. The main explorers who had been confirmed were the chief and me, but a few days ago, Elder Lovia suddenly completed her promotion and she will also be joining the exploration team. How can I guard against her? Alger, the hanged man, began by saying, clearly, your chief wants to use your special relationship with Lovia to help with this exploration. He paused for a moment, then continued, instead of thinking about how to guard against this elder of the secret prayer path, why not consider what the fallen creator truly aims for? Everyone was taken aback. This line of thinking seemed even more difficult now. After seeing everyone's reaction, Alger smiled and said, in my opinion, there aren't many things that can be pursued by the gods. Little Son suddenly understood, in the Giant King's palace, there's a fallen creator, who has become something above the level of gods. Alger replied, it might just be a clue, or something related. If it were truly something that important, the fallen creator would have obtained it long ago through far more drastic means. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the fallen creator is unable to confront that thing directly and needs Lovia's help to trigger it. The other members nodded slowly, feeling that Mr. Hanged Man's guess was quite reasonable. Odis, in particular, because Alger's guess was very close to the correct answer. In Odis's mind, the purpose of the true creator in this event was the first, profane tablet, while the purpose of the God of knowledge and wisdom was to determine the state of the dark angels. But now that the God of knowledge has become an uncertain factor, Odis is also unsure what the God of knowledge's purpose is. Thinking of this, Odis said to Little Son, I have received some information that is difficult to verify. I need to go to the Giant King's palace to confirm it. You can let me know when you are exploring, and I will provide any assistance you may need. Derek paused for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, okay. With the help of Mr. Hermit and Mr. World, he felt that this exploration would surely lead to a successful connection with the outside world. Chapter 455, Chapter 454 Reinforcements for the Battle of Backlund. After the tarot session ended, Odis stretched and got up from her armchair. He returned to his desk and considered his recent plans. First, we must fulfill our promise to support the Kingdom of Rune, and second, we must exact a severe revenge on the Rose School. Odis actually wanted to take revenge on the Moss Ascetic Order, but whether he could find the headquarters of the Moss Ascetic Order was still unknown. After Rosalind and others revolted from the Moor's penitentiary, Odis obtained a lot of internal information about the Moor's penitentiary, including the location of the penitentiary headquarters. However, Rosalind and the other two demigods have certainly lost their access to headquarters, so attacking their headquarters now would be unlikely to yield much. Fortunately, Odis obtained crucial information. The current headquarters of the Moss Ascetic is called Utopia, which was built by the deceased leader, Toriopo, using his ability of mysterious reappearance. Now that Toriopo is dead, the Utopia must have been greatly affected. I wonder if the remaining angel of the Moor's penitentiary can continue to support the Utopia. Or will he be able to build a new Utopia? In any case, the headquarters of the Moor's penitentiary is no longer as well hidden as before. So now Odis has two plans running at the same time. The first is to send Rosalind and the other rebels back to the southern continent to continue developing the areas they have established their rule over. To put it bluntly, they were used as bait to see if they could attract the angels or saints of the Moor's penitentiary to take revenge. Odis explained his plan to them and assured them that they would not be harmed. Rosalind and the others were very supportive and offered to act as bait. The second plan was to send a fleet to the Misty Sea to search for the location of the headquarters of the Moor's penitentiary. However, neither of these plans has much hope, because the members of the Moor's penitentiary are generally quite rational. After their leader was killed, they will likely choose to lie low for a while and will probably not attack Rosalind and the others. The second plan, however, can only be based on the gamble that the current ideal world is not as secretive as it used to be. Both plans require waiting, so until there is definite news, we should first retaliate against the Rose School. After briefly considering his future plans, Odis went to inspect the Red Angel, evil spirit, preparing to aid the 3 legions of the Kingdom of Rune. The reinforcements included a mixed regiment with aircraft and tanks, and 2 extraordinary puppet regiments. The above is the conventional force, and there is also an extraordinary legion that includes 4 demigods. This force is indeed large enough to hold off Fussak's army for a while. When discussing strategies for fighting the Fussak army, the Red Angel, evil spirit suggested striking them hard at the beginning, when they were not fully prepared. After that, guerrilla warfare was the main strategy to minimize losses. Odis fully agreed and declared that the entire aid operation would be entrusted to the evil spirit Red Angel. There are 2 other battles that the Red Angels, evil spirits need to fight quickly. One is the attack on the Republic of Intis, and the other is the naval battle at Midway for strategic purposes. The Red Angel thought maliciously, "Don't you think my workload is too heavy?" "Really?" Odis laughed. "Once this world war is over, you'll be able to take a break." The evil spirit Red Angel held little hope for this. "You don't plan to expand your colonies in the southern continent. Are you really only going to stop at unifying the central and southern countries?" Odis continued with a smile, "I'll give you time to rest." Backlund, Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Aguzid Nigan took a drag of his cigarette and said to the nobles and high-ranking officials around him, "Gentlemen, the foreign minister has confirmed with Ambassador Remberg that Remberg is going to send reinforcements. Moreover, President Remberg has also indicated that he will send enough troops to attack the Intis homeland, forcing the Intis army to return to the aid of the enemy." He was not happy about this, but the other party's condition was that they wanted the 9 islands in the western part of the Rothschild Islands. Neither the Lenberg government nor the Kingdom of Rune publicly acknowledged this fact. Defense Minister Emilia said with a serious expression, "Those 9 islands are not on the main shipping lanes, and there are no large naval bases on them." His opinion was, "Give them over quickly. Those 9 worthless islands can be exchanged for the support of 3 legions and dozens of extraordinary individuals. It's a very worthwhile deal." Earl Hall, with a cigarette between his fingers, smiled and said, "I think the Prime Minister's concern is not whether or not to give it, but rather how to give it." Agushid didn't say anything, but just took another puff of his cigarette. The others understood that Earl Hall had guessed correctly. Judging from the current battle situation, the Kingdom of Rune indeed has no chance of winning. However, after the Fusak Empire and the Republic of Intis meet in Backlund, the negotiation process should be able to begin. After all, by then, neither Fusak nor Intis would want Rune to perish, they would prefer Rune to retain some strength to restrain the other side. Therefore, this world war will inevitably eventually enter the negotiation stage. But after the negotiations ended, the people of Rune, who were already suffering more than before due to the reparations and territorial losses, heard that 9 islands of the Roside Islands had been ceded to Lenberg. So, no matter what Aguzid's purpose was, he would become a sinner in history. The general logic here is, it's normal to pay reparations and cede territory after a defeat, but it's shameful to secretly cede territory to allies. Or rather, the public desperately needs a place to vent their emotions, and Agushid will easily become that outlet. The people in the office fell silent, because they didn't have any better solutions, and more importantly, they didn't dare to express their opinions. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound on the door. Aguzid said, "Please come in." The waiter opened the door and said, "Prime Minister, gentlemen, Ambassador Adonis of Remenberg has arrived and wishes to speak with you, Prime Minister." The Prime Minister quickly stubbed out the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray. "Please invite him in." Soon, led by a waiter, the current ambassador of Remberg, Adonis, walked slowly in, and Aguzid and others went to the door to greet him. For a moment, Adonis was somewhat dazed. Last year, he had spoken a few words of justice for Odis, who was then the governor of Vought, and was imprisoned by the late king of Lenberg. After Odis arrived in Azhara, he rescued him and hired him as a staff officer, and together they went to Backlund to take up their posts. Later, Odis recommended him as the deputy envoy to Lundberg in the Kingdom of Rune. At that time, let alone a deputy envoy, even an ambassador had a hard time meeting the prime minister of the Kingdom of Rune. When Odis returned home, everything had changed. Remnantburg had gone through several wars, and its international status had risen from one of the southern and central states to the third largest in the world. Adonis, as the ambassador of Lenberg, was even able to enjoy the treatment of being greeted by the prime minister of the Kingdom of Rune. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Adonis smiled as he exchanged pleasantries with Agushid and the others. After a brief chat inside the office, Adonis said, "I bring a message from President Gar, those 9 islands." It wasn't a direct cession of Run, but rather a 99-year lease for Remmenburg. Upon hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, especially Agushid, who sincerely said, "Please thank President Gar for me." Trier, Ministry of Defense Conference Room. Today, President Josam visited the Ministry of Defense and met with members of the Run and Lenberg strategic groups. The latter is a staff group that was just formed at the end of last year. President Josam, who was in his 50s and well-maintained, said after listening to his advisors' opinions, in other words, even if Lundberg supports Rune, it won't have a significant impact on the war situation. "Yes," said a member of the strategy team. "Unless Lenberg moves all its legions to Backlund, we will be fighting a tough battle there." Another member of the strategy team said, "According to our intelligence, a special puppet regiment in Remmenburg is gathering at the northern border, seemingly to deal with the 10 divisions we have left there. It seems they intend to deal with both us and the Fusaks at the same time. This is outrageous." The member who had spoken earlier sneered, "President Lenberg must be an arrogant and conceited madman." The president gently shook his head and said, "Many people have said he was crazy before, and his decisions do seem crazy, but he has achieved all his strategic objectives without exception." Josam paused for a moment and then said, "I don't want such rhetoric from Intis's top strategic department." All members replied in unison, "Yes." Immediately afterwards, another member of the strategy team said, "Although we do not know what President Lenberg's purpose is, one undeniable fact is that he has made a huge mistake. If he stabilizes the southern and central countries and then immediately launches a full-scale attack on our territory in the central plateau, we will certainly have to redeploy some of our forces to reinforce it in order to avoid cutting off our supply lines. This will greatly reduce the pressure on Backlund." Josam stroked his chin and said, "But Lundberg did not do that, it only mobilized a portion of its forces to fight on the northern border." Josam was not too worried about this, because with the support of the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the God of Steam and Machines, they possessed extraordinary power far exceeding that of Remberg. The Steam Church, in particular, was very interested in the war with Remnantburg. 5 days later, in the early morning, Backlund. Before dawn, Benson walked to work through the thin fog. He was an accountant at a military factory and still had a job with a regular salary. He is already quite content with this. In the past few months, his neighbors have gone bankrupt one after another, and only his family can barely make ends meet. To be precise, his salary was just enough to buy enough food to keep his family from starving. That's right, they won't starve. Benson hasn't had a proper meal in a long time, and if food becomes even more expensive, he doesn't know if he'll have enough energy to work. Just then, he smelled an unpleasant odor. He's been smelling this smell a lot lately. It's the smell of a dead person starting to rot. Benson looked ahead and, sure enough, saw 2 bodies on the side of the street. The people cleaning up the bodies had obviously not yet noticed them. He sighed, he was used to it. Although it is summer now, many people have died in Backlund this year. They were all homeless people, and without exception, they all starved to death. As Benson passed the 2 bodies, he suddenly stopped because he recognized them. They were his former neighbors, Mr. Moak, the head of the household, who was the manager of a small trading company. However, 2 months ago, Moak lost his job, and his family quickly went bankrupt, forcing them to leave their 3-bedroom apartment and rent a place in a cheaper neighborhood. Mr. Moak and his son are now lying on the ground, but Moak's wife and daughter are nowhere to be found. Benson sighed. There were no young and beautiful women among the homeless in Backlund, or rather, they would disappear after only a short time on the streets. The police obviously didn't have time to deal with this kind of thing. Benson didn't continue thinking about it because it was a very cruel problem. He looked at his neighbors, who were emaciated and looked like corpses, and wanted to tidy up their remains, but at that moment the bells from the nearby clock tower rang. Benson hesitated for 2 seconds, but continued to hurry to the factory where he worked. He didn't want to have his salary docked because he was late, leaving his whole family hungry. As soon as he arrived at the factory gate, Benson heard whistles coming from the military camp next door, so he quickly hid by the roadside. The sound of such a whistle usually indicates that a unit has completed its assembly here and is about to head to the front lines in the north or west. The original purpose of this military camp was to protect several arsenals in the surrounding area, but because of its excellent location, it later became a gathering place for soldiers. Whether the elite colonial troops were brought from the Rothschild Islands or the southern continent, they would all gather in one of these barracks. Then they rushed to the front lines. But something seemed a little off today. The gates of the military camp opened, and out came a colossal creature that Benson had never seen before. It has a huge steel body, a circular turret, and floats about 1 meter in midair, slowly moving outwards. This is a tank. Remmenberg's tanks. As someone who worked in a military factory, Benson had seen the design drawings of the Remmenberg tank. How did their tanks end up in Backlund? Benson then recalled that the newspapers had been reporting for the past few days that Lemberg was going to send reinforcements to Lone. Everyone speculated that Remmenberg would likely only send a token number of reinforcements, fulfilling his obligations as an ally. But to my surprise, they actually sent tanks. And it wasn't just one. After quickly clocking in, Benson joined his colleagues at the entrance to count the number of tanks: 1, 2, 3, 20. 21, 50, 90, 100. There were 100 tanks. Next came troop carriers, which were even larger than tanks, numbering over 300. Remberg has sent so many reinforcements. Then everyone heard a buzzing sound, and to everyone's surprise, planes rose up from the camp. Such advanced weapons have been provided as support. Immediately, colleagues at the arsenal were abuzz with discussion. Workers in the production and design departments marveled at the technology and manufacturing processes of the Remberg weapons, whose design concepts were completely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Benson then talked to several colleagues about the living conditions in Remberg. One of the colleagues said, "I heard that the Remberg arsenal provides food and lodging for the workers." "I've heard about it too," another colleague said. "It's hard to imagine that such a company still exists. With prices so high these past few months, food alone must be a huge expense." "No." At this moment, another colleague said, "I heard that prices in Rembrandt have hardly increased in the past year." Benson said, "Then their workers must be very wealthy. By not spending money on food and rent, you can save a lot of money." On a clock tower in northern Backlund, Defense Minister Emilius, along with several senior officials from the Ministry of Defense, watched as Remmenberg's orderly steel column marched out of the city from the northern road. Only after the last troop carrier left the city did Emilius say, it was right to let the Lemberg army enter the city at dawn. Such a disciplined military formation and such formidable weapons would surely disappoint too many civilians if they saw them. Thinking of this, Emilius sighed, suddenly feeling as if the tide of the times was rolling in. The position is located approximately 90 kilometers north of Backlund. The 216th Regiment of the Fussack Army was resting in the trenches, having paid a heavy price in the past day and night. They finally captured the position. The soldiers are now catching up on sleep in the trenches, leaving only a few soldiers on guard duty. Regimental Commander Nikolai was also resting in the command post on the front line when a messenger ran into the command post, whose door had been blown off. "Regimental Commander, the division commander has given us a new order." The 216th Regiment was an elite unit of the Fussack Army and had its own wireless transceivers. Nikolai immediately stood up, took the telegram, and read only one word: retreat. The burly regimental commander, who was about 1.9 meters tall, frowned. The southern part of this position became flat, making it suitable for large-scale troop operations. Now, the Fussack Army has a numerical advantage, and it can be said that once they capture this position, they can annihilate it within a few days. Push the battle lines to Backlund. However, he only hesitated for a moment before immediately ordering the messenger to sound the horn and retreat. Just as the team had assembled and was about to retreat, Nikolai's spirit seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Two strange-looking large birds were circling in the air. Nikolai had a bad feeling and urged his soldiers to retreat quickly. Just then, a procession, predominantly black, appeared on the southern plains. The procession seemed to consist of strange vehicles. Suddenly, the two cars at the front each fired a white light-emitting wave cannon. Nikolai immediately thought of the information about the Lingbo cannon. Remberg's reinforcements had arrived. In an instant, a dawn-like light suddenly appeared around Guardian Nikolai. He knelt on one knee and planted the giant sword made of dawn light into the ground. The dense dawn light formed a solid barrier. Boom. The violent explosion made Nikolai feel that the Fortress of Dawn had instantly exhausted all his spirituality. Retreat. Nikolai, who was too exhausted to stop the next attack, ordered. One of his guards quickly picked up the regimental commander and ran uphill. Several soldiers were preparing to go back to check if there were any survivors outside the Dawn wall. Just now, Nikolai was probably in the middle of the formation, and his Dawn barrier probably only saved half a regiment of soldiers. The commander ordered again, retreat. The soldiers were stunned for a moment before quickly surrounding their commander and retreating. As the debris kicked up by the explosion fell and the dust settled, some soldiers looked back and saw that the explosion had completely destroyed the trenches. Just as Commander Nikolai had predicted, there were no survivors at all. Not many soldiers were burned to death or killed by the shockwave, they were mostly blown to pieces. Then the explosion buries most of the remains with the earth and rocks, so there are only some broken bodies and extraordinary properties gathering on the battlefield. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually turned to surprise, and some veterans recalled the camp that had been destroyed by the Lingbo cannon in the sea. Nikolai was fortunate that he had recently been promoted to Sequence 5 Guardian, otherwise the entire group would have been wiped out. He was able to survive because of Dawn armor, but the other extraordinary individuals in the group had almost no chance of survival. It wasn't until they were coming down the hillside that Nikolai seemed to realize, those were Rememberg's tanks. In the previous war in the Sea County, Nikolai had experienced the power of the Spirit Wave Cannon firsthand. When Rune first used the Spirit Wave Cannon, it caused heavy casualties to the Fuzak army. Later, according to the analysis of the Fuzak army, the only way to deal with this kind of cannon was to organize extraordinary beings to launch a surprise attack on Rune's artillery positions. At first, the extraordinary beings of Rune tried their best to protect the artillery positions. The war between the extraordinary beings of both sides was evenly matched, but Rune's artillery positions were never destroyed. However, as the war on the western front of Rune intensified, many of the extraordinary beings of the Kingdom of Rune were transferred to fight on the western front. This gave the Fuzak Imperial Army a certain advantage in terms of extraordinary beings. Rune's artillery positions were destroyed one after another, which led to the breach of Rune's Intersea defense line. Nikolaev's impression of Remberg's weapons at the time was that although the country was small, it produced very powerful weapons. Later he heard about tanks and airplanes, two weapons he had never heard of before. This was the first time I'd ever seen a tank, which made Nikolai realize that the tactics he'd come up with before wouldn't work anymore. Tanks are essentially mobile artillery positions. With such high mobility, how could you launch a surprise attack? Thinking of this, Nikolai suddenly looked up at the sky. That wasn't a big bird at all. It was an airplane. Leave the main road and enter the woods. Nicholas immediately ordered. Just then, everyone heard a sharp sound of something falling from a great height, slicing through the air. Boom. Boom. More than a dozen extraordinary bombs blasted the soldiers to pieces, and the remaining half of the regiment was also killed. Protected by the Dawn armor, Nikolai, who was unharmed, found it hard to accept such a huge loss. Since the start of the war, his regiment had fought many tough battles, but had never suffered such a great loss. The key issue is that the enemy is still very far away. The tanks are at least 20 or 30 kilometers away, and the planes are hundreds of meters high in the air. Nikolai has all the capabilities and weapons available, but he has no way to attack the enemy at this distance. In other words, his regiment had suffered heavy casualties, but he was still completely on the defensive and had no means of retaliating. This feeling is actually very desperate. The remaining soldiers quickly led the wounded who still had a chance of survival into the woods. The planes did not continue bombing, but instead flew further north. After running for more than 10 minutes, everyone was a little tired, and Nikolai ordered the soldiers to rest for a minute behind a hidden rock. At this moment, everyone looked back and saw tanks bearing the Lemberg flag rapidly crossing the position that had buried half a regiment. Their objective was to continue north. Only one troop carrier stopped, and the extraordinary individuals on board disembarked to retrieve the extraordinary properties from the position. The other vehicles did not stop at all. The soldiers breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw that the steel monsters, the tanks, were not chasing them. Nikolai, who was resting on a rock, suddenly stood up. Quickly send a telegram to the division headquarters, tell them that Remberg's tanks are continuing north. Their target is unknown, be careful of them attacking from the rear. However, no soldier obeyed the order. The surviving soldiers looked around and found that the communications soldier had died in the bombing and the radio transceiver had been destroyed. Inside the command vehicle of the Remberg phalanx, Bevan, the liaison officer for the Rune military, glanced at the Lundberg army commander sitting opposite him, who had facial features of the southern continent and what appeared to be a red flag mark on his forehead. The commander was quietly gazing at the scenery outside, as peacefully as if he were on a picnic. The two senior staff officers accompanying the other party sat upright in their seats, as if they dared not utter a single unnecessary word. Bevan cleared his throat and said, "Marshal Medici, are you really not going to cooperate with Rune's troops?" The Red Angel evil spirit glanced at Bevan, who was in his 50s and balding. Cooperate on what? Even if you break the legs of the Lundberg soldiers, they can still run faster than the Rune soldiers. Do you think the Rune soldiers can catch up with tanks and troop carriers? Bevan gave an awkward laugh. I just felt that this operation was too risky. Marshal Medici briefly described the battle plan for Remberg, to take advantage of the Remberg army's excellent mobility and attack the enemy's command post. The high command of the Rune military had no objection to this. In their view, even if the Rune army was highly mobile and could attack the enemy's command post, it would still be surrounded by the returning Fuzak army. This would deplete a large number of enemy troops and buy time for the Rune army to rebuild a defensive line in northern Backlund. Therefore, the Rune army naturally supported this battle plan. But Bevan felt that his position as a liaison officer was nothing short of a death sentence. If they could coordinate with the Rune army, they could leave a way out for the attacking troops. The Red Angel evil spirit glanced at Bevan. I won't let some ignorant fools ruin my plans. If you don't want to participate in this operation, then get out of here. Bevan paused for a moment, then looked at the two Remberg staff officers beside him, as if asking with his eyes, "Is your marshal always so irritating?" The two staff officers, who were constantly being scolded, pretended not to see it. Now that someone was finally drawing the fire for them, they were overjoyed and naturally wouldn't give him much of a hint. Bevan could only laugh awkwardly and say, "Of course I have to go. As the liaison, of course I have to go." He couldn't say anything more after that, so he could only play it by ear and run if the situation turned unfavorable. They advanced at roughly this pace for more than half an hour, then encountered another group of Fuzak soldiers. They broke through their defenses in no time and continued towards the enemy's command post. Bevan greatly admired Hullenberg's ability to gather intelligence using aircraft. No matter how far the enemy's command post hid, it could not escape aerial reconnaissance. This is actually because modern people don't have a concept of air defense. Military command posts are usually located far behind the lines because there is a lack of effective penetration capabilities on land. If there are one or two demigods guarding the command post, it is basically absolutely safe. At that time, due to the limitations of radio technology, the signal of the radio transceiver would be weakened if it encountered a high mountain barrier, and often it was necessary to go to the mountaintop to receive or send messages. Signals can only be received and transmitted unimpeded on plains or at sea. Therefore, only division-level units have radios, while only a few elite units and regimental-level units have radio transceivers. In many cases, it is still necessary to send out messengers to convey orders. To make it easier for messengers to find the command post was usually located in a conspicuous place and would be decorated with a flag. There was no concept of counter-surveillance and reconnaissance. But things are different now. Remmenberg has built airplanes, and the battle situation has changed fundamentally. The reconnaissance aircraft quickly located the enemy command post and sent its coordinates to the ground troops. "We expect to reach our target in about an hour and a half, around 3 p.m. At this point, the enemy had not yet realized the intentions of the Remberg army, because they were now relying purely on their mobility to rampage across their own lines in search of an opportunity. But Bevan suddenly understood Marshal Medici's tactics. Although the Fuzak army had heard how powerful Remberg's weapons were, they had never fought against Remberg's army before and were unfamiliar with Remberg's tactics. Therefore, in their view, the actions of the Lemberg army were crazy, and it was difficult to perceive their intentions for a while. This is because the orders received by each combat commander in the Fuzak army were one-sided. They only knew their main direction of attack and the general strategic intentions of the entire army, but did not have a sufficient understanding of the overall situation. The key point is that they assumed the Lemberg army, like them, lacked sufficient understanding of the entire battlefield and would never have imagined that the enemy was actually planning to launch a surprise attack on their command post. When Mikhail Einhorn, the commander-in-chief of the Fuzak army, realized the intentions of the Remberg army, they were already only 40 or 50 kilometers away from his command post. Before he could even give the order to move, guided by the reconnaissance aircraft, the Lingbo cannon shells came crashing down. On land, the Lingbo cannon is rarely used for long-range bombing. Unlike the sea, there are always some trees, hills, and other things to cover the land. However, with reconnaissance aircraft, things are different. They can guide targets at a distance. Chapter 456, Chapter 455. The era of airships has ended. Dozens of kilometers from the Fuzak military command post, the Red Angel demon ordered the tanks to fire. The demigods of the Fuzak Empire who remained at the command post quickly sensed the danger and took action to stop it. Some of the spirit wave cannon shells were flying when they suddenly burst into orange-red flames. These flames, fueled by spiritual energy, quickly burned the spiritual energy contained in the spirit wave cannon shells below the critical point of convergence. The shells then transformed into gusts of spiritual wind and ceased to explode. However, because those flames were fueled by spiritual energy, they rapidly expanded as the shells dispersed, forming clusters of dazzling flames in midair. Because of the suddenness of the incident, 2 shells still landed. Rumble, rumble. The massive explosion destroyed many houses around the command post and uprooted large trees, causing numerous casualties. The command post was set up in the manner of a nobleman of the lone people. There were no farmers around, so there were no casualties among ordinary people. Before Mikhail Einhorn could give any orders, the 4 demigods of Remberg arrived. Only 2 saints remained at the command post today. While fighting the enemy, Mikhail chanted the angel's name, pleading for help from the weather wizard. Suddenly, a devastating hurricane formed around the manor, and Snarna Einhorn, clad in iron-black armor and with long, deep red hair, appeared on the battlefield. The situation changed immediately. The 4 demigods on Remberg's side were no match for an angel. Snarna summoned a massive flaming spear and a flaming meteor, preparing to attack the Lemberg demigods, when suddenly he felt a strange sense of oppression. A figure with facial features from the southern continent drifted over from afar. The red flag mark on his forehead was very conspicuous. When Snarna saw the flag-shaped mark, he suddenly seemed to be restricted in some way, and the flaming spear and flaming meteor he summoned became much dimmer. A gash appeared on the left cheek of the evil spirit Red Angel, and a hoarse voice said, "Today is not your day of death. Get out of here. Once the angels of Lenberg arrive, you won't be able to escape." The voice belonged to Einhorn, and it temporarily became the dominant consciousness, which allowed the Red Angel, evil spirit to suppress Snar both in terms of bloodline and symbolism. If a real fight breaks out, the Red Angel, evil spirit can use the remaining portion of its authority to suppress Snar and weaken its abilities, but it can only suppress it, it cannot kill it or even harm it. Snar seemed to realize something. You are Einhorn. He laughed. "I can let you go today, but the next time we meet, your characteristics will be mine." Although this is a descendant of the angel, Einhorn will not feel any psychological burden by using the characteristics within the other party to restore him to the level of an angel. The three consciousnesses of the Red Angel, evil spirit are very clear. At this level, improving strength is the most important thing. Therefore, even Einhorn did not express any objection to hunting down the angels of the Einhorn family for the purpose of advancement. Although they still have a concept of family honor and continuation, and killing one or two angels doesn't matter to them, they will definitely protect their family in the future. In their view, this is making the best use of resources. After all, the characteristics of angels are a complete waste in these unprogressive juniors. Snarna had met his family's ancestor Einhorn in the Fourth Age, so he recognized him immediately. After a slight hesitation, all the flames around him went out, and he said to the other two demigods, "Leave this place." Mikhail, the commander-in-chief of the Fussak army, also felt a certain suppression, so without hesitation, he took a few capable subordinates and left the place while the demigods of Remberg temporarily retreated under the orders of their commander. After they retreated, Snarna glanced at the Red Angel, evil spirit one last time, and then a mist suddenly rose around them, and he left from there as well. The Red Angel, evil spirit glanced at the command center on the ground and ordered, "There aren't many Beyonders left on the ground. Ignore them." This surprised the demigods, because according to Marshal Medici's usual style, these enemy troops would definitely take a few more hits without the protection of the demigods. However, no one took it too seriously, they simply followed the Marshal's orders. The Red Angel demon then gave the order to the entire army, "Next target." Remmenberg's command system has been upgraded once again. At this moment, at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, a large aircraft is processing and transmitting orders between Marshal Medici and the various corps. Within the corps, orders were primarily transmitted and processed via that large aircraft. Between squads or tank platoons, orders were issued by the captain. These two command-level computing powers are different. The captain's computing power is basically a 12-sided, intelligent Rubik's Cube. This level of intelligent computing power is basically capable of thinking about strategic-level problems. The computing power of large aircraft in the sky is an array of 18 intelligent cubes, which is equivalent to an array processor. As long as the Red Angel, evil spirits explain their strategic objectives to the command system in advance, they can generate combat plans on their own. The key is that the coordination between the various armies can be completely accomplished by this intelligent command system. For example, a reconnaissance aircraft can detect and guide the target, and the tank formation behind it can attack the target. No one's orders are needed, the command system can do it all by itself. The Red Angel, evil spirit can join the command at any time, modifying the battle plan or issuing temporary battle orders. Moreover, there wasn't just one such command center aircraft, there were several backup aircraft nearby. Even if the aircraft are destroyed by the enemy, the ground command system can still be activated. In comparison, Remmenberg's command system was far more advanced than that of the VFSAC army. Soon, the highly mobile Remberg regiment moved eastward rapidly towards its next target, the Versald Air Base. Because they needed to operate across the Intersea area, the Fussak army had a large number of airships, almost equal to the total number of airships of all other countries combined. It was with these airships that the Fussak army attacked Backlund and launched the war. In the previous war, the airships also caused Rune a lot of trouble. Another goal of the Red Angel, evil spirit, is to end the myth of the Fussak Air Force. In fact, an hour earlier, a large number of airships of the Fussak army had received orders to carry a large number of bombs to bomb the Remberg army. The commanders of Fussak felt they had found the weakness of the Remberg army. They were highly mobile and had powerful weapons, but they had no anti-aircraft system, not even an anti-aircraft machine gun. Just as Marshal Mikhail of the Sak army realized that Remberg was preparing to attack the command post, 200 airships loaded with bombs were already flying toward Remberg's army. The Red Angel, evil spirit, returned to its command vehicle. Bevan, the military liaison for Ruin, immediately asked, "How did it go? Did it succeed?" The Red Angel, evil spirit, simply said, "For the next half hour, the command system of the Fussak army was basically paralyzed. The main commanders of the Fussak army have all withdrawn, but at their pace, it will take at least half an hour to set up a temporary command post." Then the Red Angel demon said to the Intelligent Command Terminal on the command vehicle, "Play the real-time monitoring footage of the first batch of enemy airships." The so-called Intelligent Command Terminal is a black cylindrical metal object, which Marshal Medici used to communicate with the aerial command center, equipment used for communication between aircraft. Bevan found it all very novel. He thought it was Remberg's advanced communication system, and that a staff officer was talking to Marshal Medici on the other side. He had no idea that the other side was actually extraordinary intelligence. Or rather, the concept of extraordinary intelligence has exceeded his imagination. After receiving the command from the evil spirit Red Angel, the intelligent command terminal closed the car windows and activated the real-time video transmission system. The system is not yet mature and can only transmit images within a 200-kilometer radius, so it can only be used by the military at present and cannot be widely adopted. After the windows of the command vehicle were closed, the light inside the vehicle dimmed, and a scene was quickly projected onto the rear of the vehicle, a group of enemy airships attacking in formation, each with tail fins and side wings, and long oval-shaped gas bags rapidly sweeping across the ground. The airship's pods were hidden in its belly, where 2 machine guns and a bomb bay were mounted. For the Rune soldiers, this was a terrifying air force, as the bomb bay could carry several tons of bombs and bombard the positions, causing huge casualties among the Rune soldiers. The key issue is that the only air defense weapon currently available is the anti-aircraft machine gun. If the airship flies at an altitude of more than 100 meters, this machine gun will have little accuracy. Therefore, airships are the most troublesome thing for the Rune soldiers. Upon seeing the images of these airships, Bevan instinctively swallowed hard. Just as he was about to ask, "How should we deal with these enemies?" Marshal Medici said, "Proceed according to the plan." The Intelligent Command Terminal replied, "Yes." "A planned schedule?" Bevan asked. "What planned schedule?" The Red Angel demon glanced at him. "Do I need to explain myself to you?" Bevan smiled awkwardly. No, I was just curious." He was a little helpless after saying that. He felt that Marshal Medici was deliberately provoking him, but he couldn't get angry. After all, the other party was reinforcements and was of a higher rank than him. Bevan soon learned what the prearranged plan was, because dozens of small planes appeared on the screen, and compared to them, the airships were as slow as turtles. Moreover, these small planes were very agile. Before they even entered the airship's firing range, they suddenly pulled up, rising dozens of meters above the enemy. This left the airships dumbfounded, as the machine guns on their pods were completely ineffective against these planes. However, the aircraft's machine guns could easily attack the Fussak's airships by diving. But instead of doing that, they dropped 2 bombs as they flew over the enemy airships. Bevan witnessed a scene he would never forget. A powerful, extraordinary bomb exploded on the airship's gas bag, instantly shattering it into pieces. Like balloons that have been popped. As the airship's pod plummeted from the sky, Bevan seemed to hear desperate screams from the enemy inside. Some pods were completely blown to pieces by the bombs, and the people inside were basically killed before they could even let out a desperate cry. This was a complete air combat show. Although the airships were rapidly climbing, they were still powerless to fight back because their ascent speed was as slow as a snail. The aircraft were used for the simplest bombing, and each airship dropped only 2 bombs because the small aircraft did not have a large bomb load, so there could be no waste. Despite such a simple tactic, the airship formation was completely unable to resist, and airships fell one after another, engulfed in intense flames. At this moment, the demigod Fussak, who was in the airship, seemed to suddenly realize something and summoned a large number of fireballs, which flew towards the dozens of planes. If you look closely, you'll find that these planes are at very tricky altitudes, and their distances are beyond the range of Sequence 5's capabilities, meaning they can only be attacked by the opponent's demigods. But in the next instant, the demigod Lenberg also appeared in midair, blocking the fireballs. The unilateral attack by the aircraft continued, and in just 7 or 8 minutes, not a single one of the 200 airships of the Fussak Empire escaped. They were all destroyed. Apart from one demigod and several Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 beings who escaped using their abilities, there were almost no survivors. The plane then returned to its temporary airfield north of Backlund to reload and prepare for the next attack. At this time, it was not that the Remnantberg army had no air support, because another batch of planes was already on its way. As the ground forces advanced and collected the spoils from the airship pods, Remberg's second air strike began. Their objective this time was to bomb the enemy's air base, and about half an hour later, the second round of bombing proceeded as planned. Airships at Versak Air Force Base took off urgently, but were still within the combat radius of small aircraft, which caught up with them and shot them down one by one. The airships, which hadn't even had a chance to take off, were then bombed by the arriving land forces, and after a battle with the demigods, everything was destroyed. It was already evening, and according to observations from reconnaissance aircraft, the elite troops of the various divisions of the Fussak army and a large number of extraordinary individuals began to assemble. Clearly, the Fussak Imperial Army had finally established a temporary command and devised a tactic to deal with the Remberg army, to launch a surprise attack on Remberg's steel torrent with a small number of elite troops and a force composed entirely of extraordinary individuals. The Fussak army reacted relatively quickly, it took Fenerbahce several defeats to come up with such tactics. Taking advantage of the gap in the enemy's assembly, the Rune army launched artillery bombardment on the extraordinary squads and elite troops that had just arrived at the assembly point nearby, and also launched artillery bombardment on the camps and positions of several divisions. These shelling attacks were carried out from a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers, guided by reconnaissance aircraft, making them difficult to defend against and causing enormous damage. Just as the enemy's elite forces were about to assemble, the Remberg army, under the command of the Red Angel, Evil Spirit, suddenly turned around, as if to retreat. The newly assembled extraordinary troops immediately rushed south to intercept the Remberg army, as the several divisions currently located in the south were no match for the Remberg army. However, they didn't receive intelligence until after 10 p.m. that the Lemberg army had not retreated south, but west, and had even wiped out 2 more regiments during the retreat. So these extraordinary beings hurried after them and, at midnight, finally determined the retreat direction of the Remberg army. They actually planned to head west, bypass the battlefields of Fursak and Rune, and make a big detour back through the western part of Backlund. The extraordinary warriors pursued with even greater fervor, and several divisions from the surrounding area were also dispatched westward to prepare to assist in the upcoming battle. Because further west lies the Hoy River, and now all the boats on the Hoy River have been requisitioned by the Fuzak army to transport supplies from the Intersea to the front lines. Even with the support of the Rune army, it would still take more than 10 hours for such a massive formation of tanks and troop carriers to cross the river. If we catch up now, we can definitely achieve considerable results. But when they reached the banks of the Hoy River, they found that the Lemberg army had already crossed the river. They could see from afar that enemy tanks and troop carriers could still float across the river. However, the sudden and immense gravity caused waves to rise on the river surface, and the crossing was not very stable. Several troop carriers almost fell into the river, but it was probably the extraordinary beings who intervened and protected them. By the time they reached the riverbank, the Lemberg army was already far away. Those who caught up were all extraordinary individuals. Given enough time, they could easily cross the river, but they received orders to cease the pursuit. By this time, the Remberg army had already withdrawn from the battlefield. The key point was that even if they caught up, they wouldn't have much of an advantage and it would be difficult to keep the Remberg army there. So it was better not to continue the pursuit. The following morning, the Remberg army, which had been on a day and night raid, returned to Backlund and announced that they would establish a camp in the northwest of Backlund to rest for half a month. In response, the Ministry of Defense of Run stated that the Run army is free to move around and choose the location of its camps. They never expected that after a day and a night of fighting, the Remberg army would return almost unscathed. Moreover, they achieved great results, throwing the entire Fuzak position into chaos, and it would be at least a week before they could organize another offensive. With this week, Rune can rebuild its defenses in northern Backlund and hold out for another 2 weeks without any problem. Even Prime Minister Agushid personally ordered that high-quality logistical supplies be provided to the Allied forces in Lundberg, as a token of Rune's gratitude to them. However, because the weapons of the Remberg army were all extraordinary equipment, and logistics had to rely entirely on Remberg itself, this high-quality logistical supply only provided a few dozen extraordinary individuals in Remberg with very good food and spacious tents. In a military camp in northern Backlund, there is a teleportation array that connects to the interior of Remberg, and the Remberg army relies entirely on this channel for supplies. The main supplies are portable spirit charging arrays, and a large number of energy-storing crystals to replenish the spiritual energy consumed during the previous day and night of battle. Meanwhile, Bevan was summoned to the Ministry of Defense, where Minister Emilius inquired in detail about Remberg's operation deep behind enemy lines. A few days later, in the conference room of the Ministry of Defense of Ruin, Defense Minister Emilius looked around at the attendees before saying, "It's hard to imagine that a single attack by the Lemberg army could completely destroy the Fuzak Air Force. Based on Lieutenant General Bevan's description, it seems I'm witnessing a battle far more advanced than ours." One participant said, "If Remberg can give us his full support, we might be able to turn the tide of the battle." Several senior defense ministry officials nodded in agreement, indicating that this was clearly a consensus among many within the ministry. Emilius shook his head and said, "Don't even think about such a good thing. If Lemberg were to fully support us, we would find it impossible to accept the conditions they offered. If that were to happen, perhaps Rembrandt would become #1 in the world after the war." Another attendee said, "We can purchase a large amount of Lemberg equipment and strive to arm such a force that integrates intelligence gathering, air strikes, spirit wave cannon strikes, and extraordinary puppet formations." Bevan replied, "Even if we had the same equipment as the Remnantberg army, it would be difficult to achieve such results again. The victory in this battle has woken up the Fuzak army. They should already have a contingency plan. If they encounter the same tactics again, they will quickly gather extraordinary individuals to launch a focused surprise attack." He paused for a moment and then said, "Moreover, our soldiers don't have time to familiarize themselves with the equipment, let alone with Remberg's tactics. The most brilliant part of this battle was actually Marshal Medici's tactics. Every action and battle plan seemed to be tailor-made for Remberg's equipment, and there was perfect coordination between the commander and the troops. In particular, his clean and efficient tactics in attacking enemy air power impressed Bevan greatly. In the 2 crucial air raids, only 3 aircraft were shot down, a loss that can hardly be considered a loss at all. The subsequent westward retreat, bypassing both enemy and friendly positions, was something even Bevan hadn't anticipated. It was then that he realized his previous worries were completely unfounded. At this point, one of the attendees said, "For now, we can only rely on the Remnantberg army to help us defend the northern front." Everyone present understood the current situation better than anyone else. Rune had no chance of retaliating on either of the 2 battlefields. If it weren't for the constant supply of blood from the colonies, the enemy would have already reached Backlund by now. That's why they desperately wanted Lundberg to provide full support to Rune, because they knew very well that they were really about to break down. At the end of the meeting, Emilia said, "Fortunately, we are still allies." Yes, it's fortunate that we're allies now, otherwise just thinking about it makes me realize how difficult it would be to deal with such an enemy. But what about the future? The 2 sides can't always be allies. Send more people to communicate with the Remnantbergers, Emilia said. Even if it costs some money or requires some other sacrifices, we should learn about their weapons. He had a premonition that Rune would likely face such a formidable enemy in the future. In the southern continent, in the eastern part of Byron, the city of Verdtek was under attack. Under the crimson moon's glow, the Rune soldiers, hiding behind makeshift fortifications, were taking turns to rest and recover their strength. On the ground in front of the fortifications were rows of cold, lifeless bodies. Before sunset, the local resistance launched a fierce offensive, and the position was on the verge of being lost. Fortunately, they held out in the end, and the resistance forces abandoned a large number of households and retreated like a tide. Suddenly a sentry pointed ahead and shouted, "He's alive! He's alive!" The soldiers immediately looked over and saw, under the crimson moonlight, the mutilated corpses left behind by the rebels rising one by one, swaying as they tried to approach the defensive line. In the distance, the Witch King, Karaman, wearing a hood and a black robe embroidered with crimson patterns, stood behind the rebel army's position, his arms slightly outstretched, and the spirituality of the entire battlefield rapidly increased. Just as the soldiers of Rune were filled with immense fear, a chanting came from behind, "They are naked, without clothes or food, and have no cover in the cold." The night did not abandon them, it showed them favor. The sacred voice echoed throughout the entire defensive line, quickly dispelling the fear of every soldier and bringing peace to their mind and body. The corpses that had been awakened seemed to be affected by the tranquil sound, and one by one they slowly lay down again. Seeing this, Karaman, who was behind the rebels, raised his arms as if to embrace the crimson moon high in the sky. At that moment, his spirit suddenly sensed a strong danger, so his entire body suddenly became ethereal, turning into a hazy moonlight that flowed rapidly across the ground. In the next instant, a figure was quickly outlined in the spot where he had just been. It was a giant rag doll with golden hair, scarlet eyes, and a black Gothic dress engraved with countless mysterious patterns and wrapped with eerie vines. Its skin lacked the luster that a human should have. This is Klein's messenger, Renette Tinnikal. Using the "yesterday once more" charm, one can display a perfect state for a certain period of time. The crimson moonlight that Karaman had transformed into instantly reformed, solidifying into his body and clothing. He kept his eyes tightly closed, not daring to look directly at the ancient evil creature opposite him. At the same time, he immediately reached out with his left hand and tore the clothes between his chest and abdomen. At that moment, Renette Tinnikal's crimson eyes reflected his image. The source of the curse. But Karaman did not turn into a rabbit or a goat, losing most of his traits and extraordinary abilities. A faint light appeared around his body, but nothing else changed. A slender, brownish-yellow wooden puppet was visible where his chest and abdomen were exposed. Suddenly, the puppet turned blood red, as if soaked in blood. It then softened noticeably, turning into a puddle of mud that looked like it was made of human organs. An arm emerged from the mud. Its surface was covered with a black liquid, and strange things protruded from it. Some were skulls, some were barbed tongues, and some were three-dimensional eyes. Divine curse, Sia. The leader of the Rose School descended from the sky through prior arrangements. The malevolent aura instantly caused the surrounding Rose School members and vassals to die, undergo mutations, or frantically attack their own people. Except for Karaman, none were spared. East Bayran, a port city. A Witch King, who has become the highest ruler here, stands on the top floor of the church that originally belonged to the Church of the Night, looking down at the sparsely lit city. Inside a house not far away, Emlyn White took out a bronze box inlaid with many gems. Inside the box was an eyeball-shaped glass sphere, a sun-level sealed artifact that Emlyn had obtained from within the vampire clan, called Pure White Vision. However, this sealed artifact may no longer be needed, because there is a very large plan between the vampires and President Lenberg, and even Emlyn's goal seems insignificant. However, Emlyn still made thorough preparations. He put on black velvet gloves, took out the pure white vision, and before the negative effects of the sealed artifact harmed him, he summoned illusory bat wings and flew directly towards the Witch King. The moment that Witch King spotted Emlyn, a scorching, blinding ray shot out from the pure white vision and hurtled towards him. The Witch King. The Witch King sneered, without dodging. Then, a bright light burst forth around him, dissolving all darkness and evil. Immediately afterward, white flames ignited around him. But in the next second, the figure of the Witch King turned into a red paper figure, while the Witch King himself transformed into a beam of moonlight and rushed towards Emlyn. Emlyn gasped. The opponent was too fast, he felt he would be killed in the next second. But before the next second had passed, a stream of information suddenly appeared from midair, rushing towards the Witch King and trying to surround him. This time it was the Witch King's turn to gasp. He tried his best to dodge while chanting a spell full of evil and malice. Just as the information flow was about to completely trap it, a figure with dull skin, like the cheapest rag doll, suddenly appeared behind him. This is the ancient evil, Baranka, one of the angels of the Rose School. The doll opened its mouth and uttered a silent, most vicious curse. The information stream suddenly focused on a woman in her late 20s with a perfect figure. It was Bernadette. She recreated a flute with intricate patterns and occult symbols, which then played itself. It made an unpleasant sound. But this sound masked the silent curse, causing the opponent's attack to miss. Emlyn quickly ducked aside. This was the plan for President Remenberg, the vampires, and the temperance faction of the Rose School tonight. Attack the demigods of the Rose School to lure out their angels, and then seize the opportunity to damage their demigod-level power. In several other cities on the southern continent, battles against the demigods of the Rose School were also taking place simultaneously. Chapter 457, Chapter 456 Revenge on the Rose School. Initially, Odis only planned to join forces with the vampires and the temperance faction to lure out an angel from the Rose School and try to kill him. However, after gaining some understanding, Odis discovered that many demigods of the Rose School were leading the resistance forces of the southern continent in an attack on the main cities of East Byron. The reason why the other party suddenly became so active is also very simple. The Mother Tree of Desire does not want the Goddess of Night to accommodate the uniqueness of adjacent paths and the Sequence 1 characteristic. Odis suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to strike at the Rose School. You should know that under normal circumstances, it's impossible to find any trace of these demigods. The reason why the other side is so rampant is largely because neither the Church of the Righteous God nor the countries of the northern continent have the extra power to deal with them. Currently, the only one capable of gathering 2 or 3 angels, 7 or 8 saints, and sending them abroad to fight is Lenberg. However, the Rose School is not yet accustomed to the fact that Remenberg has suddenly become a major world power, so it is clear that its defenses against Remenberg are not adequate. Having learned the specifics, Odis decided to seize this rare opportunity to gather his superior, extraordinary forces to systematically strike at the Rose School. The battles between Renette and Seer, and between Bernadette and the Rose School Angel Balanka, were both angels drawn to lure out the enemy. Meanwhile, the Rose School also had a demigod who was attacked by Miss Sharon and the vampire angels, who successfully lured out the third angel of the Rose School. After these 3 angels appeared, the Saints of Remberg launched a full-scale attack, with 2 saints in each group attacking the other 3 exposed demigods of the Rose School. Odis remained silent, waiting patiently until no new angels appeared before launching his attack on the last exposed saint of the Rose School. That was a silent disciple named Jax, an old man with thinning white hair, who was making puppets in a manor on the outskirts of a city, preparing them for tomorrow's battle. This manor originally belonged to the people of Luen, but it has now been occupied by the Rose School. At this moment, the manor was filled with the screams of humans being tortured and the sounds of lewd music. Jax didn't find the sounds bothersome, on the contrary, he found them beautiful. Suddenly, all sound disappeared, and Jax abruptly raised his head, his spirit sensing a strong crisis. The next instant, he leaped onto the eyeball of a rat outside the manor. The rat's eyeballs then turned into mirrors, providing it with a ladder to jump from, but the rat immediately mutated into an ugly monster. Just as Jax was about to continue his escape, a starlight suddenly fell on his head. But Jax hid very quickly and entered the spirit world, preparing to escape from there. However, at the entrance to the spirit world, he saw a golden ring hurtling towards him. No matter how he tried to dodge, he was eventually hit by the red gold ring and fell into a state of dizziness. Mysterious reappearance, the Vajra bracelet. When Jax came to his senses, he found himself kicked out of the spirit world, and opposite him was a headless creature. A human with eyes on his chest and a mouth on his navel is wielding a giant axe and hacking at you. Sizzle. Jax had no time to dodge and was cut in half. Jax wasn't too concerned about this, since he was now practically immune to physical attacks. Even if it is cut in 2, it is only its own soul that is divided in 2. With the power of its vengeful spirit, it can be fused back together. But the next second, Jax discovered that the opponent's attack was very special, and he was unable to re-merge with it at all. Even his spirit body seemed to have split in two. The only thing that was not affected was his spiritual body. So far, Jax has not seen what his attacker looks like. Knowing he might die here today, the black spirit that was split in two gave birth to a wrinkled puppet. The wrinkles looked like the white wrinkles that appear on the skin after being soaked in water for too long, or like the wrinkles on the face of an old person. The moment the puppet appeared, madness, desire, and evil filled the surroundings, and all the creatures around it underwent a transformation. Animals suddenly began to bite themselves or frantically attack their own kind. The plants grew leaves with tongues or teeth, and the bark fell off, revealing what appeared to be a thick layer of fat underneath. Meanwhile, Jack's life was rapidly slipping away. He had just sacrificed himself to summon a small amount of power from the great Mother Tree of Desire. And so the puppet was created. The puppet had a pair of brown eyes that were filled with evil. Wherever these eyes look, a curse is cast. Animals died instantly, plants withered and turned yellow, the land turned into a desert, and stones turned into fine sand. Those eyes lingered on the manor wall, where Odis was. Odis, who had now become an angel, didn't even dare to look those eyes in the eye. Fortunately, Odis knew very well that the demigods of the Rose School were all connected to the Mother Tree of Desire, and that some of the demigods were special and could unleash power similar to that of angels for a short period of time. Just like Jax in front of us, if we only send 2 saints to deal with him, they will easily be corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire. So, after observing the battlefield of the other 3 demigods, Odis saw that the Rose School demigods were not using any particularly evil powers, and that's why he attacked Jax as planned. Odis knew very well that the puppet's life was limited, once Jax's life force and spirituality were exhausted. Then it would have no basis to continue existing. Moreover, Odis had a plan for this. He used his spirituality to set up an array, and used the position of Wilderness of Knowledge to trap the evil puppet. Next, it's just a matter of waiting. Odis can wait, he is an angel with abundant spirituality. The power of the Wilderness of Knowledge is almost inexhaustible. The puppet also wanted to break free, but after trying for a long time, it found that its struggles were completely ineffective. So the battle wasn't intense, they basically just stared at each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. This made Jax, who still had a sliver of will left, extremely unwilling. He sacrificed himself, not so that the puppet could kill Odis with his eyes. But at this point, Jax had no way to influence the battle, and could only leave with a sigh before disappearing from the real world. About 10 seconds later, the puppet's strength began to weaken. A few seconds later, the puppet became dry, and its wrinkles turned into cracked tree bark. Then it collapsed to the ground. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was proficient in magic arrays, otherwise he would have easily been cursed by the puppet during the confrontation just now. Moreover, the puppet's curse was obviously difficult for even angels to resist. Out of caution, Odis waited another 10 seconds before dispelling the magic circle and using necromancy to rapidly extract the extraordinary properties of the surrounding area. Just then, the puppet lying on the ground suddenly transformed into a red light and pounced on Odis. It then bit Odis's shoulder with its mouth, which had only spikes and no teeth. The next second, Odis was cursed and turned into a tree. The puppet seemed to have used up its last bit of strength and fell to the ground, leaving only 2 eyes filled with resentment, looking at the tree in front of it. Capo. The great tree split open in the middle, and a sacred golden light emanated from the crack. In the sacred light, Odis, naked, emerged from within. He glanced at the lifeless puppet and breathed a long sigh of relief. That was close. That was close. Fortunately, I only lost the spirituality that maintained the magic array, but I was still being protected by the power of the Wilderness of Knowledge. If he hadn't held back this secret, he would have completely transformed into a tree with the characteristics of a sage. It will be a long time before he regains consciousness and searches for a way to break the curse and restore his body. Odis wiped the sweat from her brow. This was the most dangerous battle she had ever fought since becoming an angel. Although it wasn't intense at all, and they initially dominated Jax but later only sealed the puppet, it was still quite dangerous. At this moment, Jax's extraordinary characteristics had been revealed, and Odis was surprised to find that the puppet that Jax had created by sacrificing his life had actually become a sealed artifact, and it was at the level of a level 1 sealed artifact. This made Odis exclaim, "The past is truly amazing." It only used a small amount of power to create a sealed artifact. He, of course, showed no mercy and incorporated the extraordinary characteristics and the puppet into the Wilderness of Knowledge. Then Odis took a set of clothes from the Wilderness of Knowledge and put them on. He then waved to the villa in the manor, and a series of extraordinary properties flew out from it and entered the Wilderness of Knowledge, one by one. Those were members of the Rose School under Jax's leadership. Odis had just killed them and put those they had tortured to sleep to prevent them from being affected by the battle. At this moment, Odis snapped his fingers, and the people woke up one after another. The ropes and chains binding them all loosened automatically, and all the prison doors were opened. The wounds of the tortured people were rapidly healing. Amidst their bewilderment and weeping, Odis left for the next battlefield. By this time, the demigods had won their battles one after another, except that 2 demigods from the Rose School had escaped. Those who are extraordinary through the prisoner pathway possess remarkable vitality and have close ties to the spirit world and the mirror world, and have various ways to escape. Even if it's 2 against 1, they still have a chance to escape. At this moment, the 6 demigods were purging the members of the Rose School below the demigod level. Odis did not linger here, but rode the vermilion bird directly to the battlefield between Bernadette and Baranka. At this moment, the 2 angels were locked in a fierce battle, while Emlyn was chasing after the Witch King. Just now, the battle situation wasn't like this. Back then, the one hiding everywhere was Emlyn. But probably after the extraordinary ones of Remnant launched a full-scale attack, Baranka received orders to retreat. So, the leader of the Rose School realized that this was a premeditated attack on the Rose School by the extraordinary ones of Remmenberg. The Rose School was completely unprepared for this, and the losses would only increase if the battle continued. Odis had anticipated this before the battle, so Bernadette held off Balka, preventing the angel from escaping. Emlyn also did his best to hold off the opponent's Witch King, which was the trait he needed for his advancement, so of course he couldn't let it go. Just then, Odis arrived. First, a dazzling starlight fell, cleanly and efficiently eliminating the Witch King. Then, Odis reappeared as a gigantic demon wolf. The colors of this wolf's fur form extraordinary patterns that bring a sense of peace at first glance. But the wolf's eyes were filled with madness and brutality, as if it wanted to tear everyone in front of it apart. Mystery reappears, the destructive demon awakens. The reappearing, destruction wolf only glanced at Balanka, and the angel who was trying to escape to the spirit world was stunned and motionless. I was forcibly dragged into a state of sleep. At the same time, Bernadette immediately took on the pale death, and a pale hand suddenly appeared, grabbing Baranka, who looked like a cheap rag doll. In an instant, the bronze gates of the underworld opened, and the angel was being pulled into the underworld little by little. Baranka quickly woke up and realized that he could not break free from the pale hand, so he simply tore off the leg that was being held, letting the hand hold his leg and enter the underworld, while continuing to escape to the spirit world. Suddenly, a large axe appeared in Baranka's hand, and a huge cassia tree appeared in front of him. Baranka, as if out of control, grabbed an axe and started chopping down trees. A mysterious reappearance, the osmanthus tree that cannot be felled. Baranka struggled to break free, but for some reason, all he could see was the laurel tree in front of him and the axe in his hand. It seems that if I cut down this tree, I can get everything I want. But the next second, instead of getting what he wanted, Baranka was hit hard from behind. Mystery reappears, angrily crashing into Mount Bujo. The towering gong slammed Balanka against a tall cassia tree. Kami. The laurel tree was knocked down, and the impact shaped Baranka into a horizontal V shape. Sizzle. Baranka's skin, which resembled cheap leather, was ripped open, revealing no flesh or bones inside, only a nearly transparent ball of light. Any creature that sees this light is immediately cursed. Even Odis and Bernadette were no exception. One became a sheep wearing a mask, and the other became a rabbit holding the staff of Gus. But this level of curse couldn't trap Odis at all. The head of the Gus staff in the rabbit's hand suddenly flashed with white light, and the rabbit instantly turned into a stream of information. With the help of the Gus staff, Odis transformed into a mythical creature and broke Balanka's curse. Bernadette's mask suddenly emitted a cold light, and the sheep froze. Bernadette then tore open the sheepskin from the inside and emerged. She used pale death to transfer the curse to the spirit of a sheep, which was unaffected because it had been a sheep in life. Bernadette, however, used this to evade the curse and reappear in the real world. Bernadette's eyes immediately turned cold as she looked at the ball of light before her. In fact, the almost transparent ball of light inside the doll is the true form of Baranka, a mythical creature, while the doll's appearance is merely a facade. Bernadette used her death gaze ability, and Balanka's life and spirit were rapidly flowing into the underworld. Odis then recreated a bright sun, which instantly illuminated the entire city. This sun is one of the 10 suns in the sky, capable of illuminating and dispelling all filth and evil. Those who had just been affected by the state of the Balanka mythical creature and suffered various curses had their curses vanish instantly. Among them was Emlyn, who had just obtained the Witch King extraordinary trait. He had been dragging the Witch King's body away from the angel battlefield as much as possible, but he was still affected by the aftershocks and suffered the slowed movement curse. He was far from the battlefield, and the spiritual reminder prevented him from looking up to check on the situation on the angelic battlefield, so he only suffered a curse that did not endanger his life. However, the angel's ability still exceeded Emlyn's imagination. After obtaining the ability, he quickly summoned the illusory bat wings again and left the place. Meanwhile, the battle between the angels continued in midair. Under the combined attack of Bernadette and Odis, Balanka's doll-like outer layer had completely peeled off, and she was cleverly dodging the attacks of the two angels, Lenberg. In theory, someone in Barranca's state could directly enter the spirit world. However, Odis used his abilities, such as the 7-jewel pagoda, the giant king's charge, and the gaze of the underworld king, to prevent his opponent from escaping. Bernadette also relentlessly used her abilities of mysterious reappearance and pale death to deplete Barranca's spirituality and power. They were all waiting for an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Barranca. At that moment, an arm stretched out from above the three angels, with a skull, a tongue with teeth, and other things on it. God's abomination, Ciara has shaken off Renette and come here intending to evacuate with Barranca. But at the same time, dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Thick bolts of lightning struck the arm, and gusts of hurricane-force winds with blue blades blocked the arm in the spirit world, preventing it from reaching into the real world. Constantine, the elven prince with pointed ears, black hair, and an oriental-looking face, appeared high in the sky, looking down at the arm like a king. Renette then caught up with them, and the two angels joined forces to fight Seer. Constantine didn't join Renette in attacking Seer at the beginning because his appearance meant the plan to quickly kill the enemy angel had failed, and the second plan had begun. Outside Vertk. Having narrowly escaped Renette's hunt, which King Karaman immediately transformed into a ray of moonlight and departed after the leaders of the Rose School and Renette left. But after he had only escaped for a kilometer or two, a hazy, clear light suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, the spirituality and life force around him vanished rapidly, and Karaman felt as if he had been drained of all his energy, unable to maintain his moonlight state. Two people suddenly jumped out of the spirit world, one wielding a revolver and the other a knife, and attacked Karaman. The man with the gun appeared very strong, firing bullets that annihilated spirits. The man with the knife was thinner and more agile. He activated the magic circle on the blade with his spiritual power. This magic circle not only made the blade exceptionally sharp, but also allowed him to wound the enemy spirit. These two people are actually two extraordinary puppets created by Elbra. Odis has always been like this: if he doesn't make a move, he tries to kill them all. Therefore, in this operation, apart from the fact that many saints had station duties and could not be mobilized, Odis mobilized all the angels of Lenberg to participate. Compared to saints, angels are more mobile, each possessing their own methods or abilities to travel between the northern and southern continents in a short period of time. The two extraordinary dolls of Elbella were created by him last year after he was able to stay in the real world for an extended period of time and modify the secret stronghold of the Moss Ascetic Order. When the generalist path reaches the saint level, one can generally only operate one puppet at a time. Moreover, the puppet and the main body can cooperate in battle, utilizing some extraordinary characteristics or sealed objects. The puppet can also use extraordinary abilities. Once you reach the level of an angel, you can manipulate multiple puppets at once. Compared to the extraordinary individuals who follow the secret seeker path, those who follow the general knowledge path are generally weaker, except for being stronger and having better defense, and they lack the ability to kill with a single blow. Therefore, their main attack method is the coordination between puppets. Imagine several demigod-level puppets working closely together, with the main body frequently appearing to launch surprise attacks. Even ordinary angels couldn't withstand such attacks. At this very moment, which King Karaman was attacked by Elbra and his two puppets, while Elbra's true form was still absorbing his life force and spirituality. The more spiritual energy and life force Elbra absorbed, the stronger the two extraordinary puppets became, while Karaman grew weaker. Karaman was quickly beheaded and shot in the chest, his spirit dissipated instantly, without even a chance to go to the underworld. Then Elbella manipulated the puppets to attack those Rose School members who had gone mad or out of control, and she was very efficient at it, since they were all extraordinary beings below the level of demigod. Odis believed that these extraordinary individuals were the foundation of the Rose School, so eliminating as many as possible was the best course of action. Elbella quickly gathered her spoils and headed to the next battlefield. Guided by spiritual inspiration, Elbra found one of the Rose School demigods who had fled the battlefield. In fact, just now, on that battlefield of three saints, before the two demigods of the Rose School left the battlefield, Elabella had already left a mark on them. This mark was easily spotted under the watchful eye of the divine Wrath Shay, and even the two angels could see it. However, at this time, the three angels of the Rose School were held back by the angels of Remberg, and no one noticed this. At this point, Elbella chased him to a jungle in the southern continent, which was the puppet's secret stronghold. Elabella's two puppets reappeared and ended the battle in just 2 seconds. After recovering their extraordinary characteristics, Elbella rushed to the next battlefield. The mark on the other demigod was rapidly fading, but before it disappeared, Elabella found him. At this moment, he was at a secret stronghold of the Rose School. Just now, when he was praying to the Mother Tree of Desire, in hopes of receiving new instructions, the Mother Tree of Desire noticed the mark on his body. Fortunately, the Mother Tree of Desire has a limited direct impact on the real world. A ritual is required to remove the mark, which gave Elbella enough time. Just as that mark was being erased by the Mother Tree of Desire, Bella appeared. Sensing that the ritual being performed by the silent disciple was unusual, they waited briefly in the spirit world. They only appeared at the secret stronghold of the Rose School after the ceremony was over. Of course, at the end of the ceremony, the Mother Tree of Desire reminded the silent disciple, but such a reminder had limited effect. Because that silent disciple was no match for Bella at all. So Bella frantically absorbed spiritual energy and life force, while two extraordinary puppets attacked. In just over half a minute, all the extraordinary beings in this secret stronghold became spoils of war. Later, Bella's search led them to the location where extraordinary properties and sealed artifacts were stored in the stronghold. They seized 2 level 1 sealed artifacts, but both had significant negative effects, otherwise, the demigods would have carried them with them. Even if it were smashed and then remade, it would be better than it is now. As for those extraordinary characteristics, they mainly come from 4 sources: arbitrators, lawyers, sleepless nights, and account holders. The first 2 items came from spoils obtained from killing extraordinary members of the Rune military, while the latter 2 came from spoils obtained from killing extraordinary members of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Bella had nothing left, she had cleaned everything up spotlessly. With this, Odis's second step in his plan was completed, the third step was next. Bella, acting as a mobile force, quickly arrived at the battlefield where Odis and the others were. The third step of the plan was to eliminate one of the enemy's angels. Based on the current situation, Odis judged that the Moss Ascetic and the Rose School would likely merge in the future. So before bringing them together, Odis should try to attack the opponent's higher-level power. Just then, Odis found an opportunity to severely injure Baranka, or rather, this ancient evil was finally defeated by Odis and Bernadette working together. It was already quite remarkable that they could hold out for so long. After all, both Odis and Bernadette were angels close to Sequence 1. However, this doesn't mean Baranka is particularly powerful, it's just that this method is more durable. Many abilities are ineffective against a nearly transparent ball of light. So Odis and Bernadette began to tacitly deplete each other's spirituality and life force. Baranka also struggled desperately, trying to possess the other multiple times, trying to burn her own spirituality, asking Bound God or Mother Tree of Desire to descend with power, and trying to cast vicious spells. However, Odis and Bernadette blocked them all. Finally, Odis got her chance. At this moment, Baranka was captured by the evil spirit summoned from the underworld by Bernadette, and they were caught in a brief tug-of-war. This time was very short, perhaps less than a second, but Odis used this short time to recreate a greatsword with a twilight glow. In an instant, a glimmer of twilight appeared in the dark, cloud-covered sky. Mysterious reappearance, the sword of the giant king. The greatsword, radiating the glow of twilight and decay, fell upon the mythical creature of Baranka. In an instant, the surrounding spirituality became briefly disordered. Then, the nearly transparent light of Baranka rapidly expanded and became turbid. After the sword of the giant king disappeared, it had turned into a large blob of snot-like substance. This ancient evil creature went out of control after being severely injured. The next second, the divine abomination, Shay in the sky immediately created a spiritual cage to temporarily block Renette and Constantine. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shay withdrew the arm that had reached into the real world back into the spirit world, completely abandoning Baranka. Renette and Constantine didn't chase after them, instead, they both looked at the out-of-control Baranka. The enormous, snot-like thing landed on a building in the city, instantly filling the building with a curse. At the same time, it sprouted a mouth with sharp teeth, arms without skin, and human entrails hanging on the wall. Bernadette donned the crown of the Snow Queen, freezing the other person to the exterior wall of the building. Odis then reappeared, a bright sun for the second time, baking the snot. Soon, the out-of-control monster in Baranka was continuously purified by the sun and eventually merged with a piece of curtain, becoming a sealed object containing a snot-like liquid. The sealed artifact kept releasing curses into the surrounding area, so Odis simply stored it in the wilderness of knowledge. Having achieved their objective, the 5 angels each departed the battlefield in their own unique ways. Half an hour later, Odis, having tallied his spoils, arrived in the outskirts of Backlund with 3 extraordinary characteristics at the demigod level. Sharon, as delicate as a puppet, and Emlyn, with his handsome face, were already waiting here. In this operation, Remberg deployed 4 angels and 6 saints, and they naturally obtained the most sealed artifacts. As per the agreement reached before the operation, Odis gave Emlyn another Witch King trait. Together with the Witch King trait that Emlyn had already obtained, the vampires now had a total of 2 extraordinary Witch King traits. At the same time, Odis also bestowed upon Sharon the characteristics of Unmarried and Silent Disciple. The rest of the spoils, including the level 0 sealed item, belonged to Lundberg. Sharon and Emlyn had no objection to this, after all, Lundberg was the main force this time. After dividing the spoils, Emlyn remarked, the Rose School should probably go into hiding for a while. In this battle, the Rose School lost 1 angel, 6 saints, and countless other extraordinary beings below the level of demigod. The Rose School will no longer attack East Bayern, or rather, they dare not attack at all, because now, for every bit of power they expose, Odis intends to eliminate. The 3 saints, including Rosalind, are currently in the southern continent, and the relevant matters can be entrusted to them. The Kingdom of Rune and the Church of the Goddess of Night also benefited, as they were able to draw upon some of their forces from the southern continent to join the battlefield in the northern continent. Odis laughed and said, "This is a good thing for all extraordinary beings." Then he removed his top hat, bid farewell to Sharon and Emlyn, and rode back to Azhara, to the small villa in Bernadette. Bernadette was still awake. She was in her bedroom, wearing pajamas, lying in an armchair, reading a book as she asked, "You're back?" Some of the loose-fitting lace pajamas gave Bernadette a somewhat languid air, especially the lace on the pajamas, which made Odis unable to resist imagining touching those pajamas and the body beneath them. The tension from the extraordinary war vanished instantly. Odis snapped her fingers, and the wardrobe opened on its own. Her clothes transformed into a stream of information, as did the pajamas inside. The 2 streams of information completed their exchange. Odis's formal attire was now neatly hung in the wardrobe, while the pajamas that were originally in the wardrobe were now being worn by Odis. After changing clothes in a flash, Odis also lay down on the large armchair and pulled Bernadette into his arms. "You're back." Bernadette put down her book. "I heard yesterday that Remenberg is going to launch 2 more wars soon." "Yes." Odis yawned and said, "The World War is coming to an end, and for us, the opportunities that the war has brought are also coming to an end. After the war in the North Continent ends, Odis will turn to the South Continent to expand his colonies. The war taking place in the Southern Continent will have little impact on the post-war order in the Northern Continent." Bernadette nestled in Odis's arms and said, "It's hard to imagine that just a year ago, Remberg was a country of less than 50,000 square kilometers. Now, Remberg's actual controlled area has reached more than 700,000 square kilometers, an increase of more than 10 times in terms of area alone." Odis laughed and said, "This is what is called a strategic opportunity." 2 days later, at the northern border of Rembrandt. Under the command of the evil spirit Red Angel, a squad composed entirely of extraordinary beings attacked the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the province of Olay, Republic of Intis. Intis reacted swiftly, dispatching enough extraordinary individuals to encircle and suppress them. As a result, this group of extraordinary individuals was ambushed by an extraordinary force twice their size halfway through their mission. Intis was not alarmed, because they had left not only 10 divisions but also a large number of extraordinary individuals on the northern border of Remberg. However, the 10 divisions and the extraordinary individuals were all stationed in Lim Province, a mountainous province that encompassed most of the Central Plateau region controlled by Intis. The so-called Central Plateau refers to a large plateau located in the southeastern part of the central part of the northern continent. The northern part of the plateau is the western shore of the Intersea and the western end of the Hornic Mountains. This terrain is perfect for dive-bombing attacks from above, so ever since the establishment of countries like Rune and Intis, except for the Fuzak Empire whose territory does not border the Central Plateau, other countries have been constantly vying for control of the Central Plateau. Whoever controls the Central Plateau controls the initiative in the war. After hundreds of years of war, negotiation, war again, and negotiation again, the Lone, Intis, and Fenaport finally divided up the Central Plateau region. Later, Remberg gained independence from Fenerbahce and acquired part of the Central Plateau territory. These territories include the Votat region and the western and northwestern parts of Remborg. On Remberg's northern border, it borders the Intisol and Lim departments, with the Old department located in the northwest of Remberg. Limi province is located north of Remberg. Currently, Intis's 10 divisions and extraordinary individuals are stationed in Lim province because Intis has a terrain advantage here. Intis's territory consists of plateaus and mountains, while Lenberg is a plain. For Intis, it would be more convenient to attack from here. For Remenberg, attacking from here is also more convenient. If they didn't attack from here, they would have to launch an offensive from the western mountains, which would not only be difficult to traverse but also make transporting supplies very inconvenient. But the course of the war changed after Remenberg acquired extraordinary weaponry. Based on the lessons learned from the previous failures of Fenapot and Fussac, Intis had summarized the tactic of quickly concentrating extraordinary forces and elite troops to fight once war broke out with Remberg. Therefore, at this time, the 10 divisions had retreated to a distance of tens of kilometers, and only the extraordinary individuals and elite troops remained on the front line. This did prevent ordinary soldiers from becoming a burden, but their war philosophy had not truly changed, because the Remberg army was now largely unrestricted by terrain. Those of extraordinary ability are not limited by terrain, hence the term Red Angel. The evil spirit's primary attack target was the northwestern province of Olay. Meanwhile, because Intis has not only military extraordinary individuals but also church extraordinary individuals, while Lenberg cannot concentrate the nation's extraordinary forces for this battle, it is not at an advantage in terms of extraordinary forces. So the evil spirit Red Angel came up with this strategy of besieging the enemy's stronghold and ambushing their reinforcements, and sure enough, it successfully ambushed a portion of Intis's extraordinary power. However, the main force of extraordinary beings on the front lines in Lim province of Intis also immediately set out to provide support at the ambush site. If they reach the demigod battlefield in Olay province in a short time, Lenberg's extraordinary power will likely be surrounded by them. The evil spirit Red Angel certainly wouldn't let that happen. He had made preparations in advance and had deployed the extraordinary rocket launcher to the northern battlefield. Under the bombardment of the extraordinary rocket launcher, Intis's extraordinary beings not only slowed down, but several demigods were also held back and unable to quickly reach the battlefield. Intis even mobilized angels to find the extraordinary rocket launcher, but the evil spirit Red Angel had anticipated this and had already sent Elbella to guard the place. The ambush in Olay province ended quickly, with Intis's side suffering considerable losses, some fleeing and others killed. When a large number of reinforcements arrived, they only found a group of bodies in one place. At that moment, the elite troops left behind in Lim province were bombarded by the Lingbo cannon and attacked by the extraordinary puppet Legion. These extraordinary individuals had no choice but to hurry back to prevent the northern defenses of Remberg from being breached by Remberg. Chapter 458, Chapter 457 Hunting the Dark Demon Wolf. The war taking place at this time on the northern border of Remberg was a pure charge launched by the extraordinary Legion. The spirit wave cannons, located over 30 kilometers away, relentlessly bombarded the positions. The demigod Intis remained behind to defend them. They frantically tried to stop a large number of shells. 3 demigods returned ahead of time to provide reinforcements, which finally stopped the bombing of Remberg. However, the ground forces, mainly composed of extraordinary puppet and tanks, launched an offensive under the bombardment of spirit wave cannon. Those demigods had to constantly block the bombardment of the spirit wave cannon, so only Intis's elite troops could handle it. A small number of extraordinary individuals resisted the attacks of these extraordinary legions. On a vast battlefield, highly mobile tanks were the first to launch an attack. The machine guns on the Intis positions couldn't penetrate the tanks' armor at all. They could only watch helplessly as the tanks charged into their positions and then mowed them down with their machine guns, reaping the lives of the Intis soldiers. In the previous battles against Fenapod and Fussac, although tanks were used extensively, it was a mobile warfare tactic that did not highlight the tank's ability to penetrate enemy defenses. In fact, after the advent of tanks, the role of positions was not as important as before, especially under the charge of tank groups. The Intis army, which lacked anti-tank weapons, found it difficult to hold its positions. After the tank stormed into the position, the extraordinary puppet soldiers followed closely behind, setting up machine guns on Intis's position and relentlessly suppressing the enemy's artillery positions, while also keeping the Intis soldiers in the trenches from looking up. The machine guns were too powerful, and even Intis's extraordinary beings couldn't do anything about it for the time being. Seeing that the position was about to be breached, the commander of the Intis army gave the extraordinary who were returning to reinforce the position an order to return to reinforce at all costs. If this line of elite troops from Intis's 10 divisions is breached, the ordinary soldiers of the 10 divisions behind it will be in danger. These 10 divisions, in fact, were no longer of much significance in the battle to attack Remberg. The reason they haven't been withdrawn is to intimidate the local highland people and to eliminate bandits. The area in the central highlands of Rune, which Intis has just occupied, is currently not safe. The plateau people who previously lived here had formed a relatively solid mutually beneficial relationship with the Rune people, so the central plateau is much more peaceful now than it was hundreds of years ago. The balance was broken after the Intis drove out the Runes. The key issue is that Intis is currently at war and doesn't have enough financial resources to buy off these highlanders. As a result, the security situation in this area suddenly deteriorated, and supplies for the front lines had to be transported from here, making it a very important supply line. Therefore, the main role of these 10 divisions is now to deal with the local highland people. If the extraordinary troops of Remmenberg were not stopped at the border and allowed to cross the lines, the ordinary soldiers of those 10 divisions would be no match for them. If the railway transporting supplies is bombed, it will definitely affect the battlefield during the siege of Backlund. However, the commander of the Intis army probably did not expect that the Red Angel evil spirit was waiting for the order for the other side to return to the aid at all costs. Once such an order is given, most of the demigods and Sequence 5 members of the returning extraordinary forces will be the first to break away from the ranks and provide support at the fastest speed. For Saints, even if they don't have the ability or sealing artifact to enter the spirit world, they can reach a distance of over 100 kilometers in just 2 or 3 minutes. At the same time, most Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 individuals will also use their abilities to travel as quickly as possible, and their speed will be much faster than that of lower-level extraordinary individuals. Under the observation of the Remberg reconnaissance aircraft, Intis's extraordinary main force suddenly stretched out and quickly split into several square formations. The evil spirit Red Angel immediately ordered the extraordinary legion, which was fiercely attacking Intis's position, to retreat immediately. Even a slight delay in evacuation could result in enormous losses. Meanwhile, the main force of the Remnant Extraordinary, which had previously completed the ambush mission, immediately took action, guided by reconnaissance aircraft. They blocked and attacked a portion of the Extraordinary ones who were helping Intis. Thus, another extraordinary war broke out, and the Extraordinary ones in Remberg still had a significant advantage. Upon returning to Lim Province, the demigods and Sequence 5 Beyonders learned that the Beyonders rear party, who had not yet left Olay Province, had been attacked again by the Beyonders of Lenberg. They then realized Lenberg's tactics. If they went to support Olay Province, the positions in Lim Province would be attacked. If they rushed back to Lim Province to defend their positions, the extraordinary ones still in Olay Province would be attacked. During this time, the demigods of Intis also destroyed several reconnaissance planes from Kolenberg, but it was useless, as new reconnaissance planes would arrive to replace them every half-minute. By then, the demigods had already left, but the extraordinary beings below the demigod level had not gone far, so the main force of Intis extraordinary beings was still under surveillance. It was precisely because of this close monitoring that the Red Angel, evil spirit, was fully aware of the movements of Intis's extraordinary power, which enabled it to carry out such precise operations. After discussing tactics, the Intis Army's high command decided to send a portion of its forces back to reinforce the area. But just like last time, the demigods who went back to provide support were attacked by extraordinary rocket launchers as soon as they set off. This time, those demigods simply ignored the extraordinary missiles. Since only demigods would be providing support this time, there was no need to protect extraordinary individuals below the demigod level. Moreover, since the border between the two countries is mostly hilly or plateau terrain, it is basically desert with few people, so let the extraordinary rockets bomb it. They arrived at the location of the attack on the extraordinary beings in just a few minutes, although they suffered some losses. However, the remnant Borges had already withdrawn. With the help and protection of the demigods, the extraordinary beings, who had previously been divided into several formations, began to regroup and head back. But they hadn't gone far when they discovered that the extraordinary rockets they had ignored earlier, which had landed on the ground, had completely frozen their way back. The temperature in that area was tens of degrees below zero, and everyone was generally wearing summer clothes. Ordinary extraordinary individuals would definitely suffer from frostbite. There was no other way but to take a detour. Just then, rockets were launched at their main force again, and the demigods could only try their best to block these extraordinary rockets. While taking detours and blocking extraordinary rockets, it took them more than an hour to cover dozens of kilometers. For ordinary soldiers, this speed is already very fast. In fact, they can hardly even reach this speed. But for extraordinary individuals, this is already very slow. When they returned, they were somewhat dumbfounded, because the positions in Lim Province had been attacked by the demigods of Lenberg and were almost completely destroyed. Remberg's tactics changed again. Taking advantage of Intis's demigods being tied down, several Remberg demigods led the Extraordinary Legion to attack the position. The demigods left behind in Intis must not only block the enemy's spirit wave cannon bombardment, but also fight against the demigods of Lenberg. Immediately, the extraordinary puppet soldiers set up spirit wave cannons on the Intis position and bombarded the railway dozens of kilometers away. The angels of Intis intervened in time and prevented the railway from being destroyed. Immediately afterwards, a battle at the angelic level broke out on the battlefield, with each side deploying 2 angels. However, it was clear that the Lenberg army's main target was the demigods of Intis. They concentrated their relatively superior demigod-level power, each carrying a sealed artifact, and killed 2 demigods of Intis. The Intis army had no choice but to withdraw from the position. The Lenberg army destroyed the trenches on the position and systematically damaged some churches on the position before retreating. At this point, the main force of the Intis Extraordinary finally withdrew, only to find the position severely damaged. The extraordinary individuals were somewhat helpless. They had been rushing to rescue people 100 kilometers away since early this morning, then returning to provide assistance, and then returning again. After a busy half-day, the position was lost, and the extraordinary ones suffered heavy losses. A quick count revealed that Sequence 9. 40% of the extraordinary individuals at Sequence 5 level were gone. Of course, not all of them died. Many were scattered and were able to rejoin the group in the following days. However, the overall loss is only about 30%. After that, the Intis army had no choice but to quietly rebuild their positions and obediently defend them, not daring to go anywhere else. Although the Fenaport and Fussac armies had repeatedly set bad examples for them, they were still somewhat bewildered when they encountered the Red Angel's flexible and unpredictable tactics for the first time. After an afternoon of discussions between the Ministry of Defense in Intis and the frontline military leadership, they realized that their greatest advantage lay in the extraordinary ones. Despite losing 2 demigods and 30% of their extraordinary beings, Intis's side still holds the advantage. It was only then that they realized they should make the most of this advantage, so they decided to launch a surprise attack on Remberg at night. To cover up the sneak attack, a weather wizard was hired to create a fog of war. So, in the fog, they crept quietly into Remberg's camp, only to find it deserted, with only some extraordinary rocket launcher shells in the tents. If they looked closely, they would notice that these cannonballs were different from the ice and snow cannonballs fired during the day. The runes engraved on their surfaces were not the original symbols representing ice and frost, but symbols representing thunder. Even without noticing this small difference, the commander of this raid realized that he had been tricked again, so he quickly retreated. Suddenly, thick bolts of lightning shot out from each of the tents in the camp. These lightning bolts were menacing, and the entire camp was instantly transformed into a silvery white sea. It's important to know that the blast radius of a single rocket is between tens and hundreds of meters. With so many tents, and more than one rocket inside, the resulting thunderous effect was truly awe-inspiring. Many extraordinary individuals were electrocuted and turned into charred remains before they even had a chance to scream. Even the extraordinary beings protected by demigods felt numb all over their bodies and almost lost their ability to fight. After the intense lightning subsided, the attacks from the remnant Beyonders began, and a battle immediately ensued. Intis's extraordinary main force retreated very wolfishly. Fortunately, the remnant extraordinary slowed down after chasing for a distance and began to follow behind. At first, Intis's commander thought that the other side was afraid to fight them head-on. But when they retreated to their positions, they were met with extraordinary machine guns and extraordinary machine guns on the positions. Moreover, the timing of the enemy's gun and cannon fire was very tricky. They would only fire after entering the firing range to a certain distance, so even if they wanted to run, they would have to get out of the firing range of the machine guns and cannons first. It turns out that while the enemy was launching a sneak attack under the cover of fog, the Red Angel, evil spirit, also sent people to launch a sneak attack on Intis's position under the cover of fog. When the extraordinary ones of Intis returned, they were greeted with cannonballs and bullets. At this moment, the extraordinary ones of Lenberg attacked from the rear, and the extraordinary ones of Intis were suddenly caught in a pincer movement. They had no choice but to bypass the lines and return to Intis territory. During this process, many of Intis's extraordinary beings were unfortunately shot, hit by cannon fire, or injured in attacks by Remberg's extraordinary beings. After finally escaping the Lenberg army's attack, they discovered that only half of the extraordinary beings who had gone to launch the raid had returned. Fortunately, they were extraordinary individuals. If they were ordinary soldiers, few of them would have returned. Then the balance of extraordinary power between the two sides reversed, with the Lenberg extraordinary gaining the upper hand, while the Intis extraordinary cowered in their positions, not daring to move an inch. The very next day, Remberg launched a major offensive against the province of Ol in Intis. This attack was a joint operation between the Extraordinary Ones and the Extraordinary Legion, which not only captured Intis's military camp and government, but also drove out the missionaries of the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the God of Steam and Machines, and attacked their Extraordinary Ones. This is different from the attack on the Snasen region of Fenaport, where Odis had already reached an agreement with the Church of the Earth Mother, so the people of the Church of the Earth Mother voluntarily withdrew. The situation in Olay province is different. The Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of Steam have already clashed with the official extraordinaries of Lenberg. A large portion of the extraordinaries of Intis who fought against Lenberg extraordinaries yesterday were members of the two churches. At this time, they were working closely with the official extraordinary beings of Intis, and after jointly electing a commander. There is then a unified command. Among the Intis army attacking Backlund, there were also a large number of extraordinary beings from two churches. Therefore, these two churches now have very few extraordinary beings remaining in their less important chapels. Under the command of the evil spirit Red Angel, the entire province of Olay was occupied in just 2 days. Intis's side did not put up any decent resistance. The 10 divisions they left in Lim province were no match for the Extraordinary Legion, and the extraordinary soldiers who stayed behind were too scared after being beaten in the previous 2 days to provide any support. Angels from both churches appeared in the province of Olay one after the other, but angels were also dispatched from the Remberg side. The two sides only had a brief standoff and no battle broke out. At this time, Intis's main objective was still Backlund, and they were temporarily unable to concentrate enough extraordinary forces to retake the province of Olay. Soon after, missionaries from the Church of Mother Earth entered the province of Olay and began to spread their faith by healing the locals and treating their injuries. They quickly gained a group of believers. At this point, Odis had essentially achieved his strategic objectives on the northern continent. Backlund. Emlyn, who had just stepped off the carriage, overheard a newsboy on the street shouting, "Extra! Extra!" Lenberg defeats Intis and is poised to cut off Intis's supply lines. Although Emlyn already knew some of the inside story about the war, he still bought a newspaper and glanced at the front page. Emlyn couldn't help but shake his head because the report had obvious fabrications. The Lenberg army hadn't killed many of Intis's ordinary soldiers, but had eliminated quite a few of their extraordinary beings. Folding up the newspaper, Emlyn hurried to Gar's herbalist's shop and met Rupert, the second mate of the Sword of Dawn, in the shop's backyard. Rupert asked, somewhat puzzled, "Mr. White, what brings you here today?" I would like to know Remberg's purpose in occupying the province of Intisol, Emlyn said with a smile. Is it intended for long-term occupation, or to return it to Intisol after the war? The vampires are eager to know if Lenberg is about to launch a full-scale war against Intis. Therefore, the vampire marquis sent Emlyn to investigate Lenberg's strategic objectives. After cooperating with the extraordinary beings of Lenberg once, the vampires gained a deeper understanding of Lenberg's strength. They believed that if a full-scale war broke out, Lenberg's extraordinary power would be enough to influence the current battle situation. Therefore, the vampires are considering a deeper cooperation with Lenberg in order to gain enough benefits from this war, and ideally, also obtain a dukedom from Lenberg. But of course, this kind of question couldn't be asked too directly, so Emlyn decided to start by talking about the war that had just ended. Rupert asked Emlyn to sit down, and then had a waiter bring him tea. He then said, as far as I know, they intend to possess it long-term. Then Rupert smiled and said, I heard that the Church of Mother Earth has already begun missionary work there. His implication was that from now on, that place would be more welcoming to vampires, but they should be prepared to become servants or bishops of the Church of the Earth Mother. Emlyn also heard about this and asked, is this a deal between President Gar and the Church of Mother Earth? He vaguely remembered that the hermit Odis Gard had mentioned this matter at the tarot meeting, and the vampires also had similar speculations, but he still needed to confirm it. It should be, Rupert said vaguely. Although Lenberg has defeated Feneport's army many times, it has never clashed with the Church of Mother Earth. This actually indicates that there is some secret cooperation between the two, otherwise it would be impossible for them to have a conflict with the Church of Mother Earth while they are at war with Feneport. It wasn't just the vampires who had this suspicion, many other extraordinary organizations, such as the Church of the God of War, were also puzzled as to why the Church of the Earth Mother would tolerate Lenberg's occupation of the Snasen region of Feneport. It wasn't until now, when the Church of Mother Earth began missionary work in the much larger and more populous province of Ol in Bisnessen, that people realized what was happening. Emlyn then asked, will Lenberg continue its attacks on the Republic of Intis? Rupert said, oh, the vampires want to know if Lenberg is going to start a full-scale war with Intis. Emlyn was taken aback. He felt he had concealed himself very well, so how did the other party notice? Then, with a hint of admiration, he said, are all intelligence workers like this, so good at analyzing other people's true intentions? This time it was Rupert's turn to be stunned. Was it that hard to guess? However, the two sides had already had several contacts before, and Rupert knew a bit about Emlyn, so he smiled and said, it's all right, it's all right. He then changed the subject, saying, President Ship has stated many times that the vampires are important allies of Lenberg. Therefore, I can reveal some of our strategic intentions to you. We do not plan to engage in a full-scale war with Intis in the near future, because Remberg has just occupied a large amount of territory. It needs some time to process. Emlyn nodded. I understand. Somewhere in the land forsaken by God. On the desolate land, a man carrying a lantern was walking slowly. Just as they were walking along, the figure and the lantern suddenly disappeared. That was Klein's historical projection. The moment the projection disappeared, Klein's true form, which had been hiding in the historical rift, returned to the real world. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at it, just like Odis. In fact, extraordinary individuals at this level don't need to look at pocket watches at all, their spirituality can accurately tell the exact time. They looked at their pocket watches, but deliberately retained some of their old habits. After observing that there was no danger in the surroundings, Klein reached out and pulled his historical projection out of the historical fog again, and then his main body hid in the historical rift. Then, the historical projection, which had previously looked dull, suddenly had bright eyes, and he prayed in ancient Hermetic, the essence of knowledge, the field of mystery. You are the radiance of all civilization. It is a beacon of truth that dispels the unknown. Great Lord of Mysteries, please send your favorite, Odis Gard, to my side to help me complete my next task. He had arranged with Odis to hunt the Dark Wolf today. Odis had also told Klein in advance that once he could find the trail of the Dark Wolf, he only needed to recite the name of the Lord of Mysteries and make the corresponding request, and the Lord would appear by Klein's side. At this point, Odis had already appeared in the wilderness of knowledge, in the form of a mythical creature. He had previously tried to appear in the knowledge wilderness, as a mythical creature if he opened up his access to the knowledge wilderness. Then, as long as a mystical passage is established, one can follow that mystical passage and appear at the other end of the passage, which is the other end in the real world. This ability sounds impressive, but it's actually a bit useless in the real world because Suzaku is very fast and can even fly across the north and south continents in a minute. If everything goes smoothly, the process of descending through the knowledge wilderness will take a minute or two, so it's better to take the vermilion bird to your destination. At this moment, the wilderness of knowledge received Klein's prayer, and immediately established and expanded the mystical passage between the wilderness of knowledge and the magical land. Then, it made its entire information flow long and flat, and gradually entered the passage. Odis could sense that there was some resistance when using the wilderness of knowledge to descend to the land of the forsaken gods, but he did not feel such resistance when he descended into the real world. However, even with some resistance, the process of descending was relatively smooth. Odis gathered in the land abandoned by the gods and, without noticing any danger around him, broke free from his mythical creature state. He glanced at Klein in front of him, then sighed in relief. It feels like I was squeezed in like toothpaste. The barrier between the forsaken land and the outside world is incredibly high. Klein paused for a moment, then said, yes. Actually, he didn't feel that way. He never thought anything of it when he brought little son Derek into the Tarot Club. Moreover, it was Amon's clone who brought him into the land of forsaken gods, and he didn't know whether the seal was of a very high rank. Odis glanced around and saw a vast desert. There were some strange monsters in the desert. Most of them looked like leafless plants, while others looked like common animals, but some details were different. In the distance, there were humanoid monsters running quickly. He remarked, "This place is truly desolate." Only then did Odis realize that the person in front of him was a projection. The ancient scholar is quite capable. Even angels in battle would find it difficult to immediately determine which one was the true form of the ancient scholar. Because they not only have historical projections, but also secret puppets that can switch positions at any time, these abilities are perfect for those who follow the path of survival. Klein chuckled, the sage's abilities are quite useful too. He wasn't just being polite, the mythical creature state of the secret seeker pathway was indeed something Klein envied, as the information flow state could make one immune to most attacks. Odis joked, let's not flatter each other. Then he added, have you found your hunting target? We'll find it soon, Klein said. But before that, you'll have to become invisible. Odis nodded and immediately used his invisibility ability, disappearing into the wilderness. They had already discussed the hunting process beforehand, so there was no need for further discussion, they could begin immediately. Klein walked to a rock, placed the lantern on it, and then uttered a revered name in Giant's tongue, Lord of Darkness, who dwells with history. The embodiment of countless miracles. The god who holds desires. This is the name of the dark wolf that Klein received from the goddess of the night. As he uttered the name, Klein surrounded himself with the power of, above the grey mist, turning himself into a delicious lure. Deep within the rolling mountains lies an ancient castle. Giants, elves, humans, and vampires each served as gardeners, cooks, male servants, maids, and guards, respectively. Their expressions were all different, and they would whisper to each other when they met, appearing very lively and intelligent. But once they return to their rooms, they immediately become dazed, their eyes no longer moving, and in the next instant, their bodies float up and hang from the ceiling. Deep within the castle, in a large hall, a gigantic figure lay silently in the darkness. He resembled a small mountain, his entire body covered in dark, short fur, with jet-black pupils occupying at least 3/4 of his eyes, a tuft of grey-white hair on his forehead, and his head looking like an enlarged version of a wolf's head. This is none other than the god of wishes, the dark wolf Kodal. Suddenly, the wolf, which was taller than an ordinary giant, raised its head, and every dark, short hair on it swayed. It tilted its head as if listening to something. The next second, it opened its mouth and let out a silent roar, summoning its true form from the historical rift. The moment he arrived in the real world, Kodal's true form understood why the projection had summoned him. He made a wish to get away from this place, and then, in a flash, he appeared directly on a mountain peak in the north. The god of wishes then looked at the corresponding point of light in the prayer, which was a young man wearing a strange hat and strange clothes. Suddenly, the dark wolf's huge, jet-black pupils narrowed as it saw a layer of grayish-white mist shrouding the young man, giving off a mysterious and lofty feeling. As a sequence 2 angel using the Occupy the Next House pathway, he could sense that the fog was similar to the historical fog and that it had a strong attraction to him. Yuan Bao. Kodal had heard some descriptions from the ancient god Fragra, the king of the dire wolves, and instantly formed some guesses. Under this premise, I had one idea after another about what the young man was planning to do, use the source castle to lure me into attacking him, and then use that to pinpoint my location. Just then, the strange young man who was praying on the other side of the light suddenly raised his head and smiled, "Found you." Without any hesitation, Kodal immediately extinguished the prayer light. After a slight pause, the dark wolf, without harboring any illusions, immediately returned to its puppet castle, intending to use a wish to transfer the castle and the corresponding mystical connection. Klein suddenly looked up and smiled, "I've found you." Then he stretched out his right hand, grabbed at the air, and pulled out a black staff inlaid with gems from the historical gap. This is the Star Staff, a level 0 sealed artifact from the Gate pathway. You can go to the scenes that appear in your mind. Because they had already discussed their plan of action, the invisible Odis immediately revealed herself and grabbed Klein's arm. Then, Klein raced against time, imagining the scene he had just captured in his mind, a castle deep in the mountains. The basic principle behind Klein's operation was that the Dark Wolf used this mystical connection to make a prediction while observing the worshipper. Of course, this divination process can only be completed with the help of above the gray fog, which utilizes the aggregation of the higher-level characteristics of the next person to divinate by above the gray fog. The moment he sensed the dark wolf looking at him, Klein divined a vision, a castle deep in the mountains, and many residents living in that castle. Given the dark wolf's alertness, he might move the castle in a short time, so he needs to act quickly. Of course, it's also possible that he won't move it and will immediately escape on his own. In that case, Klein and Odis would have no choice but to accept their bad luck. However, such a probability is not high. According to Klein's understanding, the mystic town created by the Sequence 2 of the Occupy the Next House approach to upgrade Sequence 1 needs to exist continuously in the real world for a period of time in order to play a role in the upgrade. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that Wu Mohen will give up on that castle. The next moment, Klein used the star staff to appear at the main gate of the castle. Inside the castle, before the dark wolf could even use its wish to teleport away, its eyes narrowed, and the next second immediately opened the historical gap and prepared to delve into the fog of history. Suddenly, a tattered cloth covered in sticky liquid appeared in midair, and instantly, the dark wolf and all the puppets in the castle turned into sheep or rabbits. That tattered cloth was a level 0 sealed artifact that Odis had just seized during his previous operation against the Rose School, and it was classified as an ancient evil artifact. This sealed artifact seems to have some connection with the source of the curse, and it can spread curses over a wide area, especially the transformation curse. If left unchecked, it can turn everyone in a small city of 2 or 3 square kilometers into animals within 10 seconds. In the small town of Dark Wolf, there were only 2 or 3,000 puppets, so in less than 2 seconds, it turned into a world of animals. Another ability is the ability to cast individual curses. Individual transformation curses are even more powerful, capable of causing a Sequence 2 to lose most of their divinity, and leaving them unable to escape this state for a short period. If an extraordinary being below the angel level is cursed, it may take several days or even several weeks to break free of the curse. The downsides are that the user is susceptible to the curse of the sealed artifact, and it can also easily drive the holder mad, bloodthirsty, or cause them to become unwell. However, Odis used the wilderness of knowledge to seal it, providing a safe period of 45 seconds. The holder can select an individual or group that is not subject to the spell. At the moment, the only ones nearby who are not cursed are Klein and Odis's puppets, who will take several minutes to get rid of this deformed state, but the dark wolf will only need a few seconds to get rid of it. However, those few seconds were enough for Klein to find the other person. Without saying a word, Odis immediately recreated the Xingtian dances with axe and shield, and the headless Xingtian cleaved the dark wolf, which had transformed into a rabbit larger than an elephant, in two with a single axe strike. Klein was stunned for a moment. He felt a sense of familiarity with this headless giant. He never expected that he could recreate an ancient mythological figure from the ancient common era. The moment the giant rabbit was cleaved in two, the dark wolf finally broke free from the shape-shifting curse, and from its two halves crawled out spirit worms thicker than a thumb. These spirit worms connected together to form a new body. Just then, the dark wolf realized that there was something strange about the attack just now. Its body could not be reassembled. And I have a feeling that it will take me more than half a minute to recover. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it became very inconvenient, requiring me to constantly remind myself not to be divided in two. At this moment, Odis used the rag covered in a sticky, snot-like liquid to curse the black wolf alone. The dark wolf immediately extended a claw and pulled out a semi-transparent black velvet curtain from the mists of history. This is an item that Klein once saw in Dream Divination. It came from a gray-white mist, suddenly appeared in the Forsaken Land, and fell into the hands of the dark wolf. This curtain seems to possess the extraordinary properties of the mysterious servant, sequence 1 of the Occupy the House pathway. After the curtain entered the real world, it opened on its own and draped over the dark wolf. The next instant, the curtain suddenly emitted a faint light, actually helping the dark wolf block the angel-level transformation curse. Only now did the dark wolf have time to look at the staff in Odis's hand. Its two huge black pupils widened as it recognized that it was the goose staff. Odis then put away the sealing artifact that was meant to be the ancient evil object. Its mission was complete when the artifact had turned all the marionettes in the city into animals and stripped them of most of their extraordinary powers. This prevented the dark wolf from smoothly switching positions with the mystic puppet for several minutes. It's not impossible to swap positions, but each swap will inflict a transformation curse on the puppet. Odis did not rush to use his mysterious reappearance ability to attack. Instead, while observing the curtain, he casually used witchcraft to launch an attack. The black wolf was slightly surprised to see the gus staff, and immediately tried to prevent itself from splitting open while making the curtain float up to attack Klein, who was hiding behind Odis. In fact, Klein's main role was to lead the way. Once he brought Odis to the dark wolf, he was done with that. However, the dark wolf quickly grasped the current situation. On the surface, killing Klein would not have a significant impact on the current battle, but it was clear that the ancient scholar needed to enhance the characteristics within him, which was why he asked this sage to attack him. If the ancient scholar dies, that sage will no longer need the miracleized trait. There's even a chance that this sage will leave immediately, since fighting an angel with a level 0 sealed artifact is risky, and if the relationship with that miracle worker isn't too close, he might not even avenge him. Guided by this idea, the dark wolf suddenly attacked Klein. The curtain on his body transformed into a hooded cloak. Klein instantly felt as if he had put on that hooded cloak, and his head and shoulders felt very heavy. He then realized that his spirit thread had been controlled, but Klein did not fight for his spirit thread and instead smiled at the dark wolf. Immediately, a grayish-white mist appeared around Klein, and the curtain suddenly seemed to be frozen in place, suspended motionless. Only then did the dark wolf realize that the ancient scholar was vying with it for the right to use the curtain, and that the other party possessed the aura of the source castle. It also seemed that the curtain had some connection to him. Therefore, the dark wolf was immediately caught in a dilemma. This was a tactic that Klein and Odis had planned long ago. Knowing the existence of the curtain and that it was easier for this curtain to connect with, above the grey mist, Klein would go and fight for the curtain, while Odis would take the opportunity to attack. Odis had been waiting for this opportunity, and with a wave of his staff, he recreated Neza. Chapter 459, Chapter 458 Odis's purchase of goods from the Forsaken Land. Mysterious reappearance, Neza is born. When Klein saw the men with an eastern face, wielding a fire-tipped spear, riding on windfire wheels, and wearing a Qianquan ring. The young man, with the heavenly silk sash wrapped around his waist, suddenly seemed somewhat dazed. At the same time, it seemed as if a voice in his heart was singing, "It is him, it is him, it is Neza," recreated by Odis. His fighting power is quite strong. He thrust forward with the fire-tipped spear with dark red iron rust on the tip of his spear. A hole burning with purple flames appeared on the head of the dark wolf, which had temporarily lost the protection of the curtain. But in the next instant, the dark wolf's massive body suddenly shrank, leaving only a single hair beneath the curtain. This is the ability of Paper Doll Substitute. Although hair is used to replace paper doll, the effect is the same. The hair instantly burst into purple flames and burned to ashes. Several hundred meters away, the figure of the dark wolf suddenly appeared, but it still split open in the middle, and Xing Tian's previous attack was still effective. The resurrected Neza saw the dark wolf run away, and his Hun Tian Ling, a magical ribbon, immediately chased after it, binding its 8 legs tightly. Then, the Qian Kuan Quan, another magical ring, smashed into the dark wolf's head, causing the enormous wolf to. I briefly fell into a state of dizziness. It was at this moment that Neza, who had reappeared, disappeared. The final strike of the Qianquan ring gave Odis enough time to reach the dark wolf. At that moment, a dense twilight light suddenly appeared around them, as if the entire valley had instantly turned into twilight. A massive two-handed greatsword appeared in midair and swiftly fell, piercing the dark wolf's head. They pinned him to the ground. Mysterious reappearance, the sword of the giant king. But the next second, the two-handed greatsword, which exuded an aura of decay, only managed to pin down a single hair on the demon wolf. The dark wolf used the Paper Doll Substitute ability again, but when it appeared a few hundred meters away from Kotal, not only did his body start to crack again, but blood also gushed from his head. The two-handed greatsword still managed to cut him, and even using the Paper Doll Substitute, couldn't completely prevent the damage he had suffered before. Odis reappeared beside the dark wolf, about to continue his attack, when he suddenly felt his whole body stiffen, his joints feeling like rusty gears. The dark wolf revealed a cunning smile. The reason it used the Paper Doll Substitute twice was to keep Odis far enough away from the ancient scholar so that it could manipulate Odis's spiritual threads. Meanwhile, Klein was still struggling with the curtain and found it difficult to subdue it for the time being. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dark wolf prepared to turn Odis into its high-level puppet. Even if the target is an angel, the dark wolf can complete the transformation process in a few seconds. As long as that ancient scholar doesn't interrupt, the dark wolf has a high probability of success. But just as the dark wolf was carefully manipulating the spirit threads, it suddenly discovered that its target was also smiling. The next second, a vast amount of knowledge suddenly flooded the dark wolf's mind, causing it to let out a painful howl. Then, its brain slowed down because it couldn't process so much information at once. The robe was waiting for an opportunity, and so was Odis. The Sequence 2 Sage level, while possessing the ability to cram a large amount of knowledge into the target's brain, generally has limited effects, at most causing the target to feel dizzy. Moreover, it takes about 1 second of relative stillness to cram a large amount of knowledge into the target's brain. However, in general, battles between angels don't give Odis even a second, so he rarely uses this ability. But things are different now. The process by which the dark wolf transforms its target into a mystic is one that minimizes unnecessary actions. This process gave Odis ample time to infuse a vast amount of knowledge into the dark wolf's brain. Although the Dark Wolf was in great pain and his mind was numb, making it impossible for him to react quickly, he seemed to instinctively keep his grip on Odis's spiritual threads. Odis slowly raised the staff of Gus, and a huge wolf appeared before him. The colors of the wolf's fur formed extraordinary patterns that brought a sense of peace at first glance. But the wolf's eyes were filled with madness and brutality, as if it wanted to tear everyone in front of it apart. Mystery reappears, the destructive wolf awakens. Even just seeing the phantom of the destruction wolf made the Dark Wolf's huge black pupils freeze, as if one had returned to that crazy, bloody, and brutal era when most of the real world was in perpetual darkness. The next second, the Dark Wolf fell into a deep sleep under the influence of the destruction wolf. Odis regained his freedom, and before the figure of the destruction wolf had completely disappeared, the long sword made of stars appeared in his hand. He quickly stepped forward and chopped off the head of the Dark Wolf with one stroke. Immediately afterwards, a huge pillar of starlight fell, illuminating the entire valley. The Dark Wolf was dismembered in the starlight and then turned into dust. The next instant, a gigantic figure opened its eyes in the historical gap. It was the resurrected Dark Wolf. After checking his surroundings, he quickly ran towards a secret history of the second era that only he knew. But that history suddenly turned into a black dot of light. The dot of light grew bigger and bigger, and the Dark Wolf saw a pair of bloody and brutal eyes. What it was running towards was the destruction wolf. In that instant, the Dark Wolf seemed to wake up from a dream and realize that its head had been chopped off by the young man holding the Gus staff. Didn't this scene just happen? Although he was asleep just now, as an angel-level occupier, he still had the corresponding memory of what had just happened. My feeling is correct, that scene did indeed just happen. Odis knew that if he killed the Dark Wolf so quickly, it would immediately resurrect in an unknown place, which would actually help it escape. So while using the Pillar of Starlight, Odis also used another ability, Mysterious Reappearance, the Cycle of Fate. This recreates the power of the Angel of Fate, Alolius, allowing the resurrected Dark Wolf to return to the state it was before it was killed. However, he had indeed used up one chance to revive. Immediately afterward, the enormous Pillar of Starlight fell, and the Dark Wolf died again without resistance. The next second, he awoke in a ruined city-state in the land of the Forsaken Gods. This was another arrangement for his resurrection. The Miracle Master's resurrection ability refers to resurrection on the spot, but if arranged in advance, it can resurrect in another location. Moreover, because they are the occupiers, they have a very strong ability to counter-occupy, so these arrangements are very difficult to be occupied in advance. After being resurrected, it was basically impossible to divine his exact location. At this time, the arrangement of this city-state was used, which made the Dark Wolf momentarily dazed. Then, the intuition of the diviner made him realize that the resurrection that appeared in the historical gap was not an illusion. He had indeed been resurrected twice in a row. Immediately afterwards, the fur on the Dark Wolf's body seemed to suddenly stand on end, and the diviner's intuition also told him that the danger was still there. Just as I was about to delve into the fog of history, I discovered that my two legs had suddenly transformed into a stream of information. Immediately afterwards, a towering figure appeared in midair. It was an old man wearing a hood, carrying a lantern in one hand and a cane in the other. He looked very holy and wise. This was Odis, who had logged into the larger version. Just now, while Odis was pouring a lot of knowledge into the Dark Wolf's brain, the Dark Wolf was still trying to manipulate Odis's spiritual threads. Taking advantage of the Dark Wolf's dazed state, Odis quietly channeled an aura of wild knowledge along the spiritual threads around the Dark Wolf's spirit. For any creature other than Odis, the aura of the wilderness of knowledge is a form of pollution. Odis can now use the aura of the wilderness of knowledge to corrupt targets, but this process is difficult to complete in an instant. Just like injecting enough knowledge into the target's brain, Odis simply doesn't have time to corrupt targets during battles between angels. For opponents below the level of angels, Odis can eliminate them directly, which is easier than polluting them. When the Dark Wolf manipulated Odis's spiritual thread, it essentially built a bridge for Odis to corrupt the Dark Wolf with the power of the wilderness of knowledge, a process that was completed very easily. If the Dark Wolf had reacted quickly enough, it would have immediately severed the spirit thread and then used the paper doll substitute ability, making it unlikely that this contamination operation would have been completed. However, the Dark Wolf saw controlling the spirit threads as his chance to turn the tide. Even after his brain began to slow down, he continued to try to control Odis's spirit threads, unaware that Odis wanted him to use this ability sooner than he did. At this moment, after the Lord of Mysteries appeared, the lantern in his hand suddenly became bright. Then, the Dark Wolf completely turned into a stream of information and was quickly disrupted by the Lord of Mysteries. The streams of information shattered one by one, and the Dark Wolf died again as it was pulverized. The next instant, the Dark Wolf awoke in a cave deep in the mountains. This was his last chance to be resurrected. The moment it was resurrected, the Dark Wolf immediately burrowed into the depths of the historical fog, hiding in a part of the Second Age of history that only the known knew about. At that moment, the image of the divine Lord of Mysteries appeared above his head again. Although Odis's status was still far from that of the Old Ones, the pollution of the wilderness of knowledge was still at the level of the Old Ones, which could not be eliminated by 1 or 2 resurrections. Moreover, given its status and characteristics as a wilderness of knowledge, it can briefly appear within the fog of history. The moment that Lord of Mysteries appeared, the lantern in his hand lit up again, and a majestic figure sitting on a throne appeared in the mists of history. The figure was wearing a crown and was a man in his 20s who looked somewhat nerdy. Dressed in a magnificent robe in the style of the Fourth Age, with a slight wave of his hand, a silver-white long sword instantly appeared. The long sword suddenly plummeted down, pinning the dark wolf, which was fleeing in the historical fog, to the ground. Mystery reappears, the judge's sword. The person who reappears wearing the magnificent robe is Knight Emperor Terence. Since the Second Age, the dark wolf has committed many cruel acts, so the verdict is that he is guilty and will be executed immediately. The dark wolf immediately transformed into hundreds of spirit insects, which scattered and fled in hopes of escaping punishment. The next instant, starting from the silver-white judgment sword, the surrounding spirit insects twitched and immediately stiffened. Death spread like a tide, causing the surrounding spirit insects to be impacted as if by ripples, and they all became stiff in the mist of history. Immediately following, a resentful roar echoed from the mists of history, and the dark wolf was finally dead. The extraordinary properties then began to converge on one of the spirit insects. At first, Odis thought that the dark wolf had some kind of resurrection plan, but he soon discovered that it was because the dark wolf died unwillingly and had some spiritual residue left in its properties, so it began to form a sealing artifact. Anyone who stands in the dark wolf's shoes would feel sorry for him. He had been hiding for thousands of years and finally had the chance to become a Sequence 1. The ritual was already being prepared, but not only did he lose the chance to become a Sequence 1, he also lost his own life. Soon the spirit worm began to grow larger and rounder, forming an ancient coin. One side of the coin had the image of a demon wolf, while the other side depicted a wishing well. Because the dark wolf had been corrupted by the wilderness of knowledge in its previous life, Odis easily collected the coin-shaped seal and the spirit insects scattered all over the ground into the wilderness of knowledge. Odis immediately stopped projecting his power outwards, and his consciousness instantly appeared in the wilderness of knowledge. Then we returned to the real world. Before using Knowledge Wilderness to chase the dark wolf, Odis had already put himself into stealth mode, creating the illusion that he was using the teleport ability to catch up with his target. He suddenly appeared at that moment, as if he had returned from chasing an enemy. Meanwhile, Klein finally gained control of the curtain and hid inside the source castle while Odis was leaving. He asked Odis, "How is it?" "We've taken them down," Odis said with a smile. The reason the two had this exchange was because they had an agreement before the operation. Klein would get the curtain, and all the other spoils would belong to Odis. If Odis fails to kill the dark wolf, Klein will give Odis some compensation. Now that Odis has obtained the extraordinary properties of the dark wolf, they can divide it according to the previously agreed upon method. Odis looked at the motionless sheep and rabbits in the castle. After the death of the dark wolf, these puppets were essentially dead as well, but in their current state, they would not immediately release extraordinary characteristics. Just as he was about to use witchcraft to kill these puppets again, Klein said, "I'll do it." Then he cleared his throat and called out, "Leodoris." In an instant, the lightning in the sky descended to the ground, forming a silvery white forest of lightning within the castle. Odis was slightly stunned and quickly dodged to avoid being struck by lightning. The lightning disappeared 2 or 3 seconds later, and the sheep and rabbits were charred into pieces by the lightning, and their extraordinary properties were quickly released. Odis beckoned to them, and a series of properties flew into the wilderness of knowledge. This harvest was a great success, and these characteristics cover almost all avenues, which perfectly suits Odis's current needs. Over the past 6 months, Odis has recruited a large number of wild extraordinary individuals, who come from all walks of life. However, providing them with opportunities for advancement has become a problem. Now that we have these features, it's like solving the problem of general membership upgrades for the foreseeable future. After retracting his special ability, Odis reappeared as Suzaku, and he and Klein immediately left. When the lightning in the castle completely disappeared, darkness returned, and the valley became very quiet because the lightning had killed all the creatures in the city. A dozen seconds later, a bright light suddenly appeared at the castle's main gate, and a figure dressed in classical wizarding attire ran towards it. Amon, wearing a pointed wizard's hat and holding an animal skin lantern, appeared there. He adjusted his crystal monocle and looked around carefully. The bearded man is indeed hanging out with the owner of the source castle. Then a colorful light flashed from Amon's monocle, and stars suddenly appeared around him, creating a very beautiful scene. This was the astrology he had stolen earlier. Amon glanced at the surrounding constellations and immediately completed the decryption. Cordell has been killed. He suddenly smiled and said, "The wise man still has a way." Amon had been searching for the dark wolf for over 1,000 years without finding him, but unexpectedly, he was killed today. Odis and Klein landed in the ruins of a city-state. The moment they landed, Odis raised his head, and all the monsters in the city-state instantly turned into a stream of information. As the information flowed out, the monsters fell apart. A dozen or so extraordinary characteristics rolled out of the information stream, and Odis also included them in the wilderness of knowledge. This made Odis exclaim, "I feel like I've just come to buy some goods." Klein then said, "Among the monsters in these city-states, the drop rate of extraordinary traits is very high." Odis laughed and said, "Lottery rate is a very apt word. When it's just the two of them, they mostly communicate in Mandarin." While observing that there was no danger around, Odis said, "I had been thinking about a question before, were the distributions of extraordinary characteristics relatively even during the First and Second Ages? Or perhaps those characteristics were more evenly distributed in the real world at that time. This is based on the principle of corresponding extraordinary characteristics. After the original creator fell into slumber, the characteristics of the silkworm should have spread out. After the fall of God and Celestial Venerable, most of their characteristics should have scattered. Otherwise, if they were to come together, it would be easy for an ancient god composed entirely of divinity to emerge. However, in the Second Age, most extraordinary creatures consumed a little bit of food through one route and a little bit of food through another. Odis suspected that after those powerful beings fell, their characteristics would not remain in one place, but would most likely explode like fireworks, scattering their characteristics everywhere. Klein thought for a moment and said, "There might have been such a period." He also thought that if the characteristics remained in a state of aggregation, it would be very easy for the ancient gods to become gods. Odis continued, "Later, with human intervention, the characteristics became relatively concentrated, such as the city-states that were built during the Second Age and the churches that arose during the Third Age. The originally scattered characteristics have all begun to converge towards the city-states with the extraordinary beings or extraordinary creatures. The characteristic of a fixed path is that it converges toward the church." Klein suddenly chuckled, "Only someone like you can think of such strange questions." Odis laughed and said, "This question may seem to have no practical significance, but it has suddenly given me a plan." "What plan?" "According to my idea," Odis said, "there are many city-states in the land of the Forsaken, and many of the extraordinary ones from the ancient Church of God are also in the land of the Forsaken. Logically speaking, about half of the extraordinary characteristics below the level of angels in this world should be in the land of God's Forsaken." At this point, he laid out his understanding of the world. However, this estimate is based on the approximate land area of the real world and the land of the Forsaken, so it is probably not accurate, because the oceans in the real world are obviously much larger. But it should be at least a third, right? The reason why the branch is below the angels is because many angels have some way to enter and leave the land of God's Forsaken land, or at least have a way to leave the land of God's Forsaken land. Klein roughly understood, you plan to hunt the monsters here." He immediately understood what Odis meant. The environment of the land forsaken by the gods was actually a kind of selection process for Odis. The density of monsters here is far lower than that of humans and extraordinary creatures in the real world. Once you find such a city-state, which is a place where monsters are relatively concentrated, you can usually obtain a batch of extraordinary traits. Moreover, the holders of these characteristics are not extraordinary beings, but monsters, essentially creatures possessed by a master. It will avoid a lot of trouble. Odis smiled and said, "You see, it's not without its benefits to let your imagination run wild." He paused for a moment and then said, "However, we can't go too far, because the true creator most likely considers this place as his own property and is unlikely to allow me to keep hunting. If Fong sends out the King of Angels to scratch his nose, it will be a losing proposition. Moreover, there are some dangers in the Forsaken Land that are difficult for even angels to deal with, such as Amon and his avatars. I don't think we'll encounter any danger in harvesting the properties from the three ruins. But it's hard to say anything more." Klein nodded, thinking to himself, a bit greedy, but still rational. He placed the lantern next to a huge stone pillar that had fallen from a building. "I'll wait for you here. If you encounter any danger, don't come back for now." They also made an appointment with Little Tai to meet up with the exploration team from Silver City in the afternoon town the next day and open the Giant King's palace together. After completing the hunt for the Dark Wolves as planned, Odis also spent a day in the Forsaken Land. "We'll head to the afternoon town tomorrow." Without further ado, Odis, you recreated the vermilion bird and rode it to search the surrounding area. Before long, you found the ruins of another city-state. To be on the safe side, it's best to make a prediction first to ensure the upcoming journey is safe, and then carefully observe to make sure there's no danger before entering the city-state ruins to begin the hunt. A few minutes later, having gained many traits, Odis set off again and soon found another city-state. However, he predicted that the upcoming hunt would be dangerous, so Odis decisively gave up and continued to search for the next city-state ruins. There wasn't even the idea of investigating where the dangers in the ruins came from, because the idea itself was dangerous. In just over an hour, Odis had hunted down the monsters from the ruins of 3 city-states. However, he didn't encounter a city like Silver City that has persisted to this day, otherwise, Odis could have tried to preach to the Lord of Odysseus. While marveling at how extraordinary this place was, Odis secretly warned himself that he could not continue hunting, or he might encounter danger. Thinking that the door between the Forsaken Land and the real world will remain open for a while, I can come back again later. After confirming that she was not being targeted by that being or any potential danger, Odis arrived at the meeting point with Klein. Klein had already cleared out a seemingly sturdy ruin, pretty fast. It's all right. Odis smiled as she entered the house, sat by the fire, and looked outside, saying, "This is a good place to sleep." Lightning streaked across the sky outside, but the thunder was faint, and more importantly, the overall environment was extremely dark. It felt like every moment was in the night before the rain. Klein replied, "For angels, this place may not seem very dangerous, but for those below the angel level, especially ordinary people, it is extremely dangerous. Without the protection of a demigod, even if an ordinary person knows the rules of lighting lamps and so on, they wouldn't survive more than 10 minutes here. There are simply too many monsters here. Even if we send out extraordinary individuals to patrol and clear the monsters around the city, like we do in Silver City, we can only ensure that those monsters don't appear on the city streets." Odis chuckled and said, "I was just saying, don't take it so seriously." Then he asked, "Have you been in this kind of environment for too long and are you feeling a bit depressed?" Klein paused for a moment, then realized that Odis had made that remark in a joking tone. He took a deep breath, gave a wry smile, and said, "Perhaps I really haven't communicated with others for too long. Basically, the weekly tarot readings are the only opportunity to communicate with the outside world, but for the sake of the world persona. Klein rarely speaks, so their conversations can hardly be considered normal." Odis pulled a bottle of beer from the wilderness of knowledge, then some skewers of grilled meat. There are still over 10 hours before the feast begins. We haven't had a drink in over a year, have we? Come on, come on. Don't be shy, this is the roast meat that I had the chef at the presidential palace marinate before I came. That chef is very spoiled. I've only talked to him twice, and he's already able to make several decent Chinese dishes. Barbecue is his specialty, it definitely won't disappoint you." Klein summoned a grill from the historical rift and placed it on the fire. Looking at the sizzling, oily meat, he was indeed looking forward to it. After all, he had been eating mushrooms for more than half a year. Klein smiled as he watched Odis skillfully grill the meat and said, "Looks like the president is being treated quite well." Sigh. Odis sighed, "You have no idea, all sorts of messy, complicated matters come to me. Before I came here, I saw several documents, including suggestions for urban planning, a system for assessing outstanding individuals, and the most outrageous one was the logistical funding for police officers, where a single chair cost 20 seisinkins. At the current exchange rate, 20 seisinkins are equivalent to 4 bangs and 10 souls. 4 pounds and 10 sol. What kind of material is the chair made of?" When Odis first arrived in Remberg, the exchange rate between the Run currency and the Remberg currency was 1 gold pound to 5 Sassin gold. For the past 6 months, the Sassinkin coin had been appreciating. Only after Adi intervened did it stabilize at around 1 minute and 4.5 seconds, curbing the upward trend. Otherwise, Rembrandt would have suffered significant losses in exports. Hearing Odis's complaints, Klein recalled his time playing a naval admiral when a roll of naval paper cost 1 pound, and the toilets were renovated several times a year. Relatively speaking, the Remberg police's quote was more lenient than a reasonable price. After all, the chair could still be used for a while. But toilet paper is a consumable. So he asked, "How do you plan to solve this problem?" "I'll have the person who submitted this report bring one of the chairs they purchased to take a look," Odis said, handing a few skewers of grilled meat that Shiri had prepared to Klein. Klein took the skewers and helped analyze the situation, saying, "They'll definitely get you a chair that's worth a lot of money." Odis laughed and said, "Then I'll give that person my office chair. The president only uses a chair worth 2 pounds for his office, but they use such expensive things." In short, many people's careers have come to an end. Klein laughed and said, "I'm quite curious about what state Lemberg is in now. Generally speaking, everyone knows the truth about this kind of thing, and if it were in ruin, the prime minister would definitely approve it, since it's the country's money being spent. But if you investigate further, it's the prime minister who will offend people." But Odis clearly had no intention of putting up with them. "After you go out, you can go to Remberg to take a look." Odis smiled and said, "This urban planning will greatly change the appearance of Remberg. In the future, it will become a city with various extraordinary functions. It's different from the cities in the northern continent now, and it's different from the cities we remember." Klein laughed and said, "Now that you mention it, I'm actually looking forward to it." The two ate, drank, and chatted for over 3 hours, and the meal, which they couldn't tell was lunch or dinner, lasted for more than 3 hours. During this time, the aroma of roasted meat attracted many monsters. Among those monsters, those with extraordinary characteristics were given to Odis, and those without extraordinary characteristics were turned into puppets by Klein. Klein has been collecting monsters from the Forsaken Lands recently, in preparation for his future town of Yo. After dinner, Odis took out an armchair from the wilderness of knowledge and placed it by the window. Klein was stunned for a moment before laughing and saying, "Are you here to fake it?" Odis said, "Since I finally have some time, I definitely need to relax." As he spoke, he took out an armchair. "I also prepared one for you." Klein, who was about to summon the historical image of the armchair from the historical rift, paused for a moment. He was now used to using things that he had summoned. So the two of them looked out the window at the lightning, chatted for a while, and Odis even took a nap. The completion of the movement did not seem to take place in a perilous, God-forsaken land. Klein, however, couldn't sleep because the Forsaken Land contained the true creator, and Amon. In the past 6 months, he had only occasionally taken a nap in the historical gap, and rarely rested in the real world. After resting for more than 10 hours, Odis once again reappeared as Suzaku, arriving at the western exit of the Forsaken Land, the town of Afternoon outside the Giant's Court, in just a few seconds. From here you can see the Giant's Court, which is always shrouded in twilight, with its magnificent buildings. Bathed in orange light, it appeared both sacred and imbued with a profound sense of history. Odis exclaimed, "This is the kingdom of the gods. It's a pity there's no opportunity, otherwise I would have posted it on my WeChat moments." Klein observed for a while and said, "I did a divination earlier, and this operation is not dangerous." Of course, Odis laughed. "I've already come all this way, what danger could there be?" Klein thought about it and agreed. Odis was a fairly capable angel. Even if there were dangers at the angel level in the Giant's Court, he could basically handle them. The two quickly found the Silver City camp in the darkness. In the seemingly endless darkness, the few lights in the camp looked very conspicuous. Odis, however, was thinking about something else. Because of my involvement, the exploration of the Silver City was brought forward. At this time, Fusak and Intis had not yet reached Beklan, and the goddess Yaya and the god of war had not yet engaged in their divine war. Lost in thought, the two arrived at the camp. The Silver City exploration team members on guard duty alerted their companions, and you immediately grabbed your weapons and charged towards Odis and Klein. Odis quickly raised his hand and said, Sorry, we have to use giants, we're looking for Derek Berg." The two tall members of the exploration team did not continue their attack, they simply stood there, neither gaining nor losing anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to lose money, but Odis used witchcraft to stiffen their bodies, making it impossible for them to lose. Moreover, although Odis's voice was not loud, everyone in the camp heard what she said. Colin, the chief of Silver City, Elder Lovia, and Derek all came from the camp. They were all about 2 meters tall, a head taller than Odis and Klein. Colin, with his gaunt face and gray hair, scrutinized Odis and Klein with great vigilance. After all, encountering normal humans outside Silver City was something to be extremely careful about. Despite her mature and beautiful appearance, Lovia, whose face was pale, scrutinized Odis and Klein with a somewhat solemn gaze. It is quite clear that these are the followers of 2 other deities. The other members of the exploration team also came over, looking at Odis and Klein's strange attire with curious eyes. Derek quickly confirmed the information, then smiled and said, "Mr. Hermit, Mr. World. You've arrived." Odis was taken aback. How am I supposed to respond? Has he arrived? Or hasn't he arrived? He cleared his throat, released the 2 members of the exploration team who were on guard duty, and then said, "Hello." Derek was about to invite the 2 Tarot Club members into the camp when he seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Chief Colin. "Chief, this is the Hermit, and this is the World." Odis smiled and said, "Just call me Gar." Klein, however, remained silent, playing the role of Gehrman Sparrow. Colin said calmly, "Hello." Odis remarked, "It's really hard to keep up with conversations with the people of Silver City." Then he asked, "Are you ready?" Colin said, "We're ready, we can leave anytime." Odis nodded, "We won't go into the camp. We'll set off once we're ready." Colin was slightly taken aback, feeling somewhat guilty, as the other party was clearly being considerate of their feelings. So his tone became somewhat emotional. "Okay." After finishing their conversation, Colin and the others returned to the camp and explained the precautions to the other members, as well as the code they had previously agreed upon. This mission to Silver City not only cost Colin and the other 2 demigods from the Silkworm realm, but also several elites from the middle sequence. They also carried 3 level 1 sealed artifacts, ready to be deployed at any time. Before they came, they had already determined the code. If the opponent they encountered was too powerful, and all 3 demigods died inside, and there was no way to solve the problem, then these middle-order, extraordinary beings would return the way they came, think of another way, and wait for another opportunity. If any of the 3 demigods were injured or killed, but the problem was almost solved, they would give them a signal to enter the Giant King's palace immediately to carry out the order. After giving a brief explanation, Colin glanced at the giant's court on the mountain and said, "Let's go." Colin, Lovia, and Derek then walked out of the camp, and Odis took out the staff of Gus and said, "Get ready." Before Derek could ask what preparations were needed, a gigantic Quinping appeared beneath their feet, its body adorned with green, blue, and white patterns that exuded an oriental charm. The Quinping has two huge wings on its back. These wings are brightly colored and are surrounded by misty xenon and argon, constantly emitting a sacred and bright light. The sudden appearance of the giant beast startled the people of Silver City, who then showed expressions of surprise. In the blink of an eye, Quinping had brought them to the main gate of the giant's royal court. Odis originally intended to fly directly to the entrance of the giant king's palace, but the giant king's court was filled with a strong aura of decay, so Quinping was unwilling to go in and had to get off at the entrance. Immediately, Odis looked at the two giant guards at the door. "I had forgotten about you too." Chapter 460, Chapter 459, opening a passage between the Forsaken Land and the outside world. Odis only remembered when he saw the two giant guards that these two guards at the main gate of the giant's court were two Sequence 3 Silver Knights. Moreover, they are already similar to undead creatures. Although they have the strength of Sequence 3, they are not very bright. So Odis, outside their attack range, used his power to turn them into two streams of information. The two Silver Knights immediately resisted, and two rays of dawn descended, intending to eliminate all extraordinary statuses that were detrimental to them. This is the most practical ability of the warrior path. Not only are they strong in melee combat, defense, and vitality, but when they are bathed in the light of dawn, they can also block most extraordinary attacks and remove most of their adverse statuses. However, Odis was a level above them, with a much greater attack range and power. He immediately unleashed two orbs of starlight, obscuring the two dawn-like rays of light. As the starlight pillar grew larger and larger, it eventually formed a pillar of light with a diameter of over 20 meters. The two Silver Knights had not yet fully escaped informationization and were struck by the light pillar, quickly falling apart. Odis waved to the two Silver Knights and they happily flew into the wilderness of knowledge. At that moment, he thought to himself, Grosser's promotion characteristics are there, and he has the opportunity to be promoted to Sequence 3. Klein remarked, "The president must be under a lot of pressure supporting so many extraordinary individuals." In his view, Odis developed a greedy nature after seeing the extraordinary qualities. Derek exclaimed, "This is the power of an angel." The two Silver Knights, whom they had been completely unable to deal with before, were easily dealt with by the Hermit. Colin frowned in surprise, because he was also a Silver Knight. Of course, he wasn't worried that Odis would suddenly attack him, but rather that it meant taking control of the operation. It's no longer in Silver City's hands. Colin didn't care about the spoils of this operation, but he was afraid that the angel had other motives and would delay the best opportunity to find a way to the outside world. Odis beckoned to the demigods behind him, "Let's go." He thought to himself, "Let me see if there's anything good inside." Klein and the others kept a close watch as they quickly followed. Soon Odis and his companions arrived at a road that led directly to the palace of the giant king. On both sides of the road stood rows of giant stone statues, bathed in orange light, wielding great swords, giant axes, and other weapons, their single eyes wide open, looking extremely majestic. Odis, who was at the front, uttered a somewhat questioning sound. Klein was taken aback. "What's wrong?" "These statues do have a problem, but it doesn't seem like it's difficult to fix." Odis shook his head and said, "It's nothing." He remembered that on the way to the giant king's palace, there seemed to be a river formed from the aura of a dark angel. Why didn't we encounter that river? Upon realizing this, Odis immediately understood that this operation should be different from what she remembered. Odis was no longer as relaxed as before and began to take this exploration seriously. After taking a few more steps forward, the surrounding stone statues suddenly moved, raising their weapons to attack Odis and the others. Before the demigods could even make a move, Odis raised his hand and reappeared a crystal trident in front of him. Mystery reappears, the Elf King's scepter. Immediately, a hurricane blew in, so strong that it lifted the stone statues on both sides into the air. The hurricane seemed to have eyes, only blowing away the stone statues. Odis and the others in the middle of the road were merely affected by the slightest gust of wind. Glug. As the hurricane subsided, the stone statues fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. Moreover, they almost landed in one spot, without damaging the surrounding buildings or knocking down Odis and the others. Klein remarked, "It's so easy to travel with angels." Derek and the others felt as if all their strength was concentrated but had nowhere to be used. They had thought there would be a fierce battle today, but they had become spectators of the exploration mission. Soon they arrived at the entrance to the giant king's palace. The two enormous stone gates were over 10 meters high, and even Derek and the other half-giants seemed somewhat small in front of them. There is a huge keyhole at about 4 or 5 meters high on the gate. Odis then looked at Klein, who took out the giant key he had obtained from Iceberg General, climbed onto it like a gecko, and inserted the key into the lock. With a dull click, the massive stone door swayed slightly, and the lock opened. The mystical seal on this door has also been broken. Odis waved his hand again, and 2 invisible servants appeared before everyone and pushed open the 2 stone doors. As the stone gate opened, a magnificent palace appeared before everyone. The huge interior was very tall and wide, yet also very empty. Only at the very innermost part of the palace was there a high platform with a huge throne on it. Behind the throne are 2 smaller stone doors. Upon seeing the 2 stone doors, Klein and the other 2 demigods from Silver City were somewhat excited, because their spiritual senses indicated that outside those stone doors lay the normal world they had been searching for thousands of years. Odis frowned. Where is the Dark Angel, evil spirit? Where is the first blasphemous tablet? Does this mean the Dark Angel, evil spirit will only appear after we enter? Thinking of this, Odis sent the 2 invisible servants into the hall, but they encountered no danger and walked to the high platform deep in the hall, next to the throne that once belonged to the giant king. Odis frowned even more. Does that mean only normal people can go in and trigger the danger inside? Just as he was about to dismiss the 2 invisible servants, he suddenly noticed a line of text engraved on the enormous throne. Odis immediately directed an invisible servant to examine it closely. It was a line of ancient giant script, which roughly meant, when you come here and do not find the person or thing you are looking for, it means that I have succeeded. Odis was initially puzzled, unsure whether the inscription was carved by the King of Giants or the Dark Angel, and who it was intended for. After a moment's thought, Odis felt it was unlikely to be a message left by the King of Giants, since the King of Giants had perished thousands of years ago and seemed to have little to do with success. Of course, it's not impossible that the King of Giants might have some plans for resurrection, but Odis simply couldn't imagine it. Who was it written to? It's highly likely that it was carved by the Dark Angel, or by someone connected to the Dark Angel. Thinking about this, Odis suddenly realized, could this sentence have been written for me? In Odis's memory, the sage spoke with the ancient sun god many times about what would happen after the Third Age. However, the sage communicated with the ancient sun god through prophecy, and only told the ancient sun god that he was also a descendant of the people of the Common Era, without telling him that he knew history. Regardless of the method used, the ancient sun god knew in advance that he had been replaced by the pure white angel. They betrayed us, and they also knew the general situation of the Quaternary and Fifth Ages. If the ancient sun god still has any sense, he will definitely leave some arrangements. Based on Adam's deep collaboration with the Celestial Master and the possibility that the God of Knowledge and Wisdom might have been replaced, Odis deduced that the sage and the ancient sun god were plotting something significant. However, the Celestial Master did not tell Odis the specifics of their plan. At this moment, the throne, which should have contained the evil spirit of the Dark Angel, only had a message on it. This message was likely intended for himself or for the Celestial Master. Odis immediately thought, could the God of Knowledge be the Dark Angel evil spirit? But he immediately dismissed the idea, because an evil spirit could hardly support the status of a god. Seeing Odis's serious expression, Klein asked, is there a problem? No, Odis smiled and said, I was just thinking of something else. He decided to think about the Dark Angel evil spirit and the whereabouts of the first blasphemous tablet when he had time. My invisible servants didn't detect anything amiss in the hall, Odis said. However, we must remain cautious and not let our guard down. The others nodded slowly, indicating that they understood. Odis led the way, and the group soon arrived at the throne of the giant king and climbed the high steps. Up to this point, they had not encountered any danger. Upon reaching the throne, Klein also saw the inscription, but his focus was elsewhere. What person and thing are we looking for? What are they? He believed that the message was clearly left for Odis by someone, because Odis had previously said that his main reason for participating in this operation was to confirm some things. So that people and things in this passage might be the things that Odis needs to confirm. Odis paused slightly before saying, I have received information that there may be an evil spirit here. But now it seems that the evil spirit has disappeared. At this moment, he looked towards the entrance of the hall. This message may not be for us. Everyone, stand behind the throne, behind me. As he spoke, Odis transformed into a mythical creature, blocking Klein and the others behind him. The next second, an evil and chilling gaze looked over from afar. Just by sensing that gaze, one could feel an indescribable madness, depravity, and evil. Everyone realized that this was the gaze of the true creator. Klein understood Odis's meaning. The words on the chair were probably meant for the true creator. Odis hesitated, wondering whether he should summon the Celestial Master. Although the true creator is likely to sense his deep connection with the former sage, this deity is in poor condition and lacks sufficient rationality. If he were to target someone he knows, then all would be lost. Odis can only guarantee his own escape. Will Klein and the others survive? Will they lose control on the spot? It all depends on luck. Fortunately, After that gaze fell on the words on the throne, it seemed to change suddenly. Odis and the others couldn't quite put their finger on what the change was, but it seemed that the gaze was different from before. Immediately afterwards, the true creator stopped watching this place. But Odis did not immediately break free from the mythical creature state, because he remembered that Amon seemed to be coming to steal the first blasphemy tablet. After waiting for more than 10 seconds without seeing Amon, Odis used the information stream to check the stone door behind the throne. After confirming that no questions had been asked, Odis reverted to her human form and said to Klein and the others, "I think you should be the ones opening the door." Since Amon did not appear, there is only one possibility: Amon also knows the inside story of this matter. The fact that the true creator is watching this place might be because he is in such a poor state that he has forgotten his original plans. Or perhaps the true creator is unaware of the truth. After seeing that the first blasphemous stone tablet was not there, Pao remembered something or guessed something. Odis had long noticed that the ancient sun god knew roughly how history would unfold over the next 1 or 2,000 years. However, the fact that history from the tertiary period to the present is still quite similar to Odis's impressions is very intriguing. The ancient sun god perished at the end of the Third Age in an attempt to kill the primordial one, as he had essentially awakened by then. However, for approximately 2,000 years afterward, the ancient sun god still failed to complete the resurrection process. This left Odis somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing Odis's words, Derek said with some excitement, "Thank you." He, Klein, and Lovia arrived at the 2 stone doors and reached out to push them open, where they were decorated with mystical symbols. It was only then that Chief Klein realized his hands were trembling. He was somewhat unfamiliar with this feeling of intense excitement and tried several times to control his emotions, but to no avail. He seemed to suddenly see several figures before his eyes. Among them were his 2 sons and a daughter. There was also his granddaughter, who was only in her 20s when she died. They all died by Klein's sword. Klein has had no family since more than 30 years ago. They smiled at Klein, then turned around to help push the stone door open. Klein could no longer control his emotions and 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. He had waited for this moment for far too long, and Silver City had waited for far too long, so long that they had become numb. But they never gave up and have been trying to find a way out for thousands of years. They kept exploring. Kept exploring until the stone gate was pushed open, and the passage was finally opened. Derek and Lovia were also in tears. One had to kill his parents, and the other watched her teacher turn into an evil spirit and had to kill her teenage son. At the moment her son died, Lovia thought her heart was dead. But now, that heart seems to have come back to life. The stone door was pushed open a crack. Sunlight. That's the sunlight they were talking about in the book. In the land forsaken by the gods, they had only seen light in the extraordinary, but now they were finally seeing the true sunlight. The gap in the stone door, which had been pushed open, grew wider and wider. Splash, splash. The waves gently lapped against the beach, and a warm breeze caressed our faces. That's the sea, that's the sky, that's the world Silver City has always been chasing, a world with sunrises and sunsets. Klein and the other 2 stood at the door for a full minute before they seemed to come to their senses, stepped out of the stone door, and entered the real world. Odis and Klein did not disturb them until they seemed less excited, at which point Odis bid farewell to everyone and returned to Cruise Island aboard the Vermilion Bird. Upon arriving at the cabin on the island, Odis immediately entered the wilderness of knowledge to organize the spoils of his journey to the Forsaken Land. Nearly 200 extraordinary traits were acquired. Among them were 9 demigod-level traits, greatly enriching Odis's extraordinary reserves. Most of these characteristics come from the puppet town of Cordal, where the only creatures that can survive in the Forsaken Lands are monsters, extraordinary beings, and extraordinary creatures. Therefore, the density of extraordinary characteristics is very high there. Of course, the biggest prize was the coin with the image of a dire wolf. This is the 3rd level 0 sealed artifact that Odis has obtained. Its main abilities include taking over and counter-taking over, being able to make a wish upon a coin, but the wish cannot involve a level above sequence 2, and being able to control the target's spiritual thread. However, it cannot turn the other party into a puppet. It can summon items or sealed objects that it once owned or came into contact with from the historical rift. The level cannot exceed sequence 2, and it can be maintained for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, you can only summon items, not characters. The negative effects are, it will turn into a coin puppet after only 3 seconds of use, and angel level holders can maintain it for 6 seconds. If the item is unsealed for 1 minute, it will turn all creatures within a 5-kilometer radius into puppets. If it is unsealed for 90 seconds, it will blend into the surrounding objects on its own, with a certain probability of turning into a coin that even archangels cannot distinguish, and a high probability of turning into a small item that is difficult to detect in the surrounding area. Once lost, it is very difficult to find again. That means there are only 6 seconds of safe time. With such a short time, we definitely have to seal it off with the knowledge wilderness. After the seal is applied, there is a 1-minute safe usage period. Finally, it was time to name it, and Odis named it the Wishing Coin. We now have 3 level 0 sealed items, and we should assign them fixed numbers. Odis remembered that the level 0 sealed artifacts of the Fool seemed to start from level 60, so the level 0 of the Lord of Mysteries. Level 70 sealed items are available starting from level 70. Therefore, the sealed artifact seized from Alcatraz Island was numbered and named 0 to 70 Blood Necklace. The sealed artifact intercepted during the attack on the Rose School is numbered and named 0 to 71 Source of the Curse. The sealed item that was just seized is 0 to 72 Wishing Coin. Once you reach level 0 sealed items, the negative effects are generally very dangerous. Even if you seal them with Knowledge Wilderness, you can only guarantee about 1 minute of safety. After a minute, the negative effects were almost impossible to avoid. Therefore, at present, these sealed items cannot be given to extraordinary beings below the level of demigod. Odis estimated that only by ascending to the rank of Hermit and then sealing himself again with the Wilderness of Knowledge could he gain more safe time. After organizing his spoils, Odis entered a wise man's time that felt like stepping into a traditional Chinese ink painting. He said to the celestial master who was meditating on the black rock, "I went to the palace of the giant king, but I did not see the evil spirit of the dark angel there, nor did I see the first blasphemy slab." The celestial master slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Odis, and then smiled, saying, "Are you wondering what my plan is with the ancient sun god?" Odis nodded immediately. The celestial master sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but that you can't keep the secret. The enemies of the ancient sun god are the primordial god and the celestial venerable, one of whom is omniscient and omnipotent, and the other is the lord of the spirit world. You may not fully understand the authority of omniscience. It's not simply about having a lot of knowledge. It's also about combining the authority of the 100 Towers pathway with the authority of the Dreamer pathway. No matter what kind of knowledge or secret it is, you can get the corresponding clues through the ocean of collective consciousness. That's what omniscience means. And once you know this secret, corresponding information will be generated in the spirit world. Of course, this information needs to be searched and interpreted to understand its meaning, but the diviner is the best at finding things, and the thief is the best at deciphering them. Therefore, nothing that has happened in this world can be hidden from the Lord of the spirit realm. Odis seemed to realize something. "I really can't keep this secret." The celestial master slowly nodded. "Once you have accepted uniqueness, you will know our plan." He paused for a moment, then added, "However, just to be on the safe side, I've also forgot the full picture of the plan. However, once we have attained harmony with the Tao, we will be able to fully recall it." Odis exclaimed, "You are all very careful." However, he then added, "This kind of thing really needs to be kept secret as much as possible. I won't inquire about it anymore." The celestial master smiled slightly and continued meditating. Odis returned to the real world and surveyed the area around Cruz Island. Recently, Rembrandt has taken over 9 islands in the Roside Islands, connecting them with the Cruz Islands and controlling a large area of sea. The islands we've just taken over are currently undergoing population and asset censuses to determine the number of people and assets before planning how to develop the local economy. Meanwhile, Cruz Island is currently in a state of preparation, as Lenborough is planning the Battle of Midway. This was the final step in Rembrandt's second expansion. Capturing Midway would mean securing a safe passage to the southern continent. That way, we can vigorously develop the colonies in the southern continent. At this moment, Odis saw several ships sailing towards Cruz Island on the horizon. These were warships built on Shera Island, heading to Cruz Island to rendezvous. The pirates on Cruz Island also sensed that something was amiss. The metal-hulled ships sailed from a distance, but instead of stopping at the port town, they stopped at the naval port built in the northwest corner. The port was small, and it seemed that not many people were needed to maintain it. Merchant ships and pirate ships were not allowed to dock there. The key point is that those iron-hulled ships look very mysterious. They have no sails, yet they are faster than pirate ships. At first, some people speculated that it might be an ironclad ship similar to the Rune. But people soon discovered that there was no large smokestack on the ship, nor did it look like it had a large steam engine. This was actually an extraordinary warship designed by Odis, with performance, weaponry, and other systems that were even more advanced than the Argo. The reason for this improvement is that there's no longer a need to pretend. When the Argo was being built, Odis's power was still weak, so he had to sacrifice performance and weapon systems, building sails, stern sails, etc., to make it look like a small sailing ship. But now there's no need to pretend anymore. Remnantburg is a powerful nation in the world, and it has several angels. Even if someone wants to take advantage of these warships, they'll have to think twice. As the warships built on Shera Island sailed to Cruz Island, the Red Angel, Evil Spirit, arrived on Cruz Island, and his command center was quickly established to prepare for the upcoming naval battle. Midway is a large island rich in timber, iron ore, and copper ore. Of course, like other large tropical islands, spices are one of the pillar industries here. However, the island's strategic value far outweighs the value of its resources. The distance from here to the southern continent is about the same as the distance to the northern continent, so it was named Midway Island. It is a very important supply point on the central route. Currently, there are 3 safe shipping routes between the north and south continents. One of them is controlled by the Kingdom of Rune. Starting from Pride's Port and passing through the Rosed Islands, this route is the shortest, most prosperous, and has the most supply points. You can usually find a supply island every 2 or 3 days of sailing. This route is known internationally as the Eastern Route. The western route is controlled by the Republic of Intis and passes through the Oradek Islands and the island of Selos. This route is very long, but there is a large area of turbulent sea between it and the Roside Islands, making it difficult for the Rune Navy to attack this area. Therefore, this passage is relatively safe. The last route is the Central Route, located west of the Roside Islands, and this route only has Midway Island as a resupply point. The Kingdom of Fenaport has consistently ranked 3rd among the nations of the northern continent precisely because of this island. At the beginning of the colonial era, the Run Navy and the Fenaport Navy frequently engaged in naval battles because the eastern and central routes were relatively close, and their navies often plundered each other's cargo ships or merchant vessels. Later, after Rune established its dominance at sea, naval battles decreased significantly. Subsequently, Rune's main enemy became the more hostile Fusak Navy, so a large portion of its naval forces were transferred eastward. Furthermore, Rune's colonies are the largest among all nations, even exceeding the combined total of all other nations' colonies. Therefore, a large amount of manpower is needed in the southern continent and the Roside Islands to combat pirates and escort important merchant ships and cargo ships. Meanwhile, because the western part of the Roside Islands had relatively scarce resources and complex shipping routes, the Ruan Navy gradually withdrew its 2 large naval bases from the area, leaving only a few smaller naval bases and a few naval offices. So the Fenaport Navy began to infiltrate the western part of the Rothschild Islands. This is why Rune gave so much support when Odis and Fenaport fell out last year, as they no longer had enough power to stop Fenaport's infiltration. They preferred to hand the islands over to pirates rather than to Fenaport. This was the situation of the various countries in the raging sea before the war. After the outbreak of the World War, the Intis Navy sailed south along the coast of the northern continent and then attacked the Rune Navy by taking advantage of the central route. Although this kind of march was a bit long, it was relatively safe. However, the route passes through the coastal waters of Fenaport and the central route within Fenaport's sphere of influence. They must have obtained permission from the Kingdom of Fenaport, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Therefore, although the Fenaport Navy has never participated in the war, it has been in effect participating. Fenaport's Grand Admiral, Honey Slick, had received intelligence a month earlier that Remberg was amassing naval forces, seemingly preparing for a naval battle. The so-called naval power of Remnantburg mainly refers to the fleets and extraordinary forces of Elemental Dawn and Sword of Dawn. The Fenaport royal family also took this matter very seriously, with senior officials from the Department of Defense visiting Midway Island multiple times to meet and discuss it with the Fenaport Navy. The first question they discussed was, could they really hold Midway Island? Marshal Horny Slick believed that they could hold out for a while because the sea was not like the land. Each ship could only be equipped with 2 lingbow cannons, and Remberg's naval forces had limited time to build up, making it difficult to form a cluster of artillery strikes. Moreover, they have many new weapons, but due to the limitations of the marine environment, they cannot be very effective. Therefore, Slick believed that Midway Island could be defended as long as there was sufficient extraordinary power. If they held out for a while, the Fusak Empire and the Intis Republic would capture Backlund, the capital of Rune. The world order would change dramatically, and Rembrandt would certainly not continue attacking Midway. This view was endorsed by senior officials in the Ministry of Defense, so they began to discuss the second question, how to defend it. Marshal Slick's advice was to mobilize all the extraordinary individuals in the country and make sure to defend the island. Because this is not just an island, but the entire Central Sea route, the lifeblood of the Kingdom of Fenaport. At this time, Remberg was simultaneously fighting in Backlund and Fusak, and in the province of Olay and Intis. It was impossible for them to mobilize the entire nation to fight against Fenaport like in the Battle of Narok. Therefore, as long as there were enough extraordinary individuals to defend the port, that would suffice. In fact, Fenaport was truly terrified of Remberg. As the admiral analyzed, if Remberg were to launch a naval battle now, it would be equivalent to fighting on 3 fronts, and in terms of superior strength, it would not have an advantage on the naval battlefield. However, not a single member of the top brass of the Fenaport military suggested that they should take the initiative and attack Cruz Island at this time. Everyone believed that as long as they had enough extraordinary advantages, they could defend the island. Strategic fear caused them to miss their last chance to launch a strategic attack on the fortress. The beach on the east side of Midway Island. Dark clouds filled the sky, as if a storm was about to break. A squad of Fenaport's naval soldiers were patrolling briskly, hoping to finish their patrol before the storm hit and avoid getting soaked. At that moment, the wind picked up. The coconut tree began to sway from side to side. The patrolling soldiers immediately switched to jogging because this meant a storm was imminent. The soldier in the first row suddenly stopped, catching the second soldier off guard and almost bumping into him. Then, several soldiers behind him almost collided with the soldiers in front of them. Just as the captain was about to yell, the first platoon of soldiers pointed at the sea and said, "The Lembergers are here." Everyone immediately looked towards the sea, and saw a small fleet appear on the horizon. Although the exact appearance of those ships was unclear, they were neither ordinary merchant ships or cargo ships, nor were they Feniport's warships. Click. A clap of thunder snapped the captain out of his daze, and he immediately picked up the whistle hanging around his neck and put it in his mouth. Beep. The other patrol members also came to their senses and ran back to their camp shouting, "The Lembergers are here." After blowing the whistle to warn the captain, he was preparing to run back to the barracks as soon as possible when a large raindrop fell on his face. Splash swoosh. Then a strong wind blew in, and torrential rain poured down. A storm had arrived. The lighthouse in the storm is like a giant warrior steadfastly guarding the land. At the top of the lighthouse, Grand Admiral Feniport and Grand Admiral Honeyslick quietly watched the fleet of Rembrandt on the now gloomy sea. Behind Marshal Slick were his staff officers and messengers. There were 2 rows of tables, each covered with a high-powered telegraph machine. According to intelligence shared by the Fussac and Intis forces, Remberg appears to have a highly flexible command system with a large number of reconnaissance aircraft. After obtaining real-time intelligence, it completes the intelligence analysis process in a very short time and immediately makes corresponding tactical adjustments. In order to counter the enemy's flexible command system, Field Marshal Slick commanded from the front lines and equipped himself with a large number of radio transceivers to contact important subordinates and key positions. Slick had assumed that Lemberg would launch his attack under clear skies, as that would allow their reconnaissance aircraft to see him more clearly. Thinking of this, Master Slick looked at the cloud-covered sky. He didn't see any reconnaissance planes there, but it seemed like something was hiding in the clouds, which made him feel a little uneasy. Just then, the Remberg warship, which seemed to be still far on the horizon, suddenly emitted a bright light. Marshal Slick was taken aback. This distance was not even within the firing range of the Lingbo cannon. Could it be a rocket launcher from Remberg? Without needing to give orders, 2 demigods from Fenipot were already prepared to block the enemy's weapons. The next second, a dozen or so points of light rapidly approached. Marshal Slick breathed a sigh of relief. Even if these were enemy rockets, it didn't matter. If there were only a dozen or so, 2 demigods would be enough to block them from a distance. Marshal Slick was not afraid of the enemy's ice and snow attack, because the wind at sea was strong, and even if the temperature dropped suddenly in some areas, the sea breeze could quickly disperse the low temperature. Slick's staff had already anticipated this. The Battle of Nilek would never be repeated at sea. But just as they were about to enter the demigod's interception range, those dozen or so points of light suddenly split apart. They began to move in different directions. Some flew into the sky and into the clouds, some flew into the sea, some flew to the left, and some flew to the right. Not a single point of light maintained its original trajectory. This startled the 2 demigods who had already flown into the storm and were preparing to intercept them. They had never seen such a shell before. Slick was the first to react and quickly ordered several demigods to track and intercept them. Even without his command, the other demigods were also closely watching the enemy's attack and immediately launching an attack to intercept it. But they were too late. A long cannonball flew out of the sea and headed toward the Lingbo cannon position on the shore. Before the extraordinary beings there could react, they saw a huge arc of electricity spread out, which turned out to be a large-scale thunderstorm bomb. The entire Lingbo cannon position was covered by a blinding white flash of lightning, which then merged with the thunder in the sky, illuminating a large area of the coastline. But for most of the extraordinary individuals and artillerymen on the artillery positions, it was the last beautiful sight they would ever see in their lives. When all they see is a bright, silvery white light, their lives come to an end. The demigods who were pursuing and intercepting them were stunned. These long cannonballs were too fast, especially near the coast, and they simply did not have enough time to react. At the same time, they really couldn't understand what kind of bombs these were, and how they could be more agile than fish in the water. What they didn't know was that this was called a missile. Because current guidance systems still have significant shortcomings, they can only be launched from a distance of 100 kilometers. Once this deficiency is addressed, warships will be able to launch attacks from hundreds of kilometers away, from a location where the enemy cannot even see them. It could even be launched directly from Cruise Island. Just as Marshal Slick's staff had predicted, this naval battle would not repeat the mistakes of the Battle of Nilok, because Remberg had used new weapons, which meant they would face new challenges. Just then, another missile suddenly streaked down from the dark clouds, exploding in a place where the demigods couldn't get back in time, and attacking the position guarded by the extraordinary beings. During the storm, a huge forest of lightning appeared, and more than a dozen extraordinary individuals were electrocuted. Marshal Slick immediately changed tactics. The demigods returned to defend the positions where the extraordinary beings were concentrated, as well as important military facilities. However, at this moment, the demigods had no time to check their radio transceivers, so Marshal Slick had no choice but to immediately ask James I to inform the demigods through prayer. Then, Marshal Slick looked at the dark clouds in the sky, still feeling that there was something wrong with them. So Slick asked Sophia Staiano, another angel of Feniport, to go into the clouds and investigate. Sophia found the command somewhat strange, and she felt a bit resistant to a Sequence 4 command. But he knew very well that this war was important to Feniport, so in the end he carried out the order. He plunged into the dark clouds, where he first found 2 missiles and detonated them. Immediately, Sophia's spirit seemed to sense something, and she quickly rose, passing through the dark clouds and arriving at an altitude of several thousand meters. Sophia stood there, and saw a ship. A huge warship was suspended in midair. Chapter 461, Chapter 460 Promotion Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor. Sophia, the angel of Feniport, saw a warship flying the Remberg flag thousands of meters in the air. On the bottom of that ship, large magic arrays were in operation, emitting a bright light. It was slowly circling there, as if sailing on an unseen ocean. Here they were above the clouds, the bright sunlight shining through the rolling dark clouds below, giving Sophia an unreal feeling to the scene before her. After a 2-second pause, Sophia came to her senses. Having lived for over 1,000 years, this was the first time she had been amazed by a weapon made by humans. Realizing that this weapon must be very important to Remberg, they immediately launched an attack. Just as Sophia had predicted, the ship was indeed very important. It was Remberg's command center, and the Red Angel, evil spirit, was currently on board. This is a large, comprehensive command ship, with strong and extraordinary reconnaissance capabilities. From here, one can even clearly see the location of those extraordinary beings on Midway Island, because their spirituality is richer than that of normal people, and they can be detected even at high altitudes. Even with thick clouds obscuring their view, the Red Angels could always keep track of the movements of Feniport's demigods. Those dozen or so missiles were launched by this command ship while it was modifying their trajectories. Those missiles have a certain range, and they can fly for several minutes while constantly modifying their trajectories, and even enter the water or clouds without affecting their flight. The angel Sophia raised her hand towards the remnant flagship and said in Hermes, "Execute." The light around the command ship suddenly dimmed, and a mysterious and powerful force appeared in the void, threatening to crush the command ship. But the next second, the area around the command ship suddenly brightened again, with a soft, hazy light. It blocked that mysterious and obscure execution force. Elbra appeared between Sophia and the command ship, stopping Sophia's sabotage. Such an important ship would naturally be guarded by the angels of Remnantburg. Regardless of whether the enemy can find the command ship, this is the best place for the angels to prepare for battle, ready to be deployed to the battlefield at any time, and able to provide sufficient protection for the command ship. During her battle with Elbra, Sophia sent the image of the command ship in the clouds into Slick's prayer light. Marshal Slick was already in a bit of a mess at this point. After he ordered the demigods to consolidate their lines and protect the positions defended by the extraordinary beings, all the missiles went to attack other targets. In the next minute, the 2 harbors where all of Feniport's warships were docked were destroyed by 2 volleys of missiles, and hundreds of warships were pierced by lightning and burst into flames. These flames then subsided and ignited the decks and sails. Fortunately, a storm was raging, and the fire was quickly extinguished by the heavy rain. However, the warships were severely damaged, with more than one large hole in their hulls. Many sank immediately, and even those that did not sink immediately required major repairs. Fortunately, the Navy knew that these ordinary sailing warships would be sitting ducks if they went to sea, so there weren't many people on board. Otherwise, the entire fleet's crew would have been electrocuted by lightning. Following closely behind, the governor's house, the courthouse, the legislature, and other buildings on Midway Island were also struck by lightning and left riddled with holes. In particular, the governor's mansion, where the governor of Midway was nearly electrocuted. Next came Feniport's camp, where large parts of the camp were engulfed in white flames, and many soldiers were electrocuted and turned into charred remains. However, most soldiers fled the camp in the pouring rain, and for a moment they were lost in the rain, not knowing where to go. Marshal Slick soon learned that it seemed that all the positions except those on the coast had been lost. Fortunately, the losses of the extraordinary individuals are not too great. As long as these extraordinary individuals are here, the people of Remberg will not be able to set foot on this island. Just then, Slick saw the image that Princess Sophia had shown him. Although he had some guesses, he couldn't help but be surprised that there really was something thousands of meters in the air. Slick hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should ask James I to attack the strange warship as well. Just then, Slick seemed to hear a sharp whooshing sound. He looked sharply into the interior of the island, where something dangerous seemed to be happening. Slick's spiritual intuition was correct. Just minutes earlier, in the rainforest of central Midway, a demigod from the spirit world appeared here. Using his own abilities, he pushed aside a large area of trees, creating a huge clearing in the rainforest. Immediately afterwards, the demigod unfurled a massive piece of leather in the pouring rain, revealing numerous Gar runes and a traveler trait embedded in a magic circle. The torrential rain seemed to bypass the leather, leaving the Gar runes on it completely unaffected. This is a teleportation array. After the magic circle was activated, several extraordinary rocket launchers drove out and quickly completed their launch mission at one of the extraordinary positions. The sharp, piercing sound was the sound of hundreds of rockets being launched. Meanwhile, the Remberg Air Force launched another volley of missiles from afar, leaving the demigods of Fenaport struggling to keep up. This was not the end. In a defensive position of the extraordinary in Fenaport, two Lenberg demigods suddenly appeared from the spirit world. One was responsible for dealing with the extraordinary in the surrounding area, while the other activated a teleportation array. Suddenly, a large number of extraordinary individuals and extraordinary puppets rushed out, and the position was immediately lost. By the time the extraordinary ones from other positions arrived to provide support, they had already used the teleportation array to evacuate, and had also laid landmines on the positions, resulting in the deaths of several more extraordinary ones. Marshal Slick felt he was really struggling to keep up. He first questioned his own command ability, and then began to reflect on whether he had made any serious tactical mistakes. But no matter how much he reflected or analyzed, he still couldn't find a way to solve the current problem. Marshal Slick was unaware that he was facing Medici, the men who understood the art of war best in the world. What Fenaport lacks is not only a generational gap in weaponry and command systems, but also a generational gap in strategic and tactical thinking. Anyone who sees Remmenberg's new weapons nowadays would be somewhat bewildered. Including Odis, the designer of these weapons, who understood the weapons but didn't understand how to use them scientifically. Use them efficiently. Only Medici immediately mastered these new weapons and was able to quickly find the best tactics. He felt great commanding such an extraordinary force. These weapons offered more tactical options, or to put it simply, more ways to play. Just like the command system designed by Odis, if an ordinary person got their hands on this system, they would only find that it would make communication with various units more convenient. But Medici was able to quickly come up with this flexible and versatile tactic. In other words, this is a matter of command mindset. Even if Marshal Slick on the other side had such a command system, his command would not be much better than it is now. At that time, the mainstream command mindset was still simplifying commands and tactics. This is because in current wars, including those before them, it is impossible to obtain real-time intelligence. One can only guess how the enemy will react after one launches an attack. If you guess correctly, you win. If you guess incorrectly, the outcome depends entirely on luck. That's why Marshal Slick's orders seem so rigid. For example, when a demigod attacks, it's all attack, and when he retreats, it's all retreat. Medici's orders were very detailed, specifying when the extraordinary rocket launcher would launch, how many rounds of bombing it would carry out, and when it would withdraw. These are all generational gaps in tactical thinking. At this time, Marshal Slick still possessed a large amount of extraordinary power, but he was in a completely passive and defensive situation. The extraordinary beings sent to search for enemy rocket launchers were ambushed, and by the time more extraordinary beings were sent to provide support, the extraordinary beings in Lenberg had already withdrawn. At this moment, the positions on the coast were attacked again, and after they returned to reinforce, rockets were launched from an unknown location. In short, the Midway defenses are now like a sieve, allowing the Remnantberg army to attack whenever they want, leaving Slick with no choice but to react passively and without any proactive or effective measures. The battle lasted for more than half an hour before James I, the Hand of Order of the Kingdom of Fenaport, ordered Slick, retreat. In some ways, Midway is no longer under their control. To this day, Fenaport's extraordinary power still gives him a considerable advantage. Because this time they are truly waging this war with the full strength of the nation, even the demigods protecting the king have been mobilized. But they still failed, and the initiative remained firmly in the hands of the weaker Remberg. Continuing to fight will only gradually deplete more of our extraordinary strength, and once a certain critical point is reached, it could lead to a catastrophic retreat, at which point it will be too late to withdraw. We can still evacuate some important figures from Fenaport's political and business circles, and we still have time to take all the gold with us before calmly withdrawing from the position. So, in about half an hour, Fenaport's elite forces were evacuated from Midway Island in an organized manner. Marshal Slick was among the last to leave. The battle felt extremely unfair, and even now, Remberg's warships are still in the open sea, even on the horizon. Remberg did not launch any massed attacks, they relied entirely on surprise attacks. At this moment, the rain gradually subsided, and the sunlight shone brightly on the distant Rembrandt fleet, making the metal warships seem to emit a dazzling light. The storm has stopped. Rembrandt's victory at Midway did not cause much of a stir in the countries of the North Continent, or even within Rembrandt itself. Because on the battlefield of Rouen, the forces of Fussac and Intis had already reached the outskirts of Backlund. Everyone is watching the situation in Backlund closely, hoping to make the best choice as soon as possible. Even the nobles of Rune were prepared to surrender and negotiate. For nobles, even if Backlund is occupied, they are still nobles, even if Lone is destroyed, they are still nobles. Because the Fussac Empire and Intis also need a sufficient ruling class to help them control the situation in Rune. Only Odis thought to himself, that was close. He had managed to achieve his strategic objective before the War of the Gods. At this point, Remnantburg's maritime forces were united, and they had their own base of operations in the middle of the raging sea. Now that the war was over, all that remained was to wait for the outcome of the Divine War, so Odis began to prepare for the ascension. He had made preparations long ago, but Remnantburg had been at war and seeking revenge against the Rose School. They also had to guard against retaliation from the Rose School and go to the Forsaken Land, keeping them extremely busy. Now that all the goals have been achieved, all that's left is to observe and wait, and finally, I can adjust my mindset and prepare for the promotion. When Odis discussed this matter with Bernadette, Bernadette did not support it. In her view, after becoming an angel, one would need to play the role for at least several years before adjusting to a state where one could continue to ascend. Especially in the struggle for divinity, if the process of advancement is too hasty, one may be at a disadvantage in such a struggle. Odis couldn't tell Bernadette the truth, so he could only say that the Lord of Mysteries would provide help. Bernadette couldn't say anything more, and could only tell him to be careful. This time, Odis did not intend to let others know about her ascension, so she did not tell anyone else. However, before the general ascension, Odis entered the space of sage time, and asked the Celestial Master, when I was ascending to Sequence 3 and Sequence 2, I was attacked by the God of Steam and Machinery and the Hidden Sage respectively. The God of Steam is currently preparing for the Divine War and should have no time to deal with me. I wonder if the Hidden Sage will cause trouble. The Celestial Master smiled and said, he won't stop you from advancing. Odis paused for a moment, he still wants to merge with me. Once I advance to the next level, it will be one step closer to merging with me. So he also hopes I can advance as soon as possible. The Celestial Master shook his head and said, the Hidden Sage knows very well that once you advance to Sequence 1, the final battle between you will be imminent. However, he will not make a move because he knows very well that even if he tries to stop you from advancing, I will stop him. But the Fallen Mother Goddess is indeed taking this opportunity to try and corrupt you. Odis was taken aback. Fallen Mother Goddess. He paused for a moment before asking, how do you plan to contaminate me? The Celestial Master then asked, every time you are promoted, do you hear a voice? Odis was taken aback again, yes. Odis always believed that it was the Hidden Sage, influencing him through the uniqueness of the Hermit path. That is the voice that the Fallen Mother Goddess spoke to you through the uniqueness of the Hidden Sage. In the Hidden Sage, the Celestial Master said unhurriedly. However, she cannot face you directly, nor does she know your exact location or situation, so you have not been substantially corrupted. That voice is like a seduction. After you reach Sequence 1, you will be able to hear the whole thing. Only then will the seduction fully erupt, leading you to places that contradict your own thoughts and corrupting you. Odis was stunned for the third time. Why the hell didn't you say this after I got promoted? The Celestial Master, however, said in his unhurried tone, there was no need to say it at that time. Odis suddenly realized, you have a solution. The Fallen Mother's plan can only affect you at most, the Celestial Master said. She also guessed that the sage had not completely perished, but she certainly did not expect that I would be in such good condition. So when you were promoted to Sequence 2 and we could communicate freely, her plan had already failed. After you complete your advancement, I will exert influence on you to prevent your spirit and body from being bewitched. You only need to overcome the bewitching voice in your mind. Odis pondered for a moment and then asked, do you think I can do it? The Celestial Master glanced at the fish in the pond and said, don't be nervous. You are not directly facing the spirit of the Fallen Mother Goddess, and you have maintained a good state. There should be no problem. Not only that, you'll also gain some benefits. Odis smiled and asked, what if there's a problem? If there are any problems, I will intervene forcefully. The Celestial Master said seriously, after you become Sequence 1, my foundation in the North and South continents will become more solid, and I can directly descend upon the power of the Wilderland of Knowledge to help you resist the Fallen Mother Goddess. The barrier is still relatively strong, and the power that the Fallen Mother Goddess can bring down to earth is very limited. After sighing, Odis finally said, why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't ask earlier, the Celestial Master said with a smile. However, Odis understood that the Celestial Master believed he would not be in any danger, so he did not give any prior warning. Perhaps if I hadn't asked today, he would have reminded me before the general promotion. This incident did not hinder Odis's preparations for the general ascension, he merely made some mental preparations. The next day, Odis had adjusted his condition and prepared the potion in advance. The Sequence 1 potions are easy to make, requiring only one main ingredient, or rather, one portion of the extraordinary properties of the Knowledge Emperor. As for the presentation of the 8 mystical symbols in the supplementary materials, Odis had consulted the celestial master beforehand and found that they could be presented in 2 ways. One was in the form of books placed around the Ascended One, and the other was in the form of information flow intertwined with the characteristics of the Knowledge Emperor. Odis chose the latter, transforming the 8 mystical symbols into a flow of information. This flow, aligning with the characteristics of the Knowledge Emperor, dissolved into a cloud of colored gas. Within this gas, it was as if countless illusory eyes were observing everything around them. With the potion in hand, Odis arrived at an uninhabited island in the raging sea. He recalled once again the ritual of ascension, making great contributions to the mysticism, bringing new mystical knowledge to the world, perfecting the system of mysticism, and being universally respected and admired by mystical researchers. He had already confirmed in advance that the Gar runes were indeed a great achievement in the field of mysticism, and that not only those who studied and understood the Gar runes would show him respect and admiration, but also those who used the extraordinary tools that Odis invented based on the Gar runes would feel the same way. Moreover, those who have been hit by Remnantberg's advanced weapons and are thoroughly terrified also count. These people together constituted a large group, enough to support Odis's ascension ceremony. Thinking of this, Odis took out the potion, took a deep breath, uncorked the bottle, and put it to her lips. The colorful mist instantly drifted into Odis's mouth, and immediately Odis felt a cool sensation in her throat. In that instant, his consciousness suddenly soared to a higher realm, as if it had detached from his physical body. At this moment, Odis seemed to be in a phantom space. He felt weightless, as if he could not see the force behind his movements. But Odis was not flustered. He looked around and sure enough, there seemed to be one point of light after another in midair in this illusory space. The points of light seemed to sense Odis's gaze and actually floated over on their own. Soon, firefly-like points of light surrounded Odis. He reached out and touched one of them, and an image appeared before him, a man dressed in the robes of a bishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, diligently studying the Gar runes, and exclaiming, "This is absolutely a major breakthrough in the history of human mysticism." Then another point of light flew onto Odis's body. It was also a scene. The scene showed a Lemberg soldier who had witnessed the explosion of the spirit wave cannon. He fled in panic for a distance before looking back at the deep crater created by the spirit wave cannon. At this moment, he was filled with awe for the weapon, spirit wave cannon. More and more points of light gathered around, some of them representing Fenneport's demigods, their helplessness in the face of being unable to stop the missiles, and their sighs, when will Fenneport have such a weapon? There were also the exclamations of Remberg residents about the extraordinary stove. Each point of light represented awe or admiration related to the Gar rune. These points of light surrounded Odis in the center, making Odis, who had been feeling weightless, feel weight again. He quickly sank back into his body and completely regained his consciousness. Odis took a deep breath and looked up to see symbols dancing on his hands and body, a result of the further transformation of his body after the ascension. He suddenly realized that he could easily enter the wilderness of knowledge. This is an excellent ability to save one's life. If one cannot win a fight, one can hide in the wilderness of knowledge. Even the gods cannot do anything about this move. Soon, the symbols were completely hidden inside his body, which meant that Odispu had successfully ascended. When Odis was below the level of a demigod, each ascension was an ordeal for him, but after becoming a demigod, due to his past connection with the sage, he was able to complete the ascension relatively easily. At that moment, the poem echoed in Odis's ears once more, "O boundless universe. You are not just a pile of material possessions. It is also a collection of information and knowledge, a chaotic leap of the spirit. The chaotic language is the song of the Creator. It resounds throughout the universe and has never stopped. The endless wisdom of the Emperor is the Emperor who drives all things. It operates the universe, and it never stops. Jean Canner. I will help you hear the words of the Creator. Mastering the infinite greatness." Odis smiled helplessly and said, "Isn't that a bit too blunt? This Canner doesn't sound very appealing. Who would be so crazy as to listen to some words of creation? This sounds dangerous to Zhang Bing." Just as he was about to carefully gather his spiritual energy, a voice suddenly arose from the depths of his heart, "Go to Canal, go to Canal." Odis paused for a moment, then quickly composed himself. But the voice grew louder and louder, "Go to Canner, go to Canner." Odis swallowed hard and said coldly, "Do you know where Canal is? Then go there. Isn't that right in front?" Odis paused for a moment, then saw a majestic, divine building appear in the distance. The building had a high roof ridge, golden tiles, and wide eaves, and looked magnificent, giving the feeling of a celestial palace. A set of steps leads to the palace entrance, making the building appear very tall. The exquisitely carved wooden door opened, revealing a room full of books. Some were modern hardcover books, others had covers made of animal hide, and there were also ancient books in thread, as well as several piles of bamboo slips. The voice in Odis's mind said again, "Let's go and see, there are many secrets inside, from ancient times to the present." Look, Chang'e was originally an extraordinary human being, who went to the moon to prepare to merge with the fallen mother goddess. Although she failed, she managed to establish a mystical connection between the moon in the sky and the uniqueness of the moon's path. Look, Xing Tian without a head actually fought against an outer god. The thoughtful Fuxi was suspected of being corrupted by something from the past, which is why he became a human-headed snake-bodied being. However, he still insisted on imparting his knowledge to more people, and this corruption also granted him a great deal of esoteric knowledge. Odis found it more and more interesting as he listened, and after a moment of confusion, he said, "All right, let's go take a look." The next instant, Odis appeared in front of the building, on the high steps. When Odis was about to take a step, his legs seemed to have grown onto the steps, and he could not continue. At this moment, a solemn voice suddenly appeared in Odis's ear, "Gain and loss are impermanent, and the way is natural." In that instant, his mind became much clearer, and he realized that it was the Celestial Master who had intervened, ensuring that his physical and spiritual bodies were not affected. The next second, Odis realized that she was still standing on the steps. Just as I was about to turn and leave, a gentle voice suddenly said, "You must be very, very tired." Odis looked up and saw a mature woman with an ethereal air, dressed in long-sleeved ancient clothing, at the top of the stairs. Her kind smile immediately reminded Odis of her mother and the few warm moments they shared. At that moment, he felt a sudden calm in his heart, and a sense of security he had never felt before. Odis had a pretty good idea of who it was, but he still asked, "Who are you?" "I am your people's fallen mother goddess," said the woman with maternal radiance. "People have a great prejudice against me. I am not as evil as you think, and I have never thought of harming you. After all, who would be at fault for hurting their own child?" Odis felt that these words seemed credible, but he also felt that something was not right. The seductive voice continued, "You are referring to the primordial ones, the celestial venerables, who once turned the earth into a ravaged wasteland, yet they did not realize their mistakes from Zhongbing, nor were they punished. They are still tormenting humanity. If we are not careful, they may awaken inside you." Odis nodded, "That's true." Seeing that Odis agreed with her, she continued, "However, things changed after the appearance of the sage, also known as the Celestial Master. He seems to have found another way to deal with the primordial one and the celestial venerable." Then she asked with a smile, "Do you know that law?" "I don't know." Odis still felt somewhat dazed and said frankly, "The Celestial Master didn't tell me." She exclaimed, "The Taoist priest is so careful." Odis nodded, "Yes, he is very careful." At this point, Odis felt that this matter really needed to be kept strictly confidential. Thinking about this, he felt his mind clear up a bit. At this moment, the woman's voice spoke again, "What I didn't expect was that the Celestial Master would keep such an important plan from you as well." "That's quite normal," Odis smiled. "After all, I don't yet have the ability to keep secrets." He felt his mind becoming increasingly active, and at the same time, he sensed a spiritual warning, as if there was some danger around him. The compassionate woman paused for a moment, then said, "Actually, I know what the Celestial Master plans to do, because it's recorded in the canal. Would you like to go and see it?" Upon hearing this, Odis's sense of clarity began to fade. "All right, I." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Odis's mind, "Canal is dangerous, do not go there, and do not inquire about it." He immediately recalled Zhang, and this sentence was from the alter ego of the sage who had been hiding in Gropius's travels for many years. In that instant, Odis felt himself become completely awake. Then he thought, the characteristic I used was the same characteristic from Gropius's travels. The previous sage avatar appeared in that characteristic, so I have a very deep impression of this sentence. Is this a coincidence? The compassionate woman above smiled slightly when she saw Odis's eyes clear up and said, "You've actually woken up." Odis looked at the fallen mother goddess. "What exactly is canal? Why does it hold such a strong attraction for me?" Odis, already the Emperor of Knowledge, immediately made a certain analysis using his spiritual intuition and the spider silk clues he had previously obtained. He discovered that the fallen mother goddess could only have a sliver of consciousness in the real world, but her seductive charm could attract a single person by using a place called canal. It seems to hold a mystical and alluring attraction for every extraordinary person who is even remotely connected to the pursuit of knowledge. The fallen mother goddess did not leave immediately, but patiently replied, "The first sound uttered by the first creator, when Iswell had just awakened before he created this universe was Ja in some people's minds and Kanner in others. Ja is the sound that is most likely to wake people up, and sometimes it can instantly boost one's morale. Under certain circumstances, Canal represents the sum total of knowledge in this universe. Earthlings are most affected by the original, so every Earthling's genes, well, this term might not be quite accurate, it could be expressed as the depths of their soul, or the subconscious depths of the ocean, contain corresponding memories. As long as you use the correct methods to continuously awaken those memories, your subconscious will be able to recall its yearning for the summation of universal knowledge." Odis nodded. "That's how it was originally written." He then asked, if you took away the part of the mother nest on Earth, and the unique and extraordinary characteristics that the original tore off from you back then, would the original have intervened to stop you? If the original were to awaken again, wouldn't it still try to seize these characteristics and essence? Is your effort even worthwhile? After all, this was already the original property. Do not stop it. Fallen Mother Goddess replied, because primordial and celestial venerable have always been in a relatively active state, while initial is in a state of deep sleep. You can interpret this as the primordial and the celestial venerable awakening in place of the beginning. He paused for a moment and then said, don't underestimate the pillar. I'm almost there. I can resist the extraordinary convergence of the original forces for a short time. Moreover, no matter how he gathers them, my intention remains singular. Even if I gather all my essence and characteristics into him, I will still be an independent individual after he falls into a deep sleep. It's just that, like the beginning and the celestial being, it became part of the original intention. Odis smiled. I didn't expect we could chat so amicably. I only intend to take back what is rightfully mine. There is no deep hatred between us, said the fallen mother. Yet you describe me as terrifying and ugly, and have been preventing me from taking back what is mine. According to your earthlings' moral standards, aren't you the evil ones? Odis laughed and said, please don't confuse the concepts. No one objects to you taking back what belongs to you, but if you intend to pollute the entire earth at will, then you are an aggressor. Moreover, you were the one who initially usurped your characteristics and essence, yet you now want to pollute us ordinary people. Regardless of whether you are evil or not, according to our earthling moral standards, you either lack the ability to distinguish right from wrong, or you are resorting to sophistry. The fallen Mother Goddess shook her head and said, that is not pollution, but a blessing. In that state, you will be closer to the origin of this universe. If you rely on your own evolution, we don't know how long it will take to reach that state. Moreover, every outer god tries to corrupt earthlings as much as possible, because the influence of the original on you is too profound, and each of you has the potential to become a medium for the original's awakening. Odis chuckled and said, see. You've revealed your true thoughts, haven't you? The original has a profound impact on us, so why are you polluting us? You think that's a gift, but have you ever asked what we think? We never even considered getting close to the origin of the universe. Who would want your gift? Before he could say anything, Odis shrugged and said, ordinary people think differently from gods. The fallen Mother Goddess wasn't angry. Instead, she said, indeed, it's different. He continued, I'd really like to see what kind of technique the Celestial Master will use to fight against the primordial and the creature. Heavenly Venerable. I also look forward to your battle with him after you reach the same level. The fallen Mother Goddess laughed and said, the Celestial Master has given me far too many surprises. I both hope that he will win the battle against the primordial one, and I do not wish for him to win. Odis said, does watching these long years bore you? No, it will be a long time for you, but it won't matter to me. The other person's voice began to change, be prepared, when we meet again, we will be enemies. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure of the fallen Mother Goddess completely disappeared. Odis was momentarily disoriented and found herself standing in midair with nothing around her. He took a deep breath, checked himself over, and, after confirming that there was nothing seriously wrong. Only then did Suzaku reappear and return to the cabin atop the mountain on Cruise Island. After first restraining his spirituality, Odis examined the power he had gained after his advancement. First, Odis understood what the knowledgeable emperor meant. All knowledge and desire would submit to Odis. For example, Odis can temporarily or permanently deprive the enemy of many knowledge, causing the enemy to lose their combat state due to the lack of corresponding knowledge, and may even lose strength as a result. Moreover, this also means that Odis can arbitrarily alter the ultimate nature of this world, and that he can represent anything except source matter and extraordinary characteristics using data streams. For example, Odis could transform a mouse into a stream of information. By modifying the parameters of this stream, he could turn the mouse into an elephant, or even a tree or a stone. The biggest improvement after the upgrade is the brightening of knowledge. Before this, Odis could only delete or add, but now he can completely change some important parameters. This ability has a wide range of applications. For example, it can change the lifespan limit of an ordinary person to 300 years. Moreover, if a series of parameters are carefully modified, that ordinary person can easily become a monster. If you deliberately only revise one parameter, who knows what kind of monster that ordinary person will eventually turn into. In battle, this ability may not be the strongest in terms of attack, but it is certainly the most persistent. In addition, Odis can impart a target a large amount of knowledge, which is to say, pour a large amount of knowledge into the target's brain, bursting the target's brain. It had similar abilities in sequence too, but it was nowhere near as powerful as it is now. Chapter 462, Chapter 461 The War of Gods begins. After Odis advances to Sequence 1, another ability she gains is the ability to condense the surrounding knowledge into a phantom sphere of light to attack enemies. This orb of light represents the Knowledge Emperor's control over knowledge. As soon as this orb appears, the extraordinary abilities used by enemies can be quickly converted into knowledge. Furthermore, by modifying parameters, the extraordinary abilities used by enemies can be made to disappear or used to attack others. Even enemies at the level of archangels can be instantly controlled by Odis after touching that orb of light. This is also a very useful ability, possessing extremely strong offensive capabilities. The last ability is the ability to forge normal knowledge. For example, you can disguise yourself as normal air or an ordinary tree. Even targets at the angelic level would find this disguise difficult to detect, since to them it would just be a tree, just a patch of normal air. Furthermore, after the ascension, Odis became more aware of the authority of the Hermit path, to transform tangible power and objects into abstract knowledge, and to perform actions that benefit himself according to his own ideas. To put it simply, it's about digitizing everything in front of you. The Knowledge Emperor is like a fish in the ocean of datafication, capable of manipulating this special ocean. Thinking of this, Odis couldn't help but sigh, because the hidden sage, who has mastered the uniqueness of the Hermit path, can already perform operations between 0 and 1 to a certain extent. 0 represents nothing, and 1 represents something. In other words, it can perform operations from nothing to something or from something to nothing. Odis can only perform the corresponding operations when he is in the existing state. Fortunately, the hidden sage is not a true god, and this process has some limitations to some extent. But what exactly are the limitations? Odis didn't know either, so he could only consult the celestial master to see if he knew. Odis then continued to examine his other abilities, some of which had been greatly enhanced. Mysterious Reappearance remains one of Odis's main offensive abilities, and it can be combined with the authority Odis currently holds to use knowledge to reappear real people or real scenes. In other words, the current reappearance has basically acquired a certain substance. For example, Odis's reproduction of the Night King Terransust can basically reproduce a Night King that is indistinguishable from the real thing. However, this is different from historical footage, which pulls the person from history. Odis's reappearance is a character built up based on the knowledge he acquired. While there may be some differences between the figures and the actual historical figures, the recreated figures are full of spirit and are not as rigid as historical images. However, the reproduction is temporary, and the higher the level of the character being reproduced, the shorter the duration. Another changed ability is the ability to prophesy. Odis now has a very keen sense of the river of fate. For example, if someone is walking towards him on the street, Odis's spirituality can sense whether they are about to have bad luck or good luck. But Odis had no authority over fate, he was merely exceptionally sensitive to the fates of others and himself. Of course, Odis could also try to intervene in the fate of others, but in doing so, Odis might very well become the source of their misfortune or good fortune. These are basically the changes in capabilities. Then Odis carefully examined it, and just as he had predicted, the Knowledge Emperor's potion was basically completely digested. After all, Odis had already done a great deal of things using knowledge since she came into this world. Moreover, the Wise Man has been a symbol of wisdom and knowledge since the Second Age, which was already considered a. He became the Knowledge Emperor. After playing the role of Knowledge Emperor for a while, the magic potion should be completely digested. After checking his own condition, Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge, this time his spirit and mental body, along with himself, entered the wilderness of knowledge. At this level, he no longer has the concept of a physical body. Or rather, his human image is merely a representation presented through knowledge. The moment Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge, she felt as if she possessed a tremendous suction force, drawing many of the illusory lights around her into her body. In that instant, Odis possessed all the mystical knowledge contained in the wilderness of knowledge, but this was not omniscience, because being included in the wilderness of knowledge was conditional. For example, when the sage and the celestial master were in charge of the wilderness of knowledge, they had strict requirements for the knowledge they included. The occult writings and language of the vampires were not included. Furthermore, his knowledge of mysterious history is incomplete. His knowledge of the extraordinary history from the First Age to the present, after the awakening of the First Creator, is similar to that of the history Odis knew, except that the First and Second Ages are more abundant and comprehensive. For example, Odis learned from the knowledge in the wilderness of knowledge that after the fall of the original god, in the First Era, there was a long period of time on Earth without the sun. There is only one small sun in the sky, which is the superstar ruler. It can only illuminate a certain area, and there is no regularity. Some places may be in daylight for hundreds of years, and some places may be in darkness for hundreds of years. It wasn't until the ancient sun god awoke from the earth that the sun returned to its normal rising and setting. There were also some histories that Odis found very interesting, namely the histories of gods in ancient times, such as Nuwa, who was the incarnation of the fallen mother goddess, although at that time she was still called mother goddess and had not yet been given the prefix fallen. At that time, Earth was in an era of great fusion of gods. However, the madness and chaos of that time are unimaginable now. After examining the history he had acquired, Odis entered the space of the time of the sages. As soon as he entered, he noticed that the scenery around him was even more beautiful. There was a pavilion with an ink painting on it on the lake shore, as well as a row of trees and flowers. They all look very lifelike, although they are only black and white, they look like real trees and flowers. In this space, the only color is that of the celestial master. Instead of meditating, he sat in the pavilion, drinking tea with teaware that resembled ink paintings. The celestial master beckoned to Odis, "Come and sit down." Odis said, "You seem to have a lot of free time here, while I was almost corrupted by the fallen mother goddess outside." The celestial master ignored Odis's complaints and instead asked, "Feel how much your divinity has increased after the ascension." Odis was taken aback for a moment. After being promoted to sequence 1, the divinity within his consciousness had increased, but not by much. After he gave the result, he asked, "Why is that? Did those divinities also come to you?" The celestial master explained, "The divinity of the Hermit path mainly comes from the beginning and the sage. Initially, is not active now. After you advance, his divine aspect will definitely increase, otherwise you will have a hard time controlling the extraordinary characteristics within your body." But the part about the sage was drawn away by the canner that the fallen mother goddess had fabricated. So the divinity that troubles other extraordinary beings is not a problem for you at all. Odis smiled, recalling what the celestial master had said before the ascension that he might receive some benefits after encountering the fallen mother goddess. Only then did he realize what the benefits were. Odis did not fall into the trap prepared by the fallen mother goddess, but the divinity within him believed it to be true. Thinking of this, Odis said, "Shouldn't divinity be one with my consciousness? How could it separate so easily? Divinity and your consciousness are never one." The celestial master said, "It generally comes from the extraordinary properties you use, while your consciousness comes from your body. They are in a cooperative relationship because the extraordinary properties are immediately released after the death of an extraordinary being. The role-playing method only makes the cooperation a little closer and more coordinated, but don't expect them to truly merge. The unity of humanity and divinity makes it impossible for them to stay together for long, but you must know that they have never been a unified whole." Odis recalled that although he didn't have much divinity within him, it did feel extremely cold, like solid ice that could never be melted. After slowly nodding to indicate that she understood, Odis briefly recounted her conversation with the fallen mother goddess. Finally, he asked, "Is what the fallen mother said true?" "Most of it is true," the celestial master said, "but it's tinged with some of her personal biases." Odis was taken aback. Even the hierarchy of fallen mother goddess has biases. Prejudice is too anthropomorphic. The celestial master pondered for a moment before saying, "You can understand it as, we don't understand the understanding of this world by the gods who first appeared in this world." Odis said, "Oh," and then asked, "So, Kanal really exists?" "It is real." The celestial master said seriously, "I have searched the universe carefully before, but I have not found any clues. However, the fallen mother goddess should have seen Kanal, or rather, she should understand what this really represents. I think it shouldn't be a physical entity, but rather something abstract. I also guess that it must be something that can only be found in the original. It may be extremely important, containing infinite knowledge and wisdom, or it may be unimportant, but the abstract concepts it represents are very important." Odis laughed and said, "Even the knowledge emperor lacks knowledge." The celestial master countered, "Can an emperor control everything?" Odis paused for a moment before saying, "I understand." In other words, the knowledge emperor only represents the restraint of knowledge, not the ability to master all knowledge. Returning to the real world, Odis continued to restrain his spirituality. Once his spiritual energy had mostly subsided, he looked towards the north. Odis's spiritual senses suddenly foresaw that the War of the Gods was about to begin, and that it was time to bring this war to a close. Backlund. Since yesterday, the city has been subjected to shelling from the north and west. The Fussac army and the Intis army are making their final preparations to attack this once city of hope. A large number of Rune soldiers have already deserted, and Backlund's last line of defense simply cannot withstand a single enemy charge. The Lenberg army was still holding their ground, but they were only holding their own section of the position. However, it was already quite remarkable that they were still holding their ground at this point. The recent war has also caused considerable losses to the two extraordinary puppet legions. However, the enemy suffered even greater losses. Any position held by Remberg was the toughest nut to crack for the Vorsacs. Later, the Vorsacs army simply bypassed the positions held by Remberg, making things much easier for the Remberg's army than before. The tanks were no longer needed, so they had already been withdrawn, leaving only the reconnaissance aircraft to continue their work. But at this point, even the most detailed intelligence was useless. It could only let the Rune army know how powerful their enemy was. Just as the Fuzak army was about to launch their final attack, a burst of orange-red light surged rapidly across the plains behind them, instantly filling most of the sky and obscuring the sun. The area guarded by Backlund suddenly turned to dusk. Then, a deep darkness descended from the other side of the sky, quickly colliding with the orange-red twilight. Every soldier and officer on the entire battlefield, including Remmenberg's extraordinary puppet, fell to the ground instantly. It fell into a deep sleep. Odis and the evil spirit Red Angel stood on a high mountain in the Balkis Mountains, watching the divine war about to begin in the distance. The evil spirit, the Red Angel, said, "It seems the final victor will soon be decided." "We fight our own battles," Odis smiled. "There are many things you can do during the God War." Odis asked, "Can you sense the other's location?" The Red Angel, evil spirit nodded, "Okay." Odis then recreated Suzaku, and the two immediately rushed towards the Fuzak camp in northern Backlund. This was the rear of Fuzak's army, the outer edge of the battlefield, and it was now shrouded in twilight. In the camp, there was an elderly man in a blue military uniform sitting in a chair, legs crossed, looking leisurely at the distant sky. The robe belongs to Dist, the president of the Iron Blood Cross Society, who is also a weather sorcerer. All the soldiers and officers were asleep, making Dist conspicuous as he sat in his chair observing the sky. When he saw Odis and the Red Angel evil spirit suddenly appear, he was initially surprised and puzzled, but then he immediately turned around and spread a fog of war that stretched for more than 10 kilometers, hoping to escape from there. Odis gently blew a breath, producing a series of scrolling information streams. The information stream of Sequence 1 was somewhat different from that of Sequence 2, it was constantly scrolling, as if it had infinite possibilities. Sequence 2, on the other hand, appeared rather rigid. The moment these information streams touched the fog of war, the fog quickly transformed into a stream of information, and within this stream of information, Distant, who had turned into a ball of fire, was very conspicuous. Odis raised his hand, and a phantom ball of light appeared in his hand. The fog of war, along with the surrounding dozens of kilometers, has become an ocean of information. Dist immediately conjured fireballs and blazing white flame spears, which pierced towards Odis. With a mere wave of his hand, Odis transformed all these attacks into streams of knowledge, which then merged into the torrent of information. The next second, all the surrounding information rushed toward Dist. At this moment, it's like the center of a whirlpool, with the surrounding water rushing towards it. Dist had a terrible scream and instantly transformed into a fire giant, hoping to use the form of a mythical creature to resist Odis's indoctrination of knowledge. In less than a second, the surrounding area of tens of kilometers turned into a huge crater. The information transformed from extraordinary attacks such as fog of war and fireballs, the information transformed from the surrounding trees, flowers, rocks, hills, and so on, and the information transformed from the surrounding people and various animals. All the information converged into a torrent of knowledge, pouring into Dist's brain in less than a second. The fire giant's head exploded, then another head grew out, and then that exploded as well. Eventually, Dister's head transformed into a dense torrent of knowledge, and a mouth sprouted from the fire giant's shoulder, asking in bewilderment, "Why? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be looking for Snarna Einhorn?" The evil spirit Red Angel laughed, "The fact that you can ask this question is enough to prove that you are not an outrageously stupid schemer. I did say before that I would use Snarna's special ability, but does saying it mean I have to actually use it?" Dist only then realized, "You were talking to me. How did you know I was hiding in Fuzak's army?" The evil spirit Red Angel laughed, "With such a large war, wouldn't the high-level members of the Iron Blood Cross take this opportunity to complete their ascension ceremony? I guessed something so easy, what's so surprising about that?" Shio paused for a moment and then said, "Of course I don't know if you are in the Fuzak army, but since you are on the hunter path, you are most likely in the Fuzak and Intis armies, which will allow you to better hide yourselves. So I announced in front of everyone that I would hunt down Snarna and spare some people, just so that this message would reach your ears. I originally thought it would be difficult to find your trail, but I didn't expect that you would relax your guard after you learned that my target was Snarna. Moreover, once Snarna learns that my target is him, he will definitely try to save himself, and you will be their primary target. That way, he will try his best to hide himself and make you stand out." Dist fell silent, never expecting that the Red Angel evil spirit's target was this from the very beginning. As a sequence 2 of the Red Priest pathway, it is naturally able to sense that the Red Angel evil spirit is looking for an opportunity to restore its power. However, he only became an angel in the 5th age and always thought that he would not attract the attention of the evil spirit Red Angel. However, what they didn't understand was that these things they thought would become an important part of the Red Angel evil spirit's scheme. Odis waited until the Red Angel evil spirit finished speaking before the ball of light in his hand became extremely bright. The dense flow of information that had been concentrated on Dist's head suddenly surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the fire giant. Amidst distant's unwilling cries, he became part of the torrent of knowledge, his extraordinary characteristics falling out from the surging flow of knowledge. Then Odis raised his hand, and all the torrent of knowledge spread out over the surrounding tens of kilometers. The surrounding flowers, trees, hills, rocks, soldiers, tents, and other things were restored to their original state, exactly the same as before. The sleeping Fussac soldiers showed no change, and their vital signs, spirits, and mental bodies were all normal. At most, they would only feel that they had a strange dream. Of course, they should be grateful that they met Odis. If it were any other knowledge emperor, they would likely have already lost control and turned into monsters by now. The only difference is that the old man who was just sitting in the chair observing the War of Gods has now become a corpse. Odis took a deep breath, quite satisfied with her performance just now. Once you become a Sequence 1, you can take down a Sequence 2 relatively easily. The evil spirit, Red Angel, lamented, "These days, hunters are getting less and less intelligent." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and that weather wizard quality flew towards him. It was a ball of burning purple liquid. When it got close, the Red Angel, evil spirit, took a deep breath and waved its hand again. The ball of purple liquid flew directly into its chest. Odis was stunned for a moment, swallowing extraordinary characteristics whole. Moreover, it possesses angelic-level characteristics. Phew! A layer of purple flames instantly ignited on the surface of the Red Angel, evil spirit, burning its skin and flesh until it was torn apart. The bones were exposed. But the Red Angel, evil spirit, seemed to feel no pain, and was still laughing wildly, the flames trembling with his laughter. The flames quickly solidified, forming purple flesh and skin. Then, the purple color faded rapidly, returning to the normal skin color. At that moment, a red flame burst forth from his head, and in a flash, it transformed into bright red hair. Appearing before Odis was a young and handsome man with an arrogant smile and a red flag mark on his forehead. This is exactly the image of Medici. He exhaled a breath of stale air and then used the flames to make himself a set of clothes. Finally, I have my own body. We can no longer call him the Red Angel, evil spirit, he should be called Soren Einhorn Medici. Medici said, stretching his body, that gatekeeper before was so stiff, it felt like he was made of prosthetics. Odis smiled and asked again, "How are you feeling now?" "Not bad," Medici explained. "I was born a mythical creature, so Sequence 2 potions are a part of me." Odis nodded, so it can devour the extraordinary properties of Sequence 2 without even needing the aid of a ritual. He glanced in Backlund's direction before saying, "You go back first, I have something else to do." Medici didn't ask him if there was anything else, he simply said, "Okay." Odis reappeared as Suzaku and flew towards the Amanda Mountains. Medici returned to the peak of the Balkis Mountains and looked up at the sky above Backlund, where the War of the Gods had already begun. Above Backlund, a tranquil plain covered with moonflowers, night-blooming jasmine, and other plants descended, and the City of Hope entered night ahead of schedule. Suddenly, beams of orange-red light shone into the area, turning some parts back to yellow and causing the moonflowers and night-blooming jasmine to wither. As dusk fell, a colossal figure, as large as a mountain, emerged. It had long limbs, wore tattered silver armor, and its face was concealed by a mask, with two orange-red lights shining from its eyes. God of War Badair. The God of War held an exaggeratedly long sword, letting it hang down naturally until it touched the dark ground. As they advanced step by step, the long sword continued to drag through the darkness, splitting the ground and covering it with a layer of twilight that seemed to have solidified. At that moment, from the depths of the darkness, an equally large figure emerged, slowly approaching, dragging a long, giant scythe. Amon Isis, the goddess of the night, wore a long, dark dress with layers upon layers of fabric, yet not overly elaborate designs, adorned with countless glittering stars. 2 arms grow from his ribs and waist, covered with short, dark black hair. In his 6 hands, 2 held the heavy black scythe, 2 held a crimson moon, one hand seemed to be holding something, but there was nothing on it, and the other hand tightly gripped an ancient ornament made of gold. The ornament was shaped like a slender bird surrounded by wings made of pale flames, and within its bronze eyes seemed to be a series of illusory doors. The God of War began its charge, its pace quickening, and the surrounding twilight and darkness immediately began to rub against each other, sparking glimmers of clear dawn. At this moment, the moonflowers and night-blooming jasmine on one side of the battlefield suddenly grew larger and faster, quickly becoming like trees that had lived in a primeval forest for thousands of years, densely packed and blocking out the sky. Among these trees, a figure entwined with green vines and adorned with various herbs and flowers stands out. Its sleeves are equally enormous, like a mountain, and its body is plump, cradling an illusory infant. Mother Earth Goddess, Omi Bella. As soon as the Earth Mother Goddess descended, she followed the Twilight Giant and charged towards the humanoid demon wolf dragging a jet-black giant scythe. Odis arrived at the Amanda Mountains and glanced in the direction of Backlund. From here, you can also see the battle between the three figures in the sky, a warrior with a sense of decay and a vibrant woman, fighting against the figure wielding a giant scythe. This battle of gods won't last long, we need to find our own standard as soon as possible. Odis looked toward the Minsk Mountains, toward the headquarters of the Church of War. At this time, members of the Church of the God of War and the Church of the Goddess of Night were focused on the divine war taking place in Backlund. Other churches would not take any major action at this time, because their gods were also fighting. On the high seas, the battle rages between the Church of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery. On the border between Lenberg and Intis, the battle is between the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Eternal Sun. All the Orthodox churches are now closely watching today's divine war. And most members of secret organizations are doing the same thing. For them, the outcome of the War of Gods was equally important. Perhaps only Odis, with his angelic level of power, is still running around recklessly. The next second, Odis arrived in front of the Church of War's encampment and reappeared as a huge, one-eyed figure with a vertical pupil. He raised his greatsword and charged at the members of the Church of War without warning. Mystery reappears, the Giant King's charge. After Odis became Sequence 1, the figure she manifested using the reproduction ability was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. The Giant King was surrounded by twilight-colored light, tearing apart the normal sunlight and forcibly dragging the surroundings into twilight. The extraordinary individuals on the opposite side who had followed the warrior path were immediately struck by the shock, standing there as if they had forgotten to dodge. The charge of the King of Giants seemed to disturb and distort the surrounding space. Trees were uprooted by the rushing wind, and even the clouds in the sky were scattered to the sides. At this critical moment, Patriarch Larion of the Church of War appeared in front of the Church of War's headquarters. It had also transformed into the form of a giant, but was a head shorter than the King of Giants. Then, a huge twilight-colored greatsword descended from the sky and planted itself in front of the Grand Patriarch, forming a solid twilight-colored barrier in front of him. Thump! The King of Giants crashed into the barrier, causing ripples to appear on it. Immediately afterwards, the spiderweb-like patterns on the barrier spread out, revealing illusory cracks. The barrier summoned by Patriarch Larion shattered instantly, but it did manage to stop the Giant King's impact. However, Larion felt as if he had been punched hard in the chest, and he suddenly felt short of breath and his vision went black. Unconsciously, he took a step back, crushing many members of the Church of the God of War to death. At this moment, the figure of the Giant King began to become illusory, but there was still time for him to swing his sword and cut a long gash in Larion's chest and abdomen. Even if it was just a phantom of the King of Giants, it was enough to injure Larion within 2 seconds, and the injury would be severe. Larion patted his chest, and the wound, which was radiating the light of dusk, began to heal instantly, soon no longer affecting his movements. At this moment, Larion looked at Odis in midair and was very puzzled. In the current War of the Gods in Backlund, the God of War has an absolute advantage. Why would Odis choose this time to attack the Church of the God of War? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the victorious God of War? But this wasn't the time to think about that. Larion reached out, and a twilight-colored light fell, revealing a brass-colored book on his cane. This is the Level 0 sealed artifact of the Church of War, the Brass Book of Terransost. Through their previous exchange, Larion knew very well that he could only hold out until the end of the God War by using a Level 0 sealed artifact. Odis finally smiled. Before this, he had only guessed that Larion could borrow the Bronze Book at any time, which was equivalent to a sealed object that could be used at any time. That was why Larion took this sealed object with him when he fled after the War of the Gods. Odis's self-identification is precisely the sealed artifact. Of course, if he couldn't obtain the sealed artifact, hunting down an angel would be barely acceptable. Chapter 463, Chapter 462 The Goddess of Night achieves final victory. Larion, the Grand Patriarch of the Church of War who remained in a mythical creature state, opened the Trentost Brass Book in his hands. A line of text immediately appeared: information technology is prohibited here. This is to prevent Odis from entering the state of the mythical creature. Odis drew the Gus staff from his waist and recreated a man in his 20s with brass-colored hair and a somewhat nerdy air. Mystery reappears: the Night Emperor's judgment. The Night Emperor that was recreated exuded a terrifying aura. Extraordinary beings and soldiers within a radius of dozens of kilometers all unconsciously knelt down in the direction of the Night Emperor, and even animals prostrated themselves on the ground, showing their submission to the Night Emperor. Only someone of Larion's angelic caliber could withstand such pressure and not kneel down. However, the brass book in his hand showed submission to the Night Emperor. The Night Emperor glanced at the brass book, which immediately read, "No one may possess the brass book of Trenchorst." Larion's wrists were cleanly severed by a mysterious force, and the brass book fell to the ground. The High Patriarch gave a bitter smile. This was the helplessness of dealing with high-sequence extraordinary beings of the Secret Seeker pathway. The Giant King reappeared in front of extraordinary beings of the Warrior pathway, and the Night Emperor reappeared in front of the bronze book. How can we fight like this? Even the historical projections of the diviner approach are not this difficult to deal with. After all, they are just projections in the end, and it is difficult to establish a strong occult connection. They are not like reproductions, and can almost be mistaken for the real thing. At that moment, a silver-white sword of judgment flew toward Larion because he was guilty by the Night King for illegally possessing the bronze book. Larion focused his spiritual energy, and a layer of twilight-colored armor immediately appeared around his body. The silver-white sword of judgment was unable to pierce through this extraordinary armor of angelic level. However, the judgment of the Night King was still reflected in an abstract sense. Larion, inside the armor, suddenly froze and died. But in the next second, the body instantly rotted, turning into a pool of black liquid. Not far from the black liquid, a brand new Larion emerged from the spirit world. This is the power of decay, which can revive from decay. But in the next instant, a torrent of knowledge appeared before Larion, and after the brass book fell to the ground, all the previously written rules disappeared. So Odis can now freely enter the mythical creature state and rush towards Larion. Larion immediately summoned the twilight-colored light, but it was too late. Odis, in her state of knowledge torrent, had already entered Larion's one eye. Larion's eye and part of his brain were instantly assimilated by Odis, turning into a state of information flow. The reason it didn't all become information flow is because the twilight light blocked the encroachment of the extraordinary. Odis, hiding inside Larion's head, first confiscated all of Larion's brain's experience in dealing with extraordinary individuals who had the spy pathway. Then Odis modified her own information, turning herself into a dense array of steel spikes that pierced Larion's normal brain. Larion screamed, and a great sword with a twilight glow appeared in his hands. He then swung the sword at his own head, severing about half of it off. Odysseus was in the part that was cut off. Larion, now missing half his head, suddenly froze. It wasn't because he was brainless now, after all, at this level, even losing one's entire brain wouldn't affect the fight. Larion stood there stunned because he had lost much of his knowledge and suddenly didn't know how to deal with the enemy in front of him. Just then, Larion seemed to sense something and suddenly looked south. The war of the gods is over. The skies above Backlund. Within that dark kingdom overgrown with moonflowers and night-blooming jasmine, the god of war's long sword clashed with the goddess of night's heavy, jet-black scythe, resulting in a stalemate. The intense friction between the surrounding twilight and darkness produced a bright ray of dawn. The Earth Mother goddess quickly approached the two deities locked in a stalemate, presenting a perfect opportunity to attack the night goddess. Suddenly, a dark brown cane silently pierced the god of war's back, frantically absorbing the deity's life force and dragging him back to the earth, back to the embrace of his mother. The other end of the dark brown cane was held in the hand of the giant Earth Mother goddess. The god of war slowly turned his head and looked at the woman holding the illusory baby in one arm, Lilith. The goddess of night, standing directly in front of the god of war, chuckled softly, causing the bird-shaped golden ornament in her hand to fly out on its own and accurately insert into the gap in the god of war's mask. Then, she tossed the crimson moon, which she was holding in her other two hands, to the Earth Mother goddess. The next second, part of the god of war's body collapsed, and clusters of orange-red twilight light pierced through the tranquil darkness and fell on the area around Backlund. Some fell onto battlefields, causing countless soldiers to perish, some collapsed mountains, creating lakes that aged all living beings, some merged with certain lucky creatures, transforming them into crazed and powerful monsters, some shrouded the twilight stronghold outside St. Milan City, instantly extinguishing the solidified orange-red glow there. On a mountain peak hundreds of kilometers away, Medici, who witnessed the end of the War of the Gods, also felt the impact of the god of war's fall. First, the spirituality around him underwent a drastic change, followed by a spatial tremor. The fall of a god will cause a huge shock to the real world. After all the commotion subsided, Medici smiled and said, "For eras, thousands of years have passed, and there are still people who don't understand. Ah, the goddess of the night has two powerful partners, no one can gain an advantage over her, let alone steal her uniqueness and characteristics." After speaking, Medici went to Remberg's military camp, restarted the extraordinary puppet, and began attacking the Fussac army, which had been greatly shaken and had lost all will to fight. The border between Riemberg and the Republic of Intis. High in the sky, the sun swelled to the point of covering half the sky, and the intense sunlight made it impossible for people hundreds of kilometers around to open their eyes. On the other side of the sky is a phantom tower, each level of which is composed of thick books, each with a brass-colored eye on it. The higher you go, the darker and more mad it becomes. These are the Eternal Sun and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, currently engaged in battle. At this moment, they have already sensed that the divine war on the side of Backlund has ended, and they also know the outcome of the divine war. The Eternal Sun made the sun even more dazzling, and just as it was about to leave, an ancient stone slab suddenly appeared in front of the God of Knowledge. That stone slab has a profound sense of history, as if it came from the distant past, and has an indescribable sense of grandeur. The first, blasphemous stone slab. The part of eternal sun's consciousness that was constantly being suppressed was deeply attracted by this stone slab. At that moment, behind the tower, a phantom ocean appeared, an ocean that seemed to hold endless possibilities. Chaotic sea. However, this chaotic sea appears to be very thin. For a moment, Eternal Sun felt an irresistible urge to get closer to the ocean. For a few moments, he felt as if he belonged to that ocean. But the Eternal Sun quickly regained its senses, desecrate the stone tablet. The next second, the Eternal Sun made itself even brighter, the surrounding sunlight turned incandescent white, and the plants and creatures on the ground underwent obvious mutations. But soon, the intense sunlight was suppressed by the illusory ocean, and two spears composed of mystical symbols appeared around the tower, piercing into the sun that occupied half the sky. Two black dots suddenly appeared in the bright white sun. Just then, a hazy light and a hurricane powerful enough to topple mountains arrived. Those were the god of steam and machinery, and the lord of storms who had sensed something was wrong. Just a moment ago they were enemies, but now they had a common goal, to prevent the Eternal Sun from being harmed. Without lingering, the god of knowledge swiftly returned to the starry sky, carrying the first blasphemy slab. The remaining three gods, the Eternal Sun, the god of steam, and the lord of storms, watched silently in the direction the god of knowledge had left. They couldn't understand why the first blasphemy slab was in the hands of the god of knowledge. And why not use the god of knowledge at the very beginning of the battle? He would have a better chance of succeeding then. Suddenly, they looked up at the sky and saw faces, some ugly and some beautiful, lying on the barrier. Outer God. The god of knowledge is attracting the attention of the outer gods. Amanda Mountains. Larion and the members of the Church of War remained there, their spiritual bodies deeply shaken. Not only because no one expected the outcome of the War of Gods to be like this. Furthermore, the fall of their god, the god of war, had a profound impact on their spirits. In the next instant, some unfamiliar knowledge suddenly appeared in Larion's mind. This knowledge was very advanced and seemed to contain the mysteries of the gods. Larion immediately understood, this was the way to resurrect the god of war. Plop plop. Odis reappeared as the god of war with his tattered armor, and his long sword, glowing with the color of dusk, pierced Larion's back, instantly making Larion appear old with the aura of decay. Larion didn't dare look at the god of war behind him, but looked at Odis with some fear. Odis also felt that he might have gone too far, killing someone by destroying their spirit was no more than this. But then he shook his head. For a dead man, a dying angel, it didn't matter whether things went too far or not. Then the god of war who reappeared pulled out the sword that was stuck in Larion's back and stabbed Larion again, breaking his spine. As the god of war disappeared, a phantom orb of light appeared in Odis's hand, and several streams of information rushed toward Larion, turning his legs and arms into streams of information. Larion summoned the twilight-colored light once more to counter Odis's information-based attack, but the light was very unstable. The impact of the god of war's fall on this path is not yet over, the light summoned by Larion. Unable to resist Odis's informatization process. Larion turned his head slightly, looking at Odis with the remaining half of his head, which had no eyes. Although she had no eyes, Odis felt a firm gaze upon her. The next second, Larion was completely enveloped by the information cloud, and his determined gaze vanished. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, angels using the warrior path are really hard to kill. At this moment, he noticed that what was wrapped in the information cluster was not extraordinary characteristics. With a wave of his hand, the stream of information dissipated, revealing a small bone sword inside. Odis was also somewhat surprised, he hadn't expected that a sealing artifact would be formed. However, on the other hand, this is indeed better than special features. It's still usable, at least for now. Unless the god of steam and machinery personally intervenes, it is virtually impossible to create a sealed artifact with the characteristics of the angel level. Fortunately, once they reach the level of angels, their spirits are already extremely powerful. A large number of angels, after their fall, will form sealed artifacts. Odis glanced at the extraordinary individuals of the warrior path who were still somewhat bewildered. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of knowledge surged in from all directions, turning these extraordinary individuals into a part of that torrent. Then he obtained a small set of extraordinary properties. As Odis was about to pack his spoils into the wilderness of knowledge, he suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the existence of the wilderness of knowledge. He paused for a moment, then immediately realized, the celestial master was using the wilderness of knowledge. At this moment, the wilderness of knowledge was operating at full capacity. Let's go back 1 minute to when the battle of the gods ended. Inside a small, unnoticed chapel on the outskirts of Backlund. A devout priest, dressed in a simple white robe and sporting a light golden beard, opened his eyes, revealing a childlike clarity and innocence in his gaze. He calmly took out a bottle of golden potion from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and poured the liquid into his mouth. The next instant, without any transition or ascension, and without needing any transition or process, one becomes a dreamer. For a moment, the ocean of the subconscious mind was violently shaken, and everyone's heart seemed to be touched, but the next second, they ignored the touch. Only demigods could vaguely recall a slight stirring, while the angels on earth knew clearly that the daydreamer was born. A Taoist master, dressed in traditional Eastern attire, with a long beard and holding a whisk, suddenly appeared beside me. The two exchanged a single glance and then immediately disappeared from the church. In almost a second, they appeared underground in Trier, the capital of the Republic of Intis. There is a huge space here, like a not-so-long canyon, with hard rocks on both sides. Even the witches who frequently ventured into the depths of Trier were unaware that such a place existed underground. After searching for a while, the two came to a fossil. It was a huge tree, only the trunk from the bottom to the top of the cliff, the crown and roots were nowhere to be seen. The thick bark looks like a hard fossil, devoid of any life, as if it were an ancient tree formed in the same era as the surrounding rocks. Under the watchful gaze of the celestial masters, eye of secrets, this great tree is full of vitality. Its roots are ethereal, connecting the desires of everyone in Trier. Its equally ethereal, enormous canopy lies beneath the surface of Trier, constantly sowing new desires. This is the shadow tree planted by the mother tree of desire during the Second Age using ingenious methods. By the Quaternary period, the tree, with its back against Trier, had slowly completed its growth process. When the gods discovered it, its roots had already penetrated deep into the real world, into the desires that Trier gave to individuals, and could no longer be eradicated. However, Adam and the Celestial Master are not ordinary true gods. Just because the 7 gods could not remove them does not mean that we have no way to do so. Before this great tree, Adam waved his hand, and he imagined millions of virtual personalities. The Celestial Master then immediately reappeared as an old man with white hair, flowing white beard, and a kind face, wearing a bagua robe. This is one of the forms that Celestial Venerable has shown before. The former primordial god had already isolated this form, so reappearing this form would not further awaken the consciousness of Celestial Venerable. The phantom of the Celestial Venerable waved his hand at the shadow tree, and the tree was immediately fooled. Its roots mistook the personality that Adam had imagined for a resident of Trier. Thus, illusory roots left the people of Trier and penetrated into the imagined human personality. Then came the pulling process. The Taoist priest waved his whisk, wrapped it around the tree trunk, and pulled upwards with all his might. Before Adam appeared a simple, unadorned stone slab. This slab also possessed a sense of grandeur, but it lacked the profound historical weight of the slab before the God of Knowledge. Then the illusory ocean pushed upwards from below, loosening the massive tree with its enormous root system, which was slowly moving upwards. The entire population of Trier seemed to sense something, as if something deep within them had been pulled and touched. Unbeknownst to them, a phantom tree was being uprooted from the ground in Trier. It appeared on the surface and was passed through by real residents without anyone noticing its existence. Soon it grew taller than the city's skyscrapers, blocking out the sky, but no one noticed. At this moment, a field with a clear and bright light appeared in midair above Trier. Its specific appearance was not clear, and only illusory figures could be seen moving around. This is a wilderness of knowledge. The next second, the illusory tree that was underground in Trier suddenly appeared in that field. The bright, clear fields vanished, and it was as if nothing had ever appeared in the sky. When the outer gods sensed the strangeness in Trier and turned their attention to it, the shadow tree had already been taken into the wilderness of knowledge by the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master and Adam suddenly appeared in the depths of the universe. In the dark universe before them stood a colossal humanoid tree with chaotic scales, its surface covered with glistening, alluring fruits, wet, seductive flowers, various metal badges, a black heart, naked tumors, and metal coins from different civilizations. High up in the giant tree are 2 heads. One is below, a male with closed eyes and filled with strange desires. The other is above, a female with bluish-green hair and an exceptionally beautiful face, possessing a charm that directly points to love. The true form of the Mother Tree of Desire. With so many outer gods gathered around Earth, the Mother Tree of Desire certainly wouldn't allow its true form to appear in such a dangerous place. The Celestial Master and Adam wanted to uproot the shadow tree in order to find the Mother Tree of Desire, in reverse. One of them controls the source essence, and the other controls this desecrating slab. They have a chance to damage the Mother Tree of Desire, thus eliminating a powerful opponent in the future war of the old days. Of course, given the Celestial Master and Adam's scheme, it was impossible to gamble with certain hope. The main reason they launched the attack while the outer gods were distracted by the divine war was because the Celestial Master had obtained the dust-avoiding pearl from ancient times in the western continent. Legend has it that this magical artifact can make dust fly away, preventing a certain area from ever getting dusty again, but this is its effect in the hands of ordinary people. This is the remains of the original creator, which, in the hands of the celestial master, can temporarily strip away all desires, evil and depravity. However, the downside is that each time the owner of the sealed artifact uses it, they will lose a portion of their sanity, and the divinity within them related to the primordial creator will increase. At most, after 3 uses, even a true god's spiritual body will suffer problems. Even if the celestial master is in a pure divine state, he can only use it twice at most. Using it a 3rd time would wipe out the advantage that Shio had been planning for over 1,000 years. Fortunately, it can be changed to a different owner after being used twice. However, angels and archangels can only use it once relatively safely. Only true gods or above can use it a 2nd time without irreversible consequences. After successfully finding the true form of the Mother Tree of Desire, the celestial master raised his hand, and a pure white, jade-like, dust-avoiding pearl appeared. The fruits on the Mother Tree of Desire immediately fell off, the flowers withered instantly, and the entire giant tree looked lifeless. This item indeed had a very good restraining effect on the Mother Tree of Desire, immediately putting it into a weakened state. Adam summoned the 2nd, blasphemy tablet, and behind him appeared once again an illusory ocean, which seemed to contain all secrets and encompass all colors. Just as the robe was about to launch an attack, it was suddenly touched by a spiritual force and used the blasphemous stone tablet to block it to its side. The next instant, a surge of vitality swept over them. However, this vitality was so intense that if it weren't for the blasphemous stone tablet blocking their way, Adam and the Taoist priest would already be pregnant with the evil god's offspring. In the dark universe, a colossal figure appeared, resembling a giant winged woman haphazardly stacked from various reproductive organs. The billowing smoke and crimson moonlight intertwined to form the outer clouds that served as her clothing, much like the accretion disk surrounding a black hole. This enormous figure had a massive head resembling that of a female human, with features and contours that were. Her long brown hair and scarlet eyes were flawless, directly embodying the concept of beauty. She was a symbol of beauty in the universe and radiated a distinct maternal glow. Fallen Mother Goddess. In that instant, both the Taoist priest and Adam gained some understanding. The Mother Tree of Desire foresaw that it would be attacked, so it revealed the location of its true form to the other outer gods and told them that there was an extraordinary force on earth that wanted to ambush it. To avoid being detected as malicious by the Mother Tree of Desire, Adam concealed his and the Celestial Master's true plan before launching the attack. The Celestial Master didn't even tell Odis about their actions. However, the Mother Tree of Desire still managed to detect it beforehand. Since the operation has failed, we must evacuate immediately to avoid being besieged by the outer gods. However, before the evacuation, the Celestial Master used the dust-avoiding pearl to temporarily resist the fallen Mother Goddess. Adam did his best to absorb the power of the Chaos Sea, giving himself a little bit of the authority of the Lord of the Stars, and exerting influence on the fleeing Mother Tree of Desire. For the next 30 years, the Mother Tree of Desire will be unable to use the astral plane to send its power to Earth. The next instant, the Celestial Master and Adam vanished from the depths of the universe and returned to Earth. Other outer gods arrived here one after another, but they found no target, at least none of them seemed to have the fallen Mother Goddess as their target. The fallen Mother Goddess exclaimed, "The sage has returned." Forces on Earth have once again launched a deliberate attack on the ancient stars. The last time such an event occurred was during the Quaternary period. On Earth, those who received the gifts of the Mother Tree of Desire suddenly found themselves unable to feel their extraordinary power. Although the barrier is still very strong, the Mother Tree of Desire can still use the Abyss and the Bound God to influence the real world and create a group of blessed ones. There aren't many, but they exist. However, it's gone now. A phantom barrier suddenly appeared in the starry sky, blocking the source of the blessed power. The divine wrath, CA, hiding in the spirit world, seemed to sense something and stretched its head out of the spirit world into the real world, looking up at the sky. The next second, he realized that his connection with the Mother Tree of Desire had been severed. However, after watching for more than half a minute, I didn't see anything and had no idea what had happened. Fortunately, if you actively pray to the Mother Tree of Desire, you can still make contact, but you won't be able to provide any substantial help. Although the channel through which the power of the Mother Tree of Desire descended was severed, the previous contamination of the Mother Tree of Desire and the power it descended still remain. For example, the pollution of the Abyss and the Demon King has not disappeared. The Abyss remains a forbidden zone for all living beings. For example, the contamination and sealing of Bound God still exist, and that contamination continues to slowly erode Bound God. The will of Bound God. A small cabin on the top of a hill on Cruz Island. Odis could only keep sealing it, and only then did the Bronze Book of Transist remain in a relatively quiet state. He finally understood why Larion hadn't brought the sealed artifact with him, for an angel. The sealing is very difficult. Odis estimated that, normally, this brass book was sealed within the divine realm of the God of War. Larion only uses it when necessary. Now that the god of war has fallen, the seal on it has also disappeared, and the bronze book has become active again. Suddenly, Odis sensed the wilderness of knowledge again, and he quickly gathered all of today's spoils into it. Then he himself entered the wilderness of knowledge. Upon entering the knowledge wilderness, a wave of heat hits you. In the very center of the knowledge wilderness, there is a huge bronze alchemy furnace, inside which a raging fire is burning. The celestial master, using the Bagua steps, was circling the alchemy furnace. Odis didn't know what the celestial master was doing, but it could sense the full power of the wilderness of knowledge. It was as if everything had gathered around him. Half a minute later, the fire in the alchemy furnace suddenly went out. The celestial master let out a long breath, waved his whisk, and the furnace opened. An iron tree about the length of an arm flew out of it. This cycad has a trunk about the length of a walking stick, just the right size to hold in your hand. Further up are iron branches with sharp spikes, which look very sharp. Odis's spiritual sense immediately detected that this iron tree possessed the rank of a level 0 sealed artifact. However, Odis could not see what specific abilities they possessed. After observing it for a moment, the celestial master let the iron tree float towards Odis. You can take it and use it. Odis smiled and thought to himself, what a bountiful day. Then he asked, where did this come from? Where did you go just now? Holding the iron tree in his hand, Odis realized that it was by no means an ordinary level 0 sealed artifact. The celestial master waved his whisk again, and the enormous alchemy furnace vanished. Only then did he tell Odis about his actions with Adam. Hearing the end, Odis was somewhat surprised. You failed, I mean, you and Adam actually failed. The celestial master laughed and said, our opponents are the old ones, and all plans against them are fraught with uncertainty. Who told you that we would definitely succeed? He said seriously, even when our respective powers are at their peak, our actions against the gods often fail, and sometimes we even fall into their traps. The struggle against the old is inherently a very dangerous and brutal battle. Odis scratched his head and said, that's not what I meant. I just thought you must have planned this for a long time, but I didn't expect that such a meticulous plan of yours would fail. The celestial master said, do not underestimate your opponent, nor overestimate your own abilities. Odis nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he realized that although they had failed, their results were still quite good. Firstly, they had obtained this item. It is a level 1 sealed artifact, and secondly, it weakens the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire on the real world. This provides a very favorable premise for the subsequent crackdown on the Rose School. After the Celestial Master returned to the Sage Time Space, Odis began to sort through the spoils of this expedition. He first took the Brass Book of Trencist in his hand, and was about to use the power of the Wilderness of Knowledge to seal it when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a consciousness in this sealed object, wanting to talk to Odis. This startled Odis for a moment, and then he realized that he had not touched the sealed object before, but had let it float around him. This was the first time he had ever held it in his hand. Odis then extended her spirituality to connect with that consciousness. In an instant, Odis heard a voice, Great Sage, I am Trencist, please help me to rise from the dead. Chapter 464, Chapter 463 The God of War's Dark History. After grasping the brass book, Trentost, Odis was stunned. He heard a consciousness calling itself Torrentost inside the brass book, asking Odis to resurrect it. However, considering that this uniqueness was once possessed by Terransust, and that there are remnants of the Night King's spirit within it, it's not entirely normal. Odis asked, How can I help you resurrect? Find the members of the Trentist family. The consciousness in the bronze book said, I had the members of the Trentist family hide a sealed artifact that could resurrect me. Even if they lost it, there must still be some clues about that sealed artifact. I left the method of resurrection in a book with an iron shell. It was an item that Stiano made for me, and it can be easily opened by a sage. Odis paused for a moment, then laughed and said, What benefit would I get after helping you? The voice said, I will remain loyal to the sage, just as I have before. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, If I don't let you become a god, if I don't let you become the old ones, would you be willing? His main concern was that Trensalt was likely to be Russell's competitor. Odis preferred that Roselle become the disordered one because their ideas were more aligned. Yes, the other party immediately agreed. Odis thought for a moment before agreeing, I will go and find the members of the Trentist family. Then he asked, I'm more curious about your current state. I am just a wisp of consciousness, the voice said. I have always been very well hidden, and I only ask for help when I encounter someone I can ask for help. But this is my limit now. After communicating with you, I will also become part of the unique divinity of the Judge, completely losing myself. Odis nodded, How exactly do you want to resurrect them? I don't know, the voice said. I'm just a wisp of consciousness trying to stay awake. Odis asked with some curiosity, How did you manage to keep this wisp of consciousness conscious for over 1,000 years? The voice continued, I don't know, I'm just a wisp of consciousness trying hard to stay awake. Odis smiled, guessing that this must be the Night Emperor, who used the judgment ability to set some rules for his own uniqueness in order to maintain this wisp of consciousness. Normally, this wisp of consciousness hides quietly, and can only be triggered when certain conditions are met. Even when triggered, it can only answer some fixed questions and cannot provide very flexible answers. This is somewhat like an artificial intelligence model with a low level of intelligence. Odis was about to try asking another question when he discovered that the wisp of consciousness had already disappeared. So Odis began to reseal the bronze book using the wilderness of knowledge. Thus, the brass book was not as active as it is now, and most of the time, the rules were designed according to Odis's wishes. This sealed artifact already had a number, which Odis did not change. The number and name remain 0-02. The brass book of Trenchorst. Then Odis looked at the iron tree that the Celestial Master had just forged. The main ability of this sealed artifact was to make the target fall into various desires. The branches of the iron tree could be launched, and as long as they hit the target will be immersed in a certain desire, and it will take several seconds for it to come to its senses. It can be planted in a city, sowing desire throughout the city, and human desires can nourish its growth. Because it's a creation of a Taoist master, the negative effects aren't very strong. Each use will induce a strong desire. This desire will disappear after 3 hours, but if the desire is released, the intense feeling of desire will disappear earlier. For example, if Odis felt extremely greedy after using this sealed item, and then a sum of money happened to come in at that moment, his intense desire would disappear prematurely. Odis named it the 0-73 Desire Iron Tree. Then Odis looked at the bone sword he had obtained today. It could use most of the abilities of the warrior path, but the negative effect was that he would become a devout follower of the god of war. Even though the god of war Badhel has fallen, he will still become a believer. After Odis sealed the wilderness of knowledge, she gained 90 seconds of safety time. If she only used it for a minute and a half, she would not be affected by the negative effects. Odis named it the 0-74 Sword of Honor. After completing the sealing and numbering, Odis couldn't help but smile. Today's harvest was quite rich, with 3 more level 0 sealed items. In addition, there are more than 100 extraordinary traits from the warrior pathway, as well as some traits from the sleepless and corpse collector pathways. These traits, which are adjacent to the warrior pathway, also come from extraordinary individuals of the Church of War. Back in the real world, Odis arrives at the villa where Ishara and Bernadette live. Bernadette happened to be home today, and she was in her study researching a mystical problem. After Odis entered the study, Bernadette, who was looking at a handwritten notebook, said without looking up, "You're back." From behind, the dress perfectly showcased Bernadette's figure, and her hair was tied up, giving her a sophisticated look. Odis hugged Bernadette from behind. Then he kissed Bernadette twice. Bernadette put down her notebook. "What's making you so happy?" "The war is over." Bernadette smiled and picked up her notebook again. "You should want the war to continue, shouldn't you?" Odis laughed and said, "No, I love peace." The war ended very hastily, and the outcome was far beyond the expectations of all countries. Odis did not inform the key officials of the Remberg government in advance that the war was about to end, so the senior officials in Remberg also needed time to accept this fact. However, at this time, the personality cult of President Garrison among many people in the country had become close to the worship of gods. He made the right decision again, resolutely supporting Rune when everyone else was pessimistic about him. In the end, Rune miraculously survived and achieved final victory. Odis then instructed his officials to prepare for peace talks, aiming to make the Snasen region, the Ol province, and Midway Island legitimate territories of Remberg in the upcoming negotiations. Actually, it's not difficult. After all, this is territory that Remmenberg conquered. All it takes is recognition from other countries at an international summit. Odis thought about it carefully. The most important issue for him at the moment was actually the struggle for the divine position with the Hidden Sage. Because of the presence of the Celestial Master, the Hidden Sage no longer dares to attack Odis proactively. However, the Celestial Master was unable to help Odis resolve the Hidden Sage issue, so Odis still had to find a solution herself or seek outside help. Odis's idea was to first try to kill the Hidden Sage himself, and only seek outside help if that failed. Because once Odis becomes Sequence 1, she will have the possibility of escaping from the Hidden Sage at any time. Under these circumstances, Odis intends to treat the Hidden Sage as a final challenge, with the option to try and fail. The specific plan is to first play the role of Knowledge Emperor for a period of time, and then, when my condition is good enough, then drink another dose of the Knowledge Emperor properties and challenge the Hidden Sage in the guise of the Angel King. Theoretically speaking, the Hidden Sage with uniqueness still has a certain advantage, but Odis possesses the wilderness of knowledge, so perhaps in battle, he is the one with the advantage. As for the characteristics of the second Sequence 1, Odis knew very well that they were in Adam's possession. However, so far, the Celestial Master has not mentioned this matter, nor has Adam offered that Sequence 1. Its characteristics. Odis knew very well that he needed to take the initiative to do something in exchange for the characteristics of Sequence 1. Perhaps Adam should be given some benefits in exchange for that Sequence 1 property. The reward doesn't necessarily need to be at the Sequence 1 level. But you must give the other party some benefits. After all, Adam had helped guard this property for over 1,000 years, so we should at least express our gratitude. Odis thought for a moment and realized he had a favor to do: help the Demon King Fabdi in his struggle against the Mother Tree of Desire. He had already rehearsed this scenario many times, as long as he gave Fabdi that Tainted King characteristic. This could very likely lead to a fierce struggle among the Rose School to seize it. Because this move could potentially wipe out the advantages that the Mother Tree of Desire has cultivated for thousands of years, the Divine Evil CA and his companions will definitely fight to the death for their master. Even the Bound Ones might appear at that time. However, the Bound One is very likely already a puppet, a living corpse. Odis originally intended to carry out this action himself after obtaining the uniqueness of the Hermit, and if necessary, to ask the Fool for help. However, we can ask Adam for help now, and then mention that item when dividing the spoils later. The characteristics of a Knowledge Emperor. This matter is not urgent right now, because the most important thing for the entire northern continent right now is the negotiations between the various countries. Odis instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to extend invitations to the other 4 countries of the northern continent, asking them to come to Azhara for negotiations a month later. None of the countries that received the invitations responded immediately. Because both the Republic of Intis and the Empire of Fuzak are currently busy withdrawing their troops, Rune wanted to pursue them, but lacked the strength to do so. This was mainly because many of their high-ranking officials were still somewhat resentful and did not understand why they had won. Fenerba did not give a quick answer because they were still at war with Rembrandt. Last year, the Kingdom of Fenaport declared war on the Kingdom of Lenberg. To date, neither side has announced a cessation of hostilities, so they remain at war. Odis was not in a hurry, because Remberg was the best place for negotiations between the nations. Firstly, Remnantburg had fought against 3 of the other 4 nations and had the strength to convene this peace talks. Secondly, Remberg was also a victorious nation and had the right to convene these peace talks. Of course, Rune also has such rights, but right now there are 2 extraordinary puppet legions in Lundberg, as well as dozens of extraordinary individuals stationed not far from Backlund. If the Rune delegation doesn't come to Azhara, then Lundberg could easily hold a military exercise or something outside Backlund. Now we're just waiting for the reactions from various countries. Odis is relatively free, so he has time to attend tarot gatherings. Monday arrived, and Odis, as usual, went to her room early and lay down in her armchair to prepare for the meeting. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Odis's vision was covered by grey mist, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in the magnificent hall, to one side of the bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's greeting, Justice, was as timely as ever. However, compared to a year ago, Audrey's voice no longer had the same joy and lightness, it seemed much more composed. Although the war was over, Audrey didn't know why she just couldn't be happy. Klein, now an angel, looked around and marveled at the growth of the Tarot Club members. First was the Hermit Odis. As soon as Odis entered the hall, Klein sensed that he was already a Sequence 1, still higher than Mr. Fool, and already possessed a vast power, making him a top figure in this world. The Hanged Man is currently a cardinal of the Church of Storms, in charge of the Diocese of Roside Islands. Justice is now a member of the Council of the Psychological Alchemy Society, Sun is an elder of the 6-person council, in Silver City, Moon is a vampire count, and Star is a senior deacon of the Church of the Night, the Night Watch. The priestess has recently made another high-profile appearance on the high seas, claiming to be the Queen of the Seas. However, this time she represents Lenberg's interests in the Raging Sea and the Misty Sea. Apart from the Magician and Judgment, who are only Sequence 5, the rest of the Tarot Club members are already demigods, high-ranking members of different forces in the mystical world. With the support of the Abraham family, the Magician has a high chance of being promoted to Sequence 4 Arcanist within the year. The trial also has the covert support of the Hermit and Lenberg, and it is estimated that the general ascension will be completed after digesting the magic potion. This made Klein remark, "Finally, it's like a high-class secret organization." He then said to the members of the Tarot Club, "Let's begin." Leonard, nicknamed Star, looked around and, seeing that the other members remained silent, tentatively spoke up, "According to the intelligence we have gathered so far, a battle of gods did indeed take place before. Among them, it is certain that the Goddess of Night, God of War, and Mother Earth appeared in the skies above Backlund. As for the outcome, I think everyone is clear about it. What are your thoughts on this?" The priestess, Katlia, began by stating her opinion, "I cannot understand why that happened. The Earth Mother and the War God, Mother and Son, working together, were defeated by the Night Goddess." This was also a question on the minds of the other members. Even the fool Klein only knew that Mother Earth was not the mother of God of War, but he was not very clear about the specifics. Just then, the son Derek raised his arm and said, "I think I know why." As an elder of the council, Derek learned the secret of the Silver City's divine-level sealed artifact. You. Emlyn, the moon, questioned. After all, the son had just left the land of the Forsaken Gods. How could he possibly know more about the details of the War of Gods than everyone present? Knowing that little son was always honest, Alger, the hanged man, suppressed his curiosity and a little excitement, and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Derek said in a deep voice, "You must promise Mr. Fool that you will not reveal what I am about to tell you." "No problem," Katlia said, taking the lead. After everyone made their promises in the presence of the fool, Derek nodded and said, "Mother Earth is not the giant queen Amabella. The real Amabella is dead, and her remains are in Silver City." This news was like a bomb that landed at the Tarot Club, causing all members except Odis to feel as if they had experienced a mental storm. After a long pause, Leonard asked incredulously, "Are you sure?" As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted asking such a question. Since the Silver City contained the remains of the giant Queen Amabella, it meant that the credibility of this matter was very high. Audrey, Alger, and the others subconsciously turned their gazes to Mr. Fool, who sat at the head of the mottled long table. Mr. Fool, who had already regained his composure, smiled and remained seated without changing his posture. This indirectly shows that he agrees with the information that little son just provided. Before the son could answer the star's question, Audrey said, "This explains many things. But if the Earth Mother Goddess is not the giant queen, then why did the Angel of Fate think that it was Amabella when she painted the mural depicting the founding of the Redemption Rose? The key question is why God of War needs a partner. Who exactly is it?" Katlia pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps that Earth Mother has been impersonating Amabella all along, deceiving both the Angel of Fate and the God of War." Alger retorted, "How could that be? Mother Earth, no, I mean the giant queen and the God of War is, but she's his mother." First took a deep breath and said, "That's a terrifying story." At this point, Odis said, "I do know some definite information about this matter." Everyone immediately turned their eager gazes toward the Hermit. Odis continued, "You should all remember some information we traded before. During the Second Age, I speculated that it was the Goddess of Harvest, a subordinate goddess of the King of Giants, who betrayed the ancient goddess Lilith, which led to the fall of the progenitor of the vampires, right? Everyone certainly remembered this, especially Emlyn, who, after receiving this information, searched everywhere for clues about the Goddess of Harvest. However, he couldn't find any information about the Goddess of Harvest in the ancient records of the vampires. This matter is actually quite complicated, Odis said. This War of the Gods, which marked the turning point of the Second Age. There's actually more to it. He then announced another astonishing piece of news. With the help of the Goddess of Night and the ancient sun god, the ancient goddess Lilith has replaced Amabella. Apart from the fool Klein, who had some prior suspicions and wasn't particularly shocked, the other members were so taken aback by the news that they were momentarily speechless. 2 or 3 seconds later, Little Sun was the first to react. The divine-level sealed artifact in Silver City is the remains of the Queen of Giants, and the Earth Mother Goddess has always been the ancient goddess Lilith. The other members, having taken advantage of the 2 or 3 seconds that had passed, had also made this guess. When Little Sun uttered the words, they were shocked once again. Especially Emlyn, the moon, who stammered, the progenitor is the Earth Mother Goddess. Then he muttered to himself, no wonder I could believe in the Mother Goddess without any psychological pressure. So that's why, I really am the chosen one of the progenitors, the most favored one. The other members felt it was somewhat blasphemous, as this was a huge secret of the Earth Mother Goddess. They were even worried that they might be punished by the Earth Mother Goddess after returning to the real world. Despite their worries, they were eager to know more details about the matter, so they looked at the Hermit again, their eyes even more eager than before. The Hermit, Odis said, "Now let's sort out this matter together. The progenitor of the vampires was betrayed by Amabella and perished in the War of the Gods. Fortunately, he had made some arrangements in advance, and his consciousness and spirit did not perish. In this battle, the Goddess of Misfortune, which later became the Goddess of Night, not only took away the uniqueness of its own pathway and the Sequence 1 characteristic, but also the uniqueness of the Moon pathway. Odis believed that from that time onward, the goddess was preparing for a possible divine war. Otherwise, the Goddess of Night should have been able to more easily acquire the uniqueness of the Fool pathway, but she ignored it and allowed Antigonus to absorb this uniqueness, instead choosing the Moon pathway instead. Of course, back then, it wasn't the old way. The Goddess of Night might have done this simply to help Lilith, to find a solid ally for herself, or to have a chance to kill the King of Giants, at some point. After all, although it did not become the old way, nor did it have the concept of adjacent paths, the law of extraordinary characteristics aggregation still existed. As the dark path, the goddess of the night should be hostile to the king of giants. Odis continued, before becoming a god, the goddess of the night, who wielded the hidden authority, must have helped the progenitor of the vampires conceal her tracks, and finally, when the time was right, she asked the ancient sun god to steal Amabella's destiny. After hearing Odis's words, the son Derek felt somewhat confused. How could the omniscient and omnipotent Lord steal Amabella's fate? But then he realized, the blasphemer, Amon, was the child of the ancient sun god, and it was said that Amon was born with the uniqueness of the wrong path. Just as everyone had guessed in a previous transaction, it must have been the extraordinary characteristic that the ancient sun god expelled through childbirth to stabilize the state. The other members also understood the meaning of Hermit after a moment's thought. Then they suddenly had a very clear understanding of uniqueness and the hierarchical relationship between angels. Even the fate of an archangel could be stolen from the holder of uniqueness. And not even Amabella's family noticed. The rest is self-explanatory without Odis's explanation. After Lilith received the destiny of Amabella, she existed in the world as the Queen of Giants, and later even became the Mother Goddess of the Earth, only revealing herself in the Fifth Age. Of course, this must have been kept secret by the Goddess of the Night, using her secret power, which is why no one discovered it. Thinking about all this, Alger's eyes froze slightly, a conspiracy spanning 3,000 or 4,000 years. He instinctively shrank back, feeling a deep-seated fear of the Goddess of Night and the Mother Earth. Everyone else shared a similar feeling. Leonard, nicknamed Star, belatedly remarked, "No wonder the Church of the Night stopped promoting the title Crimson Lord a few days ago and changed their prayer gesture of drawing a red moon to pointing at stars." The magician, Furs, said, "In any case, the authority over the moon realm has returned to the progenitor of the vampires." After hearing Miss Magician's words, the other members couldn't help but look at Mr. Moon, hoping to get evidence of the return of authority from him. But at this moment, Mr. Moon still seemed to be in shock, his expression still somewhat uncertain. Among the Tarot Club members, the most shocked after hearing those words was the Moon Emlyn. His mind was still filled with the thought, the Mother Goddess is the progenitor is the Mother Goddess. As he pondered, he became increasingly convinced that he was the most devout vampire. Seeing that the vampire seemed to have recovered from his shock, Furs smiled and said, "Moon, mister, wait a while longer, and perhaps you will become the Archbishop of the Church of the Earth Mother. No, you should be the Church of the Earth's plenipotentiary representative among vampires." Emlyn finally realized why. He thought the progenitor would allow the vampires to remain in their previous state and not directly merge with the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess. Leonard smiled and said, "Since the Goddess of the Night no longer has the title Crimson Moon, then the Earth Mother will soon have a similar title, which won't be able to fool the other churches." Upon hearing Mr. Starr's words, Emlyn suddenly recalled the scene. His fellow tribesmen who had previously mocked his faith in the Earth Mother would line up before him to receive his baptism. Thinking about it this way, Emlyn felt extremely happy and couldn't help but slightly raise his chin. At this moment, Klein, manipulating the world, said, "I suddenly thought of a question. Why did Goddess of Harvest, Amabella die in Silver City, and not in the Giant's Court, or somewhere else?" The other members were taken aback at first, but they quickly realized that this was indeed strange. Logically speaking, the extraordinary characteristics of the Goddess of Harvest should have been taken by the ancient sun god, or somewhere in the Giant's Court. Why in Silver City? Derek speculated, it might be because the Silver City previously worshipped the Giant Queen. He explained, "I just learned that before believing in the omniscient and omnipotent Lord, the Silver City did not worship the King of Giants, but rather the Queen of Giants. So that's how it is." The members of the Tarot Club felt that this made sense. After nodding slightly in acceptance of the answer, the world looked at Odis for confirmation. Odis smiled and said, "There is indeed a secret here. Of course, it's just my guess, and it may differ from the facts, but it's probably something like that. Since the god of war has already fallen, there's no harm in releasing that information." People hadn't heard the Hermit's speculations for a while, and suddenly everyone was very interested in the secrets that the Hermit had mentioned. "We've actually mentioned this secret briefly before," Odis said. "We all know that after the ancient sun god awakened, he defeated all the ancient gods except for the demon king Fabudi. However, judging from the later actions of the ancient sun god, it did not reclaim the authority of every ancient god. At least he never demonstrated the authority associated with the king of giants and the progenitor of the phoenix, but the characteristics of the progenitor of the phoenix should have been taken by the ancient sun god. Later, those characteristics were bestowed upon Abraham, who is known as Mr. Dor, and upon the god of the dead, who is also known as the king of the underworld in the Fourth Age. But the authority of the king of giants was obtained by the child of this ancient god, who was the god of dawn at the time and later the god of war, Bardhar. Of course, everyone remembers the information mentioned by the Hermit before. At that time, they even speculated whether the origin of the god of war had some dark history. Now it seems there really is a dark history behind this. At this point, the other members had a vague idea of what was going on, but they seemed hesitant to think about it further. Odis continued, before we can explain this problem, we need to understand another one. As far as I know, people whose fate has been stolen enter a state similar to hidden, where no one can detect their existence, and what they say or do has no impact on the real world. Because he has no destiny, he will be cut off from all connections with the real world, and the whole world will reject him. He eventually died alone. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and gained a new understanding of Amon's abilities. Audrey sighed, although this isn't the first time I've heard this kind of information, it still sends chills down my spine every time. The other members nodded in agreement. At the same time, they also realized that the Hermit explained this to help everyone understand Amabella's state. After everyone finished sighing, Odis said, I don't know if the King of Giants can sense the existence of Amabella without fate. However, a more reasonable line of reasoning is that after the ancient sun god injured the King of Giants, he and the Goddess of Night stole the Queen of Giants' fate and characteristics. On the other side, taking advantage of the fact that the King of Giants was injured and in poor condition, Bardhel killed the King of Giants and obtained the extraordinary properties of this ancient god. Today has already brought us so many surprises, but this news still surprises everyone. But everyone was already mentally prepared. While they were surprised, they didn't seem to be taken aback by it. Alger thought to himself, I knew it, every god has some dark history. Amid everyone's astonishment, Odis continued, I don't know if the giant queen, who had already been switched at the time, helped. But what is more certain is that Amabella, who was in a state of no destiny, witnessed all of this, but was powerless to do anything about it. In the end, he watched his son become a war god, and watched his son recognize another woman as his mother. Chapter 465, Chapter 464 The Fool's Reminder at the Tarot Meeting. During the tarot reading, amidst a series of shocks, the son Derek was the first to react. So, those of us who have consumed the black face grass must kill our own relatives with our own hands, otherwise our relatives will become evil spirits. So, this is the curse from the giant queen. The other members all sighed inwardly, what a tragic deity. Emlyn Moon was about to say, serves him right, since he betrayed our progenitor. But he also felt that the god's fate was indeed too tragic, so he did not speak ill of him. Odis the Hermit suddenly said, I can only say that it is possible. He paused for a moment and said, based on some incomplete information I have, this curse may have another cause, but that information is incomplete and I don't know how to describe it. That was information that Odispu obtained from the wilderness of knowledge after his ascension. Amabella is a very special deity, actually the child of the primordial god, and the mother nest. To be precise, Odis considered Amabella a special deity, but in that era, it seemed that the deities that split directly from the original source, as well as those born from the fallen mother goddess, were the mainstream. According to the records of the wilderness of knowledge, at the beginning of creation, the first creator created the fallen mother goddess. Then, she gave birth to many gods with the fallen mother goddess, many of whom were born as the old ones, or later became the old ones themselves. For example, Decaying King and Superstar Overlord were both born at that time. When the first awakened last time, it directly brought the mother nest to earth, and deities such as Amabella were born. These are deities from the fallen mother goddess and mother nest lineages. Although there is some struggle between them, they are generally connected and cooperate to some extent. In addition, the mother tree of desire is also an old one that was directly created in the original way. Before its source matter and properties were aggregated on earth, it was the strongest old one below the pillars. Moreover, he now possesses two extraordinary pathways within him, making him a formidable opponent from the past. It was only after obtaining the dust-avoiding pearl that the Celestial Master attempted to join forces with Adam to injure this ancient being. However, their operation still failed, as the Mother Tree of Desire sensed the danger in advance. When the second era arrived, Odis felt unfamiliar with the history of the King of Giants being the first ancient god, but it should be accurate, since the sage had lived through that era. From the mystical information he gained after his ascension, Odis also learned that Amabella had a younger brother named Giddas. It seemed that the two gods had a conflict over something, and Giddas cursed his sister Amabella before his fall, saying that he would be killed by his own descendants. The ancient sun god is human, and humans are descendants of the Creator, inheriting the characteristics and most of the authority of the primordial god, who is the original incarnation. Therefore, to a certain extent, the ancient sun god's attack on Amabella can be considered a fulfillment of the curse. Amabella witnessed her son murder her husband and was cursed by her brother. This seems to be the reason why the gift of the earth has a curse of patricide. Regarding this period of history, the wilderness of knowledge does not provide much detail. Odis estimated that the wise men were also unaware of the specific circumstances and only made some disjointed records based on later events. Odis's previous statement was somewhat nonsensical. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he then said in a more formal tone, with the fall of some gods, some aspects of the history of mysticism may never be restored. He paused for a moment and then said, However, there is one thing I can announce to everyone, the goddess of harvest, Amabella, having been stripped of her destiny and possibly having her inherent characteristics stolen, has gone to the Silver Kingdom. The believers should still be able to sense her presence. Of course, the goddess of harvest came to the Silver Kingdom not to seek refuge, but to have half of the Silver Kingdom's people sacrificed to help temporarily stabilize the situation. This is clearly recorded in the Wilderness of Knowledge. Odis estimated that the wise men knew about that history, which is why they paid attention to this matter. The sage witnessed the entire exchange between the ancient sun god and the night goddess as they began to switch the goddess of harvest. But later the sage discovered that the situation was not as he had remembered it. Amabella's curse of parricide was not entirely due to witnessing her child murder her husband. The wise man did not have the authority to be omniscient, and when he went back to trace the source, he found that his understanding of Amabella was rather vague, so in the end only some vague records were left behind. While lost in thought, Odis continued. In response, the Silver Kingdom did not choose to continue to submit to the gods they worshipped, but instead killed the goddess of harvest. The other members were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then they all looked at the son Derek. Derek was silent for a moment before saying, "That's right." Upon learning the truth about the gift of the earth, he also saw the corresponding documents left behind by Silver City. At the time, he felt somewhat unable to accept it, but upon careful consideration, he wondered what kind of pressure the former leaders of the Silver Kingdom faced when making this bold decision. They were guilty, but they saved half the people of the Silver Kingdom. The fool Klein estimated that the leaders of the Silver Kingdom must have already learned of the fall of the King of Giants by then, which is why they rebelled. If the King of Giants were still alive, they would have immediately sacrificed half of their people. This is the second period. The hanged man Alger speculated, could this be the reason for the Silver City's curse of patricide? No, Derek said. The Silver Kingdom didn't have such a curse before we started eating ryegrass. Everyone looked at the Hermit again, as if asking with their eyes, why is that? Klein, in particular, realized that there might be more to this story than met the eye, and that this hidden story seemed to be quite important. Odis smiled helplessly and said, "As I said, some extraordinary histories may never be known in truth. To reveal the truth would involve explaining concepts such as the original creator and the mother nest, which are too advanced for other members to know for the time being." The other members were somewhat disappointed, while Klein vaguely sensed that Odis probably knew some inside information, but it wasn't appropriate to reveal it to everyone. That was the end of the topic. The hall fell silent as everyone digested the information they had just received and pondered their own thoughts. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, Tarot doesn't have much other information, but the dark history of the gods often comes up. The goddess of night is suspected of plotting against the main god, Destruction Wolf. The eternal sun, lord of storms, and god of knowledge and wisdom, have also done the same thing. The god of steam and machinery apparently murdered his own sister in order to become a god. Today I learned two more embarrassing pieces of history. Lilith took the place of the giant queen and later became the Earth Mother goddess. The god of war became a god by killing his father. The hall was silent for about 10 seconds before the world brought up another topic. Everyone, I need to remind you of something. When all the members of the Tarot Club looked over, Klein manipulated the world and said, the end of the world is just over a decade away. Everyone may be destroyed, including the gods. He had recently obtained information about the approximate time of the apocalypse, and he felt it necessary to remind the other members. This was the second time the other members had heard about the end times at the Tarot meeting. Mr. Fool had previously said that the so-called end times were the destruction of the barrier formed by the original creator and the invasion of outer gods. But at the time, no one took it too seriously, always feeling that the end of the world was still far away. But the world mentioned the end of the world again, and even gave an approximate time. In other words, there is no room for easing the impending doom, and it is not far off. Odis was not worried about this. He was confident that he would achieve merging with the Celestial Master in the next few years, become an Old One, and play a certain role in the subsequent battles of the Old Ones. Moreover, the scheme of the Celestial Master and Adam seems to allow the ancient sun god to regain some of his strength. Then, with the addition of the Fool, they can take the initiative to launch a sneak attack outside the barrier before the end of the world. They can then injure a few outer gods and try to support one or two Old Ones, at which point the strength of both sides will be roughly equal. Upon hearing this news, Justice Audrey still felt a sense of bewilderment. The end of the world is only a little over 10 years away. What can I do? Alger's first reaction was that Gehrman Sparrow was disrespectful to Mr. the Fool, because the Fool, the gentleman, is also a deity. But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the world was the favorite of Mr. the Patient and the most devout believer. Other members of the Tarot Club might accidentally blaspheme Mr. the Fool, but the world, Gehrman Sparrow, would never do so. Based on this, Alger quickly came to another conclusion. This must be a reminder at the behest of Mr. Fool, urging us to prepare for the end times. But if even gods can be destroyed, what can we do? The priestess, Katlia, is equally confused about the future, unsure of which direction to strive for besides improving herself. The magician, first decided to no longer delay and prepare to ascend to demigod after the gathering. As the end of the world approached, it seemed that only by becoming an angel could one see a glimmer of hope. Derek was initially overwhelmed with frustration, because Silver City had just left the apocalyptic land of God and come to the world of light, only to face a new apocalypse soon. But soon, he adjusted his mindset and chose to believe Mr. Fool. If this great being could save Silver City from the land forsaken by the gods, then he can also prevent the end of the world. Emlyn couldn't help but frown. Although I was the savior of the vampires during the apocalypse, I never thought the apocalypse would come so soon. I am only an earl. He suddenly felt like a student who had only attended classes for a few days and was about to face an exam. Of course, this also excited him a bit. After all, he would soon be fulfilling his mission and showing his greatness to his people. Leonard, nicknamed Star, had heard about the doomsday prophecy from the old man, Pélez Zoroaster, but he didn't understand why things had turned out this way. So he asked, why is the end of the world suddenly coming? There's no sign of it at all. Klein responded to Leonard by saying, you just didn't see the signs. Did you really think that the War of the Gods that just ended would break out without any reason? Seeing that the members of the Tarot Club were stunned by these words and fell into thought, the world added, you are not qualified to know the specific reasons for now. Even just understanding them will bring about an irresistible pollution. Only beings of angelic or higher rank could possibly contend with it. Audrey was the first to realize, Mr. World seemed to know the whole story, and he wasn't afraid of being corrupted. Could it be, he was already an angel? Was it him? She took a deep breath. This is the second angel among the Tarot Club members. Alger and Katlia then had similar interpretations, realizing that the world Gehrman Sparrow had become an angel walking on earth. In ancient times, this came from God, and was a member of the divine. The world looked around and said, you can think carefully about what you plan to do next. What are your plans? The other members nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. After a few more seconds of silence in the hall, Audrey said to the Hermit, I've heard that Rune is inclined to send a delegation to Remberg for peace talks. The other members felt a slight sense of relief, as if all the heavy topics had finally come to an end. Odis said, thank you. Then he smiled and said, this is the wisest choice. Emlyn then joined the conversation. These peace talks between Lone and Lenberg should get other countries to cede a lot of territory, right? After the initial confusion following the War of the Gods, the people of Backlund quickly began to imagine what benefits they would receive as citizens of the victorious nation. Everyone is now discussing that a victory in this battle should allow them to reclaim Sunia Island from the Fuzak Empire and completely occupy the central plateau. The people of Backlund now have high hopes for these peace talks. Emlyn asked the question after hearing some of the discussions among the people of Backlund. Odis replied, as defeated nations, Intis and Fuzak will at most cede some colonies, and they won't cede too many. The other members were stunned, not expecting the Hermit to come to such a conclusion. Even Alger thought that Intis and Fuzak would have to pay a lot of war reparations and cede some territory. After glancing at everyone's expressions, Odis explained, although this battle of gods determined the outcome of the war, it is an undeniable fact that Rune lost too many extraordinary powers in the early stages of the war. He may be able to regain most of the lost characteristics through post-war negotiations, but it will take time to cultivate new extraordinary beings. After the War of the Gods ended, most of the Intis army and the Fuzak army withdrew back to their home countries, and because Rune did not organize an effective pursuit, their extraordinary power was basically preserved. So in the next few years, at least in terms of extraordinary beings below the level of demigods, Rune has no advantage. The current situation is quite interesting. Rune is a victorious nation, but its strength is somewhat weakened, while Fuzak and Intis are defeated nations, but they still have enough strength to fight back. In my opinion, in the end, Rune can only get back some of the extraordinary traits that were taken away by the armies of the other two countries. After all, once those two countries obtain those traits, they will immediately cultivate extraordinary individuals through the arbitrator and lawyer pathways. We can't just kill those extraordinary individuals and take back their traits, can we? However, there is a lot of room for debate regarding the specific features it can have. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had a very clear understanding of the current situation. This made Alger think to himself, this is the difference between an extraordinary person and a politician. Alger had always felt that he understood the rules of this world and the good and evil of human nature. Therefore, when considering problems, he is more likely to see the essence of the problem and the root of the contradiction. However, after the Hermit became president, Alger increasingly felt that his analysis of the international situation was still flawed. Odis paused slightly before continuing. The negotiations will likely end with Intis and Fuzak symbolically ceding a portion of their territory to Rune, thus concluding these negotiations. Or rather, they were willing to sit at the negotiating table only because the goddess of night had won, and with 4 other gods standing on the victor's side, they had no choice but to compromise. But this victory is not a victory for the Kingdom of Rune, so they will not see too many substantial benefits during the negotiations. The other members nodded in agreement, indicating their agreement with the concept of the Hermit. Emlyn had already thought, if I were to give this analysis at a vampire gathering, it would definitely surprise the barons and viscounts, making them appreciate Earl White's unique insights and wise mind. Klein thought, I could go to Rembrandt soon and get a first-hand look at this negotiation that will affect the future international landscape. He is currently traveling in the northern continent as a wandering magician, taking the opportunity to digest the magic potions. Audrey then asked, Mr. Hermit, what about Remberg? What are Remberg's demands in this negotiation? Will it help the Kingdom of Rune put pressure on other countries? No. Odis said crisply, the war is over, and our alliance with Rune is also about to end. For Lenberg, we need a weakened Rune rather than a Rune that has become strong again. Audrey simply nodded, realizing that she wasn't as disappointed as she had imagined. Odis continued, the conflicts between nations persist and have not been completely resolved by the war. In fact, the current situation remains quite dangerous because all nations, especially the defeated ones, still possess the power to wage war. Just as Audrey seemed to understand the other person's warning, you mean, there's a high possibility that war will break out again. Odis did not answer the question about justice, but instead said, I heard that after the War of the Gods in Backlund, in the battle between the Eternal Sun and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the God of Knowledge suddenly gained a certain advantage. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but based on some indications, the God of Steam and Machinery and the Lord of Storms also came to the border between the two countries at that time. Although this is a small matter, it is worrying. When both the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Sun believe that the God of Knowledge is a threat, they will inevitably cooperate in some way. In other words, the relationship between the gods at present, on the surface, is that the victorious side of the divine war, the Goddess of Night, the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge, and the Mother Goddess of Earth, is on the losing side, the Eternal Sun, and the God of Steam. But the reality is that the conflict between the God of Knowledge and the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Sun has suddenly escalated, and the God of Steam is clearly on the side of the Eternal Sun, while the Goddess of Night and the Mother Earth have not yet taken sides. After this round of analysis, even the fool Klein couldn't help but frown, because according to Odis's analysis, there is also the possibility of a new war of gods breaking out. The escalating conflict between the gods could very well lead to a new war among the nations of the northern continent, and this war would certainly be another world war. The hall fell silent again, and the hanged men and other members looked one after another at the patient at the head of the bronze table. Klein, the fool, thought to himself, why are you all looking at me like that? If the hermit hadn't brought it up, the fool wouldn't have known what was going on. However, on the surface, the fool still maintained a calm expression. Then Klein realized that he had to say something, and after a moment's thought, he smiled and said in the form of the fool, as the end of the world approaches, the gods are all seeking a breakthrough. Odis thought to himself, this reaction speed is impressive. He immediately understood the reason for the escalation of the conflict between the gods. Moreover, these ambiguous words not only made him seem very profound, but also roughly revealed the truth, although they did not involve any specific matters, only the general direction. The other members, prompted by the fool's hints, made many guesses. Alger thought, above the gods. The gods are preparing to become above the gods. He then asked the fool, respected Mr. Fool, in the end times, only by becoming above the gods can one have any initiative. The fool simply gave a peaceful smile and made no response. His mind was elsewhere, but he was thinking, it should be, probably, roughly that's how it is. The other members all took a deep breath. Some thought that Mr. Fool had tacitly agreed, while others thought that Mr. Fool's reminder had another deeper meaning. Only Odis thought to himself, this is the legendary, smiling without speaking, of occupying the next house, a tactic of taking over and then attacking. There's a reason for that. Seeing that no one was starting any new topics, Klein then announced the end of the tarot session. Chapter 466, Chapter 465 The Wandering Magician in Lenberg. After the tarot meeting, Odis returned to the real world to rest for a while, and then summoned Maxi, the current patriarch of Trensist. Most of the members of the Trensist family currently hold positions in Lenberg, but they joined Odis somewhat late and clearly lacked sincerity when they did so. This directly resulted in members of the Trensist family not being as highly valued as members of the Stiano family. Maxi, an elderly man with graying hair and beard, arrived at Odis's office and politely said, Mr. President. Odis smiled and invited him to sit down. After a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. During a recent operation, I encountered a wisp of the Night Emperor's consciousness, who asked me to help him resurrect. Maxi was somewhat shocked to hear this. Odis continued, he told me that the key to his resurrection was in the hands of the Trensalt family, and that there was also an iron book that recorded the method of resurrection. After he finished speaking, he looked at Maxi and waited for his reply. Odis felt it was better to be direct about such matters. Beating around the bush would only make it seem like he was testing the Night Emperor's current state. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, Maxi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We do have a tin book in our hands. Based on notes left over from the quaternary period, we all know that it is something quite important, but no one has been able to open it. Acknowledging the existence of this book is tantamount to acknowledging that the Night Emperor's backup plan for resurrection is indeed in their hands." Odis nodded and said, "Go back and discuss it, see if you need my help." "Yes, we need it." Maxi had already made up his mind, "We need your help." He knew very well that the Trensalt family had already missed one opportunity, and they absolutely could not miss this one. Angel's help isn't like carrots on the street, readily available everywhere. Hesitation at this moment would be an indication of distrust towards the angel, and you might miss this opportunity. Odis smiled and said, "You don't need to rush. You can go back and make some preparations in advance. I won't have time to deal with this matter until the peace talks between the various countries are over." Maxi immediately replied, "We have no problem with that. We'll cooperate fully whenever you have time. If the Night King could be resurrected, the situation of the Trensist family would be much better than it is now." After this period of contact, Maxi also knew that Odis was a trustworthy angel. Moreover, the Night King had entrusted Odis with his life, so what objections could they possibly have? Odis hummed in agreement, "I will let you know when the time comes." After chatting for a few more minutes, Maxi got up to say goodbye. After this matter was settled, Odis stood by the window, gazing at the street outside, pondering how the future international situation would develop. He suddenly laughed when he saw a hovering civilian vehicle drive by on the street. He held extraordinary technology in his hands and was the controller of the future situation. It is other countries that should be worried about the international situation. A perfectly normal morning in Azhara. A young mage dressed in a black robe and wearing an ancient ceremonial hat appeared on the streets of Azhara. No one noticed where he came from or when he arrived in Azhara. This magician is named Merlin Hermes. Klein is traveling as a wandering magician. He has already traveled to the main battlefields of Lenberg and Fursak and fulfilled the wishes of many people. The potion has been well digested. Upon arriving in the city, Klein was first drawn to the city's buses. It was a vehicle 3 or 4 times larger than a horse-drawn carriage, without wheels or even a driver, just floating on the street. This gave Klein a strong sense of science fiction, just like the anti-gravity cars he remembered. However, the people and buildings around them tend to be classical. It's like seeing a 21st century vehicle on a street from the early 20th century. Moreover, the gap between these eras might be even greater. Klein simply couldn't imagine what vehicles would look like in the 21st century. Currently, all public transportation in Azhara is equipped with hover buses. When these buses first started operating, they did cause quite a stir in Azhara, but now everyone is used to it. However, this makes it easy for people to identify who has just arrived in Azhara. If you see people staring at the bus on the street from the moment it appears until it leaves your sight, there is no doubt that they are newcomers. That's how Klein was. He watched the bus until it was out of sight before he remembered that he could try sitting on it. So, in the next second, no one noticed how the magician disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the next bus stop. Klein was the last to board the bus. As soon as he got on, he saw that the bus was similar in structure to the buses in his memory, with the coin box directly in front of the door and the driver's seat behind it. However, the driver's seat had no seat, no steering wheel, no gear shift, and no gauges. It was just a black cuboid. The cuboid had a strong industrial aesthetic, reminding Klein of a black monolith he had seen in a science fiction movie. It is full of beauty and mystery. At this moment, the car door closed, the vehicle started, and the black cuboid suddenly spoke, saying to Klein, "Sir, please insert 1 coin worth 2 copper sassons, or 2 coins worth 1 copper sasson each. If you are getting off east of Pace Bridge, you only need to insert 1 coin worth 1 copper sasson." To avoid passengers being confused by this self-service ticketing system, the bus's smart driver explains it very clearly. Riemborg's monetary system was simple, consisting of gold, silver, and copper coins. The gold coin was called sasson gold, and 1 copper sasson was worth about half a penny. Klein did a quick calculation based on the exchange rate and found that it was about half the price of a public carriage in Backlund. However, he glanced at the bus with dozens of seats, which carried about 3 times more passengers than a public carriage, so it was hard to say whether it was more profitable or not. While pondering the fare, Klein took out 2 copper 1 Saxon coins from his pocket. He certainly didn't have any coins. What he took out of his pocket was a historical projection cast by the passenger in front of him. Clang. Klein dropped 2 coins into the coin box, but instead of finding a place to sit, he went to the back of the box and said, "Good morning, everyone. On this bright and sunny morning, I'd like to present you with a magic trick." "Please stop your performance," the smart driver interrupted. "A bus is not a good place to put on a show, you might fall over due to sudden braking." If you need to perform, you can go to the Arts Avenue, but you will need to transfer to bus number 16 on 20th Street, which goes towards the Gard Industrial Park. Klein paused for a moment, thinking to himself, the level of intelligence is quite impressive. He initially thought the smart driver would only explain how to insert coins, but he didn't expect it to also maintain order in the carriage. The passengers in the carriage watched Klein's performance with smiles, clearly having witnessed a similar scene before. "Young man, come and sit down." At this moment, a middle-aged passenger said, "This a big guy cares about everything, even spitting." Klein thought to himself, that's something I have to deal with. He readily agreed and sat down next to the middle-aged passenger. The middle-aged passenger was very talkative. "You're new to Azhara, aren't you?" Klein laughed and said, "Yes, this is the first time I've ever seen a car like this." "When this big guy first appeared, we were both curious and scared," said a middle-aged passenger dressed in simple clothes. "At that time, no one dared to take the bus." Klein asked, "Then why did people start taking the bus again later?" "Cheap." The middle-aged passenger's answer surprised Klein, yet it made perfect sense. He then asked, "Where have the original coachman and ticket seller gone?" "Going to the construction site to transport building materials." At this moment, a passenger behind Klein said, "The salary is about the same as before, and a free lunch is also provided." The middle-aged passenger next to Klein said, "Oh, he used to be a public carriage driver." Klein nodded. No wonder he knew so well. At this point, the former public carriage driver said with some concern, "Once the new town is completed, I may really lose my job." "Actually, you should have been out of work a long time ago." The passengers started discussing this issue spontaneously. One of them, dressed in work clothes, said, "Didn't you notice? The horses pulling carts at the construction site aren't real horses. If you let them carry things themselves, they will carry them to their destination by themselves." Another worker said, "Moreover, they don't bleed when they are injured, and they don't need to eat grass or drink water. They only need to rest at night and they can work all day." The middle-aged passenger next to Klein suddenly asked, "Have you ever seen what they look like when they're resting? I once saw those horses while on night duty. When they rest, they don't lie down at all, they just stand there without moving. Just getting close to it will make your hair stand on end and give you goosebumps." Based on their description, Klein concluded that it must be a machine shaped like a horse. He had heard people talk about it when he was in Luen, that there was a kind of horse in Lundberg that was very strong and did not need to eat or drink. As for the goosebumps and chills that make people's hair stand on end, it's probably because the horses are replenishing their spiritual energy, causing an abnormality in the surrounding spiritual energy, which is why people have this illusion. The group first discussed the horses, which resembled ghost stories, and then the topic returned to the work-related issues they had just discussed. Most of the passengers on the bus were workers heading to the new urban area, and many of them were worried that they would lose their jobs once the new urban area was completed. At this moment, a passenger dressed in formal attire in front said, "You don't need to worry too much. I heard that after the new urban area and industrial area are completed, the old urban area will be renovated, and then a city that flies in the sky will be built. There are many jobs waiting for you." Klein was taken aback. "A city that flies in the sky?" The middle-aged passenger next to him sighed and said, "Well, construction work always comes to an end." The passenger in formal attire turned around and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time the president has given you. In the future, many new professions will surely emerge, some of which will have relatively low entry barriers. But if you haven't adapted to the new world the president has created in such a long time, then no one can save you." As Klein listened to their discussion, he thought to himself, Lundberg's governing philosophy was a more humane approach to governance, at least he knew to wait for the people, which was much better than Rune's extensive and rudimentary governing style. At that moment, the bus stopped, and while the passengers were boarding, Klein heard the owner of a newsstand on the street shouting, "Want a newspaper? President Intis has decided to come to Azhara for peace talks." Klein then noticed, Azhara doesn't have a newsboy. There were indeed no newsboys on the streets. In Backlund, you'll find newsboys on almost every street. "That's right," said the middle-aged passenger next to him. "Those little troublemakers have all been sent to school by the president." Klein suddenly laughed. Some things are indeed ingrained in one's bones. Children should be in school, even if the school is not very good, instead of selling newspapers on the street or working as child laborers in factories. The newsstand owner's hawking had shifted the conversation in the carriage to the international situation, which everyone seemed to enjoy discussing. Even ordinary people in Rembrandt could feel that Rembrandt's international standing had risen significantly. Everyone is very proud of this, and people are full of respect when they occasionally mention President Gar. At this point, the carriage gradually arrived at the edge of the city and headed north along a riverside avenue. On the other side of the river was the new urban area. Klein saw a cluster of high-rise buildings under construction, tall cranes, excavators, bulldozers, and elevators without cables. Excavators and bulldozers are tracked machines, which are completely different from the structure of buses. For a moment, Klein was in a daze, as if he had a hallucination, feeling that what he was seeing was a building under construction in the common era. The worker next to him laughed and said, "How about it? Pretty spectacular, right? This must be the first time you've seen such tall buildings, right? I heard that the shortest of these buildings is over 30 stories high." The passengers still on the bus are mostly workers who are going home to rest for a day or two before returning to the construction site. Most workers actually live and eat on the construction site, which saves them a lot of travel expenses. Klein thought to himself, "I have seen it, but that was a long time ago." Soon the carriage arrived at the new town. Klein toured the construction site and found that the building construction process was basically automated, with smart trucks handling the transportation of bricks and concrete. Upstairs, there was an automatic bricklaying machine, a machine with a long robotic arm, located in the very center of the room. This robotic arm has 3 devices, one to pour and smooth the concrete, a second to place bricks, and a third to compact and remove excess concrete. The whole process looked very smooth. A layer of bricks was laid in just a minute or two. Klein felt that this construction site didn't belong to this era at all. Even in the common era, construction sites with such advanced intelligence were rare. The reason so many workers are still needed here is because they are required for the later stages of renovation. Klein estimates that with Remenberg's current production capacity, a batch of robots that can be used for decoration should be produced soon. However, they certainly won't do that, at least not for the time being, because they need to provide enough job opportunities for the lower classes in this era. Soon it was noon, and Klein performed magic tricks for everyone during lunch. Everyone was sitting on steel or logs to eat, and at first few people paid attention to him. Until a large number of tarot cards gushed out of Klein's head like a fountain, and before these tarot cards could fall to the ground, they turned into starlight and disappeared into the air. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Klein then performed magic tricks such as turning a dove into a cane and a cloth into a cloth, which drew rounds of applause from the crowd. After performing this part, he naturally said that his most powerful magic was granting other people's wishes. He could grant wishes on the spot as long as they weren't too complicated. Then he started asking the people around him what their wishes were. Everyone was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Until one of the workers said he wanted a piece of cake. As soon as Klein snapped his fingers, a cake appeared in the worker's hand. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, everyone shared their wishes. The workers' wishes were quite simple, such as a new pair of shoes, a winter coat, or toys for their children. Until one worker said, "My wish is to meet the president." Klein was slightly taken aback. "What business do you have with President Gard? I want to thank him in person." The worker, who looked to be around 50 years old, took off his hat and rubbed it in his hands, saying, "Thank you for giving me this job and allowing me to survive." He took a deep breath and said, "Last year, the Feniports reached Azhara, and my home is in the south of Azhara. The people of Feniport stole my property, burned down my house, and killed my wife. I thought I wouldn't make it through that winter, but thankfully the president became the leader of the country, and I got a job renovating a factory. This year I got a job building a new city. These 2 jobs saved my life and allowed me to find my 2 sons who were separated from me during the war." At this point, the old man's eyes reddened with emotion. "Now, I have a home again, and everything is full of hope again." The people around fell silent. They also recalled that winter last year, which was not a pleasant memory. First, the Feniport people attacked Azhara, and a large number of refugees poured into the city, making the security of the capital very bad. Later, President Gard drove the Feniport people away, but before everyone could even rejoice, many important figures died overnight, leaving everyone feeling somewhat lost. Soon the president began implementing very radical reforms, and many people said that after the wealthy went bankrupt, there were no job opportunities left in Rembrandt. Fortunately, most factories continued to operate normally, and some factories began to expand and renovate. Not only did people not lose their jobs, but even the homeless on the streets found work. After that, Remenberg won a series of victories in the war, and people's attitude towards the president changed from initial skepticism to later admiration, and now to worship. Among the workers on the construction site, many are refugees from last year's war, and now they all have jobs and are well fed and clothed. Then another worker said, "I also want to see the president, to thank him, and to pay my respects to him." Everyone around stood up and shouted, "Salute to the president." Klein was somewhat moved, because since coming to this world, he had heard many fascinating stories about nobles and princes, as well as the rags-to-riches tales of many wealthy people, but he had never heard of any official who was truly beloved. Even in the Republic of Intis, which has an electoral system, it is a process of mutual demands between electors and voters, and the people of that country are full of complaints about the government. With this in mind, Klein pondered how to help everyone fulfill their wishes. He knew very well that the power of making a wish was unlikely to affect an archangel, so he immediately flicked a coin to perform a divination to find out where he could meet President Gard. Odis is protected by the Lord of Mysteries, so if one were to divine Odis's location, it is very likely that nothing would be divined. However, if we utilize the power of the Source Castle, we should be able to secure a location where we can encounter Odis. Soon, Klein had an idea, and then he smiled and said, I can grant your wish, but you'll have to sacrifice your lunch break. Those who wish to see President Gar, please follow me. I will be able to introduce you to him within 20 minutes. After saying that, Klein led the way. Because of his wonderful magic trick and the fact that he had fulfilled many of everyone's small wishes, the workers trusted Klein very much, so they all got up and followed him. Soon they arrived outside a hospital that was almost completely under construction. After waiting for a while, they saw a convoy of vehicles approaching. The convoy consisted entirely of hovercars, which were aesthetically pleasing and had a distinctly industrial-era feel. Klein smiled and said, That's the President's motorcade. Everyone was taken aback, but soon they shouted, Salute to the President. Amidst cheers and shouts of respect, a car stopped roughly in the middle of the convoy, and Odis indeed stepped out, waving to everyone. He is here today to inspect the construction progress of the new urban area with several officials, and plans to take a look at the hospital and school whose main structures have been completed. I never expected so many people to wait by the roadside to pay tribute to me. Odis then greeted everyone and shook hands with several people around him, accepting their thanks. Suddenly, Odis's spirituality was stirred, and she looked into the crowd. There stood a young man dressed as a magician, wearing a black robe. He looked back at Odis, removed his ancient ceremonial hat, and disappeared into the crowd. Adi immediately realized that it was Klein, because what had just disappeared was a historical projection. After making a few inquiries, Odis indeed learned about the deeds of the wandering magician. He smiled to himself, thinking, it's a pity the new urban area isn't finished yet, otherwise it could give Mr. Fool a little shock. As Hara has become the focus of international attention. Prime Minister Ruin, President Intis, Prime Minister Fussac, and Prime Minister Feniport, these four people who truly run these four great nations, arrived in Acera one after another. Odis had the four manors renovated in advance, so that they could live in different manors. Their negotiation venue had also been renovated, with all the facilities filled with extraordinary technology, making it look very high-end and mysterious. The senior officials from the four countries appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly they were very curious and worried. They were curious about the principles and theories behind these items. At the same time, they seemed to have realized the gap between their country and Remberg. Before, although they acknowledged that Remberg had many new weapons, they did not feel that there was a technological gap between them, but now it is different. They had all heard of lamps made of spirit-storing crystals, but the heating systems powered by spiritual energy, the refrigerators that could chill drinks, the fully automatic coffee machines, the real-time voice system covering the entire estate, and so on, finally made them realize that Lundberg was now in a completely new era. After a symbolic meeting between Odis and Prime Minister Ruin and others, negotiations began. The main topic was the issue of war reparations between Intis and Fussac. As Odis had predicted, the negotiations stalled at the outset, so Odis suggested a short visit to Huiv and invited everyone to tour the Remberg factory. When they arrived at the tall, clean factory filled with modern facilities and saw the semi-automatic production lines, the representatives from the four countries fell silent. At that time, other countries did not have the concept of production lines. For example, to produce a horse-drawn carriage, the process, from polishing the iron frame to attaching the wooden panels, painting, installing doors and windows, and installing wheels, was basically completed by a master craftsman and a few ordinary workers from start to finish. In more advanced workshops, the concept of manual labor had already emerged, but the horse-drawn carriages remained stationary. The grinding and installation processes are carried out by different workers. However, they were still one step away from the production line. For example, in the car production line that Odis took them to visit, the car frame slowly moved forward from the beginning of the production line, and workers waiting on both sides of the production line began to install the car doors. Install the engine, install the gearbox, and so on. Each worker's task is very simple, they just need to find the right spot and screw in a few screws. The production efficiency is very high, a car can be driven off the production line as soon as it rolls off the line. The production line keeps moving forward, and cars keep driving out. Odis knew very well that the history he knew had proven that this seemingly small improvement was crucial, and if converted to produce weapons, Lemberg's production capacity would significantly widen the gap with the other four countries. Despite this efficiency, the officials of the four countries remained outwardly calm, but inwardly they were already pondering how to discuss the issue of introducing technology with Odis. After several days of visits, negotiations resumed. However, during this negotiation, all four countries secretly contacted Rembrandt, hoping to cooperate or purchase Rembrandt's exceptional technology. Even Feniport is not going abroad, so the country is at least not going to collapse for now, so they hope this will be their chance to revive. Odis, of course, was open to all comers. He was willing to sell some extraordinary technologies, but only on the condition that countries like Intis unconditionally open their markets to Remberg and order a large quantity of machinery from Remberg. This put Intis and other countries in a dilemma, because they knew very well that as long as they opened their domestic markets, Rembrandt's goods are dumped in their own country, while their own similar products are still in the exploratory stage. They spend a lot of money buying equipment and technology, but they have no competitiveness at all. It wasn't until they heard that Rune had signed a series of reciprocal technology agreements with Remberg that they all expressed their willingness to agree to Remberg's terms. Therefore, the focus of the negotiations immediately shifted to the representatives of the four countries, including Run, to understand and order Remberg's technology, equipment, and after-sales service. The negotiations only got back on track after a series of agreements were signed. However, no one was in the mood to discuss war reparations anymore, and an agreement was quickly reached. The Republic of Intis and the Empire of Fuzak only paid a symbolic amount of reparations and ceded a few small, remote colonies to Rune. However, the cost of getting back the extraordinary traits lost on the battlefield was still very difficult. In this regard, Intis and Fuzak, the two defeated nations, were quite unwilling to talk about it. They quickly reached an agreement on the return of the traits. This is because both Intis and Fuzak felt threatened by Lundberg, and they both tacitly agreed that Lundberg's strength should not be weakened, but rather restored to some strength to restrain Lundberg in the east and south. The negotiation process between Remberg and Fenerbahce was quite simple. Both sides first issued a ceasefire declaration, which meant that Fenerbahce acknowledged that all the previously lost territory belonged to Remberg. It is not difficult to see from the diplomatic and military agreements signed by both sides that Feneport had completely backed down, acknowledging Remberg's international status and agreeing to cooperate with Remberg and provide sufficient assistance on some issues concerning the southern colonies. The peace talks, which lasted for a month and a half, finally came to a close on a sunny afternoon. The three countries signed and issued a joint statement, bringing an end to the World War III conflict that had lasted for about a year. A close examination of the joint declaration reveals that Remberg, which did not demand any war reparations from the defeated nations, was the biggest winner in these negotiations. In addition to Fenerbahce acknowledging that the entire Snasen region and Midway Island belonged to Remberg, Intis was subsequently forced to acknowledge Remberg's legitimate rule over the Ol province. Secondly, the talks resulted in a series of economic cooperation agreements, with Rembrandt, as the exporter of technology and equipment, receiving a large amount of funding. On the day the joint statement was issued, Rembrandt's stock price skyrocketed, and a large amount of wealth flowed into the country. Many people even had the illusion that before the peace talks, the center of the Sranid was Backlund, but after the talks, the center seemed to have become Ashara. Chapter 467, Chapter 466 Conversation with Mr. Dorr. With the signing of the joint declaration by various countries in Ashara, the world has largely returned to order. The original, central and southern kingdoms of the northern continent were unified by Lundberg, and the original, four great kingdoms of the northern continent became the current 5 kingdoms of the northern continent. However, no country knows what standard to use to rank their military strength, overall strength, and so on. If ranked by the number of troops, Remberg's regular forces number only a few 100,000, and this number is gradually decreasing, while the extraordinary puppet troops of various branches number only tens of thousands, which does not seem to be a large number. However, previous wars have proven that these tens of thousands of extraordinary troops, combined with Remberg's extraordinary warriors, are sufficient to handle 3 simultaneous wars. The Remberg arsenal has been working non-stop, constantly producing new weapons and new, extraordinary puppets. Especially after receiving funds from other countries to purchase technology and machinery, Odis allocated most of them to national defense. According to Odis's assessment, the recently concluded World War was somewhat similar to the First World War in his memory. Although the war was over, the conflicts between the countries remained very sharp. Moreover, Odis seemed to foresee the beginnings of a new round of divine war. In this mysterious world, conflicts between nations generally don't escalate into war, but if conflicts between gods escalate, then war might break out. Therefore, Odis has been actively preparing for battle, at least ensuring that his regular forces can take on 2 opponents at once. News that Remberg was still expanding his army quickly spread to other countries, and those countries also began to expand their armies. Thus, although the war was over, the armies of various countries did not disband, but instead frequently conducted exercises. Because Remberg does not sell the technology for military equipment, countries around the world have increased their investment in military equipment research. Then, a very ironic scene unfolded. The peace talks had just ended, but the world's countries had already begun an arms race. The new year is approaching, at the presidential office in Rembrandt. The 3 demigods of Trensis, carrying their family's iron book, asked Odis to help resurrect the Night King. Odis took the tin book and examined it carefully. Rather than calling it a tin book, it's more like a black tin box, seemingly containing some locked documents. The sheet metal has many extraordinary symbols, all of which are giants. The reason the Trensist family has been unable to open the box is mainly because they do not understand the ancient giant script. Of course, even if they did understand the ancient giant script, they would not be able to break the magic circle on it. Odis examined it for a moment and said, "This is an extraordinary password lock. The characters used to unlock it are random each time, and it has a very complex decryption system. Maxi and the other two demigods tensed up immediately, their expressions sounding complicated. Such decryption would be difficult for anyone else, but it was not difficult for Odis, because this extraordinary cipher system was designed by the sage. The god of craftsmen at that time made almost no changes. To be precise, it was difficult to make any further improvements. He used it on this metal box without making any changes. Odis essentially possessed the original code. With enough calculations, he could deduce the unlocking password. So he asked, in what year and season was this box made? In which city was it made? Maxi, the patriarch of the Trensalt family, paused for a moment, not quite understanding what he meant. Why ask this when you open the box? Odis then explained, the first of the 3 characters to open this box is fixed and must be deduced from the time and place of its manufacture. The second method is to use the position of Venus when the box is opened to make the calculation. The third step is to perform an astrological reading and use the obtained celestial charts for calculations. You can also obtain corresponding insights by occupying the territory, but the calculation method is different. Maxi never imagined that a simple password could have so many intricacies. But a new problem arose. Maxi did not know the year the book was produced. Fortunately, Marco, another demigod who manages the family documents, said, I remember there is a corresponding record in another notebook. It was made in the summer of 865 in the 4th Age, and the place of manufacture was Backlund. Odis laughed. It seems that Night Emperor has left you plenty of clues. Once you have the specific year, things become much easier, the rest is just astrology and deduction. Odis could do this mentally and quickly obtained the 3 characters. Then Odis used her spirituality to draw 3 characters, which floated to one side of the iron box. Click. The box was opened, and inside were several pages of parchment bound together. These parchments are thick and, although they have yellowed, the writing is still clear. However, the contents were still written in ancient giant script. Odis flipped through it and then asked Maxi and the others, it says that the resurrection of the Night Emperor requires a black crown with your clan's emblem. That's a level 0 sealed artifact, specifically sequence 2 of the arbitrator pathway. Maxi quickly added, we've always kept that sealed artifact. Sometimes when we use it, we can occasionally feel the Night Emperor's call, and we know very well that it must be related to the Night Emperor's resurrection. However, they couldn't make out what the Night Emperor was saying at all, they could only guess that it must be the key item that could awaken the Night Emperor. Therefore, Maxi and the others were extremely careful, fearing that any mishap might affect the resurrection of the Night Emperor. That sealed artifact should be used as little as possible, at most to shatter extraordinary properties. They cautiously lived for over 1,000 years, and finally, today has arrived. Odis slowly nodded, thinking to himself, the Trensist family really knew about the Night Emperor's current state. Previously, when Odis and Bernadette encountered the ghost ship closely connected to the Trensist Empire, in the Misty Sea, the members of the Trensist family who were in ghost form said that they had received orders from the Night King to find a narrow-necked glass bottle. Upon hearing this, the demigods of the Trensast family immediately concluded that it was not an order from the Night King. Based on this, Odis and Bernadette guessed that the Trensast family knew about the Night King's condition. Thinking of this, he put down the iron box and said, Night Emperor's resurrection plan was designed by the former queen, the Blood Moon Queen, so the whole process requires a lot of blood, and it has to be the blood of the extraordinary members of your Trensast family. Have the extraordinary members of your family prepare for tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow. I will perform the appropriate ritual the night after tomorrow. In addition, you should prepare a small box of fresh rice, 2 goats, and 18 fresh moonflowers. Since there is a full moon the day after tomorrow, as for the other offerings, they are all mentioned in the resurrection instructions, and these 3 items are relatively easy to prepare. Odis also remarked that it was fortunate that no lives had to be sacrificed, only enough blood was needed. He feared that the rituals designed during the Quaternary period would be more bloody and brutal. That would be a bit troublesome. For example, if it requires sacrificing the lives of living people, Odis would have to capture a few members of the Rose School from the southern continent. Inside a warehouse under reconstruction in the Kingdom of Rune, Pride's Harbor. When Furs arrived here using her ability to travel, her teacher, Dorian Abraham, had already arrived. Dorian asked in a deep voice, "Are you ready?" When they met before, he had already told Furs about the ritual requirements for the Apprentice Pathway Sequence 4 Arcanist so that she could prepare in advance. "That's about right, it should meet the requirements," Furs replied, not entirely confidently. The Ascension ritual of a mystic requires the Ascensionist to seal a demigod-level creature with clear hostility. The less external force is required, the better the ritual effect. Upon hearing the student's answer, Dorian nodded slightly and said, "That's good enough. That ritual is really too difficult for Sequence 5. Seeking help appropriately is essential." As he spoke, Dorian took out the Demon Painting, a level 1 sealed artifact containing many evil creatures at the demigod level. This is essentially a sealing artifact specifically designed for those who wish to advance to the rank of Arcanist, because once a monster is released, a Sequence 5 advancer can use this artifact to more easily reseal it. While this may seem a bit like cheating, as Dorian said, it is essential for Ascendants to seek help, and the seal was designed with that in mind. Therefore, the help provided by the Devil's Painting will not be much, but it will not be little either, it will be just enough for general improvement. The problem is that the Abraham family lost a lot of data when they were attacked by the Aurora Society. Dorian is not sure how many terrifying creatures are sealed in the demon painting, but there are definitely more, and more than one. First took out Lemoner's magic book, glanced at the several demigod-level abilities recorded on it, and immediately felt more confident. Then she prayed to the Fool, asking for his protection, before giving teacher Dorian a look to indicate that she was ready. Dorian nodded, summoned his contracted creature, and took out the auxiliary materials for Arcanist, while First took out the main materials he had obtained from hunting the Mystic Saint of the Aurora Society. Klein originally intended to commission Odis to hunt down the Mystic, but Lenberg was too busy to leave, so Odis sent Katlia to kill the Mystic. Dorian immediately concocted a Mystic potion for the student and handed the demon painting to Furs. If you can successfully advance, I have only one request. He solemnly said, that is, on a night of full moon, to listen to what Mr. Dor is saying, and to ask him his reasons for doing so. The members of Abraham's family were eager to find out the truth of the whole matter. However, during the Fourth Age, due to a family curse, no family member was able to ascend to demigod status. Furs agreed without hesitation, okay. Then she took the Devil's Painting and teleported to an uninhabited desert to avoid affecting ordinary people if the ritual went wrong. After checking the surrounding scenery and his own equipment, Furs placed the painting on the ground and recited the unsealing spell in Giant's tongue. Soon a vortex appeared in the center of the painting, from which emerged a dark blue-green monster with many rotting parts on its body. With the help of Lemoner's spellbook, Furs went through some twists and turns, but finally succeeded in sealing the monster again. She rested for a while, hesitated for a moment, and then drank the potion. Furs' thoughts immediately became chaotic, and he could hardly control his mind. In a daze, she found herself in a dazzling array of stars, as if she were in the starry sky. Just then, Furs sensed something illusory. That was a seal she created using the demon painting, which she projected into this mysterious world created by the magic potion, forming an abstract, vague mark. Furs, driven by instinct, drew his consciousness and spirituality toward the mark. Finally, her thoughts focused and gradually became clear. Just as Furs was relieved to have passed the most dangerous stage, a series of doors covered with mysterious symbols appeared in front of her. Furs vaguely saw that the door in front of him led to a deep darkness, and in the depths of that darkness was an endless storm and the occasional flash of lightning. The next second, Furs heard that familiar voice in her ears, and her head immediately started to throb, as if steel nails were churning her brain. Fortunately, she was now a demigod, and after some effort in meditation, she finally managed to regain her composure and clearly hear what the voice was shouting. He's calling for help. He pleaded for help in a language Furs had never heard before, but although she had never been exposed to that language, she understood it immediately. The voice shouted for 2 or 3 seconds, and then Mr. Dor seemed to notice Furs. A faint voice entered Furs's mind, "You are using an extraordinary property from Abraham." Furs composed himself and deliberately asked, "Who are you?" The ethereal voice said, "You can call me Mr. Dor, I think you're familiar with that title." Furs then asked, "Honorable Mr. Men, are you His Highness Bethel, an ancestor of the Abraham family?" "Yes." "Do you know that your cry for help has plunged the entire Abraham family into a curse that has lasted for over 1,000 years, making it virtually impossible for anyone to become a traveler or even a recorder? They always lose control and turn into monsters during promotions or on the night of a full moon." Mr. Dor paused for 2 seconds before saying, "I know." This surprised Furs, "You know." This surprised Furs somewhat, and for a moment she didn't know how to continue the conversation. She originally thought that Mr. Men was unaware of this matter, which was why he kept asking for help, causing his descendants to turn into monsters one after another. But Furs never expected that he actually knew. Then why torture your descendants during the full moon? At this point, Mr. Dor asked again, "Are you a writer? I mean, is your profession a writer?" Furs opened his mouth wide, his first thought being, could it be that the spirit above that polluted Dor is now preparing to pollute me? She had previously traded information about the Abraham family with the Hermit, and was quite clear about Mr. Dor's current situation. Furs knew that Mr. Dor had been corrupted by someone above the divine, but she didn't know the specifics of that, above the divine. She thought about it and felt it was unlikely that she had been targeted by that, above the gods, because she knew very well that even if she became a demigod, in the eyes of those above the gods, she was as fragile as an ant. There were many opportunities to corrupt her before, there was no need to wait until now. But she really couldn't understand how Mr. Dor knew about her. After a few seconds of pause, Furs said, "Yes." Then she asked, "How did you know?" This comes from a prophecy of that sage, Mr. Dor said. It says that when a female rider who has risen through the ranks using the characteristics of the Abraham family appears after I am sealed away, that will be the dawn of my breaking of the seal. Furz's mouth gaped open even wider, the sage, prophecy. She certainly remembered that the Hermit had briefly mentioned that sage's information at the tarot meeting. But this being perished during the quaternary period. How could such an accurate prophecy be made more than 1,000 years ago? Furz pondered for a moment and asked, that sage you speak of, is it the one who, in the third age, was on par with the ancient sun god? She remembered this piece of information very clearly. After all, the ancient sun god was indeed above the gods, so if that sage was on par with him, he must also be above the gods. Mr. Dor replied, yes. He paused for a moment and then said, please help me pass on a message to the sage. Just say that I have completed the task assigned to me. According to the sage's prophecy, this female rider can be completely trusted, which is why Mr. Dor asked her to relay his message. First paused for a moment before saying, well, that sage has fallen. The ethereal voice paused for a few seconds, then laughed, impossible, you haven't seen that sage. I don't know the wisdom of that sage. Then he asked, does the peeping eye and generalist pathways still exist today, with true god or deities? Yes, Furz, possessing the relevant knowledge, said, the deity of the general knowledge pathway is the god of steam and machinery. Mr. Dor interjected, what's his name? Furz thought to herself, shouldn't we just call him, him? Thinking this to herself, she said aloud, all I know is that he was once a member of the 10 pillars of the Moss Order, and his surname was Stiano. Mr. Dor simply grunted in response, offering no further comment, go on. Furz added, as far as I know, there seem to be 2 deities in the secret seeker pathway, but neither of them seems to be at the level of a true god. One is the hidden sage, a malevolent god. The other is the Lord of Mysteries, who, though not a righteous god, frequently battles malevolent gods. The ethereal voice seemed to ponder for a moment before asking, which deity's chosen one is imparting knowledge. Furz was taken aback, impart knowledge. Mr. Dor continued, to teach others knowledge regardless of their social status. Or to use their knowledge to bring some convenience to this extraordinary world. Forel realized that this was exactly what the Hermit was doing. Remberg's extraordinary goods have been sold in Backlund, and Furz and Hugh installed a heating system, which made them feel warm for the first time in the Backlund winter. So she said, the followers of the Lord of Mysteries created a cryptic script belonging to humankind, and used that script to invent many things that benefit ordinary people. Mr. Men said, then contact the Lord of Mysteries and ask him to convey the message to the Lord of Mysteries. Furz nodded and said, okay. Then she asked, since you know that your cries for help will affect your descendants, why did you still ask for help? Mr. Dor was silent for a while before saying, during the blood moon, I can't control some crazy thoughts in my mind. In the end, I don't know how it happened, but I had already completed the process of calling for help. Furz then asked, how can this problem be solved completely? Release my seal, the ethereal voice said. Once I return to the real world, this problem will be completely solved. Furz then asked, how can I break your seal? An altar needs to be prepared, and then 1 demigod each from the seer pathway, the thief pathway, and the apprentice pathway should be offered as sacrifices. Mr. Dor paused for a moment, then described the prayer and the process of the ceremony in detail. Furz carefully memorized it, intending to tell his teacher about it when he got back. Mr. Dor added, tell the members of Abraham's family that when I return, I may not be the same Mr. Dor, but just an ordinary archangel. Prepare them mentally. In his view, the fall from the King of Angels, who was only 1 step away from God, to an ordinary archangel, could trigger many chain reactions. However, for the current members of the Abraham family, they are already quite content to have even 1 sequence 2 angel in the family. Furz paused for a moment, then asked, why? I don't know, Mr. Dor said. This is also a prophecy of the sage. Furz seemed to understand something, so, in the 4th age, the sage not only foresaw our conversation but also foresaw your breaking free from the seal. And you knew you would be sealed away, yet you didn't make enough preparations to avoid that fate. This is a necessary sacrifice, the ethereal voice said. Like the descendants of Abraham's family, it is a necessary sacrifice. Furz paused for a moment before asking, why were you sacrificed? Mr. Dor replied, I cannot tell you that. Furz continued, so, for your purposes, you can endure over 1,000 years of pollution, your people can endure over 1,000 years of curses, and you can accept the fact that your own level has fallen. Mr. Dor said, yes. Furz asked, is it worth it? Worth it. Mr. Dor said confidently. Chapter 468, Chapter 467 The Night Emperor's Resurrection. In the wilderness outside Azhara, Odis had members of the Trencist family set up an altar by the river. The main structure of the altar is made of wood, on a platform about 3 meters high, and the wood is fresh, just felled, and still moist. Then Odis placed a water vat on the altar and had the extraordinary beings of Trences take turns bleeding on it. At the same time, rice, goats, and flowers were placed on the altar. A round, crimson moon hangs in the sky, another requirement for the ceremony. Odis began to dip his brush in blood and write mystical symbols on the wooden altar. As he wrote, he thought to himself, the mystical rituals of the vampires are indeed very bloody. Not only do the sacrifices require blood. Even the extraordinary materials used to write these mystical symbols are all made from the blood of extraordinary beings, and blood will be splashed onto the center of the altar later. In short, blood was everywhere, and clothes smelled of blood. While silently complaining, Odis finished setting up the altar, and the members of the Terransost family also finished bleeding, standing pale-faced below the altar. Then Odis picked up a ladle and sprinkled 3 ladles of blood evenly in the center of the altar. He took off his shoes and stood in the blood in the center of the altar to officially begin the ceremony. The members of the Trensost family waited silently beneath the altar, listening to Odis uttering a series of convoluted syllables. At that moment, the remaining blood splattered on the altar seemed to be driven by some force, and suddenly began to tremble. It looked like it was about to float up from the ground. Odis was speaking in the ancient language of the vampires, when he was preparing the auxiliary materials for advancing to sequence 1. I also learned some pronunciation techniques. These syllables, imbued with natural spirituality, stimulated the spirituality within the flowing blood around them, resulting in what appeared to be a wondrous reaction. Those incantations were merely the opening of the ritual, roughly meaning to ask the ancestor of the vampires to protect the ritual from disturbance and to bless it for success. This is also why Odis was willing to help. Firstly, the main source of the extraordinary power of this ritual was Odis herself. In other words, he will be using his own strength to support the entire ceremony. There's no need to pray to some random deity for power. To be precise, Odis's current power is sufficient to complete this ritual. Secondly, the only part of the entire ceremony that requires a prayer to the ancestor of the vampires is at the very beginning. Odis speculated that this was a fixed part of the vampire design ritual, as a sign of respect for the progenitor. At a tarot gathering before this, he heard Emlyn the Moon mention that after becoming a demigod, he could feel the presence of the progenitor with absolute certainty. Although there was still no response to the ancestor's prayers, Emlyn could clearly sense that the ancestor had not fallen. He also communicated with other demigods of the vampire clan. Before they knew that the Earth Mother Goddess was the progenitor, they could clearly sense this and occasionally received revelations from the progenitor. Therefore, the high-ranking members of the vampire clan have always firmly believed that the progenitor has not completely perished, but has only suffered severe injuries and is hiding somewhere, ready to return at any time. Therefore, when designing the ceremony, a part belonging to the progenitor of the vampires is always included. This part is basically just to show respect and doesn't have much of a practical effect. After the opening ceremony, Odis splashed 3 more scoops of blood, then took out the level 0 sealed artifact that the Turnsost family had long ago given to him and placed it in the center of the altar. The sealed artifact is shaped like an exquisite crown, with the coat of arms of the Trensolt family on it. The coat of arms appears to be naturally formed, not as if it were inlaid. Odis began chanting the incantation to summon the spirit in the language of the vampires. The general idea is that you need to recite, "O soul, come back," in various tones dozens of times, slowly and deliberately. This step could actually be optional, because Odis probably sensed that there was a strong spiritual residue in the level 0 sealed artifact, and it even seemed that there was a fragment of a soul inside. This should have been a prearranged plan by the Night Emperor. Considering that the arbitrator pathway is not proficient in necromancy, and its spirit body is not as powerful as the Nether Emperor, it is possible to separate a part of itself. Of course, at the level of a god, splitting the spirit body is not too difficult, but forcibly splitting it would easily affect the Night Emperor's state. The Night Emperor must have made some kind of arrangement within the sealed artifact, so that after his fall, a portion of his spirits gathered here. However, just to be on the safe side, Odis recited the incantation exactly as described in the Iron Book. Soon we arrived at the third and most crucial part of the ceremony, shaping. The basic principle is to use the blood and offerings on those altars to create a body. This requires the remains of the Night Emperor, and a portrait that has a mystical connection to the Night Emperor. Odis realized that it was about establishing a mystical connection with the remnant soul of the Night King, and then using incantations to reshape the flesh and blood. This place needs to be modified because the remains of the Night Emperor can't be found at all now. So Odis changed his approach, having recreate the historical Night King as a mystical connection to keep the ritual going. Theoretically speaking, this method makes it easier to establish occult connections. After all, the ability of mystical reappearance is to use occult knowledge to establish a connection with real events or people, and obtain the corresponding power through this connection. To put it bluntly, this is just a mold. Using the skeleton of the Night Emperor can only achieve a similar appearance, but the reproduced Night Emperor can achieve a similar spirit. After seeing the portrait of the Night King left by the Trences family, Odis recreated a figure on the altar that was almost identical to the Night King in the portrait. He was a young man in his early 20s with brass-colored hair and a somewhat nerdy air about him. Meanwhile, Odis chanted incantations and swiftly slaughtered the 2 goats. Amidst the screams of the goats, the already cooled blood on the altar was mixed with steaming hot goat blood. The crimson moon in the sky seemed to suddenly become brighter, and spiritual energy arose around the altar, as if the moonlight had solidified on the altar. The 2 goats kicked wildly with all 4 legs, their eyes filled with fear, as if they had seen something on the altar that terrified them. The box of rice, as if it had come to life, suddenly flew up and formed a small circle in the center of the altar. Previously, Odis didn't quite understand why rice was used in this ritual, but now he realized that the rice reacted with the blood of the extraordinary, creating a thin, spiritual wall on the altar to prevent the priests performing the ritual from interfering with the shaping process. Odis continued chanting incantations, and then suddenly the goat's fur split open, and its bones and muscles flew into the center of the altar. The blood from the vat also formed a column of blood, which splashed onto the bones and muscles. Odis immediately infused a large amount of spiritual energy into the blood of the altar, and the previously drawn mystical symbols around it lit up, forming floating, drifting symbols. As the crown-shaped sealing artifact flew up, the flesh and bones seemed to be summoned by some kind of power, quickly forming a large, blood-red sphere. The blood in the sphere instantly congealed, and suddenly it felt as if something was about to burst out from inside. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was still infusing spirituality into his blood, he no longer needed to constantly reproduce the Night Emperor. Gradually, the creature struggling inside that sphere stretched out its hands and feet on the thin membrane of congealed blood. The next second, the sphere cracked open with a hiss, and a humanoid creature rolled out from inside. The humanoid creature was covered in blood, and its eyes had rectangular pupils, similar to those of a goat. Then it opened its mouth and let out a beast-like roar. Odis immediately stepped forward, placed one hand on the humanoid creature's forehead, and began chanting incantations to awaken the Night King's consciousness. This is the final step of the ritual. If the consciousness of the Night Emperor can be awakened, the Night Emperor will be truly resurrected, at least partially. In fact, Odis had some doubts about the effectiveness of this ritual. He felt that it could only awaken a part of the Night Emperor's consciousness. After all, the Night Emperor had already fallen, and as long as his spirit and mental body could not fully enter this body, at most a partial resurrection could be achieved. However, Odis still provided assistance because the ritual had a self-checking mechanism. If the resurrected Night Emperor was not clear enough or not intelligent enough, the resurrected life form would collapse on its own. This leaves room for a better chance of revival in the future. As Odis chanted incantations that seemed distant and ethereal, the humanoid monster gradually ceased its beastly roars. Soon his eyes snapped out of their daze, and he began to let out painful cries that belonged to human beings. Odis finished reciting the incantation recorded in the Iron Book, then took 2 steps back. At that moment, the moonflowers, already stained with blood, bloomed simultaneously, the crimson moon shining on the blood-red flowers. Even as Odis retreated, he felt his spirit being nourished. This is clearly strengthening the spirit of the newly resurrected Night Emperor. Odis had previously heard Emlyn mention that after becoming a demigod, he would be able to heal spiritual and mental illnesses and injuries. Furthermore, the extraordinary individuals of the adjacent pathway, cultivator, of the vampires possess the ability to stitch together spirit bodies even during the middle sequence. They are highly professional in spiritual healing. At this moment, the being Odis had just created through the ritual, using his own spirituality, looked up, panting, and gazed around. Finally, the man's gaze fell on Odis, which opened its mouth as if to say something, but only uttered some syllables that no one could understand. Odis observed for a moment and, seeing that the other party showed no signs of collapse, waved to the crowd below the altar. Maxi and the other 2 demigods immediately leaped onto the altar and knelt before the figure, crying out, "Your Majesty the Night Emperor." The crowd below the altar immediately knelt down, "Your Highness, Night Emperor." Some of them were still savoring the bloody ritual they had just witnessed, while others were worried because the newly resurrected Night Emperor seemed to be a bit of an idiot, unable to even speak. Others were excited because the Night Emperor had been resurrected, which would make the Trencist family even stronger. Odis said, "It's hard to say whether the one who has been resurrected is the Night Emperor. You should have someone take good care of him first. We can talk about these formalities after he can communicate." "Yes, yes, yes," Maxi quickly replied. "Thank you for your help, Mr. President. We don't know how to thank you enough." The Terransost family only had one level 0 sealed artifact, which had already been used in the ritual. Now they really didn't know how to thank an angel. Odis smiled, "If the Night Emperor is truly resurrected, I will make him pay his debts, you don't need to worry about it." As he spoke, he leaped down from the altar and took off his blood-stained coat. "Notify me when he can communicate normally." After saying that, he disappeared from the spot, but the blood-stained coat was still standing there. Phew. The coat suddenly burst into orange flames, burning to ashes in a second or two and scattering them on the grass by the river. The members of the Trensalt family exchanged glances. The scene they had just witnessed made the president appear very mysterious and powerful. The following morning, President's aide, Parada, a member of the Trensust family, reported to Odis that the Night King had largely regained consciousness and was eager to meet with Odis. Odis asked, "How does he look?" "You seem to be in good spirits," Parada replied truthfully, "but you look a little weak." Odis nodded and led Parada directly into the spirit realm. In fact, after becoming Sequence 2, Odis could enter and travel through the spirit realm without any abilities. However, the reproduced Suzaku is even faster, so Odis rarely uses this ability. If the destination is within Azhara, Odis will mostly use his own caravan, as he is generally away on official business at that time. Today's visit was not suitable to be too ostentatious, so Odis quietly came to a manor that the Trensust family had bought in the suburbs of Azhara. Guided by their spirit, they returned to the real world. Odis and Paulada were already at their estate in the countryside, where members of the Trensust family immediately came forward to greet them. As soon as Odis entered the villa, he saw the pale-faced Night Emperor leading Maxi and others to greet him from inside. The Night Emperor was covered in blood last night, and Odis couldn't see clearly how much the person he recreated resembled the Night Emperor. Now that he has been cleansed, Odis sees that he is almost identical to the Night King he has recreated. At this moment, Night Emperor was dressed in a knight's uniform in the style of Remberg. Although he looked a little weak, he was very imposing. Before Odis could speak, the Night King knelt on one knee. "Respected sage. Thank you for your help." Clearly, the Night Emperor had not yet told those around him about the glorious history of the sage. This scene stunned the members of the Terensast family around him. Although they were very grateful to Odis, they also knew that the Night Emperor's resurrection was thanks to this president. But is it really necessary to perform such a ceremony? That's the Night Emperor of the Fourth Age. However, the demigods of the Trensust family quickly realized what was happening and knelt down as well, because they could see some notes and books passed down in the family and remembered a being called sage. The other members then realized what was happening and knelt down before the president. Odis smiled and stepped forward. "Rise, that sage has been reborn. Now before you stands Odis Gard." "Yes." Night Emperor Terensist stood up and invited Odis to the living room. After they were seated, Odis asked, "How are you feeling now?" Night Emperor seemed to be in a daze for a moment before saying, "It feels like I've been in the long night for a very long time, and now that I'm suddenly back in the sunlight, I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. I know clearly that I have been resurrected, and I have a clear sense of self, but I always feel that my memories are incomplete, as if something important is missing." Odis slowly nodded. "I suspect it's because your spirit is incomplete, but fortunately you seem to be in good condition." He paused for a moment and then said, "My advice is to stop thinking of yourself as the Night Emperor, and just think of yourself as someone who has been reborn and become a different person." Trensalt paused for a second or two before taking a deep breath and saying, "This is indeed the best way. Stop dwelling on your lost memories and consciousness, and try to maintain a good state of mind. That's already quite good. Having finally been reborn, we shouldn't have too many extravagant desires." Odis then asked, "What are your plans now?" Trensaust replied, "I want to see how the world has changed first, and then figure out how to resurrect my queen." The latter part of this answer exceeded the expectations of the Trensalt family. This was even beyond Odis's expectations, but he vaguely remembered that Trensus and the Blood Moon Queen did seem to be a political marriage at first, but later their relationship seemed to be quite good. This can be seen from the fact that the Blood Moon Queen was able to help Trensus design the resurrection ritual and make advanced preparations for his resurrection. Odis pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have any clues?" "No," Trensus said. "Some of her arrangements should have already been destroyed. I can contact the vampires to see if they have any arrangements for the Queen's resurrection." Odis hummed in agreement, but did not continue the conversation. Instead, he suggested that Trensalt take a look around Remberg. After chatting for a while, Trensalt added, "I've just been resurrected, and I have nothing to thank you for." Odis waved his hand and said, "I don't have any demanding requirements. As long as you are in good condition, I will notify you when you need to use angel-level power in the future. How about this, you helped me 3 times for free." Trensalt suddenly stood up and said, "We cooperated more than 1,000 years ago, but at that time we each had our own purposes and ideas. But I don't have that many thoughts now." He knelt down again and said to Odis, "Your Excellency President Odis Gard, please accept my allegiance." Odis quickly helped him up, "We can talk about that later." He thought to himself, "You seem to have betrayed your previous allegiance, didn't you? And you even killed him." No, Trensalt said. "I can't let myself, and I can't let my family, miss this opportunity again." Odis was about to refuse, but then he recalled the time when he had worked with Trensust in the Quaternary period. Actually, the collaboration was quite successful. The Sage and the Night Emperor each got what they needed. Unfortunately, the Night Emperor fell just halfway through the collaboration. Overall, Odis had a pretty good impression of Trensis. Of course, that's mainly because that sage won't treat that Knight Emperor as a puppet, and that Knight Emperor poses no threat to that sage. Thinking of this, Odis smiled, then pondered for a moment before saying, "Please rise, if you wish to join Remnantburg." "No, I wish to join your organization," Trensalt said. "I will fight for you forever." Odis took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and then said, "All right, at your level, you are qualified to receive the same privileges and treatment as the founder. I'll organize a founders gathering another day and introduce you to everyone." Trensalt said happily, "Thank you for your patronage." After respectfully seeing Odis off, Maxi, standing behind Trensis, asked, "Your Majesty." Trensalt interrupted, "Didn't I just say? I'm no longer the Knight Emperor, I'm Trensalt. You can just call me, Your Excellency." "Yes, Your Excellency." Maxi immediately changed his tune, "May I ask what kind of being that sage is? Why do you refer to President Gar as the sage? That is a being even higher than a god." Trensis took a deep breath. "We should be grateful that the sage has been reborn, giving us the opportunity to express our loyalty to him." He glanced at Maxi and said, "In the early Fourth Age, the sage would never have allowed an ordinary angel to be his subordinate." Maxi and the others were stunned, because they might have to make contact with the Lord of Mysteries, and according to some information revealed by Odis, this god seemed to have some connection with the sage. So they looked up information about the sage in their family, but there wasn't much information available, and the descriptions of this deity were rather vague. Only today have Maxi and others come to realize the power of the sage, even the Knight Emperor has to kneel before him, and they are proud to be his subordinates. Trensworth paused for a moment, then continued, "I know, the president you're talking about is that sage, I have no doubt about his aura. I just can't understand why that sage would allow himself to fall for a period of time." The entire northern continent celebrated the new year in a joyful atmosphere. The war is over, and people no longer have to worry about their homes being suddenly invaded or their property being taken away. Soon after, many people realized that there were more job opportunities after the war than before. This is because most of the people who died in the previous wars were young and middle-aged men. Some of them were soldiers who died directly in the trenches. Some were captured and forced to build trenches and transport supplies. In the latter half of the war, due to insufficient manpower, soldiers from countries such as Rune captured able-bodied men around the battlefield to perform auxiliary military duties. However, these people had not received any combat training at all, and with the loss of the Rune position, they were almost all killed. After the war, countries only compiled statistics on the number of soldiers who died in battle, but they did not know how many ordinary people died on the battlefield. Another reason is that a year of war wiped out all the resources that countries had accumulated. In addition to the accumulation of resources in various countries, the excess production capacity of various countries has also been exhausted, so many people have regained their desire to invest. Finally, there was a lot of post-war reconstruction work, which resulted in more job openings. Of course, among the 5 countries of the northern continent, Lemberg is an exception. The war did not cause too much damage to the country, reconstruction had long been completed after the initial defensive battles. Remberg then began its process of external expansion. However, the country has built many new industrial zones and cities, and the new factories have created a large number of jobs. This massive industrial expansion continued even after the war, thanks to the numerous commercial cooperation projects agreed upon in the joint declaration signed by various countries. Markets from various countries opened up to Rembrandt, and suddenly the mysterious yet practical Rembrandt goods appeared in shops in all the major cities. This product, which was ahead of its time, quickly gained popularity due to its convenience, so Remberg's industry continued to expand. Under the unified plan of the Remberg government, state-owned enterprises invested their profits into a new round of construction. In addition, Odis's expansion of the army resulted in a massive influx of wealth into Remberg, but the Remberg government was barely able to achieve a balance between revenue and expenditure. Even if this money wasn't spent on residents' welfare, it greatly boosted employment in Rembrandt and significantly increased wages, leading to some improvement in the lives of ordinary people. Even the 2 defeated nations, having not borne too much war reparations and having consumed their previous excess production capacity, have become prosperous. The turbulent year of 1351 thus came to an end. People will soon forget those who died in this war and begin to live with hope for the future. January 10th. The joyous atmosphere of the new year had gradually faded. Odis went alone to the outskirts of the city and called out from a deserted hill, "Adam. Adam, can you hear me?" He thought of many ways to greet Adam. At first, he thought of saying, "Adam, I have something to talk to you about." However, this statement doesn't seem to be talking about anything good. This is usually something an enemy says when they are forced to negotiate. It can even be easily misinterpreted as, "Adam, come here." Odis then thought she could simply call him by his name, but that would sound like a plea for help. In the end, we decided that this method was the best: directly ask Adam if he can hear us. If he answers, we have made contact with him. If he doesn't answer, we continue to shout. Thinking of this, Odis smiled helplessly, feeling that she and Adam seemed too estranged, which was why she thought so much. In his memory, his cooperation with Adam was still quite frequent during the Quaternary period. However, Odis always felt that it was the collaboration between the Wiseman and Adam, not her own collaboration with Adam. Odis always felt that her relationship with Adam was just so, and she didn't want to get too close to him. After all, no one wants a friend who can see their inner thoughts all the time, but the Taoist master doesn't seem to care about that. Just as Odis was thinking this, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. "You want to cooperate with me?" Odis thought to himself, there are advantages to being friends with such a person, at least it saves me a lot of trouble. He said, yes. Odis then recounted his deal with the Demon King Fabdi, concluding, "The Celestial Master and I hope to use the Primordial's arrangements on the Demon King to influence the Mother Tree of Desire, in reverse." 2 or 3 seconds later, Adam said, "That's more like the Celestial Master's style." He paused for a moment and then said, "I am willing to cooperate." Although the Mother Tree of Desire wasn't severely damaged before, the dust-avoiding bead must have had some impact on it. If it can be further eroded, it can reduce a lot of pressure on Fabudi in the future. However, the original will should not be willing to become part of the Mother Tree of Desire. At most, it will only erode the other party briefly, and will not affect the other party continuously. Unless the uniqueness of the demon path is sacrificed to the Mother Tree of Desire. Odis shook his head, that definitely won't work. He had already thought of this, it would be good if we could erode the Mother Tree of Desire a little. Even if we can't hurt him, we'll still cause him some trouble. Adam added, there's another problem. If the consciousness of the Mother Tree of Desire leaves the dark side of the universe, then the original balance will be broken, and the primordial may awaken within the dark side of the universe. Odis had also considered this problem. The Celestial Master will temporarily help hold back the dark side of the universe. When the wills of the Mother Tree of Desire and Fabudi leave, the connection between the dark side of the universe and the abyss will be severed. I had confirmed this with Fabudi beforehand. When we established a connection with the abyss in reality before, the will of the primordial was not very obvious. Therefore, there is no connection between the primordial and the abyss. When the Mother Tree of Desire and Fabudi leave, the dark side of the universe will temporarily fall to the level of the Angel King because it only has 2 sequence 1 characteristics in its body. This is the best time to kill him. Odis took a deep breath and said, however, we must act quickly. After all, the uniqueness of the abyss pathway lies within the other party's body, and we can quickly re-establish contact with the abyss in the real world. A few seconds later, Adam sighed, the last ancient god is about to fall. Chapter 469, Chapter 468 Siege of the Rose School Leader, Sua. In a manor belonging to the Remburg government on the outskirts of Isara. This property once belonged to a nobleman from Remburg, but Odis confiscated it after driving away all the nobles. At this time, the land under the jurisdiction of the manor had been distributed to the manor serfs and the surrounding farmers. All that remained was a vineyard and a villa, which the Remburg government contracted to a state-owned enterprise and transformed into a themed hotel. This hotel hosted the president of the Republic of Intis during the Reich peace talks. There are several other hotels of the same kind, and Odis currently manages these assets using a unified management approach. This is because there are very few wealthy people in Remburg, and few people can afford to stay in hotels of this level. Therefore, these hotels are mainly used to entertain foreign guests or for the Remburg government to hold important meetings. Once the business has further prospered, Odis will sell it to an individual to be operated by a professional hotel company. Today, we will be holding a high-level meeting here, the founders' meeting of Dawn Sword. The true founders of this organization were Odis, Bazel, and Rupert. Later, many honorary founders joined Odis's group. Today is their first formal gathering. In the meeting room, Bazel and Rupert, sitting at the lower end of the long table, felt out of place. Odis has always valued the two of them highly, and Bazel is now the official extraordinary leader of the north-central region of Remburg. Since the former remnant kingdom's official extraordinary beings were divided into 7 major districts, Bazel was the person in charge of the former remnant kingdom's region. Apart from Bazel, the leaders of other regions are all demigods. Rupert, on the other hand, was in charge of the foreign affairs work of the official extraordinary ones. He had been in Backlund all the external forces, such as the intelligence networks of various countries and the intelligence system of the Rothschild Islands, all of which were under Rupert's responsibility. The other members of Dawn Sword are also doing very well, and as long as they don't do anything foolish, they will definitely have a bright future. After all, they can report directly to the captain, an advantage that other official extraordinary individuals do not possess. However, compared to the first and second officers who initially followed Odis, the resources they possessed and the level of importance they received could still be considered second tier. Also belonging to this level are the 5 people in the book. Currently, apart from Long Zayer, the other 4 have all been promoted to demigods. Odis also always treated them as his own protégés. Currently, both Bazel and Rupert are preparing to ascend to demigod status, making them quite prominent figures in the extraordinary realm. Sometimes they also lamented that it is very important to follow the right person in the extraordinary world. They had worked hard for several years and had excellent qualifications and teachers before they became a Sequence 7. Moreover, it would be very difficult to advance further. Having followed the captain for only 2 years, he has already obtained the ticket to become a demigod. In the extraordinary realm, this is already an experience that people talk about with great interest. But today, Bazel and Rupert were somewhat uneasy, because the other attendees were people they could only look up to. Seated at the head of the table was President Odis Gard, with Duchess Bernadette Gustave to his left and Marshal Medici of Remberg to his right. These 3 individuals are all very famous figures among the extraordinary individuals in China. To Bernadette's left was another Duchess, Elbera Stiano, and opposite her was Constantine, the 3rd Duke of Remberg. Bazel and Rupert had also seen these 2 angels in some of their previous extraordinary battles. The 2 people below him were an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, and a young man in his 20s with brassy hair. These 2 were somewhat unfamiliar to Bazel and Rupert. At 9 a.m. sharp, the meeting officially began. Odis smiled and said, "There's nothing important to discuss at this meeting. It's mainly a meeting to get to know each other. After all, Dawn Sword already has 9 founders, and some of them don't know each other very well yet. So I've called everyone together to get to know each other." Then Odis began introducing the attendees, starting with Bernadette. "This is Lady Gustave, the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle." "What?" Bazel and Rupert thought they had misheard. This Duchess, the leader of the Elemental Dawn, was actually the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle. The subsequent introductions kept them in a state of surprise. "This is the Archangel of the Stiano family. This is the former Red Angel Medici. This is Constantine, the Prince of the Elves. This is Hermes, who created a unique language of mysticism for humankind in the Second Age. This is Trenchist, who has just been resurrected. These 2 at the very bottom are Bazel and Rupert, who accompanied me in the early creation of Dawnbreaker. After Adam became a god, Hermes officially withdrew from the Hidden Twilight Society and returned to Odis's clutches. At the same time, Hermes also brought the Psychological Alchemy Society. However, Odis instructed Hermes not to announce the news for the time being, and the Psychological Alchemy Society would remain an independent organization, continuing its original development model. Completely bewildered, Bazel and Rupert wondered what kind of organization they had joined. They had never heard of the Stiano family, and only vaguely knew of the Red Angel, but there were quite a few legends about elves on the high seas. They never expected that the Prince of the Elves was still alive. The Hermes language that follows is even more surprising. Hermes language is definitely included in the occult knowledge that every extraordinary person learns when they first learn it. I never expected that the person who invented this occult language is still alive today. If the captain had simply introduced Trensalt as Trensalt, Bazel and Rupert would have assumed he was an angel from the Trensalt family. After all, the members of the Trensist family are currently an important part of the official extraordinary beings of Lenberg, so it is not surprising that their angels have come to Lenberg to join them. However, they noticed that the captain was using the resurrected Trensist. Then the person in front of you is very likely the Night Emperor of the 4th epoch. After a second or 2 of feeling their brains stop working, Bazel and Rupert seemed to suddenly realize something, and they immediately stood up and greeted the other honorary founders. After the initial introduction was completed, Odis began to explain the purpose and operational guidelines of the Sword of Dawn, starting with the Gar rune and clarifying the extraordinary technology of the Sword of Dawn. Then the purpose of Dawnbreaker becomes clear, to allow ordinary people to enjoy the convenience brought by the extraordinary. Elbera, Hermes, and Constantine were not surprised by this, because the previous ascetic order of Moors had always been dedicated to imparting knowledge to ordinary people and spreading the light of wisdom throughout the world. What Odis is doing now is essentially an extension and reinforcement of that previous principle. Bernadette frequently discussed these issues with Odis, was very clear about Odis's goals and objectives, and was very supportive of them. Medici, however, was not particularly concerned with this issue. For him, the war in Remnantburg was the time when he was needed. As for the principles of the Sword of Dawn, Remnantburg's national policies, and so on, they were irrelevant to him. As long as no one interfered when he was commanding operations, he would support any principles. Only Terence was concerned with not quite understanding this principle. Why bring convenience to ordinary people? He paused for a moment, then added, "Of course, I don't mean to question you, I'm just a little curious about what our real purpose is." "The real purpose is to allow everyone to enjoy the convenience brought by the extraordinary," Odis smiled. "Of course, there are indeed some other purposes as well. Have you all thought about this question? What is the development trend of the extraordinary?" All 6 angels were stunned for a moment, and regardless of whether they were paying attention to this matter, they all looked at Odis. They all realized that Odis was going to share his research with them, so they listened attentively. Odis continued, in my view, from the first age to the present, the trend of extraordinary development has been from a few powerful beings to more and more people and extraordinary creatures mastering extraordinary properties. The situation in the first age was probably that a few great beings possessed a large number of extraordinary characteristics. In the second era, 8 ancient gods appeared. Although the ancient sun god, in the third era concentrated a large number of extraordinary characteristics, the number of extraordinary beings was definitely greater than the number of extraordinary creatures in the second era. Because extraordinary beings basically advance by devouring extraordinary characteristics, the extraordinary characteristics they devour will only increase, not decrease, because it would be difficult to advance if they devoured too few. As for how much they devour, their spirituality only has a rough grasp of it, and repeated devouring and devouring beyond their level are common occurrences. In the third age, with the development of the potion-based ascension system, the amount of extraordinary properties ingested was basically the minimum required to achieve an ascension. So overall, given the same number of extraordinary characteristics, the number of extraordinary individuals will definitely be greater than that of extraordinary creatures. The other angels nodded in agreement. Odis took a sip of tea and continued, during the fourth age, the people were generally aware of the existence of the extraordinary. Although there was the War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Age, this era was a very prosperous one for the extraordinary. By the fifth era, the extraordinary were deliberately hidden, and the number of extraordinary individuals seemed to have decreased. Of course, this measure does reduce the probability of extraordinary events occurring. After all, there are some things you won't encounter if you don't know them, but if you do know them, you're more likely to get involved in extraordinary events. My summary of the history of the extraordinary is that during the third and fourth ages, the extraordinary made good progress. Of course, the main reason was the emergence of the potion advancement system, but in terms of the overall trend, the state of the extraordinary became more and more stable. Has anyone considered whether there's any possibility that Fiefin could achieve further development in the new era? Trensalt understood. You mean, if extraordinary knowledge is disseminated to everyone and brought them extraordinary convenience, it might allow the extraordinary to develop in new ways. There's no need to popularize extraordinary knowledge among ordinary people, Odis said. I tend to agree with that. Some occult knowledge is not suitable for ordinary people to know. He then smiled and said, I don't know if the purpose of Sword of Dawn will lead to better development in the extraordinary world, but it will definitely bring about significant changes, and positive ones at that. Such changes will benefit us all, but I can't say exactly what those benefits will be right now. North Trenchorse nodded. I understand. All the angels realized that this might bring them some subtle but very important benefits. They planned to go back and think about this issue carefully after the meeting. Then Odis spoke of the Sword of Dawn's operational guidelines, to take the feelings of ordinary people into consideration as much as possible, to make the lives of ordinary people better, and to protect ordinary people from being corrupted by evil extraordinary forces. The other members had no objection to this. After all, those present were either former members of the ruling class or people who had contributed to the development of the world. After reaching a consensus, Odis brought up the final topic of the gathering, the attack on the Rose School on the southern continent. In a deserted tropical rainforest, Odis appeared amidst the towering trees, accompanied by a demon riding a vermilion bird. After surveying the surrounding environment teeming with insects and vegetation, he turned to the distant figure behind the demon and asked, Are you ready? After a second or two, the devil said, The great king says, We are ready. At this moment, the demon king Fabudi is hiding in the shadow of this devil. He needs the characteristics of a filthy king or a divine scourge to become an independent individual. Fabudi does have a clone with divine evil characteristics, but that clone was discovered by the mother tree of desire. Fortunately, the goddess of night noticed in time and put the clone into a deep sleep in the southern continent, so it was not completely corrupted. Now, that clone does not dare to be used at all. Odis then took out the box that sealed the characteristics of the filthy king from the wilderness of knowledge, opened it, and handed it to the devil. The moment the box was opened, the surrounding light seemed to suddenly dim, the trees made a gaga sound, and the insects made a uu sound. They all seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation, becoming dark and decadent. At this moment, they were staring intently at the characteristics of that filthy king, as if they desperately wanted to possess it, even if it would turn into a monster the moment they took it. Glug. The devil who had obtained the special ability swallowed hard, but he tried his best to resist looking at it. But at that moment, a tempting voice suddenly appeared in his ear, It's okay if you just go and get it and study it carefully. The devil was somewhat incredulous. Really, the voice said. Anyway, you can't use this trait to advance your career. If you just study it, you won't arouse the suspicion of the great king. Yes. Devil said, I'm just taking a look, I can't use it to advance my career. The great monarch knows this, and if I were to use this trait to advance my career, it would be tantamount to courting death. I have served him for so long, and this little wish of mine will surely be fulfilled. He muttered to himself as he reached out and picked up the filthy monarch characteristic. But the moment the ability left the box, the devil's hand holding the ability suddenly seemed to be twisted and crushed by some force. Amidst the devil's screams, the filthy king's properties wafted towards his chest, and his entire torso was instantly and completely crushed. Before it could let out a second scream, the demon had already turned into a ball of black liquid. Odis stood by and watched without offering any help, nor did he intend to. At this moment, he realized that the devil had not been twisted apart, but had been passively corrupted. Odis recalled that at the Sequence 5 level of this pathway, Apostle of Desire, there was the ability to transform into desire, which could be turned into a black liquid. Upon reaching the level of a demigod, this ability should be enhanced, and he may possess the ability to corrupt. However, this devil was clearly passively, or even directly, melted into a thick, black liquid by that characteristic. Then, Odis saw that the figure in the distance was Fabdi, the demon king hiding in the shadow of the devil, walking step by step toward the characteristics of that filthy king and that thick liquid. The surrounding light grew even dimmer, and the air seemed to be filled with an evil aura. Odis seemed to see a being of desire and evil slowly walking toward him. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in midair, revealing a dim, illusory canyon. The canyon walls were not made of stone, but rather of thick tree trunks piled up on either side. Upon seeing the canyon, Odis seemed to hear an incredibly tempting voice, luring him closer to it. Abyss. This is the abyss of the real world. A viscous torrent of liquid was rushing from the depths of the abyss. After leaving the abyss, the torrent of liquid suddenly took on a rough human structure. Its shadow was very solid, as if two people were standing together, one in front of the other. However, the shadow behind it was completely different from the liquid torrent. It had long goat horns and a pair of bat wings on its back. The silhouette looked like a huge demon. Although they had never met before, Odis immediately realized that this was the dark side of the universe that had heard the news and rushed over. During the preliminary preparations for this operation, Odis attempted to search for the dark side of the universe in order to understand the state of the other side. The Celestial Master once told Odis that, at Odis's current level, she was fully capable of fighting the dark side of the universe, but she would definitely not win. Once they engage in combat, Odis will be able to ascertain the state of the dark side of the universe, and he can retreat at his leisure. Furthermore, with the protection of the wilderness of knowledge, he is not afraid of being eroded or polluted by the dark side of the universe. However, Odis searched for a long time but could not find this evil god. Therefore, the exact state of the dark side of the universe can only be determined by the description of the demon king Fabdi. Before the operation, Fabdi described the dark side of the universe as having the level of a true god, but not the power of a true god. The contamination of the dark side of the universe by the mother tree of desire, and the erosion of the primordial god by these two contaminants greatly weakened the power of this evil god. Upon seeing the other party, Odis immediately appeared in midair. With a flick of his hand, a sphere of light representing the power to dominate knowledge appeared in his palm. The rainforest within tens of kilometers around him instantly transformed into an ocean of information, surrounding Odis in an instant. The dark side of the universe first glanced at Fabudi, who was gradually moving from the illusory space into the real world. Then, he expanded slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to be filled with the aura of desire and depravity. Odysseus instantly gathers the surrounding torrent of knowledge, enveloping himself in the center to resist the attacks of the other party's desires and depravity. However, the attack from the dark side of the universe still affected Odis, bringing back many of his memories, such as the moment he reached the peak of passion with Bernadette, the joy of obtaining extraordinary traits when killing extraordinary beings, and various memories of desires and thoughts of depravity, such as occasionally wondering what it was like to be a witch. But Odis's attack was swift and decisive. A massive amount of information and knowledge entered the dark side of the universe brain in an instant, causing the opponent's movements to become noticeably sluggish. Immediately afterwards, a small liquid fell from the dark side of the universe of a large mass of viscous liquid, which was essentially a small clone. Within this clone, there is a torrent of knowledge, like a compressed flood, constantly rolling, trying to break free, but trapped by a viscous liquid, unable to escape for a long time. While information flow attacks are difficult to defend against, there are still many ways to circumvent them at the level of a true god. The dark side of the universe once again turned its gaze to Fabudi in the forest, but before it could take any action, 10 suns suddenly appeared before it. Mysterious reappearance, 10 suns in the sky. After Odis advanced to Sequence 1, this ability could be activated instantly, no longer as it was before, like squeezing toothpaste, one by one. Moreover, each sun is as big as a mountain peak, and they are all much larger. They rotate and burn, like a miniature galaxy composed entirely of suns. The trees within a radius of tens of kilometers had just been transformed by Odis into a torrent of knowledge, leaving the ground appearing bare. But the intense sunlight still set the bare earth ablaze. The pure white sunlight shone on Odis, instantly dispelling his inner desires and decadent thoughts, and restoring his clarity. Meanwhile, the 10 suns that Odis recreated purified the dark side of the universe, causing the large mass of black, viscous liquid to shrink significantly. Not only did it purify, but it also kept shooting blazing white javelins at the dark side of the universe, throwing out huge fireballs that could explode, and using gravity to pull the opponent so that he could not move. Then it used a supernova explosion with a controllable range to deal with the robe, and then used a nuclear fusion reaction to deal with him. Having used all these abilities, Odis experienced for the first time the level of a true god, and the resulting qualitative change. Although the dark side of the universe was weakened, he was able to face the huge suns behind Odis directly, and he could even cover these suns with a black veil-like thing, causing the sunlight to immediately fade. Odis realized that unless the eternal sun intervened personally, it would be difficult to inflict significant damage on the dark side of the universe using sunlight. At this moment, the dark side of the universe no longer stared at Fabti on the ground, but turned its gaze to Odis. Sleeve seemed to realize that in order to interfere with Fabuti's return to the real world in the form of a clone, the only way was to kill the archangel in front of her first. Odysseus immediately felt immense pressure, and evil and depraved thoughts once again filled his mind. He felt as if countless independent thoughts were growing within him, and he was about to split into several separate individuals. He quickly mobilized all his spiritual energy and shouted, "Gain and loss are impermanent, the Tao follows the natural order." Taking advantage of the brief moment of clarity in his mind, Odis immediately created another torrent of knowledge, surging towards the dark side of the universe. Around the dark side of the universe appeared a black, viscous ocean. As soon as the two came into contact, the torrent of knowledge immediately collapsed and kept retreating. At the same time, Odis's inner desires were aroused and constantly ignited by the dark side of the universe, each ignition being an ordeal for Odis. It's like a desire that keeps recurring but has never been satisfied, and then suddenly that desire is satisfied beyond expectations, leaving the brain and body in an extremely comfortable and wonderful state. This state made Odis feel as if all her strength had been drained away, and all she wanted to do was slump in the armchair and enjoy this extreme pleasure. However, as an archangel, his powerful spiritual strength made him very aware that he could not afford to be complacent at this time. So Odis could only endure it with all his might, but this had already severely depleted his energy. The ocean of knowledge he had created was gradually being washed away and destroyed by the dark side of the universe, and the sky was gradually covered by a thick blackness. Odis struggled to maintain his composure, ensuring that the torrent of knowledge within a few dozen meters of him did not dissipate. The next second, a torrent of evil and depravity surged toward Odis like a giant wave, trying to completely surround him from all sides. Odis took a deep breath and began to use the power of the wilderness of knowledge to fight against the torrent representing decadence. A thick, black liquid enveloped Odis, creating a space devoid of light. But Odis continued to resist from within, constantly illuminating his surroundings with the clear brilliance of knowledge. The dark side of the universe, wielding a blue longsword, suddenly appeared before Odis. The blue longsword, imbued with the power of evil, corruption, and filth, caused Odis's mind to fluctuate significantly once again, making her feel that her spirit was about to give way and succumb to desire. Odis, having once again uttered the Taoist mantra, gritted his teeth and reappeared as the charging King of Giants. The impact of this twilight giant caused even the dark side of the universe to stumble and fall, desperately trying to dodge. Just then, the black, viscous substance surrounding Odis was suddenly burned open, creating a pale white hole. A chilling aura from the underworld swept in, making Odis feel much more alert. Odis breathed a sigh of relief as Bernadette began her attack, which meant that all the enemies were now in position. Then Odis reappeared as Gong Gong, breaking through the encirclement of the dark side of the universe, and the huge black wave gradually receded. Out of the corner of his eye, Odis saw an arm in the sky with a tongue with teeth, a skull, and eyes. Just one glance was enough to make him feel as if he were under some kind of malevolent curse. Divine curse, Sia. Seeing that the dark side of the universe was temporarily held back by Odis, and that Fabuti was about to return to the real world, the Mother Tree of Desire immediately sent angels from the Rose School to sabotage Fabuti's actions. At this moment, Cyril was held up by Elbra and Constantine. Although the two Sequence 2s could not defeat one Sequence 1, they could hold him off. In addition, there are two other enemies. One is the Ancient Evil, Angel of the Rose School, and the other is Grand Duke of Blood, Andrerad, who once fought against Odis and Bernadette. Both enemies were part of the plan, with Trensus dealing with Andrerad, and Medici and Hermes dealing with the Ancient Evil. This tactic was devised by Medici to try and defeat the Ancient Evil with Hermes. It didn't matter if they failed, because Odis and Bernadette's current task was to temporarily hold off the dark side of the universe. After Adam was ready, Odis gave Medici a lot of psychological preparation before Medici agreed to participate in the operation, but he was still unwilling to fight alongside Adam. Fortunately, Adam's main focus is on combating the dark side of the universe, and he will not participate in battles at the angelic level. Once Adam and the Celestial Master are prepared, Odis and Bernadette can quickly escape the battlefield against the dark side of the universe, thus gaining an absolute advantage in the angelic battlefield. Furthermore, once Fabuti returns to the real world, he can also become a fighting force for Odis's side, so the most important thing now is to stall for time. Just as Odis and Bernadette were becoming increasingly passive, Adam finally appeared, high in the sky, holding the second blasphemy tablet in his hand. Adam's appearance caused the dark side of the universe to pause noticeably. More precisely, it caused the consciousness belonging to the original God within the dark side of the universe to pause slightly. For the original consciousness, being resurrected within the body of the dreamer is 100 times better than being resurrected within the body of the abyss. However, the problem is that the body of the dreamer now seems very clean, lacking the resonance between the original consciousnesses. This made the consciousness belonging to the primordial feel somewhat strange. Upon seeing Adam, Odis and Bernadette immediately withdrew from the battle to attack Sia, the leader of the Rose School. With a wave of her hand, Bernadette, wearing the pale death cap, grabbed Seer's arm and pulled her shoulder out of the spirit world. Sia was hiding in the spirit world because she was not in good condition. Now that she was facing a great enemy like Odis, she was naturally unwilling to come out and get entangled with Bernadette's abilities. Odis raised the staff of Gus and reappeared, the King of the Alien. Chapter 470, Chapter 469 Defeating Ciara, Siege of the Dark Side of the Universe. Having experienced dealing with Larion, the Grand Patriarch of the Church of Ares, Odis seemed to have opened a new door. He also used the ability of reproduction to a new level. Just as Odis would reproduce the Giant King when dealing with angels of the Warrior Path, he directly reproduced the Alien King when dealing with archangels of the Prisoner Path. Odis didn't know much about this ancient god, so the monster king he recreated was somewhat blurry. He could only roughly make out that he was an ugly male with thorns and thorny roses wrapped around his body. Mystery reappears, the curse of the Alien King. In fact, the moment the King of the Alien appeared, the spiritual body of Divine Abomination, Shay was impacted to some extent, and was put on the defensive in the struggle with Bernadette. Furthermore, his arm was first struck by Constantine's lightning, and then pierced by Elbera's hazy light, causing many of his tongues to break off, many of his skulls to shatter, and many of his eyeballs to burst, resulting in considerable damage. The curse that Seer had been brewing for a long time suddenly seemed to have gone silent and could not open its mouth. The next instant, Bernadette pulled the god's abomination's shoulders and head out of the spirit world. The head was extremely ugly, like an object haphazardly sculpted from mud. It had the outline of a head, but the face and the placement of the features were simply unbearable to look at. The moment he arrived in the real world, he was cursed by the Alien King, instantly turning into a caterpillar and losing most of his extraordinary abilities. But C still had the ability to protect himself. He gathered the spiritual energy around him, forming a small spiritual barrier that kept Odis and the others outside. Meanwhile, he was already preparing to escape. If the opponent was only Odis, Shay would stay and fight. If the opponent was Bernadette or two other Sequence 2s, he would also stay and fight. The current situation is that his opponents are 4 angels, whom he cannot defeat at all. Even if this path is extremely resilient, he may still suffer severe damage and thus perish. However, Odis and the others will not give him a chance to escape. The ancient god he has now recreated can last for several seconds and can launch multiple attacks. At this moment, the Alien King that reappeared raised his hand towards Sia, and the spiritual barrier that the other party had just gathered instantly dissipated, exposing the caterpillar to the Alien King. Suddenly, thorny bushes wrapped around Shay, each thorn piercing her body, each thorn a vicious curse. Meanwhile, the attacks from Bernadette and the other 2 angels did not stop. Seer's insect-like body was instantly covered in wounds, and his spirit was also severely injured. At this moment, the phantom of the Alien King disappeared, and Seer immediately broke free from his insect form. His entire body appeared in front of Odis and the others. Apart from having an ugly face and disgusting arms, his other parts were also extremely ugly, with some places oozing filthy liquid, making him look nauseating. But in the next instant, CA entered the spirit world, preparing to leave. But the moment I entered the spirit world, a massive torrent of knowledge rushed towards me from there. Just now, Odis did not only use the ability of reproduction, but also recondensed a large torrent of knowledge and hid it in the spirit world, just waiting to see Sia run into it. Sia paused for less than 0.1 seconds before immediately retreating from the spirit world. She nimbly dodged Bernadette's outstretched hand, which was trying to grab her into the underworld, and avoided Elbera's draining of her life force and spirituality, but she couldn't dodge Constantine's lightning javelin. In an instant, the lightning javelin pierced through Shay's chest, and a silvery white forest of lightning enveloped him. He was electrocuted until his skin was torn open, and the eyes, tongue, and skull on his arm instantly turned into charcoal. Before the lightning had subsided, Odis's torrent of knowledge enveloped them. Still paralyzed, Sia was unable to completely evade it, and one of her arms was touched by the information flow, becoming part of it as well. Seer immediately severed the arm to prevent his body from being affected by the information flow. This injury was nothing to the archangel who had committed the offense and did not affect his battle in the slightest. Seer used his possession ability on Elbra and his curse ability on Bernadette, forcing the two angels back. At the same time, he took a hit from Constantine's storm of blue blades. Although he used his spirituality to block it, a lot of his flesh was still cut off. At this point, Odis was still some distance away, presenting an excellent opportunity to enter the spirit world. But at that moment, the arm that had just been connected to the information returned to Soren's shoulder. The arm held a short, sharp ironwood in its hand, and the aura emanating from the ironwood sent chills down Cas' spine, as if he were feeling some kind of suppression. Immediately afterwards, the arm thrust the iron tree into C's chest and abdomen at an angle that C could not dodge at all. The attack on the arm was, of course, the work of Odis. Although the arm was discarded by Sia and became part of the torrent of knowledge, it still maintained a close connection with Sia. Using this connection, Odis modified the key information about the arm, changing the distance between it and C's body from several kilometers to 1 centimeter. In layman's terms, the arm returned to C's body, now only 1 centimeter away. However, this arm is not part of C, but is controlled by Odis. So Odis simply stuffed the 0 to 73 desire iron tree into the palm of this arm and let it stab C. The other angels besieging Shay were stunned by this scene. They had seen that Knowledge Emperor fight with his enemies before, but this was the first time they had seen such an attack method. Just as they were slightly stunned, the stab saw let out a scream that sounded like a human but also like a wild beast. Other weapons might not be able to hurt him, but the Iron Tree of Desire, refined from the Shadow Tree, could wound him from both his body and spirit, and the injury was very serious. In an instant, all the surrounding spirituality converged towards CA, and the spirituality even condensed around him, emitting a faint light. However, this still failed to uproot the Iron Tree of Desire from Sia. Instead, the spiritual beings became nourishment for the Iron Tree, and the faint light emitted by the spiritual beings made the scene somewhat sacred. The next second, a tree nurtured by spiritual energy burst through Sia's flesh and rapidly grew in midair. This tree has thorny, tentacle-like vines. Instead of leaves, its branches are covered with sharp, barbed tongues. The tree is covered in blossoms, but instead of buds, the centers are rings of white, pointed teeth. The tree also bears fruit. They are eyes that gaze upon evil. At the very top of this tree is an ugly head, that is Sia. It went out of control under the attack of the Iron Tree. The only normal part of his body was the arm that Odis controlled. As soon as this evil tree appeared, Bernadette and the other two angels who were besieging Seer felt a strong sense of malice and a series of vicious curses coming toward them. So Bernadette and the other two angels stepped back a distance, and their spirituality could sense that Seer could not maintain his state for long. So now what they need to do is not to fight against Soya, but to wait, as long as the other side can't escape. This is also the most common method for dealing with high-level out-of-control individuals, because once an extraordinary being at this level loses control, they will no longer care about their own condition or the tolerance of their spirit and mental body, but will instead unleash the strongest power at this level. However, most attacks are like Seer, indiscriminate attacks without a target. They seem powerful, cursing creatures within a radius of tens of kilometers, but such attacks are easy to dodge. Before long, once the spirit and mental body of the person who has lost control completely collapse, the person will enter a brief period of sluggishness. Because at this time, the reaction mainly relies on the subconscious reaction of the extraordinary. As long as they do not attack first, they will not retaliate. Even if they do retaliate, they have no strategy and are easily defeated. But if a few minutes later, when the divinity within the advanced characteristics takes over the monster, it will be equivalent to the appearance of an intelligent, advanced sealed artifact. It will be even more difficult to deal with than the previous, slow period. Having learned from this experience, Bernadette and the others retreated, waiting for Sia to weaken. The only one who can attack C relatively easily right now is Odis. Neither the arm nor the Iron Tree of Desire will be affected by the curse, nor will they be impacted by spirits. So Odis smashed the thorny vines that were stretching out everywhere, one by one, and even poked the top of the tree at its head, trying to make C's sanity disappear as quickly as possible. Just then, another extremely evil force descended, and green, festering wounds appeared on the bodies of Bernadette and the other two angels. The moment they sensed that evil force, they were already cursed. Odis was slightly better off. She transformed the curse she was under into a stream of information and released it from her body. Then it floated onto Soren's body. Thus, the curse on Odis became a curse on Seer. Immediately afterwards, a deity, tightly bound by thorny vines and with a face full of pain, descended. Bound god Torsner. Sharp thorns grew from beneath its skin, making it look extremely fierce, as if it were driving away any life that approached. On the entwined vines were large, dark green leaves, each one swaying as if beckoning to Odis and the others. Meanwhile, the vines also sprouted bright flowers, each of which emitted a strange, giggle sound. Torsner's resistance was already very weak, and he was now basically a puppet of the Mother Tree of Desire. However, since this abound god is still resisting, under normal circumstances, the Mother Tree of Desire will not let him attack, lest this pollution that has lasted for thousands of years be destroyed at the last moment. But at this time, the Mother Tree of Desire had no choice but to send it, because for the Mother Tree of Desire to take away the characteristics within Ciara's body, it was necessary to do so. Odis took a deep breath. After besieging it for so long, he definitely couldn't let Bound God take away its special abilities. He and several other angels, including Bernadette, were prepared to fight with all their might to hold off Bound God for a while, buying time to kill Seer. Just then, a corrupting aura filled the surrounding sky, which to some extent neutralized the evil aura. Odis grinned and glanced at the ground. Sure enough, Fabudi, who was originally trying to get to the real world, has now been reborn in the body of the devil that has turned into corrupt liquid, and has quickly swallowed the characteristics of the filthy king. Thus, Odis's side gained an additional helper at the Sequence 1 level. Fabudi was an extremely thin old man, seemingly nothing but skin and bones. He appeared harmless, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. But in the next second, Fabudi suddenly appeared in midair, and somehow a blue longsword appeared in his hand. This longsword is the same style as the longsword from the dark side of the universe, but some parts of the longsword seem to be corroded, and the color is somewhat dull. However, this color also has a sense of vicissitude, and it looks like it has a sense of historical sedimentation. Fabdi glanced at Bound God and laughed in a hoarse voice, "Look at you now, so listless." That's very reassuring. Upon hearing Fabdi's words, Torsner's pained eyes took on a different hue, causing him to hesitate in his actions. As Fabudi spoke, he brandished his blue longsword, and countless blue fireballs, smelling of sulfur, exploded around Bound God, the sulphurous flames scorching the vines. Bound God was about to resist, but seemed somewhat sluggish. Odis thought to himself, another old cunning bastard has returned. Fabudi and Torsna are gods from adjacent pathways, and they have existed since the Second Age, so they must have fought more than once. Fabudi's words were clearly intended to provoke Torsner and bring him back to his senses. Then, instead of attacking Torsner's physical body, Fabudi attacked the vines that represented the power of the Mother Tree of Desire. Torsner, still possessing a sane mind, would certainly not stop it. In fact, he could even try to fight against the pollution of the Mother Tree of Desire, and destroy those vines as much as possible. Odis had originally planned to besiege Bound God, but now he realized that Fabdi could hold Bound God off by himself for a while. Odis then turned around and joined Bernadette and the others in attacking Seer. He manipulated the arm belonging to Sia, swinging the iron tree to repeatedly smash the branches on Sia's body. When he realized the time was right, Odis recreated the Sword of the Giant King, a great sword with the colors of dusk and the power of decay, and pierced Sia's head, splitting the great tree in two. Seer finally died completely, and the extraordinary properties within him gathered on one of the tree branches, forming a seal resembling a stick with more than a dozen burls. The tree burls kept forming ugly or bizarre faces, all with expressions of great pain. Even angels would be affected by seeing these suffering faces. Odis didn't have time to examine it closely before placing the sealed artifact into the wilderness of knowledge, then took the Iron Tree of Desire in his hand. He smashed the Rose School angels who were being besieged by Medici and Hermes, and obtained an angel-level attribute. After quickly eliminating the enemy's two angels, Odis completely seized control of the battlefield. Medici then commanded the other four angels to join Fabudi in attacking Bound God. The force besieging Bound God suddenly became one archangel and 5 ordinary Sequence 2 angels. Even if Bound God was an angel king, the siege of so many angels was enough to hold him back. Moreover, Bound God is currently in very poor condition and cannot exert its full power at all. If you're lucky, you might even severely injure it. Odis, on the other hand, went to support the Celestial Master and Adam. The battle over there is about to be decided. Let's go back to about half a minute ago. Adam appeared high in the sky holding the first blasphemy tablet. Both the dark side of the universe and the Mother Tree of Desire in the starry sky shifted their attention from Odis to Adam. The former is because the blasphemous tablet in Adam's hand has a great attraction to him. The latter is because Adam's presence here indicates that this action must have been premeditated, so we must keep a close eye on Adam and get the dark side of the universe out as soon as possible. However, the moment Adam appeared, the dark side of the universe could hardly escape. Just like the passage that was opened separately for the fallen Mother Goddess, a passage was also opened for the Mother Tree of Desire. Although the Mother Tree of Desire can no longer send its power to the real world through the astral plane, it still has other ways to contact the real world and can also observe the real world from the starry sky. At that moment, the barrier that existed in the astral plane against the Mother Tree of Desire was instantly broken. The Mother Tree of Desire was not pleased, instead, it left the area around the barrier. But even if he hid at the ends of the universe, it would be useless. Adam caused the aura of the desecrating slate to immediately surround the dark side of the universe, and the primordial consciousness within the dark side of the universe instantly expanded. At that moment, Fabudi withdrew all his consciousness and exited the tug-of-war that had lasted for over 1,000 years. The power of the Mother Tree of Desire was immediately suppressed, and not only was it suppressed, but under Adam's guidance using the desecrating tablets, the original will began to revive. This process also caused the Mother Tree of Desire itself to be eroded to some extent. Such erosion will worsen the condition of the Mother Tree of Desire, requiring a constant effort to combat it. Moreover, pillar-level erosion is difficult to completely resolve even in the past, at least not in the next few decades. Even though the Mother Tree of Desire had already appeared in the depths of the universe, this erosion instantly caused a colorful branch to grow on his body, which was extremely incongruous with his body. On Earth, the original began to revive within the dark side of the universe. At this moment, Adam felt that the dark side of the universe was like a huge vortex with a tremendous suction force, drawing him closer and closer to the desecrating slab. Just then, the Celestial appeared beside Adam and took out a brass book from his robes. This was the brass book of 0-02 Terransost. While fighting the Blood Duke, Trensis looked up at the sky. Odis had already told him that the uniqueness of the judgment pathway was in his hands, but whether Trensis could take it back depended on whether he could obtain the other 3 sequence 1 traits of the judgment pathway in the next few years. The problem now is that both the Lone Royal Family and the Fenaport Royal Family are protected by the Church of the Righteous God, making it difficult to attack the Hand of Order of the Royal Families. Regarding this matter, Odis had discussed it with the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess last year. Remberg would eliminate the Angel of the Fenaport Royal Family and take over the rule of the kingdom. Remberg will continue to guarantee the Church of the Earth Mother's missionary rights in the Kingdom of Fenaport, and will hand over all the colonies it has just conquered in the south to the Church of the Earth Mother to make them their new parishes. However, the Church of the Earth Mother rejected this proposal and simply told the Church of Odis that it had signed an agreement with the royal family at the end of the Fourth Age, which stipulated that the Church could act freely when it did not support the decisions of the secular government, but that it must provide sufficient protection if the royal family suffered a major blow. Correspondingly, the royal family also granted the Church enormous power, such as the priest's power of judgment, which was always in the religious court, not the court. For example, if a church endorses a believer, the court will trust the church's endorsement rather than the evidence provided by the police. There are many similar powers, and the reason why the royal family is so tolerant is that in the event of the royal family's annihilation, they can seek the protection of the true God. Therefore, it will be difficult for Terransost to reclaim its original extraordinary properties, because at present, Dawnbreaker has no reason to start a war with a certain Orthodox church. Furthermore, Odis told Trensis that if the current Black Emperor completes the resurrection process, he would invest the uniqueness of the Judge into the Black Emperor. However, Odis could guarantee that he would find a way to help Trensis obtain the remaining 2 sequence 1 traits of the Judge pathway, so that he could have the status of the Angel King. Although the resurrected Trensis was quite ambitious, he was also well aware that when his strength was insufficient, those ambitions would only make his situation more dangerous. So at this moment, he only glanced at the brass book, and then continued to deal with the Blood Duke seriously. This is my first battle since being resurrected. I must achieve my tactical objective, hold off this Blood Duke so he doesn't interfere with the battle over there. At this moment, the Celestial Master in the sky took out the brass book and slowly opened it. Immediately, a line of ancient characters appeared on it: "Resurrection is forbidden here." The resurrection of the original suddenly stopped. At this point, Origin noticed that the canyon filled with malice, which was the abyss of the real world, had disappeared. Because the connection between the identity of Dark Side of the Universe and the abyss was established by Fabudi back then, the Mother Tree of Desire has been maintaining this connection ever since. Currently, within the consciousness of the dark side of the universe, the primordial holds an absolute advantage, but it also lacks sufficient connection with the abyss of the real world. Therefore, the connection between the abyss and the dark side of the universe has been temporarily severed, and the dark side of the universe has suddenly fallen to the level of the Angel King, who possesses uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 characteristics. The reason for this drop in levels is also related to the way the ancient gods were ascended. During the Second Age, there were no rituals for ascension. The ancient gods achieved the level of true gods through the accumulation of their unique characteristics. Of course, the ascension of a deity does not necessarily require a ritual, but with the addition of a ritual, not only will the deity's condition be better, but it is also equivalent to leaving the corresponding information of the ancient god's ascension in the spirit world. Such information is of little use under normal circumstances, but at critical moments, such as when a sequence 1 feature is missing, the hierarchy will not immediately drop. The Celestial Masters, by utilizing Fabudi's special method of becoming a god, forcibly terminated the original resurrection process, causing the opponent's level to immediately drop. However, this is only temporary, because the dark side of the universe possesses the uniqueness of the abyss pathway, and will soon be able to establish a new connection with the abyss of the real world and ascend to godhood again. Now we must seize this opportunity to completely kill the dark side of the universe, so as to completely stop the original plan to resurrect itself using the dark side of the universe. This doesn't seem too difficult. Adam is now a true god and holds the slab of blasphemy. The Celestial Master can already reach the level of the Angel King through the Secret Seeker pathway in the real world, plus the level of Sequence 1 through the Generalist pathway. With these two old friends working together, the dark side of the universe can't even run away. However, while the Celestial Master and Adam were grinding the dark side of the universe into the ground, they also encountered a problem. It was difficult to completely kill the dark side of the universe in a short period of time. The demon pathway is also very resilient. Even when facing attacks from a true god and an angel king, the dark side of the universe can continuously switch between demon form and shadow of the fallen form to share the burden of their attacks. After the angel Paul attacked for more than 20 seconds, he still failed to completely kill the dark side of the universe. The longer it drags on, the more advantageous it is for the dark side of the universe, because it can continuously re-establish its connection with the abyss and try to restore the state of the true god. Once he regained his composure, Adam and God could no longer contain their sleeves. Just then, Odis joined the battle, and from the wilderness of knowledge, he took out that grape leaf that emitted pure light. The dark side of the universe trembled slightly, and the upright and lying space was restrained by the grape leaf. Chapter 471, Chapter 470 Destroying the Dark Side of the Universe, playing the role of the Emperor of Knowledge. The Celestial Master and Adam worked together seamlessly. Adam, with his long golden beard, gazed into the dark side of the universe with clear eyes. All movement in the dark side of the universe, a viscous liquid, immediately ceased. At this moment, a mental storm swept through my mind, and I had to try my best to maintain my composure so that my thoughts would not wander and I would completely forget that I was in a battle. While Adam was using Mind Storm, he removed the bronze cross from his neck and threw it to the Taoist priest. The Celestial Master held up a cross, recreating a huge light and shadow, in which one could vaguely see a person pointing at the dark side of the universe. A blinding beam of light descended, transforming into a golden cross radiating divine light before striking the dark side of the universe. Like a sharp sword, it pierced the viscous liquid within the dark side of the universe. Mystery reappears, let there be light. Intense light shone from the interior of the dark side of the universe, causing him to collapse instantly, but fortunately he still retained the form of a demonic phantom. Adam then looked at the dark side of the universe again, and the huge demonic phantom immediately sat down, as if it were leisurely having afternoon tea. Battle hypnosis, at the level of a true god. The Celestial Master continued to hold up the bronze cross, reproducing a huge iron-black cross. This cross, seemingly standing between heaven and earth, had iron nails and chains. After it appeared, the huge demonic phantom of the dark side of the universe naturally opened its arms, allowing the chains to lock its arms and the iron nails to lock its wrists. Mystery reappears, I am guilty. As an evil god, the dark side of the universe is certainly guilty, so the appropriate punishment is that the phantom image in the form of a demon explodes like a balloon. The dark side of the universe, in its demon form, was also severely damaged. When the giant cross disappeared, only a viscous liquid much smaller than before remained. Although the cooperation between the Celestial Master and Adam was seamless, even if the opponent was a true god, they would still be easily defeated by them. However, they also cannot completely kill the dark side of the universe with its unique abyss pathway in a short period of time. The dark side of the universe has been resisting, and perhaps if it can hold on for another 10 or 20 seconds, it can re-establish contact with the abyss of the real world and restore itself to the level of a true god. Moreover, the spiritual senses of the dark side of the universe suggest that if we wait a little longer, there is still a chance for things to turn around. The so-called turning point should come from the outer gods in the starry sky. If Odis and the others had only killed the god's abomination, Sia, those outer gods might have just watched the show. However, if the dark side of the universe is at risk of being destroyed, the outer gods should provide some assistance to prevent the Mother Tree of Desire from suffering too much loss. To put it bluntly, it means leaving enough unstable factors on Earth, which is also beneficial to them. Just then, Odis arrived to provide support. As a Sequence 1, theoretically he couldn't be of much help, but Odis possessed the Grape Leaf, a holy light that demons utterly despised. That is the purest power in the world, a powerful weapon against demons. When the Grape Leaf was taken out, the already extremely weak, dark side of the universe couldn't help but tremble. This kind of restraint in power is unavoidable even for the dark side of the universe. Of course, what made him tremble was not only the grape leaves, but also the person using the grape leaves and his own condition. First, Odis is destined to die. The key is who uses the grape leaf. According to Odis's summary, this grape leaf can be used to kill enemies of a higher level. At this time, Odis is half a level below the dark side of the universe, and his will to kill the dark side of the universe is very firm. Secondly, the dark side of the universe is currently in a very weak state. The battle just now has left almost no normal wild animals within 100 kilometers, and they can no longer escape by exploiting the depravity and evil within the wild animals' hearts. With the Celestial Master and Adam present, the dark side of the universe is inevitable. Not only could they not escape, but the actions of the dark side of the universe were completely restricted by the Celestial Master and Adam's abilities, which was tantamount to exposing their necks to Odis for cutting. Odis held the grape leaf in both hands, and a clear light fell, forming a long sword that looked like it had pure light, which pierced into the body of the dark side of the universe. Beams of light pierced through the dark side of the universe. This time, the clear light was different from the light that the Celestial Master had reappeared before. The light emitted by the ancient sun god had only dispersed the viscous liquid in the dark side of the universe. Although it had a certain purifying effect, it was not thorough enough, which allowed the viscous liquid to reassemble. At this moment, these clear lights, though not dazzling, can fundamentally purify the viscous liquid. Finally, the clear light completely burst through the dark side of the universe, leaving only a tall, thin human skeleton of the evil god. The grape leaf in Slods's hand split open in the middle, its power about to be exhausted, but the long sword composed of clear light was still there. The long sword pierced the skeleton's head again, all the way to its chest. Suddenly, a groan that made all the angels' heads ache rang out. The skeleton collapsed and flew away into the distance like a shooting star. With a wave of his hand, the Celestial Master scooped up 3 enormous meteors from his long robe, which were the uniqueness of the Abyss pathway and the 2 Sequence 1 characteristics. Other meteors fell to the ground, either causing a large number of creatures to mutate into demons, or turning the lake water into blood. All the creatures in and around the lake mutated, or combined with other creatures, giving those creatures twisted and powerful abilities. The Celestial Master glanced at the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics, frowned, placed the 2 Sequence 1 characteristics into the knowledge wilderness, temporarily sealed the uniqueness, and threw it to Odis, find a way to deal with it. After Odis received it, the spiritual realized that within the uniqueness of the Abyss path, there was a strong spiritual remnant of the primordial god. Its power was so great that even the Celestial Master dared not place it in the wilderness of knowledge. After all, the primordial had once forcibly contained the wilderness of knowledge, and putting this unique item in might create a connection and cause uncontrollable consequences. Odis thought for a moment and decided to find a secluded place to seal it away. At this moment, the battlefield where Fabudi and Medici were besieging bound god changed again. As expected, reinforcements from other outer gods arrived. The first to arrive were Hidden Sage, and the last remaining angel from the Moor's penitentiary. The remaining support was somewhat unfamiliar to Odis and the others. A beautiful woman arrived shortly after, followed by a huge siren, a middle-aged woman with a maternal glow, a treeman bearing heart-shaped fruits, and so on. Apart from the Hidden Sage, the other reinforcements were basically at the level of angels or archangels, clearly representing the power or followers that the outer gods had sent down in previous eras using their respective strengths and methods. The 7 gods not only maintain the barrier left by the original in the astral plane, but also keep an eye on the situation on Earth. So normally these outer gods' followers don't dare to show their faces, but now they've all come out at once. But as soon as they arrived on the battlefield, they witnessed the dark side of the universe being cleanly and efficiently wiped out. They glanced at the gradually yellowing grape leaf for a second or two, and almost without hesitation, left immediately. Because of the lack of the dark side of the universe, as a fighting force, Adam and the Celestial Master are enough to hold them off for the time being. Then the true gods will surely descend one after another, and none of them will be able to escape. However, their sudden appearance drew most of the attention of Fabudi, Medici, and other angels to them. This allowed Bound God and Grand Duke of Blood, Andrirad, to escape. With the enemy gone, Odis, holding the unique Abyss pathway sealed by the Celestial Master, ordered Fabudi, Trentsist, Elbera, and Constantine to cleanse the monsters that appeared due to the fall of the dark side of the universe and the remaining forces of the Rose School. A group of demigods and mid-sequence extraordinary beings were also dispatched to provide support. As Odis gave the order, Adam and the Celestial Master disappeared from the sky one after the other. Odis then returned to Ashara with the remaining angels. In a deep mountain dozens of kilometers north of the capital, Odis burrowed underground to further seal the uniqueness of the Abyss pathway. He also continuously provided power using the properties of the ancient artifact he had just seized to ensure the sealing was foolproof. To completely resolve the issue of the strong residual mental energy within the sealed artifact, an opportunity is needed, and such an opportunity can only be waited for. Until an opportunity arises, sealing away these mental remnants is the only method available to deal with them. This gave Odis a reason to deal with Fabdi. As for this ancient god, Odis believed that he should always be at least half a level higher than him in order to achieve power and prestige. Fabudi is currently at Sequence 1, and Odis is also at Sequence 1. Fortunately, the Celestial Master is at the level of the King of Angels in the real world. Only after Odis becomes a true god can we consider allowing Fabudi to re-accept the uniqueness of the Abyss pathway. Only after merging with the Celestial Master can we consider allowing Fabudi to return to his divine position. Fabdi should understand Odis's thinking. He won't actively demand uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics, but it would be better to have a legitimate reason. The seal is completely invisible on the surface of the deep mountains. However, for safety reasons, the angels still need to take turns watching over them. Because it is not far from Azhara, Odis can arrive at the scene as soon as possible if an unexpected situation occurs. After arranging this matter, Odis rode the vermilion bird to an uninhabited island and shouted Adam's name several times. Soon, Adam's voice rang in Odis's ears. What is it now? Odis took out the sealed artifact, covered in tree burls, which he had obtained from killing Shay. I'm here to deliver your spoils. Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, appeared before Odis. This sealed artifact has a certain probability of revealing my location. You can use it yourself. Odis was taken aback, thinking, what should we do then? Adam nodded and said, I know. The extraordinary and unique characteristics of the demon pathway will be used by Fabti in the future, and you have already used the characteristics of that ancient evil artifact to seal the primal. Odis laughed and said, you can see such complex psychological activities. Adam smiled warmly and said, in this battle, those who can disrupt the primordials arrangements along the abyss pathway. For me, that is the greatest trophy. I know you still want to talk to me about that knowledge emperor characteristic. I haven't given you that special ability yet because you haven't actively played the role of knowledge emperor. Odis paused for a moment. Is playing the role of the knowledge emperor really that important? It's very important, Adam said. Based on my observation, the angel king with dual sequence 1 status needs to frequently play the role of sequence 1. Only then can you maintain a good state of mind. Before you obtain the second sequence 1 knowledge emperor trait, you need to have some ideas or summaries about how to play the role, or have a comprehensive understanding of the hermit approach. Odis was taken aback again, feeling that Adam wouldn't lie to him about such a thing. After all, several of his former colleagues and subordinates in the Third Age were angel kings of the double sequence 1, and his observations were very authoritative. He was stunned because he found it strange that the Celestial Master hadn't told him. Some things just can't be explained, Adam said. Especially things you can't explain to yourself. The reason the Celestial Master didn't tell you was so that when you became aware of this matter, you would realize the recent tendency to act rashly. Odis frowned, reckless. Yes, Adam said. You have now built an organization that is more powerful than a single Church of God, and the implementation of extraordinary technology is going very smoothly. It is normal for you to become a little arrogant and conceited at this point. This is very much in line with human nature, and you don't need to change it. In fact, it's beneficial to your condition. Odis thought about it for a moment and quickly realized that he had indeed been getting a little carried away lately. Many of his actions were somewhat radical. For example, his proposal to discuss completely eradicating the Feniport royal family with the Church of the Earth Mother was rather arrogant, and it's no wonder that the Church of the Earth Mother wouldn't agree to it. Thinking of this, Odis first thanked Adam. Thank you. He then asked, won't telling me this so explicitly affect my self-reflection? No, Adam said. Through our conversation, I've already made your subconscious aware of your mistakes, which has the same effect as your own self-reflection. Odis remarked with relief, fortunately, you are my friend, not my enemy. Such an enemy is really damn annoying. In the time it takes to have a conversation, they've quietly changed some of my ideas. Odis then smiled and said, thank you for your suggestion. I will go back and seriously consider how to play the role. Then he simply asked, you've been keeping that item safe for so long, I should express my gratitude. Adam was silent for a moment before saying, if you have the chance, kill that giant sea monster and give me its special properties. This reward is not time limited. If you fail to hunt the sea monster, it doesn't matter. It won't affect my decision to give you another knowledge emperor trait when the time is right. Odis immediately realized that the giant sea monster Adam spoke of was part of the support of the outer gods today. One of them was a sea monster of angelic level. So he nodded, okay. After finishing their business, Adam didn't waste any more words and quickly disappeared from Odis's sight. On the deserted island, only Odis remained, pondering how to play the role of knowledge emperor. Remenberg Institute. Bazel, who had just been promoted to Sequence 4 Fallen Earl a few days ago, fell into deep thought as he looked at the crime scene in front of him. This is the third case of a researcher losing control. Regardless of the era, the loss of control by extraordinary individuals is the most common type of extraordinary case. However, this mostly occurs among wild beyonders. During last year's Great Recruitment, almost all the wild beyonders in Remberg chose to join the official Beyonder organization. As a result, the wild extraordinary individuals currently in Remnantburg are most likely members of some secret organization, and they must have some purpose in lurking in Remnantburg. Out-of-control incidents also occur among official extraordinary individuals, but they are not very frequent, especially among members of the Remberg Institute, because they need to grow rapidly, and the president also has a large number of secret seekers and general knowledgers, extraordinary individuals who need to be used. Therefore, after members of the Research Institute voluntarily become extraordinary individuals, they are usually informed of the role modeling method. In the year or so since the institute was established, most researchers have been in good condition, at least until this year. There was no incident of researchers going out of control. However, in January of this year, 3 researchers had already lost control. Barzil said to his former third mate, Bivis, who was standing next to him, "This matter is definitely not as simple as just being in a bad state, which led to things getting out of control. Because these 3 out-of-control individuals are all low-sequence extraordinary beings, theoretically speaking, out-of-control individuals at this level will not become strangely shaped monsters, but will only exhibit many mutations based on their human nature." The 3 out-of-control individuals that Bazel encountered turned into different forms. The first became a ribbonfish-like monster, the second became a worm covered in festering sores, and the third became a jelly-like monster. Theoretically speaking, this level of mutation only occurs when one reaches the middle sequence, or even demigod level, and goes out of control. In addition, these 3 out-of-control individuals have 2 things in common. First, they had already broken down before they were discovered to be out of control, and when they were found, they had already become dead monsters. Secondly, strange writing appeared on the walls of the rooms of the out-of-control individuals, writings that Bazel and the others had never seen before. Bivis asked, "What are your thoughts?" "When that out-of-control person appeared before, I had already reported the situation here and also reminded Duke Bernadette," Bazel said. "But it seems that His Highness the Duke did not take it seriously. All the official extraordinary beings in the north continent of Lenberg are under the control of the angel Bernadette. The extraordinary beings of the Raging Sea and the southern continent are all under the control of the angel Elabella." Odis had put a lot of thought into this arrangement. Firstly, the official extraordinary individuals in the northern continent are quite diverse, including extraordinary families, elves, and a large number of newly recruited wild extraordinary individuals. Elbella, Constantine, and Trencist are not suitable to serve as extraordinary officers here, and Medici and Hermes have other tasks. Only Bernadette is suitable for this position because there are not many members of the Elemental Dawn on the North Continent. The power of the Raging Sea mainly comes from Odis's old followers and the power of the Elemental Dawn, as well as the power of the Elven race. The power of the Southern Continent mainly comes from the extraordinary forces of Rosalind and others who rose up from the Moors Penitentiary. Although after the war, Odis focused on building important islands in the Raging Sea such as Midway, expanding his influence in the Southern Continent, and sending a group of extraordinary forces to the Southern Continent. However, Odis deliberately did not transfer any members of the Stiano family, so that Elbera could take over the official extraordinary organization there. In fact, being able to send 2 angels as the highest-ranking officials of the official extraordinary ones, and not just in name, is already a top-tier configuration among all countries. The highest-ranking officials of the official extraordinary ones in other countries are basically only sequence 3. Baz Elton paused for a moment and continued, "I'll write to the captain right away, hoping to get his attention. This is an advantage that Bazaar and his associates possess, they can report directly to higher-ups. Of course, this would inevitably offend their direct superiors, so they would not easily summon the captain's messenger." Bivis was well aware of this, so he reminded Bazel, "Is this really necessary?" Bazel said solemnly, 3 people have already died, but this is by no means the last." Bivis took a deep breath before nodding and saying, "I will write this letter, in which I will explain your concerns. The Remberg Institute is not part of the official management system for extraordinary individuals, but rather a direct unit of the Remberg government, which helps Bazel avoid a lot of trouble." Bazel nodded and said, "Okay." So the 2 of them went to Bevis's room, took out some stationery, wrote down the strange cases the research institute was currently dealing with, and slipped a few photos into the envelope. After summoning the captain's bluebird messenger and delivering the letter, the 2 chatted and shared their recent experiences. Bivis has already been promoted to Sequence 5, but researchers don't have very high requirements for Sequence, and he also needs time to continue accumulating merits, so it's unlikely that he will be promoted to demigod in the next year or 2. As they were talking about the other crew members' experiences, the bluebird appeared in Bivis's room. A letter floated toward Bazel and Bivis. Just as Bivis was about to reach out to take it, the letter suddenly opened by itself, forming the shape of a mouth. Then the envelope emitted the captain's voice, immediately and completely destroy the writing in the out-of-control room, and gather everyone who has seen that writing. Hermes' men have gone there to make everyone forget those words, including the 2 of you. After saying those 2 sentences, the envelope seemed to lose all its power and fell onto the table on its own. Bazel and Bivis paused for a moment, then immediately got up and rushed to the out-of-control person's room to destroy the eerie writing. A small town at the foot of the Remberg Institute. The research institute is located in a somewhat remote area, but the researchers are well paid, so a small town has sprung up here for the researchers to relax. This place was originally a village, but it was transformed into a small town in less than 6 months. The research institute on the mountain has a gym, sports field, and card room, so the town mainly provides services such as bars, streetwalkers, and casinos. Odis really wanted to abolish the profession of street prostitutes, but when he became president, he found that although the North Continent was constantly talking about respecting women, in any formal occasion, ladies had to be in front of gentlemen. However, women's social status, salaries, working conditions, and job opportunities are far inferior to men's. Even when doing similar jobs, their salaries are only about 70% of men's, mainly because there are fewer positions available, and they are primarily concentrated in light industries such as textiles. Therefore, many women are forced to work as prostitutes to supplement their family income, and the so-called respect for women has become a pretense for showing gentlemanly manners. Odis knew very well that men and women could not achieve true equality, only relative equality, but the huge difference in their social status was still difficult for him to accept. Thinking about this, Odis lamented his middle-class mindset, because in the society he had previously lived in, neither the top-tier nor the bottom-tier groups respect women, only the middle class truly respects women. But in any case, now that this has happened, Odis can't pretend nothing has happened. Therefore, he had no intention of abolishing the profession of streetwalker until he provided enough jobs for this woman. As for gambling, Odis fell into the category of not understanding but supporting. At first, Odis had almost zero tolerance for this industry. However, when he discovered that government officials occasionally liked to gamble, he realized that this was the national condition of the world. The prevailing ideology in this world is not steady progress, but rather a recurring take-a-gamble mentality. Therefore, Odis did not abolish the gambling industry, but instead legislated for it and imposed strict regulations to prevent people from going bankrupt due to gambling. That afternoon, a young man in his 20s, dressed in a plain suit with a black trench coat draped over his shoulders, appeared on the streets of the small town. He strolled around the streets with prostitutes, checked out the casino, and finally arrived at the town's biggest bar. At this moment, many people in the bar were talking about the 3 out-of-control cases that had occurred at the research institute. Of course, since there were ordinary people around, the patrons did not say that they died from the loss of control, but rather that they died from a strange disease. They weren't entirely clear on the specifics, so there were some rumors circulating that the 3 researchers lost control while conducting some research, and that this incident had even caused some people to feel uneasy. At this moment, a middle-aged drinker said, "I know those 3 young men. I've even talked to them about philosophy, alas, what a pity." The young man in the black trench coat, who had been listening intently, suddenly asked the middle-aged patron, "Sir, you don't seem to be a researcher at the institute, do you?" The middle-aged drinker glanced at the young man and said, "You're not a researcher either. I've never seen you in town before." The young man warmly extended a hand and said, "My name is Poirot, and I'm new to this town." "That's right, this is actually Odis after his appearance has changed. He recently discovered while trying to play the role of the Knowledge Emperor that there is no need to overly summarize the rules of playing the role or constantly remind himself that he is seeking opportunities to play the role. Find time to immerse yourself in ordinary life as an ordinary person and interact with other ordinary people. Your spirituality will become more vibrant. Because at the sequence 1 level, the names of the potions already encompass certain fields, such as Emperor of Knowledge. As long as Odis deals with matters related to knowledge, it falls within the scope of his role. For example, he once taught a child math for 3 days, which was acting. Another example is when he discovered a cheating case on an exam, which was also acting. Therefore, for extraordinary individuals at this level, opportunities to play a role are easy to find, but digesting the potion requires a specific opportunity. Odis's situation is the opposite. The potion has been completely digested, and she is currently acting. Overall, after starting to act, Odis felt that her condition had improved a lot, and the restlessness she had felt after a promotion had basically disappeared. So recently, Odis has been going around acting whenever he has time. Just then, Odis saw Bazel and Bivis's report, so he came to see what was going on. According to the files that Odis reviewed, the 3 researchers who went out of control were frequent patrons of this bar, so Odis also came here to see what was so special about this bar. Upon hearing Odis's words, the middle-aged drinker frowned. "Poirot just arrived in town." He paused for a moment and asked, "What are you doing here?" Odis smiled and said, "I'm looking for something." Then he said, "That's not the point. You're not a researcher here, are you?" The middle-aged drinker was about to say, "Why should I answer your question?" but instead said, "Yes." Odis then asked, "So what were you doing in town?" "I'm here to provide the scientists with goods they need to order, or to run errands." The middle-aged drinker didn't know why, but he unconsciously answered the young man's question honestly. Odis gave the middle-aged drinker a careful look, then smiled and said, "Take me to your place." The middle-aged drinker was about to refuse, but he had already stood up and started walking out. Odis followed and soon arrived at a house in the town where middle-aged drinkers usually stayed. The curtains in the house were drawn, and all the furnishings were in a mess. On the walls were words that looked very strange, and even Odis felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. Or rather, only those at the angelic level can perceive how dangerous these words are. Those below the angelic level simply wouldn't care. Odis said somewhat helplessly, I originally wanted to be a great detective, but my talent is just too overwhelming. The moment he entered the bar, his spiritual senses detected something was off about the middle-aged man. As it turned out, this guy was indeed acting strangely. Odis couldn't help but sigh. If Hercule Poirot, the great detective who was on par with Sherlock Holmes, had such keen intuition as I have, I believe that any case can be solved more easily than those in the book. Chapter 472, Chapter 471 The Learned Knowledge Emperor. Odis, who had given himself the name Poirot, was investigating a case involving a researcher who had gone out of control. He had originally wanted to emulate Klein and become a great detective, but his Sequence 1 intuition was too sharp. Based on the case files, he had just found a bar that was highly suspicious when he noticed something was off about the middle-aged patron in front of him. Upon arriving at the middle-aged patron's room, they indeed found the writings left behind by the out-of-control researcher before his death. Odis used his abilities to trace the origins of these texts and made a preliminary judgment that they should have come from the stars and were spread to the real world by some outer god in some way. Odis pointed to the writing on the wall and asked, "Where did you learn these things from?" As he asked the question, he simulated the abilities of the audience pathway, commanding the other party's mental body to tell the truth. The middle-aged drinker looked resistant, but still answered, "I learned it from Duke Village." Odis then asked, "Where is Duke Village?" "In the northern county of Remberg, in the Moor region, in the town of Xerxes." "What kind of village was it? How did you discover it?" "A village full of mystery," the middle-aged drinker said. "When I was helping a researcher purchase items, I stumbled upon that village while seeking shelter from the rain." Odis then asked, "What's southwest mysterious about that place?" "Everyone there can describe an amazing worldview and set of values," the middle-aged drinker said. "They are all philosophers." Odis smiled and casually remarked, "Don't philosophers eat?" "Eat?" Odis cleared his throat and continued, "I sense that you are more than just a businessman." The middle-aged drinker opened his mouth but said nothing, yet Odis's question made him desperately want to answer, "I." Odis sensed a highly destructive spiritual force suddenly appearing within the middle-aged drinker's spirit. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy transformed into a stream of information, swirling in Odis's palm. He glanced at the stream of information. "Keep it secret." This is the ability of the arbitrator pathway, but the level is not very high, probably only around sequence 5. Fortunately, they encountered Odis. Even to the demigods, this ability worked without warning, and by the time they realized it, the target's spirit had already been destroyed. However, for an angel, as long as the extraordinary being who casts secret protection on the target is not at the angel level, the ability of secret protection can be broken relatively easily. After the ability to keep secrets was broken, the middle-aged drinker said, "Last year, a merchant from Rune came to me, asked me for some trivial information, and gave me some money. From then on, he would come to me every week to ask about some trivial news and give me some money. I also suspected that the businessman was a spy, but for the sake of the money, I didn't report him. Later, when I urgently needed money, he contacted me again, saying he would give me more money, but I had to actively inquire about some information. The information they actively inquired about was mostly about the architectural structure of the Remberg Research Institute, which wasn't very important information. I didn't think much of it and just accepted the money to inquire for them. Gradually, he began to teach me how to extract information from researchers and obtain information about research projects. By this time, I had become his accomplice. If I reported him, I would also be implicated, so I never told anyone." Odis then asked, "Then why do you pollute those researchers?" "Pollute?" Odis carefully examined the middle-aged man before him and then asked, "What did you talk about with those 3 out-of-control researchers?" He was fairly certain that the middle-aged man was not lying. The other party is unaware that they have also been contaminated. "Let's talk about philosophy," the middle-aged man said. "We're both philosophy enthusiasts." Odis laughed and said, "You have quite a wide range of interests. When did you start liking philosophy?" After arriving in Duke Village, Odis nodded to him and said, "Go to the Research Institute, confess to Bazel, and explain your situation to him. Tell Bazel that you cannot communicate with others or write anything without permission. The contamination on his body isn't a major problem at the moment. It's best to keep this kind of spy around for now. When we need to settle accounts with Rune later, we can just send him there." Odis estimated that he must have inadvertently spread information that was not very harmful to ordinary people, but was extremely deadly to extraordinary individuals. But in any case, we should try to prevent him from communicating with anyone at other times. The middle-aged man agreed and ran to the Research Institute to turn himself in. Odis glanced at the symbols filling the room, snapped his fingers, and all the symbols seemed to come alive, breaking free from the walls and forming a stream of information. As these information streams began to flow, Odis immediately heard a piercing voice, which then became very high-pitched and solemn, much like the whisper of some great being. After listening carefully, Odis snapped his fingers again, and the scrolling stream of information immediately disappeared, along with the harsh voice. This puzzled Odis. The middle-aged man was just an ordinary person. How could he hear such a sound? With this in mind, Odis decided to go to Duke Village to take a look, guessing that it was likely contaminated by the outer gods. He first returned to Azhara, wrote a letter to Bazel, and once again instructed him to keep the middle-aged man in custody. Then he went to check the exact location of Duke Village, and then rode the vermilion bird to the entrance of this small mountain village. It was the end of January, not yet the time for planting. The people in this mountain village are just like people in any other mountain village, some go out to chop firewood, while others stay at home to avoid the cold wind outside. Although it was springtime, the wind was still quite chilly, and almost every household in Duke Village was using a heater. Odis did not turn invisible, he simply and unhurriedly entered the village. Odis has gradually stopped hiding himself, especially in Remnantburg, where he is the ruler and there is no need for him to remain hidden. His arrival quickly attracted the attention of the villagers. One of the villagers, a man in his 30s, who was chopping wood in the yard, stopped what he was doing and smiled. Is the wind cool outside the mountains? Odis laughed, it's just as cool as here. The other person replied, it's different. There are no mountains there, and the winds blow towards you from all directions. This kind of metaphorical conversation was interesting to Odis, who was once a sage, but it was a bit strange that such words came from the mouth of a villager. Odis knew very well that general education in Remberg had only been underway for a little over a year, and even the residents of Azhara rarely understood philosophy or could not comprehend advanced grammar. Thinking of this, Odis replied, that depends on where you are. If you are in the wilderness, there is no shelter and the wind is strong. If you are in a greenhouse, it is warm and comfortable, and you can't feel the cold wind. Where are you? In the wilderness, Odis said as he entered the other's courtyard. The wind has made me a little weary, so I'll rest in your courtyard for a while. Go ahead. The other person continued chopping wood, but after splitting a piece, they asked, who are you looking for? I've come to take a look, Odis said with a smile. As he spoke, he continued to scrutinize the men in front of him. The man was in his 30s, looked to be in good spirits, and had a good demeanor. He didn't seem like a villager at all. Odis added, you do not have the melancholy of a philosopher. The other person, holding an axe, laughed and said, do philosophers always have to be melancholic? Odis continued his witty exchange with the other party, because I have seen the essence of many problems, it is difficult for me to be happy. He found this question and answer format very suitable for extraordinary individuals who followed the peeping to the secrets path, and he enjoyed it immensely. You should be happy to see the true nature of things, so why be depressed? Reality is always gloomy and difficult to understand, and its essence is always dull and tasteless. If life is completely filled with reality and its essence, it is hard to make people happy. The villager put down his axe and laughed, I can hear some great voices and know what the true nature is. So I didn't find it boring. Odis feigned surprise, a great sound. You are the most talented person I have ever met. The other person stepped forward and smiled. I will take you to meet our village chief. You will definitely feel a long-lost sense of gaining new insights. Odis smiled and said, this is truly something to look forward to. So he followed the villager to a farmer's house in the village, where he met the village chief, who had white hair and beard but was still very energetic, in the living room of the house. The villager said, village chief, this gentleman. I heard you, the village chief said with a kind smile, looking at Odis as he spoke. I heard your conversation. Odis also sized up the village chief, thinking to himself, you have sharp ears. The village chief invited Odis to sit in a simple chair, which was even covered with some tree bark. What is the current predicament of philosophy? The disconnect from reality, Odis said slowly. Whether it is classical philosophy or modern philosophy, whether it is the study of particles, quantum mechanics, and geometry, or the study of morality, society, and human nature, there is a huge disconnect from reality. The former exists only in mathematics because there is no suitable research approach. The latter is because a problem has been discovered, but there is no way to solve it, so there is a huge disconnect between it and society. This is also what Odis perceived as the difference between Western and Eastern philosophy. For example, in Western philosophy, when discussing morality, there is a thought experiment, there are 5 people on one railway and 1 person on another. A train is speeding towards the railway with 5 people, and because they are too far apart to warn the other people, and because of the obstruction of objects, they do not have enough time to avoid it. Now that the person who has sensed the danger has a track changer, what should he do? According to Western philosophical theories of morality, this is a difficult question because the person who controls the track changer does not have the right to take anyone's life. If he changes the track to divert the train, he takes a person's life, which is immoral. However, it would also be immoral to stand idly by, because he had the opportunity to reduce the number of casualties but did nothing. The philosophical concepts currently used by scholars in the northern continent are similar to those of Western philosophy in Odis's mind. The only difference is that it incorporates some theological concepts, but the core idea is to think about all issues in a profound way. Upon hearing Odis's reply, the village chief nodded in satisfaction. You are a learned man, and you possess a talent that ordinary philosophers do not have. Odis thought to himself, if I, the knowledge emperor, can't understand philosophy, then there must be something seriously wrong with the potion I drank. The village chief continued, just as you said, the greatest pain of a philosopher is that all his thoughts are unable to make any difference to the world around him. Odis laughed and said, that's why many philosophers seem to be a little mentally unstable, because the logic they've worked so hard to build up can't handle the trivialities of life. Then he asked, is everyone in this village a philosopher? The village chief laughed and said, there are no philosophers here, only some enthusiasts who like to discuss philosophy. When did everyone start having this hobby? The village chief scrutinized Odis again before saying, about 30 years ago, when I was still very young, I found a meteorite while hunting in the mountains, and ever since then I have been able to hear some great sounds. Odis continued, where do those great voices come from? The village chief pointed to the sky, the distant starry sky. Those are wise people from a civilization outside of Earth, and many of their ideas are refreshing. Odis's expression gradually turned serious. For example, a wise man once said that all the suffering of intelligent beings comes from their inner desires, the village chief said. When desires arise, the more you suppress them, the more painful it becomes. It is better to let desires be released to some extent in order to achieve inner peace. Another wise man said that consciousness and spirit are immortal, that is the ultimate form of life, and there is no need to eat or wear clothes. This eliminates most material needs and comparisons, allowing people to escape from the lowly secular world. Odis slowly nodded and said, it sounds very good, but the former has overlooked the issue of moderation. Without moderation, desires will become completely out of control. The latter, however, overlooks another fundamental question, how can consciousness and spirit be maintained without the need for energy intake? Furthermore, since intelligent beings are called living beings because they are part of nature, they are destined to be ineligible for the ultimate form of life. The village chief gave Odis a deep look before saying, those were just some philosophical ideas. Odis smiled and said, you mean we don't need to take it too seriously? No, what I mean is, as we just said, there is a disconnect between philosophy and reality. Odis smiled again, that's true. Then he asked, can I see that meteorite? I can't see it anymore. The village chief said, more than 20 years ago, someone took that meteorite. Before he left, he taught me how to listen to the voices of those great beings without relying on that meteorite. At this point, the village chief shrugged and said, we're just studying philosophy, none of us have committed any crimes. He had clearly realized that Odis was an official extraordinary being. Odis replied, you have only not committed any crimes directly. Then he asked, it seems someone has already investigated this village before. Yes, the village chief smiled and said, the previous investigation has completely proven our innocence. Odis looked directly into the village chief's eyes, did the previous investigators all hear the voices of those great beings you mentioned? The village chief nodded. After arriving in Duke Village, they all thought there was something wrong with those voices, but after listening to them, they couldn't help but marvel at the ideas of those great beings. Looks like I'll have to listen too, Odis said, stroking his chin. When will I be able to hear those sounds? It will be fine tonight, the village chief said. I can arrange a room for you. You can rest for a while, and I will send someone to invite you after the ceremony begins tonight. Odis hummed in agreement, no problem. The village chief called his son over and arranged a guest room for Odis. Watching Odis leave his courtyard, the village chief sighed, what a pity, he's an official. The villager who had just brought Odis here said, I'm sorry, village chief, I had no idea he was an official. The village chief laughed and said, it's normal that we can't see through him. His talent is too high, higher than all of ours. But those great beings like people with this kind of talent. Odis arrived at the room prepared for him, and sure enough, there were those dangerous, polluting words in the room. Protected by the wilderness of knowledge, Odis knew very well that these texts could not corrupt him, but he still suppressed his curiosity and did not actively study them. At this moment, his messenger appeared and delivered a letter. Odis opened the envelope and saw that it was a letter from Bazel. The letter said that he was leading his men to Duke Village and asked Odis what instructions he had. Odis replied, instructing the other party not to approach Duke Village for the time being, as he would investigate first. He said that Bazel and the others could enter the village only after he gave the signal. According to Odis's observations, the people in this village have all been corrupted, and the key point is that the official extraordinary individuals who came to this village before have also definitely been corrupted. This kind of pollution is difficult for ordinary extraordinary people to detect, and by the time they do, it's already too late. So Odis decided to investigate it himself first. At that moment, Odis heard a passionate and eloquent voice outside. He went out to look and saw that the villagers were all rushing to the village square, and on the high platform in the square, someone was giving a speech. Odis listened from a distance for a few moments. The speaker was explaining the concept of reality and the relationship between reality and consciousness. In classical philosophy, one question has always troubled philosophers, is everything we perceive real? According to the research of classical philosophers, vision is the external signal obtained by the eyes through light particles, hearing is the external signal obtained through sound waves, and the other senses of touch, smell, and taste are all information obtained through the reactions of the human body's organs. When they came to this point, classical philosophers were surprised to find that human consciousness seemed to exist in a very closed state and was completely unable to directly contact the world. For example, vision is based on the colors and light reflected from an object, which gives rise to information such as outline and color. But that's the color of the light, not the color of the object itself. Moreover, when that object is transmitted through the eye, it has been modified by the eye and has long lost its original properties. So one of the questions that puzzled philosophers at the time was, is the world we perceive real? Shouldn't humanity try to obtain essential information about the world in order to better understand it? Otherwise, all research and observation results contain elements of the researcher's conjecture and cannot achieve sufficient objectivity. This question once plunged philosophers into despair. If all human research is prone to error, then what is the point of doing research at all? This further raises a worrying question: if humans can't even touch reality, then what is the meaning of human existence? This problem was not solved until a philosopher proposed the concept of, I think, therefore I am. It wasn't that he found a way to observe the real world, but rather that he theoretically proved that all human research is meaningful. In other words, we can doubt how human consciousness perceives the outside world, whether the world we live in is real, and whether human research is objective, but we cannot doubt humanity itself. In layman's terms, you can question the objectivity of a research result, but if it is proven that the research result can explain the problem in the corresponding field, then you should accept the research result. When Odis touched on these topics, he was somewhat unable to hold back, because he never doubted that the existence of humankind was meaningless. At this point, the villager's speech did not follow the concept of, I think, therefore I am, but instead began to imagine whether observing the world purely with consciousness would reveal the essence of the world. The other villagers nodded in agreement, feeling that it was a very good idea. Odis couldn't help but remind him, as far as I know, someone else has already thought of this idea. Everyone looked at Odis, and were somewhat surprised to see that Odis was an outsider. However, since the village chief did not stop him, no one spoke up to stop Odis. The villager who was giving the speech paused for a moment and asked, was it the philosopher who came up with this idea? It was an organization that came up with this idea, Odis said. They have always believed that tempering one's spirit is the same as tempering one's will. When one's will is strong enough, one can see the essence of this world. They also went further and thought, the body is just a cage that binds the spirit, and people do evil because they are influenced by the body. That organization was called the Gnostic. The villager giving the speech immediately felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yes, these are also my thoughts. Sir, what other intellectual achievements has that organization made? What's left are some ideas on how to train one's consciousness, Odis smiled. They believe that one must acquire knowledge through spirituality, gradually liberate the spirit from the body, undergo layers of trials by the astral spirits, and ultimately escape the material world, returning to the purest and truest self to attain eternal redemption. But this idea gradually became extreme. Later, many members of that organization believed that this goal could be achieved by artificially separating consciousness from the body. The villagers giving the speech were somewhat curious. What does it mean to artificially separate consciousness from the body? Odis said, to stop the body from functioning, commonly known as death. The villager giving the speech nodded slowly. That is a good idea. Odis noticed that none of the other villagers seemed to think it was wrong either, and they all looked like they were having a philosophical discussion. Odis continued, this method clearly misses the point. According to their theory, consciousness must undergo certain training and be actively released from the body before it can have enough power to observe the essence of this world. But they neglected to train their consciousness, and instead released it without any training. This is an extremely lazy approach, and there are currently no successful examples of it. At this moment, the villagers spontaneously made way for Odis, and what was originally the speaker's explanation of his ideas turned into an open discussion between the two of them, one above the other. The speaker on the platform then asked, does that organization have any methods for training one's consciousness? They do have some methods, but they're not very effective, Odis laughed. At least so far, there haven't been any successful cases. The speaker then asked, what are your thoughts on observing the nature of this world? I believe that, I think, therefore I am, is the right approach, Odis said. Or rather, this is the only fact that humanity can accept at present. If they don't want to accept it, they will definitely have to use methods such as killing to try to release human consciousness. But these methods are no longer feasible because there is no way to determine what form consciousness takes or what kind of energy it requires to sustain it. Then we have no way of observing how to properly release consciousness. Such research is hopeless and unlikely to yield any results. The villagers fell into deep thought, as if they had suddenly realized that some of their previous ideas were desperate research that was unlikely to yield any results. At this point, the village chief said, it seems that this gentleman is a pragmatist who believes that all research and philosophical thinking are for the purpose of achieving a result. But in my view, the most fascinating aspect of philosophical research is not the results, but the feeling of gaining new knowledge through continuous research and thinking. Odis paused for a moment, then laughed and said, since it's not for the sake of achieving a result, then there's no need to make any dangerous attempts, because all attempts are ultimately for the sake of achieving a result. To go further, since it's not about achieving a result, there's no need to do any thinking at all, because all thinking is ultimately about achieving a result. The villagers looked at Odis, then at the village chief. They were surprised to find that this young outsider, after discussing with the speaker, was now debating with the village chief. The village chief then laughed and said, the gods endowed humankind with wisdom so that they could think, but the gods did not say it. Humans think for some utilitarian purpose. Just as Odis was about to continue the debate, the village chief raised his hand and said, I suggest that you talk to those great beings tonight and experience the height of their thinking. The villagers began to applaud, as it signified the end of the debate and speech, which everyone found very engaging. Odis simply smiled and said nothing more before returning to the room that had been assigned to her. Soon evening arrived, and the village chief had his son bring dinner. After having dinner, Odis followed the village chief's son to the village square again. The square was already full of people, all facing the platform, as if waiting for a grand performance. The village chief was on the high platform at that moment, and beckoned Odis to also climb up to the platform. The two sat facing each other, and the village chief asked Odis, are you ready to hear the voice of the great being? Ready, Odis said. Then the village chief closed his eyes, his mouth opening and closing as if he were chanting a spell. Odis heard that the other person was actually reciting the honorific name, the origin of philosophy, the undying language. You are the symbol of the spirit of life. It is an indelible consciousness. Odis was stunned. This must be the name of the outer god, the unceasing words of eating. But Odis did not stop them, instead, he continued to observe quietly. Inside the barrier, he wasn't afraid of the fallen mother goddess or the mother tree of desire, so why would he be afraid of the unquenchable word? The village chief recited the name of the outer god several times, but received no response. Odis was already thinking aimlessly, if I were to pronounce this honorific name, the other party would most likely respond instantly. But Odis wouldn't do that, because if he did, the outer gods would definitely mark their astral bodies, making it easier to find him later. The village chief kept chanting for 3 or 4 minutes when suddenly, Odis heard a not-so-harsh, sharp sound, like something scraping against metal. The next second, Odis felt the atmosphere around him change. He glanced at the audience and saw that the villagers were still the same villagers, with no change in appearance, but their spirits had suddenly become different. Some spirits showed obvious signs of decay, with their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, others were surrounded by a thin layer of mist, making them appear somewhat unreal. Some greedily absorbed the spiritual energy around them, others turned black, as if they might transform into a corrupting black liquid at any moment. Odis felt the air around him become unsettling, as if he had arrived at a gathering of the outer gods' chosen ones. It's been a long time, sage, the village chief suddenly said. Chapter 473, Chapter 472 Odis's Enlightenment. In the star-filled night sky, a pure white star suddenly appeared, even brighter than before. On the high platform of Duke Village, the village chief suddenly said, it's been a long time, sage. Odis saw that the village chief's spirit had turned into a ball of light. At this moment, he recalled some intelligence he had obtained from the knowledge wilderness after ascending to Sequence 1. Those who follow the unceasing words of eating can not only spread polluted information but also listen to the voices of the past. It is not only about listening to the voice of the unceasing language, but also to other voices of the past, without any signs of going out of control. Thinking of this, Odis suddenly laughed. It seems that your power to descend is very limited. You can only rely on this method to gradually corrupt ordinary people, and then rely on them to corrupt the extraordinary. Thanks to you, the village chief said, it is now even more difficult to unleash power. Before the Celestial Master and Adam joined forces to strengthen the barrier with the power of the fallen mother goddess, the unquenchable language could still control this stronghold well, and its pollution was relatively restrained, without being discovered by the official extraordinary beings. But that's no longer the case. We can't even control our own pollution. In just a few months, the official extraordinary individuals have already noticed this place. The surrounding villagers seemed not to have heard the conversation between the two, and remained sitting quietly, as if waiting for something. Odis sat cross-legged on the high platform. Since we're here, let's have a chat. He asked, what methods do you usually use to brainwash these villagers? We're just having a philosophical discussion, the village chief said. It doesn't involve any brainwashing rhetoric. Odis laughed and said, when did philosophy become so poisonous? He shrugged and said, tell me, what brilliant ideas do you have? Many villagers have probably already expressed some of my thoughts. The unending words sounds like it's going to be an academic debate. Consciousness and spirit are immortal, therefore, if we exist in the form of consciousness and spirit, that is the ultimate form of life. Odis retorted, I can only say that this is wishful thinking on your part. Extraordinary beings at the angelic level can exist in a conscious or spiritual form if they find the right method. But if lower-level extraordinary beings do this, no matter what method they use, even demigods, it won't take long. They also couldn't maintain a good condition. But for ordinary people, there is simply no way to do this. Actually, there are still methods, such as the digitization of consciousness used by Odis in the Common Era. But not everyone is willing to become a string of cold data, and not everyone can maintain their individuality when in a state of cold data. Odis paused for a moment and then said, "And have you ever thought about why the Creator would allow the obviously backward, faulty physical body to be in a state of interdependence with the spirit and consciousness?" This question clearly surprised the unending eating language. Why? It is precisely because if only spirit and consciousness remain, then it will be a lifeless world, Odis said. Only when the body is pursuing desires and fame can there be positive or very dark emotions and changes. Therefore, things that are too advanced are not necessarily lasting, and things that are too basic are not necessarily without reason for their existence. The village chief smiled and said, "That's quite a novel idea." Odis thought to himself, the level of the past was just SOSO. "Perhaps I've never considered the problems of some lower beings," the village chief said. "But your theory doesn't convince me either, because you haven't experienced the perspective of how we used to see things." Before Odis could refute, the unquenchable language, supported by the village chief, said, "There are other ancient things I want to talk to you about." Odis was taken aback. "Are you really planning to have a debate with me? Or do you think doing so will corrupt me? We can't get in, and you won't come out." The unextinguished word continued, "Then what's wrong with having a debate? Of course we know we can't corrupt you, nor do we intend to. We just want to see what your logic is like as a special old one." Odis immediately grasped the key point, the special old days. Yes, the consciousness in the wilderness of knowledge once came directly from the original creator, and in our view, the sage possessed a part of the original creation. The unceasing word said, although you later abandoned that part. But the impact that part had on you must have made you understand the concept of primitive deities. And the other part of you is that of an ordinary intelligent being, and you have preserved this aspect of your nature very well. This is something we lack. I once proposed a concept that from the first period to the present, there have been two pillars on earth, one old one quasi-old one, and one half-old one. As the sages of the past and the quasi-past sun god, you now call yourselves ancient sun gods. Only the two of you have a record far exceeding your level. Most of the time, you are 2 against 10, but your counterattacks are still precise and effective. In the first age, when there were two pillars, they didn't cause us as much trouble. I think this is related to the fact that you have aspects of ordinary intelligent beings. Odis laughed and said, "Not only do I study you, but you study us too." He pondered for a moment before saying, "In my impression, you were a complete mess of words that could drive people crazy, but I didn't expect your consciousness to be so stable, or rather, your logical thinking to be so strong." The unquenchable language countered, "You use a tidal wave of knowledge to overwhelm the enemy's logical thinking. Does this affect your status as a rational, stable, and extraordinary individual?" "I understand." Odis nodded and said, "All right, let's have a debate then. There may not be another opportunity like this in the future. Tonight, Odis will surely destroy this philosophical village of the outer gods. When they meet again, they will be enemies, and it will be impossible for them to have a calm and peaceful conversation like this." Then the village chief's voice became hoarse. "Everything will eventually decay. Whether it is matter or organization, everything is rushing down the path of entropy increase and corruption. Even the supreme ruler will come to an end due to the erosion of time. Since the end is already determined, it is better to let the universe rot and die directly, so as to avoid intelligent beings making futile struggles." "I don't think so," Odis said with a smile. "Whether it's humans or other creatures, they all have a strong desire to live. Even though I am seriously ill, even though I know my life is short, I believe that the greatest courage is not to die a heroic death, but to have the will to live even when you know that you are in a dark world and a hopeless era. This is the most beautiful color of life, not a futile struggle. Here's a saying for you, let the storm rage on." Then the village chief's voice became somewhat erratic. "The universe is a universe full of uncertainty. All certain outcomes and processes are just certain trajectories within uncertainty. These trajectories are erratic, and even the most precise calculations cannot guarantee their accuracy. So what seems like a certain result is actually just one of many results, and does not mean that the existence of this universe is certain." "I don't think so," Odis said. "As long as there is a result, it is a manifestation of certainty. Of course, you could say that a few variables in the trajectory of something could have led to a different outcome, but the fact is that those few variables did not occur. Like Schrödinger's cat, you emphasize too much the state of the cat being both alive and dead when the box is closed, but you ignore the fact that the box will be opened sooner or later. And if the box is not opened, for example, for a month or half a year, then the certainty is that the cat is dead." The village chief's voice rose again. "A higher dimension represents more possibilities. I really like a human analogy. There is a shooter who shoots a bullet hole every 10 centimeters on the target. Scientists of two-dimensional life on the target, through continuous observation and research, discovered a cosmic law: every 10 centimeters, there must be a hole. This metaphor perfectly illustrates the undeniable fact that higher dimensions can completely dominate lower dimensions. And 3 dimensions also belong to the category of lower dimensions. I don't think so, Odis said. I think the lower the dimension, the larger the space, which means there will be more possibilities. I have always felt that 3 dimensions are a very good dimension. Intelligent life that arises in this dimension cannot see the river of time or real space. Because they cannot see this information, 3-dimensional life forms can instead focus their energy on other things. I've heard of the concept of 11 dimensions. In that dimension, the universe is as big as a yard, and you can easily get from one end to the other. What's the point of a dimension that you can see the end of at a glance? The village chief's voice then changed 4 times, representing the Ring of Destiny, the Superstar Overlord, Primordial Hunger, and the Mother Tree of Desire. To Odis's surprise, each outer god had his own unique worldview and values. However, in Odis's view, their worldview and values had obvious flaws and were rather extreme in a certain direction. During his debate with them, Odis realized that they might have such flaws and extreme values because they existed since the beginning of creation, since they have always represented a symbol of a certain field, and they all believe that the symbol they possess is the most important. Therefore, their values are more like an explanation of their own symbolic meaning. Finally, the village chief's voice took on a distinctly feminine tone, and the other party said, "We meet again, but I won't discuss with you what intelligent beings call philosophical issues. I'd like to continue our previous discussion: should a great will rule the entire universe?" When Odis ascended to Sequence 1, she had met the fallen mother goddess. At that time, Odis argued with her that the gods' blessings were just wishful thinking on the part of the gods. At this moment, the fallen mother goddess, who had descended upon the village chief with a trace of her will, said, "The reason why people have conflicts is because people's thoughts are too complicated. If everyone had a common understanding and shared values, there would be no so many conflicts." Odis replied, "It is recorded in the wilderness of knowledge that Niwa of ancient times was your incarnation. I'd like to ask, when you were creating humans, did you only intend to create one human, and then all the other humans were copies of him?" Then he smiled and said, "I thought you would want the universe to be filled with depravity, or follow the idea that all things have a spirit, so that all living beings have their own wisdom and spirituality. I've said it before, people's descriptions of me are very one-sided," said the fallen mother goddess. Fallenness is a common trait among all living beings. Where there is a spirit, there is depravity. It's true that everything has a spirit, that's how the universe becomes lively. But the problem is that this has caused far too much conflict and consumed most of the universe's power, which is a serious waste. I hope that a guiding ideology for resolving disputes can emerge, so that any dispute can be resolved using that guiding ideology." Odis suddenly laughed and said, "I think I understand what's going on. You have these thoughts because of your maternal instincts. Mothers like to make demands on their children in every little detail, and to make them live according to their own intentions and plans. I dare not say that this is necessarily wrong, but there must be a better way. Children have independent consciousness, they are merely a continuation of your life, but not a continuation of your will and thought. I can guess that the guiding ideology you're referring to is most likely a form of corruption of intelligent beings. But one undeniable fact is that by corrupting intelligent beings, you are tantamount to making them lose their sense of self." The fallen mother goddess paused for a few seconds before saying, "It seems that we still cannot convince the other side in this discussion. Because in my opinion, losing oneself is not a very important thing. The process of becoming an extraordinary person and advancing step by step is actually a process of losing oneself and ultimately becoming a psychic Frankenstein's monster." Odis smiled and said, "Yes, what we cherish, what we have been fighting for, seems to you to be something not so important. This may be the root of our conflict. Of course, it's not just this issue that causes the conflict, there are irreconcilable conflicts in many things. We simply cannot understand each other, so we can only solve problems through fighting." He paused, then added, "I'm still very curious. When you created humanity in ancient times, did you only intend to create one template of humans?" The fallen mother goddess took a deep breath. "In the beginning, all humans looked exactly alike, had only one gender, and thought much the same. But at that time there were no barriers on Earth, and the influence of other ancient times caused all sorts of mutations in humanity. Ultimately, humanity developed males to represent masculinity, came in all sorts of appearances, and had many crazy ideas. After enlightenment, human thought became completely beyond my control." Odis remarked, "In that sense, I should thank the chaotic era and the influence of those bygone days. In my opinion, the Earth of that era, though full of madness and chaos, was truly vibrant. It is precisely because humans have different choices that they ultimately make the choices they want." The fallen mother goddess said, "That makes a lot of sense, but I still can't understand it. Or rather, I can't understand why humanity would choose such an inefficient method. If you can be taught knowledge, why bother learning it? Because one is active and the other is passive, Odis said. Learning knowledge is an active behavior. You can learn whatever you want. If you don't want to learn grammar, you can learn how to make shoes. If you don't want to learn mathematics, you can learn how to navigate social situations. But if it's just about indoctrination, then he can only take whatever others give him. At this point in their conversation, both of them fell silent. Odis knew very well that the fallen mother goddess truly did not understand his thoughts. As a born old one, she could not possibly understand the thoughts of ordinary people, just as nobles do not understand why ordinary people are poor. After their exchange, the representatives watched the debate conclude. This should be considered a communication between Earth civilization and extraterrestrial civilization, but neither side could convince the other, so such communication was completely ineffective. After the debate, the spirits of the village chief and the villagers returned to normal. They all had a sudden realization, as if they understood the debate between the outsider and those great beings. At this point, Odis said, "All right, it's time to end this. Forget it, you don't need to know the truth." As Odis spoke, streams of information emanated from beneath his feet, instantly striking everyone around him. Before they could even react, they had already been transformed into streams of information. Odis realized that many of them had received power from the outer gods, but the level of power was not very high. The next second, Odis modified their life state, causing them to die before they could even feel pain. Then a stream of information converged in Odis's palm. It was about all the outsiders who had come to Duke Village. And information about the meteorite mentioned by the village chief. Having obtained useful information, Odis waved his hand, and the torrent of knowledge spread outwards, turning the surrounding houses and farmland into streams of information. Odis reshaped this information, turning the torrent of knowledge from abstract to concrete. The previously rolling symbols and numbers became towering trees, clumps of withered grass about to sprout, and rocks in the grass. Odis, who had just been in a village, now found himself in a vast wilderness in early spring, with no trace of anyone else ever having been there. Odis glanced at the stream of information gathering in his hand. The next second, it turned into pages of paper, each page containing detailed information about an outsider from Duke Village. There were two other information streams, which, under Odis's manipulation, turned into two small images. One image showed the village chief finding the meteorite, and it included both visuals and audio. As Odis had predicted, the unquenchable word used this meteorite to spread his pollution across the earth. When the village chief saw the meteorite, he heard a not-so-harsh, sharp sound, which was the pollution of the unquenchable word. However, the unextinguished language was very careful to keep its pollution within a completely controllable range, and did not even cause a major mutation in an ordinary person. After that, the village chief developed a liking for philosophy. Another scene shows the village chief talking to an outsider who claims to be a follower of the great being, teaches the village chief how to pray to the unquenchable word, and then takes away the meteorite. Odis had seen this outsider before. In Backlund, in order to confirm whether Odis had the ability to seal the awakening Hades, the goddess of night had the ascetic order of Moor bring forward its plans. A member of the 10 Pillars intended to bring the outer gods to Backlund. The outsider that Odis saw was a member of the 10 Pillars who hoped to bring the outer gods to Backlund. Odis thought to himself that meteorite likely contains the method to bring down the unquenchable word. After the members of the 10 Pillars obtained it, they began to study how to bring down this ancient. Unfortunately, his plan was discovered by the goddess of night, and the plan failed, but it also gave Odis valuable sealing experience. Taking a deep breath, Odis felt as if her days living in Backlund were from the last century. With that thought, he disappeared from the spot and reappeared at Bazel's camp. Barzil's subordinates were surprised that the president was personally investigating the matter. The group, who had just been complaining about having to stake out the case in the cold night, suddenly became excited and all their previous fatigue disappeared. Odis briefed Bazel on her investigation process and how sophisticated the contamination in this case was, urging everyone to be careful in their future investigations. Then Odis took out the information he had obtained and asked Bazel to find those outsiders, who were likely also secretly contaminated. After glancing at the documents, Bazel said, "Several of them are already dead. Captain, look, this is a member of the Fred family, the original noble family of Lenberg. Now the Fred family only has a few branches left. And this is a member of the Harry family, a nobleman who opposed the Lenberg progress, who died before you were elected president. The so-called nobles who opposed the progress of Remnantburg were among the targets of the new regime's purge on the night Odis seized power. Bazel was Odis's first confidant in Azhara, and he knew the nobles of Lenberg inside and out. He was the one who devised the plan to purge them." Odis nodded. "That saves some trouble." Barzil added, "Since they may have been secretly contaminated, I can send people to check their residences or private properties to rule out the possibility that they left behind any contamination." Odis grunted in agreement, indicating that the matter would be left to Bazel to handle. He then offered a few words of encouragement to the other official extraordinary individuals before leaving. 2 days later, Odis received Bazel's report. All the outsiders were investigated, and some manuscripts, notes, and other items that were contaminated were indeed found. However, 3 people seem to have disappeared, and their whereabouts have been unknown for several years. Bazel suggested closing the case like this for now, since the 3 people had most likely gone out of control and turned into monsters in a deserted place, and might have already been hunted down by the extraordinary. If the case is not closed, it will consume a lot of the official extraordinary resources, and it will be difficult to find clues about the other party. Odis wrote to Bazel that the case could be closed, but that the 3 missing persons must continue to be monitored because the pollution they were carrying was dangerous. Then, Odis looked at the report submitted by Bazel and fell into deep thought. These past 2 days, Odis has been reflecting on her conversations with the Old Ones. At the time, she didn't think much of it, but her continued reflection made her realize that the Old Ones' values seemed extremely extreme, as if their existence was purely for the purpose of bringing chaos and madness. But for those ancient beings, the thoughts of Earth's humans must be incomprehensible. What impressed Odis the most was that she had always thought the Old Ones were a group of evil gods, but after that debate, Odis realized that each Old One had something they held dear. Of course, using the word holding on seems a bit anthropomorphic. In fact, what the old folks were holding onto was not anything but their authority and symbols. Or rather, their purpose in existing in this world is to gain wider recognition for their authority and symbolism. This way of gaining widespread recognition includes, but is not limited to, corrupting those who do not recognize him, defeating gods who do not recognize him, seizing more source matter and extraordinary properties, and gaining a greater advantage for himself. In essence, they are not so chaotic and crazy, but to humans who hold different values and do not agree with their ideas, they are very dangerous, chaotic and crazy. Then, Odis thought of an important concept, the Tao. The true gods possess only authority, and that authority is the meaning of their existence. But things are different in the old days, they will definitely have a special and irreplaceable meaning. This is something that we must clearly understand in the past. This understanding is what Odis perceived as the Tao, representing the most unique part of his thoughts and achievements that allowed him to stand between heaven and earth. Odis further realized that after becoming an angel, one must have one's own way. This is essentially your own anchor point, your basic self-awareness, and the most steadfast part of your heart. Thinking about this, Odis felt his spirituality was more vibrant than ever before, and he realized that his current thoughts were very important. But this was not the end. Odis further realized that the cause he had been carrying out was his Tao. At this moment, Odis noticed that on the tea table not far away, another characteristic of the Knowledge Emperor had appeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that his own thinking was more effective than his previous acting. Adam believed that it could provide him with another Sequence 1 characteristic. Chapter 474, Chapter 473. A new world war is brewing. Upon seeing the characteristics of another Knowledge Emperor provided by Adam, Odis realized that his current thinking was even more important than the one he had played before. Adam, at least, believed that he was in a state where he could drink another dose of the characteristics of the Knowledge Emperor. Of course, Adam wouldn't have been watching him all this time. Odis guessed that the Celestial Master must have noticed the change in his condition and informed Adam. After discarding his special abilities, Odis continued to think along the same lines he had been following. He also realized that finding his own Tao and promoting his own Tao was very likely the reason why the original ancient times had such a stable state. According to the information Odis has obtained so far, in the ancient times created by the original creator, the fallen mother goddess, and the Tree of Desire existed at the very beginning of this universe. As for the decaying king and unceasing words born from the original and the fallen mother goddess, they also appeared later and have existed for a very, very long time. However, their state is very stable, even super stable. So, is their way of maintaining their own state simply by adhering to their own Tao? Our Tao is something we are born with, unlike humans who have to search for their own Tao through constant self-improvement. Moreover, it is highly likely that they are unaware of this and cannot find their own path. After all, the current 7 true gods can all be traced back to the distant Second Era. The god of steam and machinery, who became a god the latest, is only a latecomer. The concept of Tao didn't exist in that era, and it still doesn't exist now. One reason is that there are very few cases of intelligent beings becoming the Old Ones. Currently, there are only a handful of beings on Earth who have become the Old Ones, among whom God and Celestial Being belong to the primordial Old Ones. The sages can be considered a joint venture, containing both original ancient elements and elements of ordinary intelligent beings. The remaining ancient sun god can only be considered a quasi-ancient sun, and he never dared to take that step. The Emperor of the Underworld can only be considered half of the Old Ones, and the method by which he became an Old One was clearly problematic, failing to provide any experience for the gods on Earth. At this moment, Odis suddenly realized why the celestial master had suddenly entered a state of enlightenment after clearing away the wool belonging to the wilderness of knowledge. It should be realized that for the extraordinary power of Earth, the most critical thing now is not how to cultivate more ancients, but to find a stable state of ancients, or a way for intelligent beings to fight against the divinity of ancient level. Clearly, relying solely on human nature and anchoring methods is no longer sufficient to meet the needs of the past. Therefore, the method that the celestial master conceived of, separating humanity from divinity, first uniting divinity with the primordial essence, and then uniting it with humanity, which has been universally elevated to the status of a true god, should be the most reliable approach. Even without prior planning, finding and adhering to one's own way can help stabilize the postnatal past, that is, the postnatal state of universal ascension. Thinking of this, Odis breathed a sigh of relief, marveling at how timely he had come up with the problem, or rather, if he hadn't, Adam wouldn't have offered him the Knowledge Emperor attribute. Only after he has figured out these issues will he become the king of angels and wait for the opportunity to fight the hidden sage. Odis then suddenly realized that his Tao was the foundation for his future harmony with Tao. When one's own Tao is highly aligned with the celestial master's Tao, their process of merging with the Tao will certainly be very smooth. After summarizing his thoughts, Odis filled his pipe and let his mind rest while smoking. Now that the theory is in place, all that's missing is to become a god. Thinking of this, Odis suddenly smiled. The biggest problem now is how to force the hidden sage out. He became the king of angels in just a few days. Theoretically, once he familiarizes himself with his abilities and finds an opponent to practice against, he can prepare to fight the hidden sage. However, in reality, the hidden sage will definitely hide at this time, making it difficult to find the opponent and fight them. After careful consideration, Odis decided to become the king of angels first and make thorough preparations before proceeding further. The next day, Odis carefully assessed his own condition and confirmed that he was in good condition. Then he went to a deserted island and drank the second dose of the Knowledge Emperor's potion. Unlike the trouble he experienced when drinking the first potion, Odis was in good condition and the ritual of ascension was performed thoroughly. He only felt slightly disoriented before the two potions in his body completed their fusion process. Odis immediately sensed his own abilities and in which areas they had improved. He soon discovered, to his dismay, that no new abilities had emerged, only the abilities of all the Knowledge Emperors had been strengthened. This aligns with the rule that the second potion can only make the user stronger. This applies not only to sequence 1 but also to other sequences. Repeatedly drinking potions only makes an extraordinary more powerful within that sequence. However, at the sequence 1 level, the magnitude of the increase in power is a bit greater. For example, the ability to instill knowledge into the target's brain. Previously, opponents at the sequence 1 level could still find a way to stop it, but now it can easily defeat opponents at the sequence 1 level. This half-level improvement is indeed perceptible. Moreover, Odis now wields more power. For example, he now possesses an ability similar to Knowledge Judgment, which is actually an enhancement of his previous Knowledge Control. The only difference is that the original Control of Knowledge has been strengthened to the current judgment that some knowledge is invalid. This is actually quite close to some of the unique powers of the Hermit path, which includes the ability to modify the basic knowledge of the real world to a certain extent. For example, if we change 1 + 1 = 2 to 1 + 1 = 3, the universe will not collapse as a result. Instead, within a certain period of time, the mathematical concept remains 1 + 1 = 3. But the opponent usually can't react yet, feeling that 1 + 1 should equal 2. As Odis gained a deeper understanding of the Hermit path, he realized that the most powerful aspect of the Hermit was the ability to switch between 0 and. It's about the interchange between having and not having. Things like 1 + 1 = 2 and 1 + 1 = 3 are child's play. What's really powerful is 1 + 1 = 0. However, the authority of the Angel King of the dual sequence 1 did not touch this point. Odis's authority is currently mainly focused on modification, that is, operating on the basis of existence. This is one of the advantages of the hidden sage. Thinking about this, Odis suddenly laughed, because he realized that this was a misconception. Why should he fight in the opponent's area of strength? Odis realized that she should play to her strengths and keep her opponent busy. With this in mind, a rough plan to deal with the hidden sage took shape. However, Odis needs to familiarize herself with her abilities first, then practice the role, adjust her state, and then figure out a solution. It forced the hidden sage to come out. While doing these things, Odis also paid some attention to the international situation. The arms race had only lasted a few months, and with countries investing heavily in extraordinary technology, the Republic of Intis was the first to develop an extraordinary puppet. Odis saw their extraordinary puppets through his extraordinary abilities. Although they looked bulkier than the extraordinary puppets that Odis had developed, they were stronger, used spirituality as their power source, and had a certain degree of autonomy, which met the definition of intelligent extraordinary puppets. This marked the end of Remenberg's monopoly on the extraordinary puppet. Odis had previously deduced that the only one capable of catching up with Remenberg in terms of extraordinary technology was Intis. Because this country has a church dedicated to the god of steam and machinery. Before this, the extraordinary beings in this church were not enlightened, they did nothing but create sealing artifacts and study science and technology in the real world. After Odis pioneered extraordinary technology that combined mysticism with the wisdom of ordinary people, the demigods of the steam church were the first to understand it. Given enough support, they could do just as well as the Remberg Research Institute. However, Odis did not expect them to be so fast. Odis originally thought it would take at least 3 to 5 years before he would resume the war with Intis, but now it seems that the plan to start the war will have to be brought forward. Indeed, the main reason why Odis had a plan to destroy Intis so early on was that he needed the god of steam and machinery to fall, and at the same time, he needed a large number of general knowledgers who were extraordinary to help spread extraordinary technology. Therefore, Odis was not afraid that Intis's extraordinary technology would surpass Remenberg's, but rather that he did not want his own development in extraordinary technology to become unsustainable. In Odis's eyes, the large number of generalists and extraordinary individuals cultivated by the steam church were a valuable asset that he was determined to acquire. Therefore, war between Rembrandt and Intis was inevitable from the beginning, but the war between the two countries could very well trigger a new world war. May has arrived in the blink of an eye, and construction has begun on Azhara's new city district. The reason why the new urban area was built so quickly is largely due to its extraordinary productivity. Just like Remenberg's extraordinary industrial system, the reason it was able to take shape so quickly was mainly due to the help of extraordinary forces. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Remenberg already had its own industrial system. For an agricultural country to become an industrial country, it requires decades of primitive accumulation or investment from other economies. Moreover, this process is very risky. If one is not careful, decades of accumulation could be completely plundered by other countries. Rembrandt was already an industrialized country, and with only extensive modifications, it could build the first extraordinary industrial system. Moreover, because this is a diocese of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the literacy rate is very high. With just a little training, enough workers can be obtained to carry out extraordinary industrial production. Of course, this transformation process was aided by some extraordinary power. For example, Odis's planning was a complex undertaking. Normally, a special team would be formed to learn from Odis, understand the president's intentions, unify their thinking, conduct sufficient research, and then begin the planning process based on the actual situation. Moreover, the proposed plans need to be revised repeatedly until they are scientifically sound and objective enough. Generally speaking, the planning stage of such a new industrial system alone takes more than half a year, or even several years, or the plan is adjusted while it is being transformed. However, Odis completely skipped this point. Apart from the statistical work being completed and coordinated by various departments, all the planning work was done by the intelligent puppets of the wilderness of knowledge under Odis's orders. From obtaining the statistical data to developing a plan that satisfied Odis, it only took a little over an hour. The same applies during the construction phase. If some key projects cannot be completed on schedule, then extraordinary resources are mobilized to assist. The fact that extraordinary people work on construction sites is not a joke for Remenberg, it is a real thing. The new city of Azhara is Odis's project to test his extraordinary industrial system. It looks pretty good now. A new city area, half the size of the old city, was built in less than 9 months. Moreover, all the supporting facilities in the new urban area adopt an extraordinary layout, and all equipment, such as heating, cooling, lighting, and elevators, are driven by intelligence. Although the facilities are brand new, the housing prices here are cheaper than in the old town. Because the building is tall enough. Following this, Odis launched a banking service offering loans to working-class residents, encouraging them to move in. At this time, people generally had very good expectations for the future of Rembrandt, as well as for their own future careers, so many people were willing to take out loans to try living in the new houses. In addition, many foreigners, wealthy businessmen, and nobles who heard the news came here to view the properties and immediately placed orders to snap up the larger apartments. The Rembrandt government subsequently introduced a policy that large apartments would be sold at market prices, while small and medium-sized apartments would be sold at official guidance prices. Because there are still too few wealthy people in Rembrandt, the residents of the large apartments in the new town are mostly foreigners. The residents of medium-sized apartments are mostly researchers or technicians, government officials, religious workers, etc., while the residents of small apartments are mostly workers, small vendors, etc. Overall, housing sales are performing much better than the Reemsburg government had anticipated. Only about a month later, the occupancy rate in the new urban area was already very high. As the population grows, commerce will naturally develop. Azhara Old Town. After reporting to the church, Edwina went home. The Edwards family is one of the few extraordinary families in Remenberg, but they are not nobles. However, they have a good working relationship with the church, so many family members work for the Church of Knowledge or are official extraordinary members of the church. Edwina also has a younger brother who does not work in the church, but works for the current Remberg government's extraordinary institution. A few days ago, her brother wrote to her asking her to help him buy a large apartment in the new town. Currently, the wealthy in Rembrandt are mainly divided into two categories. One is the rich who supported President Gard's new policies 2 years ago and voluntarily handed over their factories. Although they only held about 8% of the shares and lost management control, their previous businesses had expanded several times over, and the profits from their exceptional products were very high. Their income was now about the same as before, and they didn't have to take on too much risk. The wealthy people who fled Reims back then, having squandered most of their savings, are now filled with regret. Another type of wealthy people are the extraordinary families, who have accumulated savings and investments over several generations, and their assets are now quite considerable. However, both of these types of people are few in number. Edwina's family has some savings, so her brother really hopes to move into a larger apartment in the new city area. The problem is that large apartments are no longer available. Edwina's brother, Icarus, has heard that the Remberg government has dozens of large apartments that it hasn't put up for sale, seemingly waiting for prices to rise further. Despite using his own and his family's connections, Ikanos was unable to purchase a large house, so he asked his sister to write a letter to the president to help him buy one. Edwina has rarely been home in recent years, and this time when she came back, she felt a little unfamiliar with the place. She was seeing many of the industrial-style furniture pieces for the first time. Her brother, Ikanos, opened the refrigerator as if presenting a treasure. This machine can cool things down even in the summer. Try an ice-cold beer. Oh, right, you don't like beer. How about a glass of red wine from Camelbon? Their red wine is perfect chilled. With her delicate oval face, Edwina gestured for her younger brother to step back. She closed the refrigerator door, looked at it carefully, and then asked, "This kind of furniture isn't common in ordinary households anymore, is it?" The equally handsome Ikanos laughed and said, "Although it's not that widespread yet, most of my colleagues have one of these at home." The newspaper once said that residents with a monthly salary of more than 20 sesterces can basically own their own refrigerator. Edwina remarked, "It's already quite widespread." During the war, the production of these civilian goods was very limited. Only 6 months after the war ended, the field of extraordinary technology had already developed to such an extent. Icarus rubbed his hands together. "Edwina, did you inquire about the house for me?" Edwina glanced at Ikanos. "How did you know I know President Gar?" "The newspapers have all said that you, and the current Queen of Stars, have had close cooperation with President Gar," Ikanos said. In fact, some newspapers published at sea speculated that their relationship was more than just close cooperation, and that they must have spent wonderful nights together. When these newspapers reached the country, their statements were definitely filtered, so only the statement that the president had once had close cooperation with the pirate general remained. Edwina frowned. These days, even such trivial things are reported in the newspapers. The style of the newspapers changed after the war, Ikanos explained, then asked, "Did you contact the president at all?" Edwina looked at her brother and gave a cold laugh. Icarus felt cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I mainly think you're too tired at sea and should enjoy the best accommodations in Azhara." Edwina then softened her sharp gaze. "Is the money ready?" "It's ready, it's been ready for a long time." Ikanos hurried back to his room and took out a briefcase. "I knew you were coming back today, so I prepared the money yesterday." Edwina nodded. "Then let's go take a look at the new district." Ikanos asked somewhat uneasily, "You really asked?" Seeing that his sister's gaze was about to change again, he immediately shut up. "I'll go drive the car." "What do you think of the car I bought?" "Latest configuration, 600 kilometers range on a single charge." Icarus drove out his hover car and began to introduce it to his sister, saying, "This is absolutely a gift from the gods. No damn horse manure, you can experience the joy of driving, and it's easy to operate." Edwina interrupted the other person's remark. "How much?" 1,600 sesterces, Ikanos said with a smile. "I bought it with my salary and bonuses." Last year, he participated in several wars and accumulated a considerable amount of prize money. Edwina, who had been active around the raging sea, habitually converted the currency into gold pounds using the current exchange rate, which amounted to approximately 360 gold pounds. She couldn't help but sigh. At sea, 360 pounds couldn't buy a single one of the extraordinary qualities of a sailor. Southern continent, Caesarport. This is the Intis colony, at least for now. At this time, Intis's ocean-going fleet was confronting Remberg's fleet in the open sea off Caesarport. Remberg claimed that one of their merchant ships had been attacked by the Intis ocean fleet, so they came to Caesarport, Intis's largest colonial port. But judging from their demeanor, they didn't seem to be there to argue. They deployed a total of more than 20 warships, all of which were new ironclads from Remberg. They were not as large as the ironclads from Loan, but they looked more streamlined and aesthetically pleasing. It also has a faster speed, more advanced weapons, and greater power. The naval commander at Caesar's harbor knew very well that although Intis's sailing warships outnumbered their opponents by more than 5 times, they were no match for them. At this point, he was prepared for all his warships to be destroyed and for him to engage in a counterlanding battle with the enemy at the port. Just then, the naval commander seemed to sense something and looked up into the air. His pupils dilated in shock. He had no idea when a colossal object had appeared there. It was the first time the naval commander had ever seen such a large steel behemoth. Logically, it should be very heavy, but it defies common sense and floats in the air. This is a form of contempt, a naked disregard for technology and for comprehensive national strength. As more and more Intis crew members came into view of the giant ship, their morale was greatly affected. This is the aircraft carrier's debut. Azhara, New Town. Edwina quietly looked at the tall residential and commercial districts, the clean and tidy streets lined with sidewalks, and the hovercars on the road. From the moment she left the old town, Edwina felt as if she had entered another world. The giant GG signs on the street are animated, and the streetlights on both sides of the road are simple and beautiful. The green ring area is also very large, and both the trees and flowers are obviously improved varieties. The flowers are colorful, the trees are beautifully shaped, and even the lawn looks pleasing to the eye. Icarus took his sister to see the large apartment model home. Although more than a month had passed, there were still many people looking at the apartments, including many foreigners. The show flat was simply and elegantly decorated, with excellent natural light and a wide view. It lacked features like fireplaces and servants' quarters, giving Edwina a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Suddenly, Edwina sensed something and saw a magician wearing an ancient ceremonial hat and a black robe by the window. This reminded Edwina of some recent rumors, so she went to the window and took a closer look at the magician. Sure enough, his appearance was similar to the rumored, wandering magician. "Sorry, I was a little distracted just now," the other person said with a smile, otherwise they would have noticed Edwina's approach. This wandering magician is, of course, Klein's persona to digest the potion. He heard that the new town had been completed, so he came to take a look. However, he wasn't just looking at the city's appearance, he was also looking at its supporting facilities. For example, in the hospital, Klein saw many extraordinary medical instruments whose functions required divination to understand, as well as a dazzling array of extraordinary medicines. In this hospital, most diseases could be treated. Moreover, treatment can be obtained for very little money. At the school, Klein saw extraordinary multimedia classrooms and many modern facilities. It wasn't until he saw that knowledge detector that he felt a moment of disorientation and suddenly remembered that he was in a mysterious world. The knowledge detector is said to be able to test students' mastery of a certain type of knowledge. It is currently in the trial stage. If enough data is collected and the results are satisfactory, this detector may replace traditional exams in the future. In addition, the school has made extensive use of extraordinary puppets, with school staff, security personnel, and some teachers working together to create a fair and just learning environment. After all, the extraordinary puppet will not have any subjective prejudice against students based on their clothing or personality. In the areas of healthcare and education, Klein saw a future that seemed not too far away. As for the residential housing that others considered very advanced, Klein thought it was just SOSO. It's nothing more than having underfloor heating in the house, an extraordinary stove in the kitchen, running water in the bathroom, extraordinary lighting, and a spiritual radio in the living room. To be honest, Klein thought the lack of widespread television coverage was a major mistake. He smiled at Edwina, then quickly left and disappeared into the city. Klein wanted to tell Odis that the city was very well built for this time of year, even amazing. But he believed that for Odis, this was only the beginning. While Edwina was in the show flat, she seemed to be in a daze for a moment, and the wandering magician had already disappeared. Icarus was preoccupied with the house and did not notice his sister's unusual behavior. Edwina stopped teasing her younger brother and approached a staff member, expressing her desire to buy a large apartment. The staff said that the remaining large apartments had already been reserved. So Edwina went to a sales office and saw a huge, spirit-storing crystal that emitted a bright, pure white light. The staff immediately brought over the purchase contract, and Edwina said to her somewhat dumbfounded brother, "Haven't you heard? Do demigods have priority in purchasing large apartments in the new urban area? That enormous spirit storage crystal can only be lit up at least at sequence 4. Chapter 475, Chapter 474 The Source of Extraordinary Characteristics. The Republic of Intis, with its capital Trier. In the presidential palace conference room, newly elected President Calvin Payne glanced at the generals and senior officials in the office. He cleared his throat and said, "Now is definitely not a good time to launch a war against Remenberg, and Remenberg must know that too. That's why Caesar's port was sealed off." No one else dared to say anything because not long ago, Parliament and the courts had just completed their purge of the previous government. Since the war was lost, someone has to take responsibility. No matter how great the results were in last year's war, none of that will prevent Congress from bringing the former president and his key advisors to court. Therefore, neither generals nor high-ranking officials dare to say anything now, unless they are out of their minds to advocate for war at this time. However, if they suggest that they should take the initiative to negotiate with Remmenberg, they risk being labeled as appeasement. The president continued, now that we have developed the extraordinary puppet, with the help of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, we will be able to catch up with Remberg in a few years. The last few years have been a critical period, and we may only have this one chance. Lenberg is well aware of this, and he will certainly be provoking us like this frequently in the coming years. The crowd remained silent, but they knew it would be inappropriate not to say anything soon. After all, the president invited them to solve problems, not to remain silent. The president took a drag of his cigarette, his face already grim. I've thought about this for a long time. We can't bear this pressure ourselves. Otherwise, this year they might only be able to choose, but next year Remberg might choose to go to war directly. Therefore, I intend to make the technology of the extraordinary puppet public to countries other than Remmenberg. The generals and high-ranking officials were shocked. This technology had been initiated during the war and had taken more than a year to develop, requiring a great deal of manpower and resources. At this point, a lieutenant general said, "This is indeed a very bold, but also an excellent strategy." Another high-ranking official added, "This is tantamount to isolating Remmenberg, which is a very good countermeasure, but how can we explain this to the parliament? How can we explain it to the public? Those councillors may not be very good at much else, but they are quite good at finding fault and causing trouble. There's no need for them to know," the president said. "These executive orders don't need to be submitted to Congress for review. According to Intis's constitution, any plans involving national strategic objectives or bills to be implemented nationwide must be reviewed and debated by Parliament. However, executive orders do not need to be submitted to Parliament for review, they are internal government orders. The plan proposed by the President's aides to publicly disclose the extraordinary puppet to other countries is actually a strategic plan and should be submitted to Congress for review. However, the President clearly intends to exploit loopholes in the system to complete the specific operations of this plan within the authority of the Intis administration. This is very risky, but it seems to be the best option right now because Congress is unlikely to pass such a plan." The President stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. "Okay, that's settled then." Meeting adjourned. Everyone was taken aback. The Admiral asked, "Mr. President, how should we resolve the situation at Caesar's Harbor?" "That was a diplomatic incident," the President said, rising to his feet. "Let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs handle it." He thought to himself, since none of you are willing to speak up, then don't blame me for pushing this matter back onto you. The Foreign Minister was momentarily bewildered. "Your Excellency, this matter cannot be resolved by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs alone." But the President had already quickly left the conference room. The others didn't know what to say, since they hadn't been able to help the President solve the problem and had made him talk for a long time. Just as the Foreign Minister was about to give chase, he suddenly slapped his forehead. The President had already defined the matter. This was a diplomatic incident, not a military confrontation. Since this is a diplomatic incident, negotiations and discussions are of course possible. This is not appeasement, but international law. Azhara New Town. Having successfully purchased a large apartment, Icarus treated his sister, Edwina, to dinner at the most expensive restaurant in the new town. The two sat down by the window in the restaurant, where they could overlook the entire New City area and the under-construction New City 2nd District. Edwina pointed to the under-construction Zone 2 and asked, "Didn't they say they were going to renovate the old city? Why are they building a new city now? I heard that the renovation and demolition plans couldn't be agreed upon with the residents of the capital, so they simply decided to build a new city." Ikanos had heard some news. The new city includes the presidential palace, the Ministry of Defense and other central institutions, as well as the residences of official extraordinary individuals, large commercial areas and residential areas, and so on. Edwina nodded and glanced at the dynamic GG in the restaurant. The extraordinary projector projected very three-dimensional images onto a wall, some of which showed chefs preparing food, and others showed professional food critics explaining the taste of several signature dishes in detail. Edwina was still a little unaccustomed to this kind of product introduction and GG. Icarus took a sip of his aperitif and said, "I've heard that there's been another breakthrough in the technology of extraordinary projection equipment, and that this technology is expected to become more widely available to the public within the next 2 or 3 years. As for Edwina, she knew of a not-so-complex arcane technique that could record and play back events that had occurred in the real world, a technique she could use at Sequence 5. So she wasn't surprised by the so-called extraordinary projection device, but the fact that it could be popularized among the general public was still somewhat beyond her expectations. After all, in the real world, even if extraordinary individuals possess secret techniques or abilities similar to extraordinary projections, they cannot serve ordinary people, and their numbers are insufficient to display a particular image to all ordinary people. In Edwina's view, this is a complete revolution, an extraordinary revolution that is entering every household. Just as she was thinking this, the screen on the extraordinary projector suddenly changed, and a handsome man dressed in a Remmentberg-style suit appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I am your host Evans. I have an urgent news to share with you now. Edwina paused for a moment, then noticed that several other people around her were just as surprised as she was. However, most of the diners seemed to have gotten used to it, putting down their knives and forks and looking at the host named Evans. Icarus whispered to his sister, when there's important news, all the screens in the new city will broadcast it immediately. He shrugged, many newspapers are going to go out of business. Edwina simply gave a soft and then went to listen attentively to the news broadcast by the host. Evans said, according to the latest news from the southern continent, the main fleet of Midway arrived at Caesar Harbor in Intis at around 9 a.m. this morning, questioning the Caesar Harbor Navy about why they attacked the Lemberg merchant ships. At this point, the scene suddenly shifts to the open sea. This footage was likely recorded from an airplane, and you can vaguely see Caesar Harbor, where Remmenberg's new warships are confronting Intis's sailing battleships. The host continued, this was the first time the main fleet deployed an aircraft carrier during the Midway operation, giving the Intis Navy a huge shock. The scene changed again, now shooting upwards from the sea. The diners in the restaurant gasped in surprise as they saw a colossal object in midair. That's an aircraft carrier. Icarus laughed, this is much bigger than an air command ship. I wonder what new weapons it has. He paused for a moment and then said, it's not just enough to shock the Intis Navy, it's enough to give them psychological trauma. Edwina looked around at the diners and suddenly realized something. These scenes gave ordinary people in Remberg a very direct sense of Remberg's power. Before this, the will of ordinary people was basically united by their faith in the gods. However, since the war began last year, people's confidence in Remberg has been increasing. Now, with these propaganda methods, the Remberg government has enough cohesion. At this point, host Evans continued, the Republic of Intis is now seeking to resolve the issue through diplomatic means. Let's look forward to a swift resolution. President Gar reminded everyone that the international situation has become uncertain again, and asked everyone to pay close attention to the developments of other countries in order to avoid danger to life or loss of property. Then Evans's image disappeared, and the extraordinary projector started playing the restaurant's GG again. However, the diners' conversation all turned to the international situation, with one laughing and shouting, what, seeking diplomatic solutions? Isn't it just that the Republic of Intis is scared and dares not continue military confrontation? Many people laughed, but one Intisman said righteously, the war has just ended, are we going to start a new one? Intis is doing this for the sake of world peace. Ikanos laughed and said, if it's really for the sake of world peace, why not let Remberg run the western route? I think that way, Intis will definitely make a huge contribution to world peace. Many diners praised it as a great idea. There are 3 safe routes between the northern and southern continents that can cross the raging sea, of which the Republic of Intis has always controlled the western route. If they could seize this air route from the other side, it would be tantamount to cutting off the economic lifeline of the Republic of Intis, and they would certainly not launch another war. The Intis people argued for a few moments, but seeing that they were outnumbered and couldn't win the argument, and finding the food they usually enjoyed unpalatable, they got up and left the restaurant. Icarus, as if he had won a battle, looked at his sister Edwina and found her lost in thought. Edwina, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking, Edwina said, a new era has begun. Backlund. Count Hall, in his carriage, finished reading the front page of the newspaper in his hand, which reported on the standoff between Rembrandt and Intis at Port Caesar. Intis's handling of the situation was both unexpected and predictable. For Intis, which already had some independent achievements in extraordinary technology, they certainly did not want a conflict to break out at this time. However, to the surprise of all countries, Intis would seek a diplomatic solution so quickly. At this moment, the carriage stopped, and as Earl Hall stepped off, he suddenly remembered the hovercar his daughter Audrey had bought, and the photos taken by the butler who had purchased the car in the new town of Azhara. Incredibly, the roads in Azhara's new city are now entirely filled with hovercars. Count Hall, who had just stepped off the carriage, suddenly stopped and looked back at the carriages coming and going on the road outside. He suddenly felt a sense of destiny, a sense that Rune was no longer the center of the world. He sighed and entered the Prime Minister's residence, where, guided by a servant, he arrived at a small conference room. Several familiar faces were already in the conference room, including Defense Minister Emilius and Duchess Georgina Augustus. Foreign Minister Chrysath, Chairman of the Science and Technology Development Committee Granger, and others. In recent days, they have been meeting frequently, sometimes even twice a day. After exchanging a few words, Earl Hall took his seat. A few minutes later, Prime Minister Augustus pushed open the door and entered. As soon as the door closed, the Prime Minister said, "Ladies and gentlemen. Intis's collaboration this time is very sincere, they've already given us some technology related to the extraordinary puppet." Emilius took a drag of his cigarette and said, "I'd rather know when Rune will be able to build an aircraft carrier." Gentlemen. Gentlemen. If that giant enemy floating in midair appears in front of the rune soldiers, please help me figure out how to maintain their morale. Don't get agitated, Foreign Minister Crises said. You know we're far behind in terms of advanced technology. But once the relevant technologies of extraordinary technology mature, given rune's production capacity, aircraft carriers will be available. And there will be a lot more. But the problem now is that Rembrandt won't be foolish enough to wait for us to build an aircraft carrier. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds, and everyone agreed with the foreign minister's statement. After everyone calmed down, Earl Hall said, I think the main topic of this meeting is how to cooperate with Intis. Prime Minister Agushid said, that's right, cooperation is inevitable, and we must concentrate all our resources to catch up with Rembrandt. But the question is, will Remenberg let us cooperate? Will they start a new war? You should know that in the war that just ended at the end of last year, Remberg suffered very little loss and is fully capable of launching another war. Everyone looked at the Minister of Defense. Emilius, regaining his usual serious demeanor, stubbed out his half-burnt cigarette in the ashtray. The probability of Remberg initiating a war is not high, because their extraordinary strength is not enough to start a war with other countries at the same time. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Emilius added, but if there is the support of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, then it's hard to say. Remberg has no shortage of high-end combat power at the angel level. It would have no problem taking on any country, and even with the help of the Church of Righteous Gods in that country, they would still be no match for Remberg. However, if they were to wage war against two countries at the same time, their extraordinary strength would not be enough, and they would need the help of the Church of Knowledge. That's how wars are in this world. In the end, it all comes down to the number of angels and demigods. Agushid wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, that means there's a high probability that Remnantberg will start a war. Not necessarily, said Duchess Georgina, who had been listening in. If war breaks out, the Church of the Eternal Sun, the Church of the Storm, and the Church of the Steam will certainly do everything in their power to attack Lenberg. The Church of the Goddess of Night is currently incorporating the former Church of the God of War. I heard that several small-scale battles have broken out in Fuzak. It's hard to reason with those half-giants who love to fight. This incorporation operation may continue for another year, or even the year after. Now the Church of the Earth Mother has become crucial. If they help Remberg, then Intis will have no hope of victory. Everyone listened very seriously because this was a confrontation of extraordinary forces, a factor that could truly determine the course of the war. Georgina continued, the reason I said it's not certain that a war will break out is because if the War of the Gods breaks out at the very beginning, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Lord of Mysteries will be fighting alone against the Eternal Sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Steam and Machinery. But considering that Eunodes once made a deal with the Church of the Earth Mother, it is possible that he can ask the Earth Mother for help. Considering that Eunodes once collaborated with the Goddess of Night, there's a certain probability that this deity will help Remberg. However, the royal family believed that the Earth Mother Goddess was a divine authority that could be won over. Finally, she concluded, in terms of divine power, if the Earth Mother Goddess clearly intends to aid Remberg, Remberg will face immense pressure if it initiates a war. She did explain some things. We also need to consider evil gods such as the Hidden Sage and the Bound God. If this War of Gods breaks out, it will be more thorough than the previous wars. The evil gods' forces are very important. Moreover, these evil gods will most likely choose to support Intis and Rune. Of course, it's not something that can be said too clearly, as the rulers cannot cooperate with the evil gods. But her summary does indeed reflect the views of the Ruin royal family on this matter. Of course, they were unaware that Odis had become the king of angels. After listening to the Duchess's analysis, Agushid sighed and said, that means that before the Earth Mother Goddess or the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess makes a statement, Remnantberg will most likely not go to war. Yen shook his head at this point. How can you make a final decision about something like this based on high probability? The Duchess said earnestly, don't you all realize that this is the moment to fight for the fate of our nation? Everyone still has the courage to fight. If we win this battle, Backlund will once again become the center of the world. If we fail, no one will be able to stop Remmenberg's development anymore. The meeting room fell silent again. Most of them had not realized beforehand that such an urgent moment had arrived. Acera, the presidential palace. Odis glanced at the report submitted by Medici and immediately realized that time was far too tight. Even if it takes another year or two for the car to improve, Rembrandt's extraordinary power can be further developed, and its extraordinary weapons will have a certain advantage. But now that the war is over, the advancement of extraordinary power has slowed down. It's not that the merits are insufficient. Odis has implemented a system of overdrafting merits in the extraordinary organizations throughout the country, which means that a general promotion can be made up for later with merits. Furthermore, each extraordinary individual has a 3-day role-playing vacation each month, allowing them to seriously summarize the rules of role-playing and engage in sufficient role-playing. Even so, with the urgency of war threatening personal safety, the rate of advancement for extraordinary individuals slowed down. Extraordinary weapons have been in full production, but this time it may mean fighting on two fronts, and facing a major power on both fronts. Unlike previous world wars, where Remberg was outside the main battlefield, the fighting there was somewhat different, and even Medici was very cautious. Besides facing two major powers, the key is also fighting against three churches. Odis has been considering these past few days whether to continue choosing. Monday arrived in the blink of an eye, and Odis decided to attend a tarot meeting to hear about the other members' recent situations and see if she could get any inspiration. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Odis's vision was covered by grey fog, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the ancient palace. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey's voice rang out first. The people at the tail also stood up and greeted the Fool. Meanwhile, the Fool, Klein, realized that Odis's power was even greater than before. Was this because she had become the king of angels? Klein was somewhat worried. What if Odis became a true god one day and came to the meeting again? Would he immediately see through the Fool and realize that he was only at sequence 2? Following this, Klein had new thoughts about the divine gifts of the Secret Seeker path. He had previously learned about Yen from Russell's diary, and that, the Hidden Sage, was the unique and revitalized divine gift of the Hermit path. He originally thought that the Lord of Mysteries would most likely have two Sequence 1 traits. When Odis became a Sequence 1, Klein noticed a problem. Why did Odis, as a follower of the Lord of Mysteries, not hand over the Sequence 1 trait, but instead chose to ascend to the next level? At the time, Klein had two conjectures. The first was that the Lord of Mysteries was actually the remnant soul of the sage, or a stronger spiritual remnant, embodying the ancient divine nature that does not die but remains. After Odis Township adopted the first characteristic of the sequence, it broke with this ancient god. However, now that Odis has become the king of the dual Sequence 1 angels, Klein has a new speculation. The Lord of Mysteries is likely a god whose essence has been activated. This speculation arose because Klein Township received information about source matter and roughly understood what source matter was. Klein had considered this many times, but ultimately he didn't take the initiative to talk to Odis about his conjecture. After all, everyone has secrets. If Odis seeks his help, he will do his best to assist, but it's best not to pry into anything too private. After the greetings and the members took their seats, Emlyn Hen, aka the Moon, spoke first. "Everyone, I'd like to know if the Cultivator and the Moon pathways are any special compared to other pathways." After raising the question, he added, "I recently learned that the Church of Mother Earth Goddess also has a different system from other churches, which is divided into two parts, those with divine grace and those favored by God. The gracious ones are extraordinary beings who have mastered the pathways of the Mother and the Moon, while the favored ones are extraordinary beings who have been favored by the Earth Mother Goddess through pathways other than the Mother and the Moon. Even a papal decree must be countersigned by at least one of the favored ones, otherwise it can be considered invalid." After Emlyn the Moon finished his brief description, Alger the Hangman and the others had some ideas, but at the same time they felt that none of their ideas seemed to touch on the root of the problem. At this point, Klein, who knew a little about this, posed a question with a smile, posing the role of the Fool. "Where do you think the 22 extraordinary paths originated?" Everyone was taken aback. This was one of the three core questions in mysticism, and there had never been a universally accepted answer. While everyone was considering whether to give their own answer, the Hermit Odis said in a relatively affirmative tone, "The source that can be traced back to is the original creator. According to some intelligence from my hometown, the original created the fallen mother goddess and the desire mother tree after its birth. Then, the original and the fallen mother goddess gave birth to other outer gods, such as the decaying king and the watcher of Movi, etc." Klein was stunned. Such a thing was possible. He was another member at the tarot meeting who knew what the fallen mother goddess and mother tree of desire were like. The other members were somewhat disgusted at this time. In previous tarot meetings, they had heard of the fallen mother goddess and mother tree of desire as superior divine beings, but they were relatively unfamiliar with this level of divine beings. Odis said, "I'll have Miss Justice hypnotize everyone in a bit, so you'll forget the names of these gods. Because these gods are extremely dangerous, people may only know some information about them and then suffer certain losses." Everyone was stunned, realizing that the names the Hermit had just mentioned were all above the divine level. Odisrin did not give everyone time to continue their speculation, but instead continued, "The vast majority of the divine beings in this world were born at that time. There are two explanations for how the primordial body came into being. One is that the original body itself possessed those characteristics and source matter. However, because the properties and source matter are too dense, the tendency of extraordinary properties to split is triggered. This tendency is a derivative law of the law of aggregation of extraordinary properties. When the properties of a path reach a certain degree of density at a certain point, the tendency of splitting will be triggered. The manifestation of this is that no church can gather all the extraordinary characteristics of that path. There will always be some extraordinary characteristics, even characteristics at the angelic level, that are scattered outside." Upon hearing this, the other members reacted differently. Some had heard of this law before, some had vaguely heard of it, and some had never heard of it at all. Those who had vaguely heard about it suddenly realized something, while those who had never heard of it were completely bewildered. The fundamental law of extraordinary characteristics actually had an extension law. Odis paused slightly and then said, the manifestation of the split tendency that occurred in the original was the creation and birth of a group of divine beings, most of whom possessed extraordinary characteristics through multiple pathways. The sum of the beginning plus us probably constitutes most of the extraordinary characteristics of this universe. Another explanation is that those characteristics were not in the original body, but after the creation of the world, these characteristics could be controlled, which is why those divine attributes were created. Chapter 476, Chapter 475 High-end transactions reappear at the tarot meeting. During the tarot session, Odis is explaining to everyone where the source of extraordinary qualities comes from. Based on the information he currently has, the source that can be traced back to is the original creator. In the very beginning of the creation of the universe, several ancient beings were created and born. The characteristics of the original being combined with the characteristics of those ancient beings should constitute most of the extraordinary characteristics in the universe. Besides these ancient stars, there are other deities, but most of them are at the level of angels or angel kings. At most, it can only reach the level of a true god. Odis believed that, according to the law of the tendency to split, of extraordinary properties, then when the universe was first created, most of these properties should have existed within or around the original entity. However, there are some characteristics that, due to the law of the tendency to split, are not in the original body or are not under the control of the original. These characteristics are those of the star deities. The ancients created or born by the first are in a very stable state. Except for the three ancients that were torn apart when the first awakened, the other ancients have basically retained a considerable portion of their original characteristics and essence. Therefore, even though those star deities knew that Earth possessed a dense concentration of extraordinary properties and the potential to contain source matter, they dared not approach Earth for fear of being devoured by the ancient beings surrounding it. These thoughts flashed through Odis's mind, and he then said to the other members of the Tarot Society, after the original created the universe, it must have found it difficult to suppress its tendency to split, so it used its properties to create other old days. And it expelled many characteristics through reproduction, but ultimately fell into a deep sleep. Before the initial stage, no one could determine the state of extraordinary characteristics. I only have two guesses here for your reference. The fool Klein remarked, being promoted to the King of Angels really makes a difference, he can even learn about information from so far back. He originally thought that he knew about the past beyond the barrier, and that the beginning of this era was caused by the first awakening, which was already a rare source-level intelligence in the extraordinary world. Little did they know that the information Odis obtained was the true source. This made Klein sigh again, as expected of the Angel King of the Secret Seeker path, he knows so many secrets. The other members felt they couldn't keep up with the pace of the Hermit. Emlyn, the Moon, thought to himself, I just want to ask, what's so special about the Moon and Mother paths? How did they end up with the first creator? And they're completely different from the generally accepted creation myth. Alger the Hangman realized that this was absolutely the most advanced intelligence in the world, even the church might not have access to such information. The other members probably realized this as well, so they listened very carefully, afraid of missing a single word. Odis continued, the first conjecture is that, the beginning, was the consciousness of the universe. Of course, the universe at that time was completely different from the universe now. It's impossible to verify exactly what it was like now. There are only some myths and scientific speculations that describe the state of things at that time. But these are all products of human imagination and are for reference only. He paused for a moment and then continued, some myths describe a chaotic phase in which the universe once existed, where there was no concept of time and everything was in an uncertain state. Initially, after waking from the chaos, the framework of the universe was first defined, and then the fallen mother goddess was born, and the real world came into being. Then, with the birth of one after another of the old, the universe had its first rules. Scientific conjectures suggest that in the beginning, the universe was a state without space and time. At that time, the universe was infinitely small in volume, infinitely large in density, and infinitely high in temperature. Suddenly, at some point, the universe began to expand, and gradually all things in the world came into being. Klein thought to himself, I know that, the Big Bang. The other members were hearing this theory for the first time. They had always believed that the universe was created by a creator, and they never expected that there would be such a conjecture in the scientific community. Odis gave everyone a second or two to react before continuing, whether it's mythology or scientific speculation, the description of the initial state of the universe as a whole. Although these are all human imaginations, they may also be information hidden deep in our hearts. It's something that we don't usually notice, but that everyone agrees on. This is very likely the initial impact on each of us. I'll explain why I have this idea later. Let's assume that the consensus among all these people is that this is the important information that remains in the spirit world and in the ocean of collective consciousness. So in its very beginning, the universe can be seen as a single entity. With this premise, the first conjecture about the extraordinary state before the beginning is that the extraordinary properties were very special substances in the universe at that time, and the universe developed consciousness under their stimulation, which is the beginning. Only when the beginning became the first subjective consciousness in the universe did it begin to create the universe and fabricate the ancient past, thus bringing order to the entire universe. Everyone listened quietly, and then they realized that the information about this issue was impossible to discuss, or rather, given their knowledge and experience, they were completely unable to participate in the discussion. Now all that's left is listening, and it's incredibly enjoyable listening. The information revealed by the Hermit today has completely exceeded their imagination and their understanding. Odis paused briefly before continuing. The second conjecture is that extraordinary characteristics are actually a concrete manifestation of the laws of the universe. Or it could be said that the reason why the universe has laws and why it has changed from a chaotic state to an ordered state is that extraordinary characteristics play a major role. And the original is the sum of these concrete laws. If that's really the case, then the myth we just talked about might need to be changed a little. In a space that was completely without any pattern, certain patterns gradually emerged. These patterns quickly coalesced into substance, which is the source quality, uniqueness, and extraordinary characteristics. Their aggregation accelerated the formation of cosmic rules because they are unique in this universe, yet transcend reality, and thus possess the characteristic of mutual aggregation. The general theory behind this law is that in a relatively sparse space, relatively heavy objects will always move toward a common direction. For example, in a gas, heavy solid matter will fall towards the ground, and even in the universe, heavy solid matter has a greater probability of being captured by gravity. At some point, most of the extraordinary came together. The rules of the universe have undergone a process of aggregation, and when the aggregation process is completed, the universe is officially born at this moment. And the extraordinary aggregate is the original. According to this conjecture, in the beginning there was no autonomous consciousness, it was a pure collection of cosmic rules. The creation of the universe and the making of the old days are both driven by extraordinary properties. But as more and more gods appeared in the universe, and then more and more intelligent beings appeared, the diverse intelligent beings seemed to become the original anchor, giving them a certain degree of self-awareness. Odis shrugged and said, "These are just my personal guesses, for reference only. These conjectures are mainly based on my observations of uniqueness and divinity. We talked about uniqueness before. It is the authority of the true God, and also a manifestation of a certain authority, or a manifestation of a certain cosmic rule. At the time, I was wondering, did uniqueness come first? Or did the rules of the universe come first? It was only after I came across information about the original that I had these conjectures. Another conjecture comes from my observation of divinity. The higher the sequence, the more I can feel that there is a cold part in divinity that cannot be touched by any emotion, just like a piece of ice in warm water that will never melt. At the time, I thought that this piece of ice must be the oldest part of the extraordinary characteristics, and that it probably didn't have emotions or anything like that when it was formed. Based on observations from both directions, I have come to the above conjecture. To reiterate, this is purely conjecture and for reference only. A long silence fell over the hall. The newly appointed demigods all felt that there was something in their minds that they could not control at all. Their spirituality knew very well that it was divinity. But they didn't consider this as a starting point at all, and didn't think about all that. Now that Klein is at sequence 2, he can clearly feel the original part of his divinity. Thinking of this, Klein said, regardless of which conjecture it is, initially was an ideology that we could not even imagine or understand. Odis nodded, yes, so we shouldn't expect to understand the beginning, it's enough to just know roughly what the beginning was like. Emlyn, the moon, thought to himself, your description is so detailed, you know far more than just something about what kind of being it is. Although Odis repeatedly stated that much of what he had just said was his conjecture. Even if these conjectures differ greatly from the facts, they still describe, from one perspective, what the initial state was probably like. Or rather, even if this isn't the truth, people can still understand the beginning through these descriptions. Odis gave everyone enough time to react before saying, let's continue. Regardless of the specific state of the beginning, one thing is certain, after completing the creation of the world and the creation of the old days, the beginning fell into slumber. And this planet we live on is the place that originally slept. Everyone was taken aback, but then they realized that this was not surprising. Although they don't know how many extraordinary paths there are in total, there are 22 in the real world, which should be a large number. In the initial stage of the creation of the old ones, it should have been the time when the total amount of extraordinary characteristics of our world was at its greatest. Even now, based on some prehistoric myths, we can roughly determine that the fallen mother goddess and other old ones once gathered on our planet for a period of time, Odis said. They created life, and made life diverse, and then, due to their extraordinary tendency to split, they quickly scattered throughout the universe. When they all dispersed, the original tendency to split turned into a tendency to unite. So after a long period of time, the beginning gradually awoke, but this time it was due to the aggregation of extraordinary characteristics. So he tore off 2 extraordinary paths from each of the 3 ancient, fallen mother goddesses, Mother Tree of Desire, and Children of Chaos that he directly created, and tore off a portion of the source matter, which he then aggregated into our planet. And so, there are now 22 pathways on our planet. Klein thought to himself again, this is far more detailed than the information I had. All he knew was that during his initial awakening, due to the law of extraordinary characteristic aggregation, a portion of his characteristics had been aggregated. I only learned the whole story today. Although the other members had never heard of those old names, they roughly understood what had happened. They never imagined that the extraordinary characteristics within their bodies would undergo so many twists and turns. Odis gave everyone a few more seconds before saying, soon, the beginning will fall into slumber again, but to prevent the ancients from reclaiming its properties and essence, the beginning formed a barrier before falling asleep. Neither the ancient beings from the stars nor the outer gods could break through that barrier. However, this barrier has existed for 5 eras and is now riddled with damage, it won't last much longer. And the doomsday that Mr. Fool previously hinted at was the process of the barrier breaking down, and the outer gods of the stars reclaiming their characteristics and essence. However, they may not only reclaim their own traits, but they may also take away traits and source matter that are adjacent to them. If they appear on this planet and there is no high-level entity protecting them, all life on this planet will be instantly polluted by them. Besides the 3 ancients who want to find their own characteristics, there are also the ancients gathered together by the law of aggregation of extraordinary characteristics, such as the Ring of Destiny, and the unquenchable word. Once the barrier disappears, they will also take away some of the traits they value. Alger, the hanged man, couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking to himself, this is the root cause of the apocalypse. The other members had similar thoughts. The fool's previous warning only gave them a general idea that the end of the world was coming and in what way. Now they finally understood that for the people of this planet, the arrival of the apocalypse was simply due to the law of aggregation of extraordinary characteristics. Then everyone was somewhat disheartened, because knowing this seemed to have no effect. They had no confidence and it was unlikely that they could become gods before the apocalypse, or even become angels. After a few seconds, Odis continued, let's go back to the question raised by Mr. Moon. The 2 paths, Mother and Moon, are the characteristics that were gathered from the fallen Mother Goddess when Origin last awoke. The fallen Mother Goddess still maintains a strong influence on these 2 pathways, so as early as the Second Era, the fallen Mother Goddess influenced and corrupted the vampire progenitor, Lilith. Emlyn, the Moon, suddenly recalled that at a previous tarot gathering, the Hermit had mentioned that the ancestor had been corrupted by an outer god. Moreover, he had asked how to solve the pollution problem, but the answer he received was, that's a matter for the gods. The implication was that ordinary extraordinary beings would find it impossible to solve such a problem, which worried Emlyn for a long time. At this point, aside from expressing concern, he did not ask any further questions. Odis continued, the fall of the progenitor of the vampires actually helped him lessen the influence and corruption of the fallen Mother Goddess on him. However, this deity is still in great danger. Once the barrier breaks, she will most likely be severely corrupted again, and may even be found by the fallen Mother Goddess in a very short time and have her characteristics taken away. Emlyn finally couldn't help but ask, what about the ancestor, I mean the Earth Mother? The current situation is indeed very passive, Odis said. But if in the future another being can hold back the fallen Mother Goddess, the Earth Mother Goddess will be safe for the time being. If she can find the corresponding source matter, she can also take the initiative to go outside the barrier and launch an attack. At this point, Justice Audrey finally couldn't help but ask, the Hermit, what is the source matter that you've mentioned so many times? The other members also noticed the term, but they hadn't had a chance to ask about it before. Klein did know what source matter was. The venue where everyone held the tarot meeting, this, above the grey fog, was one of the source matters called Source Castle. Alger the Hanged Man and Katlia the Priestess had already made some guesses, believing that the source should be a special substance that becomes, above the gods, similar to the uniqueness of becoming a god. The other members were not yet fully aware of the meaning of Bayuanzi. Odis then explained, what we previously called, above the gods is actually called, the old days. That is a level above the true god. In addition to possessing one or more characteristics and uniqueness of the true god level, it also needs to have source matter in order to have symbolic significance in a certain field. The other members nodded slowly, some thinking to themselves, that's pretty much what I guessed. Some thought to themselves, so that's how it is. Odis continued, it is because of the influence of the fallen Mother Goddess on the Mother and Moon pathways that, under the right conditions, she is said to be able to impersonate the Earth Mother Goddess and send out divine pronouncements. To prevent extraordinary individuals from these 2 pathways from carrying out erroneous oracles, the Church of the Earth Mother has a system of divinely chosen ones to verify the authenticity of oracles. Everyone nodded again, unaware that this action stemmed from the helplessness of the gods. Audrey then asked, Mr. Hermit, what are the current pathways for the two other ancient characteristics that were taken from the other two deities? Odis did not conceal any information from these sources, and he replied, they are the criminals and prisoners' pathways gathered from the mother tree of desire, and the lawyers and arbitrators' pathways gathered from the children of chaos. Hugh, who had been listening in the trial all along, suddenly sat up straight. The arbitrator approach is also gathered from the outer gods. So during the Fourth Age, were the Black Emperor and the Night Emperor also influenced by the Child of Chaos? No, not at all, Odis said. The Child of Chaos is an ancient being who has not been active for a long time. It is said that he once used the fact that he was the original and created by himself to find a loophole in the rules and enter the barrier in the hope of reclaiming his own characteristics. That was back in the First Era. At that time, our planet also had two ancients. One of them fooled and sealed the consciousness of the Child of Chaos, and the essence and characteristics within him seemed to have given him consciousness, making him the uncertain mist currently in the starry sky. As far as I know, both the Black Emperor and the Night Emperor of the Fourth Epoch were influenced by the uncertain mist and helped the uncertain mist search for the consciousness of the Child of Chaos. Therefore, the impact of the Child of Chaos on the lawyer and arbitrator pathways is almost negligible. Klein thought to himself, this tragic Child of Chaos is most likely sealed in the Level 0 sealed artifact genius controlled by Bernadette. Hugh finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Audrey then asked the Hermit, do you already have information about the First Age? I only know a limited part of it, Odis said. That era was so chaotic that it left behind very few useful clues. Let's trade again when we have time. Today, we'll mainly talk about the extraordinary characteristics. Audrey exclaimed happily, great. In previous tarot gatherings, information from the Second to the Fifth Ages had already been traded. If she were to trade information from the First Age as well, along with today's information, she would have complete control over the entire extraordinary history. Odis continued, as for the two paths of criminals and prisoners, I believe I don't need to say more. Demons and the Rose School have no good reputation in the entire extraordinary realm. However, the Temperance faction of the Rose School is an anomaly. Their existence proves that human will can resist some of the inertia inherent in extraordinary characteristics. Odiston paused for a moment and then said, some time ago, I saw the bound god, a deity who had been severely corrupted by the mother tree of desire and had essentially lost his will. Moreover, the influence of the mother tree of desire on the former demon king was quite profound. It can even be concluded that the mother tree of desire had an almost inevitable high-level influence on these two pathways. However, the temperance movement's philosophy is exactly the opposite of the desires that the prisoner approach has always shown, and it has always used temperance to resist the madness and chaos of this approach. While they were able to do this because of the presence of a barrier, the significance of this is extraordinary. It represents humanity's efforts to tame extraordinary traits. In my view, this is a huge variable that intelligent beings bring to their extraordinary characteristics. No one expected that the Hermit would give such high praise to the Temperance faction. However, they soon realized that only by standing at a sufficient height could they understand the meaning of the term Hermit. Only then can one realize the uniqueness of the Temperance movement. After a moment of silence in the hall, Klein manipulated the world to ask, have you recently encountered Bound God and Demon King? Yes, Odis said briefly, some time ago, Adam joined forces with the Lord of Mysteries to attack the dark side of the universe. The Bound God and the angels of the Rose School came to our aid, which triggered a small-scale divine war. I also participated in the battle to kill the leader of the Rose School, Sia. The other members were somewhat surprised, and even Klein was a little surprised, that Adam would cooperate with the Lord of Mysteries. Ambush. Alger noticed the word Hermit. That's right, a siege. Odis smiled slightly. The angels of the Rose School were all killed in that battle. Following Rememberg's continued attacks, the remaining forces of the Rose School went into hiding, and it is unlikely that we will hear any news about this organization in the next few years. This greatly surprised Leonard, the Star, because one of the important tasks of the Church of the Goddess of Night in the southern continent was to combat the Rose School. But the Church of the Goddess of Night, which has been busy sending forces to the Fussac Empire recently, probably never dreamed that the Rose School had suffered a heavy blow from Remberg some time ago. The reason why no one has received any news yet is most likely because the middle and upper echelons of the Rose School have been almost completely wiped out, and the entire organization is without unified command. It's possible that after their angels were killed, many members died inexplicably in the attack by the remnant Beyonders who followed the trail. Many people didn't even know how they were discovered or how they were scattered. They themselves don't even know how much they've lost, so how could other organizations possibly know? Justice, Audrey said, congratulations to the Lord of Mysteries, and congratulations to Lenberg, for taking down such a large evil organization. Thank you, Odis said with a smile. It's a pity that Bound God still escaped, but I have a feeling that I will see him again soon. Bound God and the escaped Blood Duke are the only forces that the Mother Tree of Desire can boast about on Earth. Given the chance, the Mother Tree of Desire will definitely use them to cause trouble for Odis. This is one of the reasons why Odis is hesitant to launch a battle at present. He has many allies, but also many enemies. In comparison, his enemies were more powerful than his allies. Audrey felt a sense of anticipation upon hearing the Hermit's words, hoping that this Bound God would be eliminated soon. It's a pity she couldn't be of much help, otherwise she would definitely have done her part. Although her experiences in the past year or two have matured Audrey considerably, her views on evil forces have not changed much. As for the dark side of the universe, Odis said, it also perished under the attack of Adam and the Lord of Mysteries. Odis also played a significant role in the fall of the dark side of the universe, but he is not willing to reveal this for the time being, as it would allow more people to speculate about his current level. Up to now, not many people know that Odis has been promoted to Sequence 1. After his promotion, in the few times he took action, he usually killed his opponents. The only time he let an enemy escape was probably in the battle against Bound God and his group. However, Odis did not directly confront Bound God, and Bound God's current state is strange, making it unlikely that he has any means to spread this news. The longer this information can be kept secret, the greater the advantage. The other members were stunned for a moment, then Leonard joked, if I hadn't joined the Tarot Club, I wouldn't have known that the evil forces in this world had suffered such great losses in the past period of time. Alger asked curiously, why didn't the demon show any unusual behavior? Klein, however, was more concerned with, what is the relationship between the dark side of the universe and the Demon King? Odis answered Alger's question first, the reason the demons haven't shown any unusual behavior is because a new Prince of Corruption has been born, and the demon's power has been restrained. Upon hearing this answer, Alger, the Hanged Man, glanced at the Hermit. The Hermit's words seemed to indicate that Lenberg had supported a new filthy king, and that the demons were now Lenberg's extraordinary power. Unfortunately, the Hermit did not provide an explanation, and Alger was unable to confirm this speculation. He was half right. Odis could indeed command Fabdi to fight for Lenberg, but Odis never thought of incorporating the demons into Lenberg's extraordinary power system. Since Odis is unlikely to satisfy the demon's bloody demands, it's better not to use that power at all. Odis then roughly answered Klein's question, the dark side of the universe is the corrupted Demon King. Although it still possesses a portion of the Demon King's consciousness, it cannot be regarded as the Demon King anymore. World nodded and did not ask any further questions. The hall fell silent for a moment before Moon spoke, Mr. Hermit, thank you for answering my question. What kind of reward should I pay? He paused for a moment and then said, I am well aware of how high level that intelligence is, and I will try my best to pay the reward you have proposed. Then Audrey and the others also expressed that they owed the Hermit a reward, and even the fool Klein felt a little embarrassed to ask for it back. Odis thought for a moment and then said, the reward will remain the same as before. In the future, you will need to use your battles to pay for the reward. The prerequisites will also remain the same as before. I will not give you tasks that are too difficult to complete, but I will not give you tasks that are too easy either. However, the intelligence for this transaction is extremely important. It requires 3 interventions from a demigod and 1 intervention from the world in exchange for payment. He then remarked with emotion, war is about to break out again, and everyone here will be a force I can secretly mobilize. Everyone sat up straight immediately. Was another battle about to begin? Chapter 477, Chapter 476 The World and the Hermit's Solitary Conversation. During the tarot reading, Odis discussed the fees that everyone needed to pay. Currently, among the members of the Tarot Club, apart from Odis and the priestess Katlia, Klein is an angel, and the other members are demigods. The reason for excluding Katlia is that she is currently fighting for Lenberg, so there is no need to pay her in this way, or rather, Odis did not intend to ask for her payment. Besides Katlia, an angel and 7 demigods constitute a formidable force in any extraordinary battle. Moreover, Odis remembered that Klein was supposed to be promoted to Sequence 1 by the end of this year. From then on, his rise to power was like a rocket. He soon became the fool, but soon after that, he fell into a deep sleep. If the timing is right, such as during Klein's Angel King stage, you can try to get help from the fool, who is roughly at the level of a true god and is blessed by the Source Castle. As Odis was lost in thought, she realized that no one had responded to the payment she demanded. What? Does anyone have any objections to the payment I'm offering? He requires the world to fight for Lenberg once, and other demigod-level members to fight for Lenberg 3 times, in exchange for payment regarding the source of extraordinary properties. No, said the fool Klein, manipulating the world first. I have no objection. The other members also expressed no objection. Then Justice Audrey asked, Mr. the Hermit, you just said that another war is going to break out. Other members also learned from the newspapers that the Rembrandt Navy and the Intis Navy had a standoff in Caesar's Harbor last week, which ended when Intis sought to resolve the issue through diplomatic means. Everyone is very concerned about what the Hermit suddenly said today. Odis said, "It's obvious. Intis has developed the extraordinary puppet, and their next step is to challenge Remmenberg's position in extraordinary technology. Therefore, this war is inevitable, and the sooner it is fought, the better. The earlier it is fought, the fewer casualties and the less damage will be. In a few years, once Intis has become militarily extraordinary, it may turn into a protracted war, and everyone will suffer even greater losses then." Alger the Hangman and the others could tell that the Hermits were inclined to start the war as soon as possible, and it seemed that they were already preparing for it. None of them expected that a new war would break out so soon after the end of the World War. Audrey pondered for a moment and said, "The Hermit, isn't your goal to make extraordinary technology the mainstream in the world? Why would you oppose Intis's research and application of extraordinary technologies?" Odis said, "Because no one can guarantee that Intis will not attack Lemberg after it develops." He shrugged and said, "I'm confident I can guarantee that Remmenberg will maintain its leading position in extraordinary technology. However, once other countries followed suit and developed using extraordinary technology, the situation became difficult to control. Just like now, Intis has already isolated Remberg and shared the technology of the extraordinary puppet with countries such as Run. If we wait a few more years, they might feel they have the strength to fight Rembrandt. At that time, they will be the ones to start the war. Even if we maintain our leading position in extraordinary technology, we will still have to pay a huge price to achieve victory by then. To avoid such a thing from happening, the sooner this war begins, the better." At this point, he took a deep breath, but once the war started, it would definitely be another world war, and Odis was not entirely confident at the moment. Specifically, a fight is inevitable, but Odis has not yet decided when to fight. After hearing Odis's reply, Audrey took a deep breath and said, "If necessary, I will provide you with some information about Rune." The other members were all taken aback and looked at Miss Justice. Miss Justice has always been an anti-war activist, so why would she suddenly be willing to help Remberg provide intelligence? Seeing everyone looking at her, Audrey smiled slightly and said, "Perhaps, as Mr. Hermit said, only when the northern continent is reunified can the world truly enter an era of peace. Moreover, I sent people to investigate, and Rembrandt is currently the only country that advocates work relief to solve the problem of homelessness. The key is that they are doing it very well, and you can hardly see homeless people on the streets. The products of extraordinary technology have been made as accessible as possible to the general public. To be honest, this is what I imagine a country should look like." She took a deep breath. The previous attack by Fursak and Intis on Rune was an invasion. But if it's Remmenberg attacking Lone, I hope their offensive can be faster, so that the people of Backlund can regain the dignity they deserve as human beings as soon as possible. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing these words. In particular, the fool, Klein, suddenly felt the will of the people. In fact, this era is not lacking in people of virtue and ambition, it's just that they are not the ones in control of this era. Odis smiled and remarked, "You're increasingly showing the talent of an orator." Audrey smiled and said, "That's what I really think." Odis said earnestly, "Not everyone can realize that most of what I'm doing now is for the sake of a better living environment for the underprivileged." At this point, he reaffirmed his determination to start the war as soon as possible and finally decided to build a missile launch center in the province of Olay in the near future, ready to provoke war and bomb Intis's military facilities at any time. "Let's leave this topic for now," and then Leonard spoke up, "I have something to share." He shared stories about the wandering magician Merlin Hermes, such as the overnight reconstruction of Constance and the fully automated wish-granting machine. As he spoke, Leonard made no attempt to hide his wariness of the world. Klein told the world, Eskerman Sparrow, "I will be leaving the east coast of the Intersea soon." Hugh, the trial, and Alger, the hanged man, had also heard about the wandering magician, while the other members were just listening to the story. At this moment, they suddenly realized that it was all Mr. World's doing. Audrey thought to herself, "No wonder she's an angel, this is simply a miracle." Hugh then asked, "Mr. World, did you also make a law professor lose all his knowledge overnight, and suddenly give a child in a mountain village the knowledge of a craftsman such as a leather worker, shoemaker, and blacksmith, and give an adult the practical knowledge that only workers possess?" The World glanced at the Hermit. "These things have nothing to do with me." "That law professor lost all his knowledge because he used it to bankrupt many families," Odis said. "So I confiscated all his legal knowledge." "What? Can the knowledge in one's own mind be confiscated?" "The consensus has always been that the knowledge you acquire and put into your own mind is your own wealth, and it is a wealth that no one can take away. But what they find both strange and terrifying is that the Hermit has taken away other people's knowledge." Odiston paused for a moment and then said, "As for the people in those mountain villages, they are eager for knowledge and long to leave the mountains. The villagers warmly treated me to lunch, and I gave them some useful knowledge in return. That knowledge is the kind of practical knowledge that can enable young people to become apprentices and craftsmen, or that can be used by adults to apply for jobs in factories. Hugh paused for a moment before asking, then what about the other extraordinary cases concerning knowledge in ruin in recent months? Is this also related to you? Like the case of the wandering magician, none of the extraordinary cases that Hugh took on caused much harm, so they were not taken seriously by the authorities. Odis nodded. That should be the case. Just as Hugh was about to ask why they were doing this, Justice Audrey preemptively asked, even at the level of an angel, is it necessary to play and digest potions? Odis nodded and smiled. That's right. Everyone took a deep breath. This was a bit terrifying. Some of these cases were actually committed by angels. Moreover, these things that sound like miracles are simply angels digesting a magic potion. In particular, Leonard, Hugh, and Alger, the three official Beyonders, are likely the very people they are hunting who are playing the role of angels. After finishing this topic, son Derek looked around before saying, Silver City has already cultivated all the fields and planted crops such as wheat, but it will still be some time before the harvest. I'd like to know what we can do to earn gold pounds and buy supplies. In order to integrate into the real world as quickly as possible, Silver City and Moon City each sold off a batch of extraordinary attributes and monster leather, in exchange for a large amount of money, which could be used to purchase various resources. However, the Roseide Isles are far from the Forsaken Lands, and the entrance to the Forsaken Lands could close at any time, making it impossible to effectively replenish extraordinary abilities and monster leather. Crucially, the people of both cities are unwilling to return to the dark and gloomy world to hunt. Silver City and Moon City cannot abandon their military might and sell off large amounts of strategic resources. Once their existing gold pounds are exhausted, they will undoubtedly be in dire straits. Justice Audrey thought for a moment and asked, what are you best at? Fight, Derek replied immediately. At this moment, Odis suddenly asked, are you interested in earning Sassenkin? He laughed and said, that's Remnantburg's currency, which can also be exchanged for gold. Derek immediately replied, interested. Then you can form 1 or 2 mercenary groups. Each mercenary group should have 1 demigod and 3 to 5 sequence 5 members. You can decide on the other members' composition as you see fit, Odis said. The Lenberg government will hire you to fight in the southern continent. Recently, the colonies of Remnantburg have been attacking the now-defunct Byron Empire, a nation that is more like an extraordinary organization with a large number of corpse collectors, extraordinary individuals on the adjacent pathway of warrior. When Odis was preparing to resume the war, he planned to recall a portion of the extraordinary forces from the southern continent. However, that would weaken the extraordinary forces of the Lundberg colony. In such a case, having 1 or 2 trustworthy extraordinary mercenary groups to support them would effectively alleviate the pressure on the southern continent. Upon hearing Odis's words, Derek replied happily, very well, Mr. Hermit, I will inform the other members of the council immediately after the gathering. Since finding a way out of the outside world, Derek has become a member of the council. Klein had no objection to Odis's idea. The Hermit was quite kind. Instead of immediately sending the Silver City's forces to the front lines of the northern continent, he sent them to the southern continent to deal with the spirit cult. At the same time, Klein believed it was necessary to give Danitz the Oracle, allowing the Church of the Sea God to increase the number of official extraordinary individuals within a certain range. As for the increased number, they could also recruit from Silver City and Moon City. Then, the priestess Katlia suggested, you should now have a large amount of liquid capital. You could try investing in the mines, spice farms, and plantations in the Rhodes Islands, as well as purchasing fertile land and productive forests. They're all very cheap now. During last year's war, under the impetus of the Church of the Sea God and the resistance, the Roseide Islands gained autonomy. The administrative body changed from the former governor's office of loan to the current Roseide Autonomous Government, as well as a council composed of lone people and a considerable number of local people. The rights of the local people were protected to some extent, which was followed by the movement to abolish slavery and the previously cheap labor force. The fact that they have become employees is unacceptable to many Rune people, so they are selling off their properties and want to return home as soon as possible. Derek recalled that the messenger named Danitz had recently bought a spice plantation. Justice Audrey added, when you go to negotiate, it's best to hire a few professional lawyers, otherwise you can easily be scammed. Well, if you think it's unnecessary, you can bring along the psychoanalysts in the city. Other members also began to offer suggestions, such as the fact that the port built by Silver City was of medium size and could be used to develop a corresponding shipping industry. For example, a paid course could be offered to outsiders at the General Education School in New Silver City. After all, not every extraordinary person possesses sufficient extraordinary knowledge, and many wild extraordinary people are eager for a place to learn basic extraordinary knowledge. Derek quickly wrote down everything everyone said, and looking at the comprehensive plans in front of him, he seemed to see a bright future for Silver City. After a lively discussion, Derek considered the matter for a moment and then asked, we have already built the temple and church for Mr. Fool and want to spread our faith to various cities in the archipelago. What should we be careful about in this? Odis sat up straight abruptly. He wasn't trying to remind Derek of anything, but he suddenly thought of the Book of Fools, that ridiculous and misleading book about gods, and hoped that it didn't contain any description of the Lord of Mysteries. Alger, the hanged man, frowned slightly and asked, "Have you compiled the holy text? Have you designed the mass procedure and the details of the prayers?" "Yes." Derek nodded emphatically. It was based on the miracles performed by Mr. Fool and Derek's own understanding, combined with the religious texts left behind by the previous creator. Moreover, Silver City had prayed to the Fool, explaining the matter and indicating tacit approval. Alger then asked, "Has the church's internal system been established?" Little Son answered honestly, "Currently, we are imitating the internal system of other churches, with our chief bishop concurrently serving as the archbishop, and appointing a group of residents with missionary enthusiasm as bishops and pastors. As for an internal church body to handle extraordinary events, Silver City did not establish one, because most of its members were extraordinary individuals." Seeing that Mr. Fool did not object, Alger the hangman said, "We can try doing that. However, we must pay attention to 2 points. First, do not spread negative opinions about other churches, so as to avoid causing conflict. Secondly, we must respect the current messengers of God. Since Mr. the Fool has not appointed any church leaders, the messengers of God are his agents." Klein thought to himself, "Danitz really needs to get some professional training. Otherwise, perhaps one day, Onset will see the Fool's scriptures and be surprised to find, when did I become an angel seated by the Fool?" Then, the old man inside Leonard's body, the awakened Mr. Azik, and the messenger girl who is trying to regain her strength will also find out, what? Me too. He refrained from commenting on the holy text compiled by the Silver City because the matter was somewhat awkward, whether he acknowledged it or not. Both of these actions would damage the image of the Fool, so he has not yet commented on them. That was the end of the discussion. At the end of the gathering, the world suddenly said to Odis, "I have something I need to discuss with you privately." Odis was clearly taken aback before replying, "All right." It was clearly nothing important, otherwise I wouldn't have waited until now to talk to him. After establishing a private conversation, Klein asked, "Do you know how the hidden sage suddenly came back to life?" Odis paused, not answering immediately, but looking at the world. Klein, manipulating the world, laughed and said, "I've recently obtained some more information about the hidden sage, and I'm curious how the unique suddenly came to life. Is it possible for all unique beings to come to life?" To be precise, he was very interested in the concept of uniqueness. When he first received the Black Emperor card, Klein thought that uniqueness was an illusory authority belonging to the gods, and did not actually exist. But as he rose through the ranks and acquired more and more knowledge of the mystical, he gradually came to know that uniqueness was something that truly existed in the real world and was the embodiment of divine authority. Therefore, he became even more interested in uniqueness. Under normal circumstances, uniqueness would be a powerful and extremely strange level 0 sealed artifact, Odis explained after Klein explained his purpose. But the state of the hidden sage is rather special. At the end of the 4th age, a strong spiritual remnant remained within the uniqueness of the Hermit path. Later, stimulated by the fallen mother goddess, this uniqueness was reborn, absorbing a characteristic of the knowledge emperor, thus forming the current hidden sage. Klein nodded, then asked, "The spiritual remnants within uniqueness belong to the sage?" "It belongs to the sage." Odis intended to take this opportunity to clarify the matter. At that time, the consciousness of the sage split in two, one part became the hidden sage, and the other part is the current Lord of Mysteries. He said, half-jokingly, "Actually, I'd also like to talk to you about this, because I recently learned some very important information. We should start preparing ourselves mentally from the time we're angels." Klein was taken aback, then pricked up his ears and listened intently. Odis said, "Since the ascension of the angels, my relationship with the Lord of Mysteries has changed considerably. It was only then that I learned that the Lord of Mysteries had been supporting me in the hope that I would defeat the hidden sage and become a hidden one before merging with him. He was telling the truth, but it was a carefully chosen truth. Harmony with the Tao." Klein was surprised to suddenly encounter a Chinese concept. "That's right," Odis said. "Based on the information I found in the wilderness of knowledge, of the source matter, and the explanation from the Lord of Mysteries, I learned a method to maintain a relatively stable state even after becoming an outer one." He paused for a moment, then continued, "To put it simply, after becoming an angel, one must consider their own unique path. Or rather, you need to understand the most unique part of yourself, as that will help you anchor yourself. As for the concept of Tao, I think I don't need to explain it to you. Moreover, everyone's understanding of Tao may be different. There doesn't seem to be a unified standard answer regarding the extraordinary Tao. You can think about it for yourself." Klein nodded slowly, "I understand, thank you for reminding me. Based on my thinking, I can take control of my main consciousness during this process." Klein frowned, "Is that still you?" "It's still me, and it's not me either," Odis said with a smile, engaging in a cryptic exchange. Then he shrugged and said, I just think it's a pretty good choice. I'll lose some of my own identity, but I can get a smooth path to advancement. Relatively speaking, I still think it's a good deal, because from what I understand, when intelligent beings were ascending to the Old Ones, consciousness will inevitably be corrupted by divinity, and even some ancient beings will awaken within our consciousness. Odis said earnestly, and harmony with the way is currently the only way to solve this problem. He sighed and said, what's most frustrating is that before this, no intelligent being had actually succeeded in becoming the Old One. Even the ancient sun god failed to achieve this, because he never dared to take the final step, and can only be considered a quasi-ancient one. Klein found this somewhat strange, but upon closer examination, it seemed to be true. According to the information he had gathered, it appeared that two ancients had appeared around the time of the First Era. However, those two Old Ones seemed to be the original two consciousnesses, that is, they belonged to the primitive Old Ones. At this moment, Odis smiled and said, there was originally no road on the ground, but as more people walked on it, it became a road. The two looked at each other and smiled, their earlier sadness instantly vanishing. They were about to become the ones who blazed a trail. Then Odis said, I need a worthy opponent to hone my skills. After thinking it over, I've decided to help you kill Zarathustra. If war breaks out, the Zarathustra family will definitely support Intis, so it's best to eliminate this potential enemy before the war even begins. Klein was taken aback, not expecting such a windfall. He then immediately said, I can be the bait. So the two of them discussed it briefly and quickly came up with a feasible plan. After the individual sessions ended, everyone chatted casually for a few more minutes before Klein announced the end of the tarot session. Odis returned to the real world and, as usual, stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. Then he suddenly stood up and started pacing around the room. He continued to provoke, and his determination to start a war in the near future was evident. However, the war was still much earlier than he had anticipated, and starting the war ahead of schedule would bring a great deal of trouble. After thinking for a while, Odis suddenly laughed, because war is something that can't wait until all the preparations are done before it begins. It would be quite good to be able to seize strategic opportunities. For example, now that there is no significant difference in strength, starting a war now would definitely make things very difficult for the other side. At least the other person will feel worse than you. The key is that, barring any major errors in decision-making or strategy, this war will certainly be able to disrupt Intis's development momentum. Although Intis's extraordinary industries would develop rapidly during wartime, and their weapons would be updated and iterated at a fast pace, it would only benefit Remmenberg. With this in mind, Odis immediately convened a meeting of Remberg's top officials. The meeting lasted until late at night, and Odis reached a consensus among the high-ranking officials that, the sooner this war comes, the better, and then made a series of deployments. Even before the next day, just a few hours later in the early morning, the entire city of Remberg suddenly entered a state of war. This change caught the surrounding countries off guard, and the international situation became very tense again. The day after the preparatory meeting, Odis, in his capacity as president, went to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom to pray, which attracted a lot of attention and was even published in the evening paper that day. Domestic readers believed that this was just a routine prayer by the president, a sign of his respect for the divine. Intis and Rune, however, felt that Odis was demonstrating her close relationship with the church, a kind of protest. Actually, none of that is true. What Odis was whispering in prayer was actually telling the God of Knowledge and Wisdom his plans. Although his prayer attracted a lot of attention, at his request, there was no one else in the chapel when he formally prayed. Odis had a frank conversation with the God of Knowledge, and they quickly united on the same side. The God of Knowledge declared that he would fully support the war initiated by Odis. Odis stated that he would do his utmost to strike at the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the Storm. After this exchange, all of Rembrandt's armed forces entered the pre-war deployment phase and did not continue to provoke Intis and Run. However, a few days later, the Church of Knowledge suddenly modified its scriptures, changing Eternal Sun and Lord of Storms into evil gods. This caused a huge uproar. During the Fourth Age, the scriptures of various churches described the gods of opposing churches as evil gods. For example, the Church of Knowledge, the Church of the Eternal Sun, and the Church of the Storms proclaimed the other two gods as evil gods to each other. By the end of the Fourth Age, the seven major churches had essentially established the status of the seven orthodox deities through negotiations and battles. In the Fifth Age, everyone had a common understanding that the seven orthodox gods were righteous and holy, while the gods outside of these seven were evil gods. Even the Battle of Oaths, hundreds of years ago, was just verbal accusations between the Church of Knowledge and the Church of Mother Earth, rarely involving each other's deities, and without any modification to the sacred texts. At this point, the Church of Knowledge suddenly revised the scriptures, which was tantamount to declaring war again. The following day, the Remberg government issued a statement expressing its support for the Church's decision and advising believers of the Eternal Sun and the Lord of the Storms in the country to stop believing in evil gods. The most troubled by this incident are President Intis and Prime Minister Run. They knew very well that this was a provocative act orchestrated by the Remberg government and the Church of Knowledge, and that they had to remain calm and not fall into their trap. But they knew it was useless, because the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the Storm, especially the latter, had completely lost their composure. They had begun to mobilize extraordinary forces to the border, ready to attack the extraordinary forces of the Church of Knowledge at any moment. This left both governments somewhat helpless, forcing them to begin preparing for the worst. It must be admitted that this was a very successful challenge, 100 times more successful than the previous challenge to Caesarport. The government will consider whether the country's current situation is suitable for war, but the Church will not. The Hornic Mountains, the ruins of the Night Kingdom. At night, Klein stared blankly at the ruins before him. There once lived a country where a person and a secret partner lived together. Even though Klein was a high-level extraordinary being who had occupied the land, he found the country very strange. And next, he's going to build one of these eerie towns. However, before that, we need to deal with the threat of Zarathustra to prevent him from joining forces with Amon. After a moment of blankness, Klein cautiously entered the ruins, searching for clues about Antigonus. Of course, he wouldn't use his physical body to search for it, but rather his historical projection. Moreover, they searched very carefully, as if afraid of waking the evil dragon sleeping in the ruins. After searching several streets, Klein's historical projection revealed a church with an asymmetrical style reminiscent of the Quaternary period. His spirit seemed to sense that the church was very special, as if something was attracting him. So he approached quietly and saw through the dilapidated windows that bodies were hanging in the church, swaying gently in the wind. Klein paused for less than a second before immediately stopping the maintenance of this historical projection. It wasn't that he was afraid of the terrifying atmosphere created by those figures, but rather that the way the figures were hanging meant that this church belonged to a high-sequence extraordinary being who had occupied the church, and that those figures were all mystical puppets. But the moment the historical projection disappeared, Klein, who had been hiding in the historical fog, suddenly appeared at the location of the historical projection. This is a miracle. Klein's original body and the historical projection have swapped positions. At that moment, the people in the church suddenly turned their heads and looked at Klein.